team in the world?
I don't know. I just love playing the game, to be honest. And winning trophies is just a big plus. Playing CS is a big passion of mine, so getting trophies is just like a bonus, I would say.
For me, it's the competition. I love to compete no matter what I do, and I would say, yeah, the competition, being able to compete.
I don't want just to win tournaments. I want to be a legendary team and player. I want to build something that nobody have built before. So yeah, my goal in this game is to win as much as I can and more than everyone else.
Winning tournaments, I guess.
I guess same.
Playing in front of like fans, crowd, I would say.
I want to be the best player for my team, especially for my family as well. I want them to be proud of me. I want to be proud of myself as well.
To win some tournament, for example, major, to achieve some level of individual performance, to make a history in this game. There are many goals.
Continually striving to get better is important, just because that feeling of confidence when you go into a game, when you're competing, that feeling of being able to not think so much and just focus on what you've practiced is one I think every competitor strives for. So I think, like Peter said, as long as I'm a competitor, that feeling of just wanting to be more than sufficient is always going to be there.
Even though we've been a team for quite a while now, even though we just picked up Stewie, we've been to many events, but unfortunately we've never been able to raise a trophy. So it's really what we want to keep doing and keep grinding for.
Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
The Acer Predator pre-show does continue, but I have actually moved myself from that luxurious couch, and now I will be over here on this analyst desk where you find me for this first best of three of the day. Welcome back, or if you're just joining us bright and early here in Katowice, Poland, things are about ready to get started. But first and foremost, I think I need to ask my two analysts here, some esteemed colleagues of mine, and Chad Burchill and Jacob Vinicki, what it is that motivates you guys. And let's kind of keep it, to a very tangible one or two sentences.
For me, it's easy. I want to be able to show to the world what these players pour their lives into, the finer details of Counter-Strike, something that's been a part of my life for 15 plus years. I want to give it credit. I want to show the story, and I want to let everybody at home know why it's the beautiful game.
Yeah, I definitely echo that sentiment. Telling this story and letting people understand out there what kind of pressure these players are playing under, what it is that makes a good player, what it is that makes a bad player, and what is a good decision and a bad decision. All those things combined into a set like this is definitely a big motivation.
Well, you want to talk about motivation, and when you've been playing this game since the year 2005 at a professional level, and by that I'm talking about a player named Forrest, and perhaps even you look back as far as Get Right, you look at what the lineage that Ninjas in Pajamas are. There's got to be some questions around motivation at some point in your career there as well.
Oh, for sure, right? Especially when you've already won a major, when you've been at the top of the game, when you started CSGO as the most dominant team, with that massive streak that they had. For these guys, yesterday, they weren't able to get it done against the likes of MIBR, but they are still a team, especially Forrest and Get Right, those two names, who are still continuing to do it at the upper echelons of Counter-Strike.
And I think Forrest said in an HLTV interview as well that it's not about putting in the hours anymore. It's about having that motivation to do it, right? Everyone can put in hours, but if you don't feel motivated doing so, you won't get an efficient result out of it. So Forrest, having played this game ever since 2004 or 2005, still being able to be one of the most impactful players in the game till this date is very, very impressive, because it comes from the motivation, it comes from the hunger to show off the world that he can still do it.
Right, and I think there's a very easily way of putting this in terms of heart and soul. And that's what it takes a lot of to compete at this level for such a long time. There is such a strain on these players. And Forrest being one of those players that have been bathed in this throughout his entire career, we're going to take a deeper look into him right now.
It feels amazing to be back in the Legend stage again. It's been few rough years, but even though we struggle a bit in this stage, I think we came through as a team and we're really happy, so we're going to celebrate later for sure. Over the course of the Legend stage, I think what we managed to do is fix the small mistakes we did against Renegades, for example, or Win Strike. And I think other teams might have overestimated their train against our train, for example, the map. We feel very comfortable on that map, and after we sat down and talked after the losses, we felt comfortable playing the map again, and I think a best of 3 suits us well as well. Expectations for the next stage is, last time we fell short against MIBR, losing 1-2 in a really close game, so this time we definitely want to make it through and play on the big stage again on the major. That would be an incredible thing to do again. It's been far too many years since I've been on that stage, and I think everyone in the team is hungry to do so, so hopefully we can do it.
Well, the Ninjas of Pajamas ultimately suffering a loss yesterday to the MIBR squad that has put the Brazilians into the playoff bracket here in Katowice. But for what it's worth, the motivation does actually start to fire up a little bit when we start talking about this next team. You can't even settle on anything less than an inspiring story, and that of the Renegades.
It has been super, super impressive what they've done so far in this major. I think coming into it, nobody really expected them to be a team to go this far. Now they secured themselves a spot at the playoff for the first time in history of their region. That is one thing to take away from it, but the fashion they're doing it in, chat, that's just impressive.
Yeah, Chat, and you know, just to expand on that a little bit, as we got some, you know, obviously some highlights here to go over of what these players are and what it is that they're doing, and seemingly how they're clicking on all cylinders here. The reality is this, Chat, and I actually have some numbers here. JKS yesterday in their series goes 69-42. Now that's, you know, 90 ADR, whatever, blah 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 blah. Then you look a little bit further down the line, and you have a player known as Gratisfaction. Now, this guy, having been one of the biggest support elements of this team throughout the entirety of the run here so far in Katowice.
Yeah, he's had very big impact, right? He's the AWP player, and he's had a lot of clutch moments. He's had a lot of times where he's turned, you know, rounds on their head. But for me, it's not really about the individual performance from the guys from Renegades. It's about the way that they've approached the game. And you could see on social media, a lot of players from other teams, they were getting praise from Dupree, other members of Australia saying they were playing, you know, the ABCs of Counter-Strike, which is the basics, and that's what you want to see.
And you know what's fun about that is, because I remember your time from Renegades, and when we were practicing Renegades back in the days in NA, one thing that Renegades never did in practice was practicing the ABC. You hated to go up against Renegades in practice games because you always felt they were just wasting your time, running around and playing some unserious Counter-Strike.
Scrimmage sort of
Counter-Strike. Now this has changed. You know, you see the results on the server, obviously them qualifying, but it's in a very fashionable manner, and they're playing so well.
Hold on, I just want to take my name off that style of practice. I was actually all about the fundamentals. I had some members of my team
the worst thing to practice
playing
against
aggressive on CT side was the strat. That wasn't me.
What do you mean? You're not going to get anything out of pushing smokes on CT?
I was already out of the team at that point, all right? So when he was playing for Liquid, I was gone.
So they didn't have anybody around necessarily to crack the belt, so to say, right, Chad?
Well, they've got someone now, right? And you could see the emotion yesterday on the faces of these players. And I actually want to show everybody at home some of these finer details. This is such a small little point I want to show on the telestrator. This is something I've already prepared for you guys. So they did an anti-eco where they've just set up across the map with some early presence. You can see 4 marks that represents 4 players. Jacob with long control, Liaz in support. This is early in the round. Gratisfaction just AWPing straight down mid, and JK is covering the upper dark and the lower dark push without overextending. But the man that I want to focus on is Azza, the in-game leader. He comes towards the back of Cat, and he's actually going to flash himself to clear mid. Now, what's important about this is the only part left open during this was the Cat push. Now, I actually have a clip to demonstrate this. The reason that I'm so impressed with this is we're just going to clear the screen off and we're going to get this one playing is because it's a detail that I reckon 8 out of 10 players would overlook. They wouldn't flash, and all they do in this situation is they just step out wide. And you can see 2 players pushing. He may have died in that circumstance without that flash. Instead, he gets 2 kills and makes an anti-eco very easy. So lovely stuff from the Renegades.
Very lovely stuff. And it seems as though they've got it all figured out here. And I mean, I guess we could talk about the Renegades all day long, but the reality is we did have another matchup on our hands yesterday, and we're going to talk about that really briefly here in Navi versus Avangard. Now, what would have been a CIS affair, obviously Navi having found that extra gear needed to kind of propel them forward at that point. Pimp, what was your take on this matchup?
I was a little bit disappointed in Avangard yesterday. I expected more from them. I expected them to give a better fight against Navi. That said, though, Navi is a team that is slowly but surely firing up. We talked about it numerous of times here on the analysis desk, that Navi is a team that likes to start out slow, but surely as they get into the tournament, they sort of like get better game by game. And one player that has been impressive so far has been Flamey. He's been really really demanding in the way he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, Flaming topping 6 stat lines. We got to go to a break here in a second. Chad, do you have any words for this Na'Vi lineup going forward into the playoffs?
No, it's just good stuff. They've made it through the bracket stage because you always want Na'Vi in the top 8.
Yeah, and they have found their way to it. It might have been a hop, skip, and a jump, but they certainly found their way right into the fray. And that's what we're going to be jumping into when we come back from this break, because we got our first best of 3 and ultimately an elimination one as the Swiss system does continue. We do have that of ENCE and G2 squaring off on potentially 3 maps, but it could be very easy for ENCE. We don't really know. We'll find out when we come back.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Synergy of brute strength, born of elite core power, to thrive under pressure in the most hostile conditions, and built to overclock. Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
It might look a little empty out there in the streets, but I can guarantee you that they are all on their way here to the Spodek to join us for what is certainly turning out to be one of the most influential and if not impactful and historical legend stages of all time. My name is Trey Son of Saranthus, and I'll be heading this here desk right into our first matchup of G2 versus ENCE. Of course, we brought in some analysts here that know exactly what they're talking about at all times of the day and could never, ever be wrong whatsoever. Just kidding. We do have Chad Sponge Burchill and Jacob Pimp Vinicky. Now, these guys obviously having a little bit more acumen than myself. We can begin to talk about this matchup in depth and what it means to be in this matchup. For example, with it being an elimination, that's a lot on the line, right, guys?
Yeah, and ENCE are a team so far who have really seemed to struggle with the pressure. In my mind, they're a team who I've always had the tagline that they haven't been able to close. And with what they've shown here so far in this event, it hasn't been very solid at all. They were rated very highly by the other teams. I thought, yeah, that makes sense. They have really good fundamentals. They have a good depth in map pool. They've got obviously stars, Alu, the veteran here, Sergey, the up-and-comer. I think Alexi B in terms of an in-game leader and making some good calls and making some big plays. But so far, it hasn't been clicking, and I have some worrisome signs for them going up against G2.
Definitely. On the other hand, G2 though, I feel they send us a lot of mixed signals coming into this tournament.
Okay.
Managing the expectations coming in, I don't think anyone really expected them to be here in the first place. That was like the first surprise coming in. Now, they picked up a win. That was fine against Big, a team that really hasn't been showing up. And now they're facing themselves in a 1 versus 2 scenario against ENCE, as Chad was alluding to, a team that has not really been living up to the expectations either. So I feel this is a great matchup between two teams that currently haven't made it click fully.
Now, when we talk about it clicking fully, when we talk about ENCE, we usually talk about the things that they're doing right, the methodical approach. What has it been that has been their struggle? I mean, what is really kind of
too cookie cutter?
Not really. You think it's just too rigid around the edges?
Especially on their Dust 2, which is the first map we're seeing coming up here with Vito on screen. Their B bomb site has been absolutely horrible. It has just been an absolute mess. X7 over there is meant to be supporting Sergey, who sometimes picks up that secondary AWP. He makes some really bad decisions around smokes when lurks are coming in. They've really struggled to defend against mid to Bs, and if they want to have a shot of beating G2 today on that map, they're going to have to have really worked on that.
Yeah, and since we do know it is Dust 2, and we do in fact know that ENCE are starting on their CT side, I mean, can you agree with this sentiment here, Jacob?
Definitely, the B bomb side has been a little bit lackluster for ENCE, and I feel that you're right. They have a great fundamental, they have a great foundation to fall back on, but if you don't have anything on top of that, facing Shox, facing Kineas, that's not going to be enough for you to win.
It's not going to be enough, but in fact, we could take a look at some of the details and the very minute details that it does take to win here on this matchup. Now, this one being just a little bit different, and that we're going to highlight what G2 over here on Dust 2 have done against Tyloo, and that's not the whole Rap God experience. Yeah, it was really weird how it all came together. Jacob, get over there. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, I have something to you guys for the Telestrator, because one of the things that we've been talking about so far is G2 and their ability to play well on Dust 2. Now, we have a clip here. We're just quickly going to outline it. It's a 1-1 scenario against Tyloo. It's a force buy, as you can see. They have bought the grenades, they have the pistols, and they have a clear idea that they want to split the B bomb side. Now, if we clear the screen and play it out, you can see the detail that G2 is putting into this strat. This is a set piece, something they've been practicing on, something they've been working on. Shox and Lucky is currently in middle, ready to smoke both sides of middle, which is going to happen in a second. Now, as soon as those smokes comes out, Shox is running out, and pay attention to the detail here. You have Lucky already posted up with a flash that's going to be thrown on top of the smoke, so when Shox is running around the corner right here, he's going to be flashed on top of him, which means that if anyone is currently standing up here in the door area or in the window, they will be flashed. Now, luckily for them, that's not what's happening, but if you play it out, you can see Shox come out through the smoke, run up towards the B bomb side. Now, if we change perspective and jump into the B bomb side, you can see that currently these two CT players are in a good position to defend it. You have one guy towards the back of the box here defending dark, and you have one guy defending door, which is only Shox coming in. So in theory, this should be working out. Now, what G2 does so well is that they're forcing them out of positions. A Molotov is going to land a backplat. This guy is going to be flashed, and G2 is going to explode into the B bomb side. So if we play out the clip, you can see that happen. Molotov is coming in. As soon as that happens, he's instantly going to re-rotate away. He's being forced out of his position. This dude is being killed by them coming out of dark, and G2 is sandwiching into this B bomb site. Very explosive, very well done by G2, and that's the detail they put into the strats on on Dust 2, which is something we haven't really seen on maps like Inferno or Mirage for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, G2, Dust 2, Tyloo, Chad, what about you?
It's their best map for sure. So, we've already alluded to some of the issues with Ents, but the same can be said for G2. And as Jacob's just outlined, that seems to be the map they put the absolute most work into. With their double AWP setup, Kenny S and Lucky getting it done on both sides of the map, that's very powerful and very potent. But as we move down the series, I start to get a little bit worried. You go to a Mirage, that's where we can see, Ents really come into their full form. At Nuka's the third, it becomes more of an even playing field for me. I think Ents are going to have to put a lot of prep into their Dust 2 because they must have known this one was coming. And I think, so far when we've seen these abysmal CT halves, I think when they played their second game on Dust 2, they were only able to go 5 rounds on the CT, which is almost par for the course. But for a team like this and the caliber of opponents they played so far, I almost feel like I'm expecting them to, be getting 6 or 7.
Yeah, just a little bit more there on the ends, I think is probably what we're alluding to in this moment. And what we're actually going to do in this moment is talk to Alexi B. We do have Frankie down there on the sidelines. We were given that opportunity to talk to him. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Alexi B, shot caller for Ents, joins me now. And before we get into today's match against G2, tell us what happened in that victory against Big.
Well, first of all, we started very slow. Obviously, we lost Dust 2 like 16-5 or something like that. And after that, we were losing train 0-7. But we just kept telling ourselves that we can do this and just get one round and take the rest. And so we did, and we took train. And on overpass, we took a big lead on the CT side and just won the T side.
Can we talk about the T sides? Because they were an issue in Challenger. They haven't been your strongest sides here in Legends either. So what are you going to do about those today?
Well, against Big, I think we got some of the momentum of our T sides back. And now we have been talking about our T sides, and I think we're very confident going into the G2 game.
So do you feel like you could actually win on Dust 2 this time if you play it?
Yeah.
Are we going to see it?
Hopefully.
Okay, that's interesting. I can't wait to see the veto on this one. But Ali did actually say in an interview with HLTV that we haven't seen the best of you guys yet. So are we going to see it today? And what would that look like?
We'll try our best, but the best of us would be that we are playing dominant T sides. And you haven't seen it yet, but hopefully this time you will.
And we last saw you beat G2 when you played them on Overpass. So what's the result going to be today?
I'm going to go ahead and say 2-0.
2-0. I like your confidence, Alexi B, as always. Let's head back to the desk and find out what they think.
There's something about that smirk on Alexi B that tells me that guy is in full control at all times. However, in this matchup, they're going to have to get situated and ready to go rather earlier than later because we do have Dust 2 on the cards. And it's going to be Ents versus G2 Esports. We can't do that without getting them on the stage, so we're going to do that part right now. Let's get them on the stage.
Versus 1. Denied here. Oh my goodness. She has a chance here. This is unbelievable. 1 versus 1 now. That is so sick.
See him take the stage right now, and that's going to be in a walkout fashion rather than the revolving stage itself. And Chad, when we look ahead of this matchup, and we've kind of highlighted what it is that G2 does right, we kind of talk about what it is that Ents can get right most of the time. Perhaps we start talking about some of these star players that need to show up in the real time here in this matchup, in Elimination 1.
And we need to add a little bit of intensity to this because this is do or die, right? Somebody
Absolutely.
goes through to go to a 2-2 match and potentially make it through the bracket stage, and the loser of this is just going to be going home. Now, we had this situation go down during the Challenger stage, and the teams with more experience came out on top time and time again. G2 got through on that merit alone. In the best of 3, when they got to the 2-2 game, they were able to lift to a level where Shox and Kenny S, the veterans of the squad, were able to get them across the line. On the other side of things, the only man with experience of this level is Alu.
Yeah, and Alu
in a big way, right?
Yeah, Alu's going to have to step up in a big way, and of course for him this is another major run, but now he's sort of leading the charge over there. He is that sort of father figure in multiple views of ways that we could talk about Alu being that father figure. But in fact, in this moment, this is where it's really going to have to shine, because leading and kind of herding these guys in the right direction is proven to be a little bit of a tall task for Ints so far.
They have not been playing up to the same level they did before coming into the major. Let's be honest about it. Alu said it in an interview as well. For some reason, it seems like the pressure or whatever's going on within the Ents camp right now is just not clicking. That said, though, Chad, you alert to it as well. This is it now. If they can't win against G2 in a best-of-3 series right here, they're done. It's it. They can go home. So I would expect Ents to come out and try their absolute best now. One thing they have going for them, though, is the fact that Shox has been really, really not playing well so far in this stage of the major. In the first stage, he was the best-rated player for G2. He was very demanding. He was being very impactful. So far, I think he's the 7th worst rated player in the tournament, so that's not a good thing for Shox going into this matchup.
And Chad, I'm going to pose the question right away because we are going to be getting into this matchup sooner rather than later. Is it contingent on 2 players showing up here on G2, as the storylines would have you believe, as the forums would have you believe? Is it really just Shox? Is it really just Kenny S that have to come online?
No, not at all. It is going to have to be a team effort here. I think the fact of the matter, when you're looking at these 2 squads, if you just look at it on paper, Ents are the favorite, right? Their map pool, the fact that they've been gradually working back up, the style of Counter-Strike that they play. But for the G2 team, you saw coming out from the owner of the team, Ocelot, saying in practice they were doing fantastic things. Those fantastic things have been realized on Dust 2. You can see, you know, the minutiae, the finer details, what they've been working on, and that's a whole team effort. As Jacobs mentioned, if Shox hasn't been there statistically speaking, that's proof in the pudding. Everybody else has had to contribute across this run.
And you've got to look for the proof in the pudding. I don't know where else you would find it unless Jacobs got some.
I mean, I partly disagree simply down to the fact that if Kenny S is not playing well, there's no way G2 is going to win. So obviously you can't say it up like that or put it up like that, but I feel the foundation of Ents is good enough to go up against a G2 that is not playing up to their best. Whereas if G2 do not have Kenny S playing up to his absolute best, do not have a Shox that has impact, then there's no way they're going to win this.
Well, the impact starts now, and so does the pistol round. We're going into Dust 2, and Ents starting on the CT side against G2 Esports. Reminder, everyone, an elimination is at stake here, and to deliver the action is going to be Henry G and Sadicast. Let's get into it, fellas.
What a perfect map to start off this series for Ents and G2. The French side we know is always good on Dust, and Ents has had some success throughout on it.
And some failures recently as well. We will see if they can challenge G2 here. I've got them as the favorites here. There will be aerial to open things up here. The short approach from G2 has at least granted them access towards the bomb site here. You can see Alu aware of presence towards long and short, but he's dealing with it very well so far. Can he find a second frag here? If he does, they might be in for a shadow winning this round, but he will be dropped by Shox, and it's going to be quite the simple procedure in the end for G2, making their way up towards short very quickly, finding the shots, nothing too complicated, and it's a mixer. We've cast a couple of G2 games now on Dust 2, and we saw them do that long take before with a double smoke towards crossover, and that works out very nicely for them. It's nice to see they've got a few pistol strategies within their wheelhouse. We'll see if there's a force behind the CT side here. Dust 2, you are prone to see a few. Scouts can come out with the pistols, but it looks like Ents are going to take the full eco instead and focus on getting those rifles out in the third.
Kenny just peeking down mid to see what he can spot. It's over toward B with quite a few players.
Did they smoke middle?
They did not. It's not currently one on the map. I was watching to see exactly where Kenny was going to go at the start of it, but I don't think they did. So that might have been spotted. Bombs over toward A either way. Jax and Shox the only ones over toward B, and even Shox is going to rotate back. So I think they got the information on it. Either way, it's Alu that's the only one home on the ramp. Pistol out. Only has not a single investment. I don't mind this from Ents. We've talked about this in the past. They're going to push mid. Stuck there the whole time. Jax will have heard this. Flash out. They can't really act on it yet, but that confirms one's toward long, which means all the attention's going to go that way. Jax, it's not very good consideration of the fact that just because you heard a few doesn't mean you've heard them all.
Well, they're still got a plan on A, and Shox has got them locked in towards long. He gets 1.5, maybe a bit more. It should be still quite the round for G2. Just want to make sure they keep 3 alive at this point. I don't see any way that Ents win this one, but we'll see as they head towards the long area now. Might as well give it a go. Damage through the car. It's actually a little bit awkward, but like I said, they should be fine on the G2 side. They've definitely lost more players than they should have.
Yeah, way more.
Will be at least getting another, but still body almost zero chance of him losing this now is going to be Alu, who won't be challenging this at all. He's got the Mac 10. They're buying up next round. They've found a few kills, well, 4 of them, and they might get another one here as Ollie makes his way out. Should be able to get this kill, not the cleanest. And 4 players go down. And remember, Alu's going to be buying an AWP this round. So Ent's got a fighting chance here.
The fact that Jax went down, okay, that's fine. 1, he overlooked it. Probably could have got maybe 2 kills if they were looking away. Shocks, okay, he gets overrun. The 2 players at car, take the fight. You know that Shocks has already done massive damage. Just get aggressive, keep yourselves alive. You don't need to be hesitant in that situation. And I absolutely agree. I think they lost far more players than they should have.
Well, here we go then. Both teams feeling the burn of the financial situation. Alu, like we said, with the AWP, can face middle knowing that Kenny probably doesn't have the same sniper available to him. Flashes come through, and Alu still watching top of middle. He knows he has to be very active here as the position they found themselves in here. The force buy in the third, sure, it's great to get the guns out, but you don't have everything you need. There's 1 kit, no incendiaries, and Shocks is making his way up towards shore as his teammates have taken long.
Alexi already watching out behind the car. Dog. And a lineup that's going to be successful as G2 this time swarm in a pack. Shocks will work up from Catwalk. He takes down Aerial. Alu backs off, has to at this point in time. You mentioned it, they brought out the op early. They might just want to hold on to that at this point in time. If Zevin can get something going on Catwalk, maybe they reconsider the options. Bomb's only being planted. Now it's being planted on the open side, so they automatically, just by his presence, had to get off of the plant.
He could actually go for this now, but it's still not looking likely for Ents. They need to find a kill very quickly. There it is. X7 brings it back to a 3-on-3. They might fancy this now, and it's going to be Sergey who actually gets a kill through the car.
The AUG tapping against that car, that's pretty splendid. That's certainly a welcoming sign to get back in the site. Ops rotated around onto Catwalk instead, but Alu caught jumping for information. Jax, he's fully flashed on the ramp. He's got the crossfire set from pit. This is where the AUG becomes extremely dangerous because it has the scope. I didn't see if he used it there. We didn't see his perspective, but that headshot in pit, it's possible. And this retake's done. Ents are going to go 2-1.
It's an absolute nightmare for G2. That's a 5 versus 3 they've given away there. And it's all due to the fact that 1 player on short, like you mentioned, he gets that 1 kill. All of a sudden they start to believe. And then the scramble begins. They're planting for short at this point as well. And it's a little bit questionable that they didn't have any cover towards short at all. And they're planting open like that. But what a great retake. Alu and Co actually making it work out there. Sergey getting the wallbang towards the car as well. Impressive stuff. A round they probably shouldn't have won. They pull it right back. So Ents are turning up in all the right ways here, as it has to be the eco for G2 after losing so many players before. They'll get P250s, no armor, barely any nades. Got a smoke down at Xbox as Alu spots one, making its way towards top of middle there. Looks like they'll head through the mid doors with a flashbang any moment, as the flash is decent, but Lesky will be at least holding on as they head up towards short. They still have 1 flash remaining. They'll try and plant for short here. Flash off the AWP up, present 5 targets, and hopefully one of them makes it with the bomb.
Flash goes high, and around the corner they go. Alu certainly sitting and waiting with the AWP that they're happily still holding on to. He's got 1, needs to be a little bit careful. Already got caught off last rounds as well, remember. It was recovered after the fact. Back to that second round with so many players going down. Bomb planted at least for G2. That'll give them a little bit more money back, but and still just checking and clearing, surprisingly, being very patient about this retake. They're locked in on the A site. There's nowhere to go, but there is 3 players on Cat. They can fight pretty aggressively and get themselves out of this cage.
No one's there, though. All of the CTs heading through spawn and long, and they're going to have a massive advantage in terms of the weaponry, but Body will pull one back, but surely this is where Ents start to come alive. They've still got plenty of time here. They can smoke on top of the bomb, incendiary towards shore. The defuser's coming in now, so it looks like all is well, as Ents will find their second round. No problem there. Lose 1 kill, but make it 2. Kenny S will survive. He still gets the cash, of course, with the bomb planted. So he can buy the AWP for the first time on Dust 2. It's been a problem for G2 in their campaign here at the Major that Kenny hasn't had the AWP. A lot of the rounds, they really need it. He actually just goes for the AK here. So didn't have enough for the AWP and everything else with the armor and the utility, so goes to the AK instead. Lucky's got the AWP, so I assume he's got the long spawn, and indeed he does. So maybe we want to check in with him and see if he can find Alexi B, who will be challenging.
Certainly will. They'll swap the op back over after the spawn is ineffective. So Kenny gets it, and he's going to go one-on-one with Alu, who's playing as a Guardian, used to do so many times on Dust. Quickly up the catwalk, short to mid, and he's got to be very careful of his position. Guardian used to be famous for hitting that shot, bunny hopping out, and then dropping straight back through the doors so quickly you couldn't even trade it. Body does try and pursue the position. They'll smoke it off. Now he's going to drop and rotate yet again, so the op's going to stay dynamic. It's going to push the smoke at mid as well, and they're watching it. He's going to have to be slightly careful of this. Gets better of it. Hold for now. Good nade. Follow-up is stunning as well as Lexi B finds two. Jax and Lucky, the duo that joined late on this G2 team. And they'll be out early this round.
Yeah, not the best approach there. Could have smoked the corner. Could have flashed over. Instead, find themselves getting gunned down by the Orc. Lexi B will find 2 kills, still be alive on 22 HP. Actually holds the long doors there. So a 5-on-3. Kenny S, though, making his way on the A side. So they can at least get a plant down here. They've got a Molotov and a smoke. So it's down to Kenny, really. He needs to find kills towards his long position.
Might do. Looking around, good timing on that flash from CT. He knows they're on the wall. Kenny's well aware of what this means. Second flash, they know where he is. They're just holding him off the angle. They don't want Kenny to get a shot, but they've left Body the opportunity in the meantime. And Shocks, he follows it up with 2. They mentioned it. He's been quiet in this stage of the event. This round, he certainly has contributions felt. And G2 with 2 alive take the round, their third round, round number 5, but 3-2.
Well, after getting 2 picks, it's actually Ents who end up losing the round there. Kind of odd, 5 versus 3. They'll have Shaw completely exposed there and had low HP on Lexi B. I guess they didn't want to challenge towards Short at all. We're hoping the retake would be more successful than that, but his Body coming out the mid doors and is gunning them down as they're rotating there, and Shock's hitting a nice shot towards Long. We'll actually find the round. It is going to be a forced buy from Ents, though. I can confirm that. Alu brings out the orb once again. Kenny has needs to be very careful here. The orb positioning towards Short, it seems. Alu needs to find a kill here, and he has spotted 1. Great shot. Does he want a little bit more, though? Saw another towards lower.
Tries to get the op back out. Alu went for the wall bang down below, but that was enough distraction to allow Sergey to push through. So the op-og has the advantage doubly so. The Shocks and Kenny, the 2 that clutched out the last round, stayed alive. The 2 most prominent players are going already. So Jax to work in, does make contact on beat. They're well aware of his position, but so too is he. As he walks in, he finds Sergey on the right. Watch Zevin, he's the one with the odd, but he's forced out. Good utility. Lucky's to follow it. We've got the secondary duo on G2 doing work, and Alexib's held out by a smoke singly on the door. Sees Zed in hands, wants to try and elevate himself. They could go for the boost, but there's no one else there yet. He's gonna just jump and peek, and he spots Body, just barely getting by the edge of the smoke. Massive damage done. Incendiary close, it was too close. Extinguished before it landed, and unfortunately, it's not gonna make it to default. Alu does get in position now.
He's got a kid as well. Looks like they're going for it. This is gonna be Eco next round, so might as well give it a go. Aerial gonna be dropping a smoke, as they might be falling back here, waiting for this opportunity to arise, but looks like it's going to save the AWP. They get the first 2 kills there, but then it's down to Jackson Lucky, like you said, cracking open that B side. The utility usage was very good towards the back of B.
I don't mind this call because it's only going to be a second round loss bonus, $1,900. Aerial has 0. There's not a lot of cash. The fact that they get an AK to go along with the op and the Galil, now they've got something to work with. So sure, you can win around and go 3-3, but there's a big risk on the other side of that. And to be fair, going into the B site, that risk is substantial.
I think they made the right choice. You're absolutely right. It's very early on in the game. They're winning their gun rounds, and yes, that was a 3-on-3 retake, but the chances of winning it were pretty slim. They had a low HP player. They didn't have the utility. They had the AWP, which was at a massive risk if they went in. So I think that's absolutely fine. Jax does a great job. Nice entry kill, then the Molotov towards the back, stacking it towards the back right as well, somehow making that kill, and then all of a sudden it falls apart for Ents. But they're actually not investing at all, really. You can see X7 just with the USP. Shoxy will use that long spawn once again. It's one of the few maps in the pool that is spawn-based, I would say, as Alu will be checking out T-spawn and taking down Body. So, Alu looks like he's ready to challenge today. It's good to see. Snipers on Dust 2 are very prevalent, as Lucky just helps himself towards Long. And they've been so good on Dust 2, but right now a little bit sloppy as Alu's boosted up, looking towards lower B. They have defused kits, but only 1 HE remaining. Remember, X7 didn't purchase anything here. He's got the USP in upper B.
Nade Long just to hopefully catch damage on anyone who was pushed up. Rather evident they don't have information by throwing that nade. Certainly G2 can take advantage of that. And Lucky positions himself accordingly. You thinking what I'm thinking?
What's that?
Run boost maybe? Smoke's gone? I thought maybe they might try and send one across. Smokes are redeployed, however, so no vision for Alexiv. They'll go for the backside boost. We know this is extremely powerful. They've got to consider it, and they don't. That seems to work far too commonly.
Yeah, it really does. Very effective, and the HE's coming in now. Still going to be a chance here for Ents, but maybe not for long, as they get absolutely lit up there by Kenny S and Lucky. Shox chiming in with the AWP kill as well. He got the initial pick with the long spawn, and he manages to hold on to the AWP. It's G2 5, Ents 2, as they continue to battle here on their CT side. It looks like Alu's invested in a UMP. They've brought out the Augs as well. They did take an eco technically last round, so they've still got enough to buy.
I wonder if to deny that boost, you just drop a Molotov behind the smoke as well.
Yeah, you might have to. You are right. We are seeing it a lot, and it usually finds a kill. It's a nice little boost, and the T's are so focused on the bomb site that works out a lot more maybe than it should do. As for now, contact B play. This is a classic French approach. Wait for the initial utility, the incendiary or the smoke, walking together with a dribbled out smoke from the B tunnels here. It's going to be Shox serving things up, but X7 answers back quickly with 2.
2 very quickly indeed. Shox got the opener on the 8 WP, interestingly enough, so they run double up T side. It's not unheard of on well, it's fairly unheard of on Dust 2. It's not very common, let's just put it that way, but it hasn't certainly been seen mid-round, mid-half, I should say.
I guess if you play a lot of Dust 2 online, you'd think,
yeah, okay, that's a little different.
Exactly. You'd think like double orbs, yeah, it's fine. But yes, in pro level, you'd rarely see double orbs on the T side on any map, to be honest. But Dust 2, if I had to choose one, I guess that would where it would be. Alu now, if he gets one of these kills, that's great work. But Lucky should be checking this when he comes through. He is, but taken down by the UMP, and now puts a lot of pressure on Shox. But he rises to the occasion, finds his second frag, and now it's the double orbs to try and clutch this one back. Kenny normally hits those map, and be down to 15 HP.
Nades toward mid. Shox is just going to hit the shot on Aerial, who's sneaking through anyway. So 2-on-2, they pull it back slightly, and thankfully so, they do it without taking any damage because it's 36 and 14 to work with. Zevin with the AUG, 28 seconds. They've got to confront mid, it seems, because that's where they want to go. Kenny wants to open up from CT. It's not even going to be a split. They want to try and trade it immediately.
As soon as he smokes middle like that, they're both going down. There's no chance Kenny hits this shot now as X7 perfectly positioned. And yes, they didn't really have much of a chance there. The double orbs kind of demonstrating why it's not really a viable option. If you get to the latter stages of the round, you haven't planted, it's a nightmare to operate close range with those weapons. Might have been better off just going towards short and actually having a trade potential there. As soon as they went CT spawn, it all fell apart, but they were unlucky. The good positioning of X7 there. Great kills towards upper B, and finishes off with 2 frags of the AUG as well. So, look at the cash for G2 as they take their first time out here. They've got enough to buy, but it wouldn't be fantastic if Shoxy getting an AWP out, the rest of them with a mixture of rifles and SMGs, maybe pistols, as they work out what their next approach will be. They can buy this one and have the opportunity to go for the fast reset. You can see the money not really established on the CT side. 2 FAMASs coming out. Alu has been dropped the AWP, I would imagine. Shoxy buys an AK. Remember, he had extra cash though, so he might just be going for one of those tactical purchases around Deagles. I think that's going to be the case. He'll probably smoke Xbox at the start, get up towards short, see if they can play off him. Shox hasn't really been performing at this event to the standard you might expect. There's the Xbox smoke from Shox. Go for the short control, but Alu is so infamous for playing the car position and hitting shots of players that cross over towards the bomb site.
That car, you can't see through it anymore, but I don't think it's as strong in terms of bullet resistance as the previous one. So it is interesting that that subtle change is being seen a little bit more, but you're right, that position is still very powerful for the AWP. He can swing. He's actually like to go more aggressive toward Catwalk this time and hit one and drop. If they run around quickly, he'll still be on the ramp. So he'll rely, flash is perfect. I was gonna say, he'll still rely on the rifles, but it's Aerial and Alexiv all there. So they have the information of Catwalk. They still get picked apart, and now Alexiv on Goose has to stay all by himself. They line up for him. That's pretty good. He gets 2. Now his teammates are encouraged to rotate the advantage back out. It's Flash as well. USP, Alexi B, he's got 4.
Fantastic work there from the young Finn. Managing to step up just when his team needs him as well. It was looking Like it's going to be a very awkward defense there. Alu goes down after not really detecting they're up towards short so quickly. The flashbangs come through, but Alexi B flashes them back, manages to get 4 in total. The first 2 are great, and you can see it put the fear of God into the rest of the GT players. They didn't want to face that. They didn't actually know he only had the USP left. He'd actually expended most of his bullets there, but he pulls out the pistol, nails both of them, and the money is nicely established now. As Alu looks towards T-Spawn, it's going to be Shox making his way along. He needs to be very careful of the CTs ready to fight as they get the first 2 kills once again.
Shox down the road already as he rounded the long corner. Alexi B again, he's combined with Aerial. And Jax finds himself suddenly in a 1-on-5. And it's going to tie the game potentially on the same number as he does at least get 1 through the mid doors, quite literally through the mid door. But they're pursuing and swarming him from long. 3 players there. Isolate the first, not even going to happen. The AUG gets the angle and it's a tie game.
They really are focusing on that long spawn and trying to take it over and over again. And Ents seem to have a great procedure. Usually when you're on the CT side, you can smoke it from the car, you can flash it, you can actually bait your teammates and waiting for the flash, it comes over. At that point, the smoke's already in the doors as well. You can see what a nightmare that is for G2. As Aerial, once again, makes them look very average. They go for that long take. No real damage taken, and they have to be full eco here. Alu just so happy to face towards T-Spawn. You don't see many AWPers these days actually want to take that peek, as he looks towards lower now, and that's exactly where they're heading. He's looking to steal away 1 kill, fall back. Got it. That's the bomb down as well. He doesn't want any more than that because it's such a risky position, but he gets away, calls for back up, gets a second.
Smartly done. Sergey's going to come out and join him, but they've already funneled him on a catwalk. Bomb down. Alexi B can see that. Molotov on top of it as well. Nades. Little more damage, very little more. Alexi B positions aggressively, which is interesting enough, but he's got the support. Aerial's come around to work with him. And those 2 seem to have some synergy so far on Dust 2. Smoke down, timer on it. Alexi knows exactly what to do, falls off the angle, but can still see the bomb. And even if Kenny gets one of these spectacular deagles, the chance of 2, very unlikely.
It's falling a little bit flat here for G2. Remember, they won the pistol. And all of a sudden, it looks like Ents are much stronger than them on their gun rounds here. T side should be dictating the pace, should be able to get out long and flash them off, but they can't seem to break through right now, as they'll take another timeout here. There's Alu, as Des said, the father figure.
He is indeed, yeah, congratulations to Alu. New life in this world, he's a father for the first time. Had to fly home at the end of the Challenger stage to be there for the birth.
It's lucky he won that and got here.
It was, that's true, and then got back. I mean, it worked out very fortunately. Hopefully, the rest of parenthood does as well. 6-5, do you think the fact that Vitality, not necessarily being the, and we're far from this now, but the G2 aura that existed, do you think that lights a fire under them? Do they have to get in now to prove that they're still on par?
They have to, really, don't they? Just because, yes, there's a lot of pressure on this team. You've got so many star-studded players within it. The organization's huge, and they expect nothing but brilliance. And getting to the top 8, I think, is expected of this squad, but they are rebuilding still. You've got to give them some time. As, once again, Matt, all they seem to be throwing towards Ents is that long take. It ain't working. Why are they not smoking the corner?
Yeah, there needs to be an adjustment there. I say Vitality through. Obviously, they're in the upper bracket still. They're not through to the top 8, but they are currently 1 step ahead of G2.
So that long take not working out for them. They'll just have to make their way towards middle, but it's the utility sending them packing once again. CTs have full control of the situation. So if you want to take long, yes, the spawn-based gameplay can work, but when it looks like the CTs are very well drilled and they have their routines down to block it off, you need to start executing towards long. The double smoke in the corner, flashes to focus on the pit and actually break through. And this is not the way to do it. That's a 1-player maneuver through flames. Even if he gets to 1 kill, he's going to die.
Incredibly optimistic.
It's not a great look for G2 right now.
Well, communication seems to be certainly breaking down, as you say. It's gone flat body.
Like these guys, like Sean did a video on it, they've got great executions. They've got strategies on this map. We're only seeing the long takes so far and lackluster defaults. As Body's left in a 5 versus 1. Not really much he can do with this. Yes, he's got the bomb now. He'll be dropped through the smoke. That's going to be Sergey confirming the clean sweep as Ents take the lead now 7-5 on their CT side of Dust 2. There's no real pressure there. You can see there's no utility towards the corner. There's no constant pump of flashes behind the Ts. There's 1 flash, and then the CTs become unblind after what? 1.5 seconds, and then at that point they're ready to fight. It's the full commitment I don't like as well. Like the T-side can go for the pick. You don't necessarily have to run all the way out the doors. You could just see if you beat the smoke and then go with the pick and fall back. But they're very stubborn and want to keep going with it. Wow. If you die in T-spawn at that moment, you know you've really messed up, man.
It was at this moment.
Yeah.
He knew.
You really shouldn't be jumping around there after freeze time has expired.
Impressive that Ali was through the door as well.
It was a great shot.
Pretty bold.
But that's the shot he's going to hit.
He's expected to. That's why they pay him the big bucks. Catwalk. What's the intent? They'll back it off. 2 inside of the B site. 1 on top of the site on A. I take that back. Excuse me. It's Alexi that went back underneath in CT. So it wasn't above on Goose. He's down below, which means he easily makes the call and spots out the fact that they're going to be working toward B. That gives Zevin and Sergey the chance to go aggressive, and the AUG makes no mistake. Turn it back just to find Jackson. The smoke, that's all that's left for the rounds.
Well, it was Alexi B in the interview that said they've been working on their Dust 2 in the downtime and trying to fix all the problems they've had throughout the course of this tournament. They said their T-sides are looking a lot stronger now. Now, that does not bode well at this point for G2. This is their map pick, and so far it's a pistol and a few scrambled gun rounds that have gone in their favor. I thought they would look a lot stronger today, but this is flat again. But surely not just a long spawn. They've got it again. It's going to be lucky with it. They've got the bomb on his back. Does he commit to it again, considering how badly it's gone for them? Okay, this time just baiting it out. Flashbang's there, realizing it hasn't worked for them, so I like that. Alu will be looking toward lower, though. And flash shot. That's the flash you need to actually stop this boost, but not powerful enough, it seems. Very good stuff from Alu.
Yeah, fantastic again on the AWP. Shucks down Kenny, trying to make amends for it. He'll go back down middle with his own up, but no one on the other side of the door. They don't need to. Good nade to Alexi B, but he's still going to hold on Cat. In fact, throw out a nade of his own. It does no damage. Wrong side of the Xbox, I'm afraid.
So if you ever see that flash in a player towards lower, that confirms this is what we call the default. This is the usual flight paths, is getting map control, usually focused towards short. They failed that at the very first hurdle. That flashbang and the timing from Shox making his way towards lower just didn't work out for them. As now they still have their smokes, and this looks to be somewhat of a execution. They've got 3 players towards short right now, boosting Kenny up to see if Ali wants to peek them. But at this stage, no one there, and they're just wasting time. They've got 1 player in T-spawn, that's lucky, looking for any long flanks, but the CTs, when you have the advantage, you don't really have to push. It's only when you are on the back foot, you need to be reclaiming the map and working out where you can actually cause some damage. Here's the execution, though. We're finally going to see it. Flashes to go over, surely, and that's he actually gets himself in a horrible spot. And like we said, Alu very good at these sort of positions and demonstrating it now.
He's warmed up into this game. First rounds, he missed some shots. That time he does as well. Bomb to be planted, body. Was he tagged through the box there by him, or was that a nade damage? So Alu did get the shot. Nonetheless, the bomb goes down, so disappointing perhaps from Alu's perspective. Now a chance for G2 to collect on the round, but Sergey's already got body. Kenny's missed the shot on Goose he really needed, and he has to get deep inside of the site fast. Fortunately, it's just not going to work out like it used to for Kenny, and it's lucky with a Molotov, mind you, but a very desperate throw. And I don't think that's going to spill down on top of the bomb. Nonetheless, he'll give it a crack. They're off of it, so it has actually dropped in. You're right, they're on it now, just to the wide side of the flames. They'll get the defuse, and it's Ents on number 9.
Finally, we see a bit of variation there, but they couldn't get 5 players into the execution. You've lost your in-game leader, your captain. He goes down early, he's frustrated, and you're going into that execution. We saw it, but unfortunately, only the bomb plant there couldn't hold on, and Alu waits till the flash, 3 peeks. He can't believe his luck. There's a player there. It's a very fast shot, so is that one, but it was enough as Kenny quick scoping all over the place, couldn't connect anything.
The interesting thing, 2 sides of it. One is they got gifted a kill even with the execution. Alexi got caught jumping on the ramp. But also, when they were executing, it was a perfect default for Mens. They hadn't moved the CTs at all. 1 to long, 1 to car, 1 to Goose, 2 and B, boom, done. That's the way this round starts. So the fact that they had to execute that late without any information and not moving them at all just says they're not getting enough done mid-round, and Shox obviously went down last time. You might suffer a similar fate this time. Certainly Kenny could from inside a suicide with Alu peeking. I think they've caught on to that because Kenny looks like he's ready for that peek.
Well, they got battered and bruised previously, Alu looking towards the T-spawn position, so he does fall back. This is better from G2. This is what they had to do before. Instead of getting rid of players at the start and losing the first pick almost every single round, let's slow it right down. Let them use their utility, see what they're picking. Let's be careful. And this time it works out. Lucky and Shox chime in at the same time. They've got a 5 versus 3. They really have to convert this one. Aerial and CT spawn, not a great position for the AK-47. He'll get 1, but it's going to leave X7 with Pretty impossible situation here. They need to be very careful, though. Can't afford to just give kills up. There's going to be Kenny has to close things out. That's his 7th kill of the half. Considering it's Dust 2, it's a very slow performance by him. Alu looking strong. The whole of the CT unit actually providing numbers there and recovering from a lost pistol.
This is an elimination match. It's map 1 between Ents and G2. Pretty evenly matched. G2 need to pull up their socks. It's 9-6. We'll take a break for half. Nine-6 and Dust 2. They go over to the T side. Typically, this map's pretty even in terms of round distribution, so not much to read into that. But G2 definitely fell apart. They went flat, as you phrased it, Henry.
Yeah, just because I thought Dust 2, this veto looked very good for them. This had to be a lock-in, though. They had to turn up, and yes, they just don't look that great right now. But it's a new half, and they can certainly get back into it. Let's see what they bring to the table. We've talked about Ents and their struggles on the T side. They've got 2 smokes here and a bullet to the face. Alu goes down to 1 HP. I think that was in T's form. We'll see whether he can recover that, as now it's up to the rest of his teammates who focus towards middle. Kenny, yes, alone in mid for now, holding with the USP. He has no utility as he just looks for headshots here. Little does he know, he's got 3 Ts on the other side who are looking to flash over and maybe go for this B split, as they've got 1 player in upper B, that's Alu. And they'll send 4 through middle by the looks of things.
Kenny overwhelmed, but gets away with it.
That's nice, a decoy over the top just to bait out a reaction. It's pretty cool, and then they can go for their final play here.
Worked, certainly did get a reaction from them. Body, doors, flash itself. He can't hit a jumping target. Maybe should have swung to find the guys going through the window instead, though, because that put them in the sight, and his teammate, little to work with. Lucky, he's done very well indeed. He'll find Aerial to follow up. Shonks gets one as well, and it's Alu trying to rotate back in and save his teammates, save the round. Can't do it.
Well, there it is. G2 now with another pistol. They will be looking to convert this, of course. It was getting a little bit hairy for them there, but it's lucky with the stack on towards B, managing to have the surprise attack and nail the headshots required. Body probably should have got one from the doors there, unable to find the headshot. And it will be 9-7, still in favor of Ents, but I don't think they'll be buying this round. They're going to get a couple of smokes here. Probably the same approach. Smoke Xbox, flash short, and try and get the bomb down in that regard. We'll see if it happens. As Shoxy defending the long area. They've only got one M4 so far and a FAMAS. G2 aren't huge adversaries of the... We'll see if they want to maybe join the rest of the teams and pick it up a little bit more. We'll see. It's going to be Sergey, the back of the pack. As the nade comes in, it's a little bit late. Kenny's actually thrown that right behind them, but it doesn't look to be a problem. He will go down to the Glock, but Shox is there to defend with the M4.
He's certainly going to have to get that nade ready. The nade didn't do it, but soften them up either way with the MP5, and the M4 closes out Sergey down. So G2, despite conceding a bomb plant, will bring it back to just a one-round game, and in doing so, that bomb going down for Ents. What's the purchase going to be?
They're certainly going to buy. That's actually mission completed for them. They're full eco. They get one kill, they get the bomb down, they'll take it. Absolutely. That's all they wanted from this. That's an extra $800 per player. AK's coming out. Ali's got the AWP. We know how powerful he was in the first half. His picks were fantastic. Kenny S now with 9 kills. Only one behind Alu, but the AWP impact has certainly been greater for the Finn. Into this first gun round here. CTs know they're up against it. Do we see anything change? We see maybe a B push with the MP9, something like that, just to get that first frag in their favor. As Jax looks to throw the incendiary towards long. It has managed to make it, but lands in a smoke. And this is what I wanted to see from G2. You want a smoke on the corner, you want to see the flashes over, and it's so overwhelming, but that's well done by Shox to actually find one in return, but still a 4-on-4. As far as Ents are concerned, they're happy with that. They've still got an equal situation. They've got long control now, and where's the reaction from the CTs? Do they push up a B here? Do they find the shot towards long? Apparently not. Kenny S spots one on Pip, but can't take off his head.
So Sergey gets down inside of it. He'll have to hang out with the stench of a deceased teammate.
Indeed.
But the fact that it's traded, they could certainly exploit that, and they've got 2 toward mid as well.
So the fact they have the long control now, they can leave one player in the pit. Ideally, it's your AWPer, but it doesn't seem to be the case yet. And then you go for the short control as well. So it's what we call a pincer move. And now the CT's trying to get towards short and have the advantage. If you look at the timing, not working out for Kenny, but he somehow makes it work. Alu can't get the trade, and they've actually done a very good job there, bringing the map back in their favor. 4 versus 3, as Ents cross long.
Kenny just bring it off, but he gets caught. Alexi found it, he got on the site quickly and jumps around to get the bomb down as well. Lucky gets to elevator. Certainly here one on catwalk, but gives away his position and now has to be completely aware of the repeat potential. Jax gets Alu down with the MP9. The rotation from Sergey could save the round for them. They're still working in, trying to get position. He's got the AK on them already. Now they realize they're completely locked out because he's behind and they're pinched.
Pretty textbook round there from Ents, managing to get the long control in the correct manner. You don't necessarily just have to take the spawn of a couple of flashes over the best. They smoked the corner. They then saw like 6 flashes over to get one player in towards the pit. They trade out the kill. They pincer from short. Yes, Kenny did a great job with AWP to actually get one kill in their favor, but it was then when the bomb went down and the big flank came in towards short, that's when it all fell apart. Really classic stuff from Ents. They'll take the lead and force G2 to just the pistols here. They're going to go for a 5-man stack. Are they smoke middle? Well, that's going to rush B. Unless, oh, they did smoke it. Okay, well, there you go. You have to smoke middle if you're going to stack towards long. So we'll see that flash come over. Ents have no idea 5 players will be on A, but they're going to hold up very passively. Don't want to give everything up here. And realizing it's not a long take, G2 will fall back and head towards middle, what looks things.
Alu still holding off with the op.
They need a little bit of intel first, just before they can make their move. Flash through mid. Lexi
still didn't spot anyone from that.
No.
Naked strike. 2 looking from Cat. They'll only get, oh, they did follow it up. I was going to say they'll only get 1 because the second they looked up the Xbox position, they thought mid was clear because he didn't go far enough. We spotted that. So now, at least they hold it together. It is 11 for Ents. G2 halted for 2 rounds in a row, and that means the money gets a little bit questionable. There's enough certainly to buy.
Which they will.
But there's going to be a question mark over that going forward, and Shox himself doesn't have tons of money.
Yeah, he might have to go for the SMG here, or just a deagle. is Aerial getting it done. They did go for a long stack initially, fell back towards middle. They get a couple of frags out of it. Shoxy with 20 kills, just to note. Gets the MP9 out. Kenny S with the AWP, but no helmet. Shouldn't be a big deal against these AKs, though. Ala using the B spawn this time. Watching the platform, see if anyone wants to jump up. They'll usually flash it first. Smoke comes in, that'll mostly remove them from the situation for a while, but the B split coming in very quickly here.
Ariel's going to be the one to go body, though, from the window. Finds two. That cues in Shox. He's confident, knowing there's probably, if anyone left, just one. And he gets the MP9 kill. He can also upgrade onto an AK-47, so again, if his money was limited, it's not now. And the round looking secure. We'll leave it to Alu to see if he can find anything else, because Zevin's given up the bomb. And Alu's gone all the way back around to spawn. Unfortunately, position at top, Lucky has moved, and Jax finds him from outside of the cave.
That's more like it from G2. That's what we want to see. Clean rounds, looking comfortable, and actually now they'll keep 5 players alive there, and it looks like the reset has been pretty successful. Hence, we'll still buy into this one. It's only Alexi B who's got $1,700. The rest of them can buy up here, so they can bring AKs out. Might want to call the timeout here and just discuss the overall complexion of the round. But now we've actually got some financial foundations for G2. They'll nade towards middle instead of using the smoke at the start, which gives them a bit more longevity towards B. Alu looking for any challenge at all. Lucky is there with the secondary orb now. Looking towards top and middle. Difficult position to play on the CT side. She flashed off all the time. T's facing you, but you got the orb. You can definitely go for initial kill, but decides to just back at that B-bomb site. And no one with eyes towards shore right now, so that's going to allow ends up there at least.
Pushing up from catwalk. Flames to extinguish, but counter flash. Gets Shox inside of the corner at Goose. Kenny still holds cross from down below as well, and that's quite evident as we look into it. Bit of a smoke fake toward B. Single smoke, that's all. Lucky still inside of the site. They've got window held from body. The fact that he's that far away from the A site's beneficial. If they can find the kills with enough conviction on A. And Alexi will Molotov the ramp, hoping to move anyone out of it. They'll do the same toward Goose. Kenny now flashed, perfectly timed. But Shox comes out late, only for one. Alu with a good trade. And bomb already being planted. I don't think they're aware of it. They would have spammed through the box with the AWP. Jack still does manage to get Alu. And Sergey stealthily crawls back and swings to the box, Deagle in hand, knows that Jax's position. These flashes have been quite good from both sides this round, but they're not converting to kills, and it gets awkward on the site. It is Kenny just holding and waiting with the AWP because Alexi B still has the bomb in front of him, but Kenny's got the up-close shot.
That's more like it. Bomb goes down for ends, but 3 survive for G2. That's the execution towards the A side. We saw all the Molotovs, the smokes down. Flashes were working. They managed to keep a decent amount of players alive as well when the bomb got planted, but overall, G2 managing to actually pincer them a whole attack and shut it down quite quickly, as now the loss bonus starting to rack up, but Ents only have $3,000 per player. We will see little to no investment, maybe a P250 Deagles. That's about it. They're going to get a couple of smokes and flashes as well, maybe set themselves out that B split potential. Their T sides have been questionable recently. They're going to send 4 towards the B tunnels now. Smoke on the Xbox. You ideally want to throw that every single round if you can. Just take vision away and keep them guessing. It's similar to the outside smokes on Nuke, for example. You can throw those every single round, use them sometimes. And for now, not going to be using it. So just do suggest there might be some presence towards middle as they make their way towards B's body. Unfortunately, with his timing, was still alive, does some damage, and enough time for Lucky to rotate in and start shutting them down one by one. Looks at the clean sweep, and indeed that is confirmed. 5 players survive for G2. The B approach denied. That was not a force though, and so we're buying up here as G2 tie things up 11-11. This map now on a nice edge. I've got G2 as a heavy favourite going into it, but their T side was so
You say heavy favourite, and they've been certainly growing into this event. Many teams have. MIBR, another one to note. Vitality. Shox, Kenny looked great at the last half of the challenger stage, but at the same time, Ents on paper have been the favorites in terms of the ratings and what everyone kind of felt.
I think though the overall series is very even, but I feel like just this map in particular is where G2 had to shine. They had to send a message out that they're going to turn up today. And so far, yes, it is 11-11, but they're not looking as dangerous as you might think. There's been a lot of questionable moments. Shoxy goes down alone again, as now Kenny S has to deliver a few kills here towards short. Nails the first one, surely gets a second as well. It was beaten to the punch by Jax. Molotov makes things very uncomfortable indeed, as he'll have to keep fighting here. It's Sergey challenging CT spawn. Flashbang comes in, and she uses the smoke instead.
See, works for him. Massive gap, he takes control of it, do exactly what Jax had in mind, almost baiting him into the situation, but now there is one that they still have to cross. That creates a problem later. Hood of the car to try and elevate. Lucky's missed the shot. They're lucky to get away with it and get across, with Alu now holding the bomb and an AK in a position where he could potentially plant. They do have to be very cognizant of the fact that still, oh, that's a horrible throw. Still onto Catwalk. They think, if I was Alu, I'd be jumping on the site trying to plant right now. Because if they think that Molotov's going to keep them off of it, you've got the opportunity, and exactly that. He's going to do what I mentioned, behind the box. They get together, they want to trade this. They want the op to work in with the AUG, and it's a split position, jump up, confirm that Alu's on the site. But I say split position because they still have to consider a 180-degree crossfire with Sergey against the wall. Smoke to isolate him. That's probably the best way to do it for Body. And he'll jump by. Didn't see Alu, spots him now. As the shots come in, it's Sergey that will swing out. Counters off the smoke they deployed just for him. Lucky's got one, but not ready with the AWP as Alu finds it instead.
Double offset at that time for G2, and Lucky missing the shot that really counted towards the A ramp at that point. Able to plant. He also missed the incendiary as well, which would have actually bought them some time. That'd be 7 seconds with the bomb going down. He could have repositioned and maybe had more time on the rotation for his teammate, but they still have plenty of cash here. It's not the end of the world. It's 12-11 in favor of ENCE. As they pull this round back, there is going to be a tactical timeout. Alu getting it done, closing out the round against Lucky, and recovers the AWP as well. So it's been a rough second half so far for ENCE, but they're still in the lead. When we see the double orb set up again, Lucky, after a couple of misses, might not be feeling it. His confidence might be a little bit low, but still buys up the weapon. Ready to go into battle once again. Shoxy needs to be a little bit careful. Yes, he's got 22 frags, but the way he dies is where they seem to be losing rounds. Goes down by himself a lot, tries to go for those solo ventures. Coming to the last few rounds now. Lexi B on the Galil, same story for X7 as well. So this is a crucial round. Both teams are breaking point as Kenny S finds the courage to face towards long. And Incendiary not amazing. And Shox again will push towards middle. He's the first one to die.
Absolutely is.
Trend.
Yeah, unfortunately, and it's toward mid again. They want to go. Jack's already holding them off. It's not quite the same default this time on the site. As Alexib is able to get Jax immediately. Kenny S down below, still trying to get up on top of the boxes for a shot. Double up, both on the ramp. They can't find the angles, and they'll have to back off of it for now. Sergey still approaching from long. He won't cross, doesn't need to. Bomb came in from Catwalk. He'll just anchor the position, and G2 might have to consider backing away from this one.
I think they have to at this point. I'm not convinced by the secondary orb of Lucky so far. Seems like he misses a lot of crucial shots.
Unlucky?
Yeah, perhaps. But 4 alive for ENCE, and it will be G2 to save here. I don't think they'll hunt too much here because their money's already low on the T side. Keep everyone alive, that's fine. You're going to force them into a fine next round, but the double orb is always going to be dangerous. Round confirmed, it is going to be 13-11 for ENCE. Remember, this is an elimination game. This is the 1 and 2 portion. So whoever loses this best of 3 is out. If you win, you're not through to the round of 8. You go 2 and 2, and you have to play another best of 3, which will be taking place tomorrow.
That's absolutely correct. None of these teams, at this major in particular, want to be going home this early. We used to have majors condensed into a week. We've expanded them quite considerably. This one, 3 weeks long. It's a long time to sit on the sidelines and watch the rest of the action. A week left still.
So he tries to push middle. Again, he's there alone. He had a bit of backup from his teammates in terms of a flash, but as soon as they get that first pick, you got to go towards A. That's where Shoxy is usually positioned. You know that part of the map's going to be weakened. And so is Lucky now, down to 31 as Alu tags him through the doors. Always so frustrating to receive that bullet. It doesn't kill you, but it leaves you wounded. And now, CTs do have long control. Nothing too quick here from the terrorists. Just holding in towards up B. Shoxy holding blue bin. He managed to save 3 weapons of 4, 2 orbs. One of which is the back of the B platform.
Xbox position, they'll get toward Cat. They're still holding toward middle as well. Alexi does have bomb, has to be a little bit careful not to be peeked, but Kenny instead going to get aggressive, bit in between at this point. Remember, we saw Alu in the first half get flashed on this position and absolutely obliterated for it. So he's actually going to back off and play the boxes. Potential to Molotov in that angle. He seems rather indecisive, does he not?
Well, we tested at this point at least. Molotov's going in. You can see it's stifling for Kenny S, but still the flashes continue to rain in. He's actually caught on the ramp. Nice shot, but he has to find multiple kills to stand a chance. That had to connect, which it does not. And the AK's coming to life here. Great stuff so far from Ents. It's down to Shoxy. He has started to drop off in the second half. We'll see if he can recover this situation. Absolutely not. Lucky, already tagged at the start, down to 31 HP. Looks like they have to save once again. It's Ents find their 14th round. This time, Ents can actually justify going on the hunt here. They don't want to remove absolutely everything and give them nothing for the next round.
Absolutely, secure the map point in doing so. Kenny was very considerate. It seemed like he was indecisive, but he wanted to get up close at the drop shot. Once he saw the smokes come down, he knew that they were going to be closer. Went back and knew on the ramp he was going to be Molotov'd, so he just waited, bought his time, hit a fantastic first shot. But you're right, the second one really had to land, and this double op setup's yet to yield anything for G2. Big miss from Body, that's a gun down.
Yeah, his aim seems off today.
It's not ideal.
Been a few of them.
He sits currently with 14, Lucky 15, same with Jax. Kenny's oddly the one at the bottom on 13.
Well, not a lot of time to rectify things here. 14-11 down. You saved Lucky, AWP. The rest of your teammates had $3,000. That is not enough to buy on the CT side. So you got two options here. You have a force buy, give it everything you've got off the back of the AWP, or take the 5.7s, Deagles, CZs, see what can be done. As we get to the next round here, Alu this time not doing any damage. It's Lucky on the AWP, and remember, he hasn't had a great amount of success with it. Does he get boosted up? He has got a teammate there. Looks like that will be the case. Needs to crouch. Kenny S. No longer the AWP this round. Didn't buy anything except the Lucky. Oh my goodness, it's all gone wrong. They've boosted in lower B and taken...
They countered the boost when he wasn't peeking.
Yeah, that's a nightmare.
It would have been a free shot if he would spot them in the middle of the jump doing it. That's unbelievable.
Why were they so apprehensive to go for the boost? They were just sitting there for a while, like looking at each other.
Expecting a flash maybe to get over top for them?
Not sure.
Is it possible that they wanted Jax to try and flash them in? I'm not really certain as to why you back off on that. Costs them dear. Down a man already. AWP for Lucky is all that remains. And this, again, could be map point for Ents. Mirage is map number 2, just to know.
Which is their pick.
That's a spicy meatball. XCB will go all the way around onto quad. Jax will hear him coming, but he'll actually check Goose first. It doesn't matter, it's traded off. Sergey just a little bit late to the mark to save his teammate, but again, at this point, process of elimination, and by that I mean eliminating 3 remaining G2 players.
Oh, Alu. Player right beneath him. Does he check it? It's going to be Shoxy. Even if Shoxy gets this kill, it's unlikely he can do anything with it. They're right next to each other for now, though. Shox is waiting for a mistake to be made. Anyone crossing back towards short footsteps. He's got his opportunity here. It hasn't worked out for him.
Quick check behind in the tunnels.
Just to note, G2, bear in mind, won both pistols here. They're gun rounds. They've had some great ones, sure, but they've also had some very poor ones as well. Its body is taken down to just 6 points of health. He's only got the PD-50, you don't have to kill him, the bomb takes care of it anyway. And Lucky will save the AWP at least, they're not out of it just yet, but it is 15-11 on the G2 pick, Dust 2 here.
Worth noting as well, there's 4 timeouts remaining for Ents. It's a 15-11 game, it hasn't been clear cut for them at all times, and yet they haven't used one at all, whereas on G2's side of the things, they've used 3. And maybe the way it ends, because this is map point for Ents. Leading the way for them, IEM, he's been pretty solid, I have to say.
Kenny, I don't know how he lost damage there. He's on 70 HP. And he's playing at the ace. I don't know, I think got stabbed at the start of the round. So just to add insult to injury, we're already
let's just
map point against us. Let's stab each other in the back.
7 holding down below. Lucky's gonna rotate back in from doors. Body's back sight, not on the platform, but no one peeking at MB. We haven't seen a lot of B takes really, to be honest, from Ents.
They've gone for a few mid splits, but it hasn't actually worked out for them too well. Every time they go A, they get that on control. They get up towards short. This might be a little bit different though, because they haven't got the Xbox smoke down. Kenny S will find the first.
Shox is waiting as well for them to wrap in. A little bit late in his anticipation. They've all gone by. I'm sure he heard them, but he's still holding to see if a third player will peek. And they will. Chuck still won't find the kill. Back around, smoke down on the site this time. Alexi's got one. It's Jax in the pit. He's got an AUG. Spots the feet. Does he not? Behind the barrel? Apparently he can't see it with X-ray off. As Alexi just barely in behind it. Will holds. He's got a great nade down to CT as well. That does no damage. That's shocking. Very little at least. And Body's got 7. It's on to 16, but they get the round at least. And G2 will find number 12. There's money left over for at least the next round on Ents, probably more than that.
Well, as soon as they found out Kenny S was towards middle, that was the cue for Ents. They lost the first pick. They said, right, if he's there, we can have a pretty good chance that we can make our way towards A, get the bomb down, which they did. They didn't account for a player in the pit, though. Weren't ready for it, and down they went. It is going to be 15-12, G2 keeping themselves in it. Have to play for overtime at this stage. They go back into the double AWP setup. Plenty of money for Alu and the boys as they get their AWP out as well. 4 AKs, all the utility, and Alu's going to be holding towards middle here. Drops down, gets towards the top of middle. Will he be holding for short or actually going for a straight-up challenge here and trying to take down whoever on the other side? Thought he was going to hit that, and the CT's actually staying and hits him through the door. Lucky actually starting to land some shots now.
Kenny waiting as well on the railing. Is it too little too late to start hitting the shots, or can they force this to overtime? Certainly a possibility. Alu already tagged significantly, but they missed the shot from Kenny. And with each shot he misses is several steps they get closer.
Yeah, that was nice awareness. Crouching around the corner as well. He's actually dropped off at the same time, so this could be a bit of a problem here. Shoxy hasn't had the best CT half here. Good grenade comes through though, and an incendiary to follow it up. That's actually going to get them out of position here. Can Jax get a frag out of this? Flashbang suggests no. As they wait for the reaction to come in, there's the nade to finish off Aerial.
So the opening kill based on utility and most of the damages as well. Alexi B, he was waiting on the smokes the whole time. They've backed off, and if they want to redress that position to try and get aggressive, force the T's completely out, he could be the winner in all of this. They've come back around with him. Flash, not even. Chalk's holding the wall, great position to be in, but Seven's able to fire immediately onto it. With Bomb, he's got to get up catwalk quickly. Sergey's gone in long. He's done this before. 2 in front, but he couldn't find the shots fast enough. He knew that they needed to make sure a 7 came in safely, but he just couldn't line up the headshots. Surprised he even got there without the consideration of his presence, but nonetheless, dropping down 7, he's going to fall. Lucky's got the kill, it's 13-15.
Lucky had the USP ready to go there, to be honest. There we go. It will be 15-13. Have they got an eco just yet out of ends? They're going to take a timeout at least and discuss their options. 4K on an aerial, 5,900 for Alu. The rest of them, though, not in a position to buy. G2 have made this a possibility now. They will have a couple of rounds to go, but there shouldn't be a full purchase here from Ents. They'll probably take pistols and go for a mid-split or that short approach we saw before. Double up setup starting to work now. Pressure starting to mount. Could be the final series for either of these teams at the major. Looks like the full eco comes through, and it's not purchasing anything so far, at least.
First time out they've called. Is it just what they need to push them that last little bit over the finish line? And you're right, they've got the money there, not on everybody. Gonna go, Alu's gone UMP. That leaves him at 3,400, so it's a partial buy. They'll have enough in the next to buy out fully. They'll concede potentially. I say potentially, they obviously have the intentions of winning. Concede 14 rounds before they would have a full purchase again. So around 30 would be the likely scenario.
Heading towards B, it seems. Sergey challenging Shox, and he comes out on top there. It's going to be Shoxy to funnel him towards that B side. Flash is going in. It's unlikely to get much further than this. Body's got such a great position to shut this down. Kenny will back him up as well. They've got so much CT presence here. Great shots coming in, and it looks like the clean sweep will be confirmed at this stage as XB can't get past the smoke. So nicely done by G2 there. One of those solo pushes from Shox actually working out this time against the pistol players. He finds that, confirms it's going to be a B-side attack. In they go, nothing done, and it's round number 30. Can G2 take us all the way and find overtime? Against the full buy here, and that's Body doing so much damage as they make their way through the tunnels. That round was done pretty much then.
Certainly so. So here we go with the full buy. AWP for Alu, scout for Alexi. So far, no shots land as they'll cross it over. Body waiting inside of CT as well. He's not holding out mid, so it's single hold B for Lucky. Body has to hit with the boost on the box above the smoke as they elevate themselves, if they go ramp that is, toward B.
Well, he hasn't dropped this position in at all. It's nice to throw in there once a half. Can be very effective, but it is pre-fire, so you have to crouch and just check it every now and then. Smoke down from Shox, this time more passive, not hunting for kills here.
If it doesn't work, it is a huge... You're right in saying it's nice to chuck it in, but if it doesn't work, it's a huge risk because they would have to retake the B site if Lucky can't do a substantial heavy lifting job. Take down more than one.
They've got a scout on Lexi B here. Orb for Alu. If he gets some scout picks, I'll be thoroughly impressed. Less than a minute now, going for the long take. Just Jax waiting on the other side. He's got a flashbang in the pit. Orb of Kenny's on the A ramp. And can Ents make their way out here? They're going to flash over now, and it's Jax in the aforementioned position who needs some protection from Kenny here before they jump in the pit.
Jax is hugging. There used to be 2 little boxes down there you could get behind in 1.6. Those don't exist, so there's nowhere to hide. Once the position's revealed, but he's hit a spectacular headshot onto Sergey, and Kenny's come to his aid. Alexi's all that's left, and we're going to overtime. 15-15, good hold from G2.
This is more like it from them. It was a very slow start from G2. They've won both pistols, and it's an absolute grind, but their CT side starts to come together towards the end. They broke the money down of Ents in the penultimate round there, managed to get it to round 30, and a solid hold at the very last round. It's Jax who's extremely patient there, and it pays off as well. They don't even check the pit. They're convinced that's clear. And he gets a couple of kills for that. Kenny starts nailing his. Good to see him actually looking fierce at this stage as we get into the first round of overtime. You can see what it means to them. First map is their pick. They want it to be successful. Regardless of the scoreline, they just need the win here. As I'm sure we'll see the double orb cell once again. It's 10K MR3. First to 19 will win. If it gets 18-18, we go double overtime as the shot connects. Alu this time hitting Lucky.
Kenny just waiting with the AWP. Smoke will go down. Bounce smoke. Jack's going to take advantage of it actually and counter it off by pushing through, but it's inside of middle. Where in which Ents resides, and it's going to be Shox that has to hold this off. First time he's played that very close drop spot. We saw him on the wall the other time. And he's already elected to fall down because the flashbang alone has pushed him off the angle. Kenny through the smoke. Bomb, fortunately, didn't fall forward of the wall. That would have been a round in itself.
Yeah, you need to be very careful of that. If you hug the wall and the bomb gets dropped down towards CT, it can be an absolute nightmare here. Trying to recover the situation. Alex boosted up, but yes, the smoke about to go down as they're looking for any sort of opportunity. They got to fall back. They don't feel safe here. They don't really have the full execution potential. They have a couple of smokes. Going to drop one of those now, but receive one in turn. 45 seconds, and Shoxy, vision removed for now, but not a huge deal. He's got Kenny S behind him.
So back away. Change the play, perhaps. 3 already on top of the ramp. If you include Carr in that, certainly for Jax, it's going to be a very difficult take. But again, Body's playing the same angle, and it's going to work for one. Great shot from Alu to turn it around. But Kenny has the op in position. It's slow peeking. Alu's got the shot back. He's also followed it on the Shox. Kenny goes back out for more. He got caught between 2 targets last time, and it's a late play on Catwalk. Bomb down, and Aerial goes back to grab it. 16 seconds and a 1-on-2.
Didn't have much chance in this one. Kenny had to play the clock, but all of a sudden it comes to the 1 versus 1, and look what weapon Lucky has got. It's the AWP, and Alu's already tagged him. He's so far away from this situation now. It doesn't look good. He has no kit. I'm sure he can find one on the floor, but I don't think that'll be where he loses the round. With such low HP, he won't have the confidence to walk up, and he's taking his sweet time here.
He really is. Overtime on the cards.
Spotted him.
Absolutely did. Again, he even wants to walk quietly to keep the element of surprise. He's not giving himself much of a chance at this. He's going to have to collect a kit from the site as well. He doesn't have one on him. Aerial finding Kenny changes this altogether. He's got kit picked up from Kenny's body. Goes with the op, spots him. Second op hasn't worked for him all game, but he's got it this time, and he might have time in the defuse as well.
I think he has.
Oh, it's not quite it. He's got away with it. 16 rounds. They get the first one. What a tense situation. And you said it. He took his time getting there.
Yeah, he really did. Just didn't have the confidence, I don't think, after being tagged. He was hoping he could get some information there. He spotted the T-sided player. I thought they were going to toy with each other a bit more there. The fact the bomb was so close could have hidden behind the bomb side box. But either way, he timed it to perfection there. Takes the challenge just when the bomb was out of reach. So great stuff. It's Aerial who was looking like he was out of this run. Remember, there's 10 seconds on the clock there. Kenny could have hit him on the ramp and forced him to come in and kill him before the plant could go down. But instead, he challenges. The round goes in favor of Ents. Long control now. X7 looking to Molotov the corner, which is successfully deployed. The CTs have to fall back at this point and yield long, and just let it slip by. Is Shoxy solo again, good for maybe a couple of frags, maybe 3. And it's Ali who does respond, but the damage has been done.
Sergey's got the response back on Kenny. They're a man down and trying to go for 17, 2 in a row T side. Again, you said it, this is G2's map pick. They want to get the win on this. You favored them in the series and heavily on this map. It hasn't gone so as yet, but Alu, even with the man down, he's going to get the bomb planted. Jump shot from Jax. Nate did damage as well. Body's got Sergey, and Alu's stuck on top of the site, but Sergey may have spotted both. If he spots 2, Alu knows he's got room to wiggle.
It's 3 players he's got to kill here, but he's certainly capable. He's not going to land the first shot, unfortunately. He is the swarm. You can see them planting towards long. That's the long plant. They were hoping Alu could plant knife out, jump across, and get towards the pit, and then they could really play off it. His teammate, though, peeking towards long, taken down, and at that point, Alu was just done for. It is going to be G2 answering back, though, to tie things up at 1-1. We're going to the final round of this half of overtime now. Who will take the lead going to the second? It's Shoxy. As we said, as we're playing a lot of these rounds solo, this time he manages to get a couple of frags and take the bomb down. It's a great work by him. Money on both sides of the final round. Money only becomes a conversation when the CT loses the first round, then the second, they might actually be on pistols for the third, with 10K as the starting point. Shots fired, and Ali won't connect this time.
Lexi's got it back, but do they know the Chunks is behind the door? Absolutely not. A bit ambitious to try and take over mid-control, having just killed the man that was there, unaware that there was multiple. Body only gets 1. And a direct line spray toward the B tunnels. Good shot from Alu, catching Kenny on the rotation, and this time it's the advantage to Ent bomb. It's inside of B, but it's not fully clear yet. Smoke down, yes, okay. Shox is outside of the site, but he can quickly swing in that window.
All comes down to this, 3 versus 2. No saving now. Shox trying to deny the plan, but a little bit too late on the incendiary. Wouldn't have done anything anyway. Jax will have to join his teammate at this point. He's got flashbangs, they can smoke the tunnels. I think they'll have to do that, as he might line that up right now. That is the smoke for the tunnels right there. They'll flash over and see what they can do with this.
Corner for Sergey. Aerial's on 17, but Sergey in that position. He's there. Flash in, find the kill, nearly turned around. Alu's got the op, and he's positioned well. 17-16. It's a 1-round game again.
It absolutely is. Ents just need this opening round on the CT side to find map points again. Well, they better close it out, though. The T side of G2, for me, was questionable. It seems like they just focus on those long takes over and over again. Not enough kind of method behind it. It was all just quite loose and hoping it was going to work out, but the defense from Ents towards that long position was very, very good. Nice shot from Ali to close that round out, like he said, positioned well. Looking over the smoke, focusing on the window. It was a 3 versus 2. Good effort from G2 with the smoke towards tunnels. The flash is over. They did everything they could, but Alu doesn't seem to be missing much right now.
Starting to get to our overtime quota in this event. We didn't have many last week, considering how many there had been in previous majors. Now between complexity and this game, we're starting to get there.
That's more like it from G2. Now they actually are smoking the corner and using the correct grenade. I think they've remembered how they usually approach the situation.
Watch, oh, he's been caught. He tried to slide out the door behind them while they were all distracted on catwalk, but he got caught for it. Aerial only managing 1, and Jax pulls it back to just 7 to find, and he's revealed himself. Shot the AUG inside CT. He's gonna go with a long route. Body's aware of this, and he's making a lot of noise. He doesn't know Body's this close, so he's already given himself up again. Shadow position, too easy. 17-17, and you're right, G2. But that time they didn't have to do much to get long, but at least the smoke was there.
The smoke was there. They flashed effectively. They managed to actually trade out kills this time, and what a battle that was towards shore. So back and forth, but it looked like Ents had it with the aerial double kill. It wasn't quite enough there, and we will tie things up. 17-17, 1-0 in the second half. Can G2 actually be the ones to find map point first and go for the clean sweep here, the 3-0. Remember, we said the money becomes a factor. If Ents lose this round, they really won't have enough to work with as the auto snipers come out as well. Body having some fun with that. No damage inflicted, though. Default round from what I can see from G2 here. Actually, a 3-man stack from Ents as they claim long at the very start of the round. Get a player in towards Pip. Make sure he's comfortable. That's Aerial. And now the default begins. G2 will focus on that short control and make sure there's no AWPers towards that position. Take vision away, can still smoke Xbox from lower. Got 5 smokes, didn't want to use any of them at the start of the round.
Quick Check, no one peeking aggressively at B. That hallway hasn't really been a point of contention as much as you might expect on a typical Dust game. Lucky again will hold toward T-spawn just to make sure they don't push out from long cave, but at the same time they'll go catwalk with the other 4. I say that, Jax has the potential that he could push mid, but I get the feeling he may just hold for now.
They've just done the CD spawn smoke, just to suggest we might go for this split here. You can see it's actually caused a rotation towards spawn as well, and Ale will have to fall back towards the side, but he is in time. They've got the smoke down to actually buy him some space on the bomb site here. He has no flashes though. This is all down to raw skill. He needs to hit a couple of shots here, or G2 are going to find map points first.
Molotov's in as well. That's going to make things awkward for Alu. He's got the first shot, but he's going to burn alive. Jax takes him down. He was flashed as well on top of it, so nowhere to go as Alexi B gets underneath. The bomb will be planted once again. G2 could swing the lead back in their favor with 2 straight rounds, and the money is, again, is a factor because it's MR3 10K in Valve's rule set. Shocks and Lucky trying to make that the case, but Alexi B's on top of the site. He can tap this. Lucky's got to go around it. He's not even there. He can't get to it. He's holding this. Alexi B might does enough. Jump shot's going to be required, and he would have to be Lucky. It's ends with 18.
Lucky just didn't see the round panning out in that manner. He was going for the CT spawn backstab there, but all of a sudden 2 kills come in. He can't do anything with that plant apart from go for a jump shot. It's a full defuse and a comfortable one towards the end as well. It's 18-17 in favor of Ents on Dust 2 here. Their money's still not ideal. Even after winning the round, an auto shotgun comes out for Alu. They have no AWP here. We could go to double overtime, no problem at all. As it looks to be a G2 timeout now. They're the ones that need to answer back. They actually do have a bit of an advantage. So it's going to be a UMP for X7, Alu on the auto shotgun. And we'll see if this is enough to find the first map in their favor. It's a best-of-3 series. Where does Alu go with the shotgun? Does he sit towards short? Maybe go for jumping shots from the CT boxes? Will be revealed momentarily, as G2 have the pressure on their side now. Ents have already guaranteed double overtime. If they can close it here, that'd be fantastic. It's Alexi B who's got the AWP. Is he going for some sort of pick here? Is he going to try and make a play? It looks like he is. He's going to go for a boost behind the smoke here. I love it.
Oh, he's tagged up though.
Goodness, this is a little bit scary now. He does get tagged. There's the lower B push. Alu with 1 shell from the auto shotgun gets the frag, but surely Jax will take him down here. Gets the AK instead.
Oh, he's surrounded. They came in from B. They took advantage of Alu's position. Imagine that. An auto shotgun is what starts off potentially the last round of the game in overtime. As Alexi B gets Kenny S as well, Lucky and Body trying to keep G2 in contention on their own map. It's a 1-on-5. Again, it's Lucky left alive, and I think Ents have done this. We're going to go to Mirage with them. 1 map up, bomb down in tunnels. They know where it is. He'll swing around the box, and that'll be the end of him. Shot in the back and taken down by the man who started the round. It's Alu.
The auto shotgun. He has the audacity to buy that weapon.
Yeah.
His teammate have the AWP and go for the boost play. He says, don't worry about it. I'm going to go lower. I'll get a kill here. He finds the bomber. He gets the AK. His teammates push up a B. It's so calculated. It's so perfect. They had little to no resources there after winning the previous round with just 1 player surviving, and they managed to make it work. What a great display of skill there. Alu is knowing what to do in that lower B tunnel. 1 shot from the shotgun actually manages to find the frag that really wins the round.
And 1 map left for G2. They have to win on Mirage or they'll be out of this major. We're going to take a break and join the desk. Don't go anywhere. We come back with Mirage.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
Thus, 2 has concluded, and with Shox doing just about everything he could in his power to control it there for G2, they are unfortunately, for their sake, able to capitalize there over Ints. Ints making it look a little bit easy in terms of stringing things together, but here at the Analyst Desk, we're going to try to make some sense for you that may have just joined us. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. My name is Trey Stunna-Saranthus, alongside of Jacob Pimp-Binneke, Chad Sponge Birchill, and what is an elimination day for teams.
Can we start with the good stuff, Trace?
We can go positive.
I have some bad stuff, but I want to talk about the good stuff.
Okay, you know, Chad, honestly, positivity is sort of your beacon.
We're trying to churn a bit more positivity out today. So I'm going to head over to Telestrator and give everybody a bit of a positive review here. So we did highlight the fact that Ents was struggling on their CT sides. They actually had a good CT side, but what I want you guys to notice is this patch of rounds here that we've seen. I want to really focus on round number 9. It was a it was a stabilizing round. They were able to convert with a massive 4K from Alexi, and as you can see here, if I'm just going to get my little X tool out, they were able to string a whole bunch of rounds together and stabilize their economy off of this one play. So let's clear the screen off. Let's go to the first clip. This is Alexi B. You might remember the clip as it happened. They were coming cat, and he was left goose with the Famus. Now he's going to pick. He's going to help the teammate with an assist. Now he's stuck on his own. He's isolated. He's on an island. He has to do some massive work here. Throws a flash over. They're still going to push aggressively. He's going to find 2 big frags. Now the next 2 that he's going to get are actually facilitated by his teammate coming up spawn with a flashbang. And a lot of people would have missed that detail. You're going to see the kills. Now we're going to go to Sergey's POV. Rotating in from B, you're going to see the flash come in, and that is the real hero to allow Alexi to get these extra 2 frags and then to allow the economy to be stabilized, because you can just see quickly, if we just look over here, they didn't have a lot of money left in the bank until they won the round. It elevated them back up to around the 4K mark, and from that point, they're able to buy, stabilize, and continue their domination on the CT side.
Which is a very important note, right? Because stabilizing is more than half the battle, right? I mean, fighting the economy game is just one aspect of it. Fighting the other team is the other aspect of it. But sometimes just stabilizing within yourself is probably a really big challenge, right, Pimp?
Especially on the CT side. You don't want to get into a situation where you're constantly fighting for that money control. As soon as you stabilize, as soon as you have the money to work with, you can get the orcs, you can get the utility, and as Chad was alluding to here as well, the fact that Ents is a team that relies on those fundamentals. The communication coming in between Alexi B, I believe it was, and Sergey in CT spawn, that's the vital part of this clip, right? That flash is what's saving their ace right there. So them having that fundamentation going down and that understanding for each other going down, that is only facilitated by the money that they're able to have.
Yeah, and I think we need to have a better understanding of what's going on within G2, right? I mean, people put them in sort of this weird limbo. Yeah, I mean, they put them in sort of a weird limbo state coming into this entire major. But maybe there is one man that does have more words than us, and perhaps we're going to hear from G2 themselves. I think we do have Malik down there on the sidelines with Frankie. Let's go and check in with them.
Sometimes we had like advantages.
I'm with Malik, the coach from G2. And Malik, that last map didn't go exactly as you wanted to. Just to your map pick, what happened?
I would like to tell you, but in fact, we prepared really well. We knew we were about to play that map. We won both pistols, but like, I don't know if it's experience, the mentality, like keep going and trust what you do, even though you get crushed on some crucial rounds, and we couldn't like rebound, like and jump after those loss rounds and keep going. It's a bit of a trust, a bit of experience, I believe. So we had like a talk like, we are against the wall now. We need to enter in the next map like with anger and like trusting ourselves. We worked a lot, so we will try to be better on the mental force.
Can I ask about what happened in your team talk just now?
Well, yeah, we basically said like we are good at CS, and we showed good things here as well. But we played many situations like kind of poorly, but it was just about decision making. Like sometimes we had like number advantage. We couldn't take the most of it just because, I don't know, losing the focus, being a bit overwhelmed for no reason.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me, Malik. Feeling confident going into Mirage?
Yeah. We prepared well, and we knew we were about to play that map as well.
Can't wait to see your strategy. Thank you so much, Malik. Good luck to G2. Let's head back to the desk.
Yeah, and we will be talking about Mirage in due time, and that's almost right about now. But first, we kind of do need to wrap up the conversation that is Dust 2 here, because for what it's worth, and perhaps you guys have different opinions on this, ENCE Esports seemingly struggling a little bit more than anticipated, but is there a silver lining there for them, Chad?
I don't think it's more than anticipated. This was the one map that we put a lot of stock in for G2. The fact they're able to get this is positive sign. The bad bit that I wanted to talk about was the fact they still struggled to close. And that's why, if they get shook here a little bit on Mirage, if tendencies have been taken into account from this G2 roster, and they can really exploit those of ENCE, then ENCE might be in shaky ground here because they're still really, really rough at closing games. Alexi B tries to make plays on his own time and time again. It worked this time, but eventually it's just going to fall flat, and they're not going to be able to get it done.
Yeah, Jacob, I think you can attest to just how, much you can be punished off of playing individually rather than in those tight-knit 1vx, 2vx situations. Very winnable if you step out of line.
Yeah, it is, and it's a little bit weird to say that about this ENCE lineup, because I feel we praised them a lot for having this foundation of great understanding for each other, but you're right, they seem to get into positions where they get a little bit ahead of themselves, where they want to close out the stuff by doing some individual plays instead of just sticking to what they're good at. One thing they had going for them in this particular matchup is currently Aloe and his impact with the AWP. He was leading in the most entry kills in this one. He had 8 throughout the game, whereas Kenny S, he had a very rough showing once again, and that's a problem. I alerted to it in the pregame as well. Kenny S needs to step up, because foundation-wise, G2 are not nowhere near ENCE's level. So if he's not stepping up individually, it's going to be a problem.
Before we move away from that Alexi point, I want to maybe go on the other way, because sure, the fundamentals are good. The problem is I don't think Alexi should be the only one going for plays to try and close a game. They should have something more aggressive, or this is where you need your aerials or your alus like you were talking about. The players who, they do the nitty and the gritty when they need to, but need to step up to actually finish a game. It shouldn't be the in-game leader trying to find those gaps, Trace.
When we do look at that nitty-gritty, Chad, I mean, that was G2's map pick overall.
Yeah.
And yes, we do have to start talking about Mirage. It is going to that second map, and now that ENCE have found that first map, maybe making it a little bit easier on themselves, but still, I kind of feel like they're going to have an uphill battle here, Jacob.
Yeah, I think so too. I think G2 have shown some strong sides in Mirage, but definitely also some weaknesses. They were playing it twice in the first stage of the major against Tyloo and Fnatic. They ended up losing both of those games. I think it was against Fnatic where they had a very bad CT side, whereas against Tyloo they had a decent CT side. Same went on for the big game, which they ended up winning. So again, seems to be the story for G2. A lot of mixed signals coming in. They have no consistency in the way they approach the game, or at least not the way that it's transpiring.
Look, the only way that ENCE lose this map right now is if they lose the late round situations like they did to Renegades. I think ENCE should be the G2 as whipping boys right now. They should take this in a relatively convincing manner, Trace. And I think that G2, they do have the basics down. They have the fundamentals of map control. It's just in the mid rounds where the decision making looks a little bit off because they're not as practiced on it.
Well, the thing is, Chad, yes, I understand that. But Jacob, you're also saying that Kenny needs to come online here. You're saying that there are some things here from G2 that certainly they can be doing better. But what really is the play for G2 here going into what it's not their map pick, a map down, and facing elimination?
And I think that's the worst part for G2, the fact that you have to mention individual players to step up for them to win. They don't have the foundation, they don't have the red line in the way they play, able to be going up against ENCE. I think Kenny S needs to have one of those showings where he just goes off, he gets 30 frags, if not him, then Shox or somebody else. And that's the problem for G2. They're relying too much on the individuals and not on the team play right now.
And the scary part is when those two come alive in tandem, but they're going to have to do it now. Backs against the wall is G2 Esports facing elimination, and it's ENCE there above in this series so far. With Sadie-Kiss and Henry G, you're not in any better hands than those two. Take it away, guys.
It's true, we've got strong hands. Extremely strong, well practiced. And so will these two teams on this particular map. It's a very common one in the pool, and we'll see if ENCE can find the 2-0 here. They stole away the first map in overtime, courtesy of an auto shotgun map.
Lucky just waiting it out. Body. He'll hold in the backside of Mirage in B. Meanwhile, though, it's back over toward mid. They're fanning the map, shall we say, spreading out across all assets. They're not putting anyone inside of the apartments at B per se, but they've got 2 inside of Palace, 1 A main. And if they can get control of mid with the 2 players sent that direction, both Alu and Xeven, they can split very quickly onto the A site. They've gotten up toward the ladder as well, which means they can jump toward the window. They can also swarm connector. Shox has a lot of work ahead of him.
He managed to get some great kills on Dust 2, but also some very questionable rounds as well. Kenny S. Oh wait, as Shoxy does hit a tremendous shot towards the window here, but ENCE have made their way towards A. Kenny S can't find anything. It's a 4 versus 4. X7 has control of the vent as well. They've got a smoke available to them for shorts if that's where they want to deploy it. Maybe CT spawn as well. Smoking the connector would block a lot of access for the CTs. X7 now challenged at the window position. If he gets his kill, that should put Ents in a fantastic position. He jumps in spawn, I love it. Lucky has spotted him, and he'll have to let him slip by because he cannot go through that vent right now.
Jax. He's got aerial. Bomb still planted though. 7. He walks out late from the window room. That was a key kill. They still managed to get off on it. Alexi's got inside of the smoke already. He's going for the knife, and he's got Jax down. Good start. They win the round, and he gets some money.
They absolutely do. It's Ents winning the pistol round there. Remember, G2 got both pistols on Dust too. So Ents will find their first here, and they have the map advantage as well. Alexi B showing us what he's made of with the P250 there. Nice A split from the Ents side. He managed to get the knife out as well and get a ton of cash for the next round. As we move on, CTs should be full eco Mirage. Not really much you can do with CZs and smokes here. A couple of rifles. 3 in total now for Ents as the mid push from the CTs. No method here, just walking up and hoping for the best. Not fully committing though. They do have mid control, I guess, but it's the A execution coming in from Ents here. They shouldn't have a hard time closing this one out. Oh, the nade.
He's got the bomb to go down. 7's got Kenny. He's gonna hold it off here, right? The nade did damage, but Twin Alpha to really take away any factors in coming back into the site. They're just easily able to spray them in. Absorb those bullets, reset the rounds. All 5 dead and all 5 stay alive. Don't even think there was any damage done.
I don't think there was. It was a round they were going to lose regardless, but it's a couple of kills. Certainly would have helped them out, but they are going to buy here. 4 Orgs. G2 now fully embracing it. I remember having a conversation with Shox on Twitter recently. He was saying they hated the fact the Org was so prevalent in the game, and he's gone for the AWP out of the gate. Glass cannon, he had exactly enough to buy the weapon, so this is not a usual setup for them. Of course, the sniper Kenny S usually wielding the weapon. And Events can pull off this round, send G2 to another eco. 2 players of our helmets make that MAC-10 UMP combo very potent. 3 smokes remain, and 2 players in Palace. Kenny S close range of the Org, Jax at the A ramp, playing in front of any potential smokes here.
Alexi just waiting to get inside of the window, already up on the ledge. So 2 players up, as you say, this far forward. If they get to window and wrap in behind, Kenny needs to be very careful, because he could be exposed. Fortunately, so far, the player that is in window, Alexi, he's still looking to the vent. Kenny still happens to be looking the wrong way, because he looks back exactly when Alloy goes in. You called it Jax. Good damage. Bomb drop for a moment. Thankfully, Sergey stays up with 20 HP because that means he can get the bomb quickly again, but he's not there for much longer. Jax back in toward Tetris, and we quickly caught Shox getting a kill as well. This round looks very scattered at this point. Zevin's going to get one on... Body's got him. I thought he might get one on B. The problem is the bomb's still down at the Palace position.
Alexi could drop himself towards shore here. It's a difficult jump to land.
He's going to be caught. I don't think he's aware Body's already inside of the ladder room, so if he tries to go for it...
Missed it. It's a tricky one, under pressure as well. Will be taken down in the end, and G2 win a critical round for themselves there. It's the AWP Shoxy that manages to land a couple of kills. No problem there. It was a risky maneuver. Like I said, not a usual setup for them, but it works out. Kenny S will receive the AWP in turn, and it will be Shox now to be dropped a weapon, I assume, as they go up against Ents, who will have another buy here. Ali on the AWP for the first time. Only got 1 kill so far, but very early on. We go into round number 4. For Mass for Shox. Default round by the looks of things, but there are some smokes deployed early on, so are they just trying to sell some presence towards B? You can see 2 smokes landing towards the pillars here, so they're going to send a couple of players in. The bomb's at Palace. This is definitely a fake, just to pull some CTs over. That's actually worked out. Look at the minimap. 3 CTs actually probing towards B right now, but not feeling the threat. They will fall back, so they know 1 player's in towards window at least. They've seen that grenade thrown, and look at Lucky's position. He's got all the way up towards T-spawn, but he has got to deal with X7.
Ariel gets Kenny.
Oh,
Lucky.
Goodness.
He's having a bit of a interesting time so far in this series, shall we say. Alu in, finds Shox. Remember, this is Ents' map choice. So you think back in some of those rounds, the Lucky defuse in.
What?
Jax got 2 on that? I'm very surprised he picked up both. That gives them a chance back into the round. Bomb is still working its way toward the A site. It's not crossed over. Okay, I take it back. It has. Excuse me. I thought it was still over toward A main, but Jax swinging finds Alexi B. It's down to a one-on-one because he's burned him from the grave. And Alu, he was well aware of that. He finds Lucky and makes it 3-1.
That's absolutely massive there for ENCE. Not only is it the reset, but they have a nice lead now. It's 3-1 in their favor. Alu actually manages to stay alive with the AWP as well. Gets himself 2 kills in that round. It looked like it's all going to go wrong at this moment here. Jax, he gets a low HP player, and lucky for him, Sergey just runs into the crosshair as well. Jax will make it down to the 2 versus 1, but then burnt to a crisp. Do they force buy here? CT's opting not to. So they'll get some deagles, some smokes, but this is looking likely to be 4-1 on the T side of Mirage. A execution, 5 players here. Going to be focusing towards Palace mainly. Smokes going in, 3 deployed, but the CTs can respond. Do they want to commit to this? They don't have to go through that smoke.
Shox is certainly going to. They don't have to go through from the A side, but he will to get defensively positioned. Jax blinded, just spraying his deagle, if that makes any sense at all, but hoping to catch off someone else walking in. He can't do it, and Kenny goes down as well. Shox reverse fire, though, could surprise them. They've already found 2 in the site. They may not expect him to be here. So if they bring the bomb over and he denies, it's early yet, so there's lots of time. But it could be a problem, especially if they can get more players to continue taking the aggression away, as is the case with Alu's op towards CT.
Yeah, Shoxy really is the linchpin of this. They're not going to check it either. Ali's going to walk straight past and
let him go.
That's a kill, but yes, he wants to win the round, not just get 1 frag here. He'll let him go past for now. This is absolutely everything. Shox has done it.
Oh, no, he hasn't. Sergey, the only player that hadn't crossed, he was still up above. He was still on the balcony, and that means he could see his head just poking out. If he waited for the bomb plant and not yet moved, that would have been massive.
He had it, and that's why he doesn't go for that first kill. He wants to see if he can actually win the round. 1 kill wouldn't be enough there, and I respect it. It takes a lot of discipline just to see all those targets in front of you, but oh my goodness, how heartbreaking is that? 4-1 down. Tournament life on the line. They already lost their pick of Dust 2 in overtimes at ENCE, who didn't look their best either. But right now, they are in control of this. It's 4-1, another eco. G2 have to let this one slip by once again. Kenny, 3,500. Currently on 0 and 5. This has not been his major, but he can still get back into it. Another anti-eco for ENCE. Got the mid control. Presence towards short as well. Going to throw some grenades there just to push back any potential CTs on the other side. But a bit of a B stack coming through. G2 will have 4 players there as they have Jax pushing all the way towards T-spawn from the Palace. So he's getting information at least. He can confirm it's not A at least, boys. A chance for them to win here. The stack could be enough.
Certainly could be. They're lucky still inside of it for G2. They want to control this half as quickly as possible. This is their tournament. This is their major on the line. Had such a tough time even in the challenger stage that it was addressed by the organization themselves that they were not pleased publicly.
They've had to do a few of those tweets now.
They have. This might have rectified some of those issues if they could make it into the top 8, but right now they're a far cry from it. Need 2 best of 3s to go their way, and this one they're already down a map. X7 wants to find the balcony player, body, backside B, spots him up, but gets dinked in the process. Not a bad start for the Pistols in their hold on their defense set B. But that does dissuade the bomb and all the other players that were intending to go this way. He just barely got out of there to get back over toward A. That's where Shox waits once more. This time he's not quite as cleverly positioned, but they still haven't checked it. 18 seconds as well, he's fired a shot. He saw them jumping, he thought he was spotted in turn. They committed to the bomb plants, and Kenny could have been a problem for them.
One absolutely brilliant start here from ENCE. They lost the first gun round, but answered back swiftly. And finally, there's some money here. Kenny S still on 0 kills. Maybe take the time out here. Are they going to go for the double AWP again? Will Lucky bring that weapon out? He doesn't just yet. Kenny's got his sniper. But this is now recovery mode. They're on the favored side here, the defense of CTs. They've got no kits. Little utility on Kenny S and Shoxy. No incendiaries for those boys. Kenny, though, happy to face towards top and middle. Molotov starting to come through, though. Will he get a smoke towards that position? Time will tell. It's another default comes in. Ali is actually being a lot more active, though. He'll happily hold this position for like 30 seconds or so. He knows the fact he has vision there, he might catch someone transitioning from B. Or the sniper just looking like that. He goes away at the perfect time for some reason. He takes his eyes away from it, and that's when the smoke comes in, and he missed the opportunity.
Absolutely has missed it. Alu has to back away from this as well. Jax is the only one directly on the A side so far. Backing away with those smokes down, Shocks. He's given up the position to Alexi. Aerial back turned. Kenny's actually got the shot onto him from Catwalk, so he's looking for the right direction. Shocks doesn't have to worry too much more about anyone on the other side of the smoke. Meanwhile, Jax, he wants to hold off with the AUG, and they're already working out from Tetris. They can spot him as well. He doesn't consider going for the ticket jump because the flames are down in front of him. Instead, Shocks will flash his teammate back into contention, potentially get caught out, though, by doing it because they were on either side of him at Monster. Alu found does give Jax a chance back into it. Kenny's got the off in position. Couldn't find the shot towards Shadow. Second one misses as well.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that, Matt.
Firing blanks, but Alexi, that's another kill. He'll rotate back out. Shocks goes down. They were holding the vent the entire time. Jax at least was wise to it, but Body is the master right now in this play. Missed shots may not matter if you've got position on everyone, and he's got a lineup. Oh no! Missed shots apparently do still matter, Body. What in God's name? That's unbelievable that he's missed those.
They've had so many disastrous moments like that, G2. Shots in the back, missed AWP opportunities, and it's all going wrong for G2 here. How he doesn't get that frag, I couldn't even begin to tell you. Body's been rattled at this stage. He had some of those moments on Dust too, and they keep happening. 3 versus 2. The round is going to be going in favor of NTIP. Jax and Kenny hoping to hold on to their weapons here, but Kenny towards the bench. I'll be able to tell you what happens here. Looks like Alexi's making his way through. He's not going to kill Kenny, but it looks of things, and he got an opportunity there, but no frag given. But 6-1. Maximum loss bonus racking up now.
I don't know. If this is the kind of game they're going to have, how do you mentally pull yourself back into it? Kenny misses 2 shots. Sure, they were flashy, they were quick, but they were Kenny style. That's in his wheelhouse. And this is just unacceptable.
Yeah, it really is. Like I normally try and give players the benefit of the doubt in those sort of situations, kind of give some reasons as to why he could have missed a shot, but that really should be landing. There's no reason for that kill not coming through. They weren't looking at it, they weren't expecting it. You fired off, what, 6 or 7 bullets, he spins around and kills you. It's a little bit embarrassing. So they're going to take a timeout, try and get everyone's head in the game. You can see them crumbling here. That sort of round will be on your mind for the rest of this map.
And if by chance it is somehow related to nerves and tenseness and muscles, it's only going to get worse when you miss a shot like that. The pressure is only going to exemplify as we find ourselves 6-1 Ents T-side Mirage already. AWP for Kenny, AUG for Jax, that's saved over. Deagle, P250, CZ, that's it.
They've got the Kenny Orb. 1 kill to his name, and Shocks has already gone down. Oh, wow. Lovely stuff from Alu here. He is putting on a show. That's the level he should be playing at, right? He's delivering on all fronts. Kenny, yes, like you said, the shots were flashy, but he's famous for hitting those flashy shots, and we've barely seen it so far in this series. Bomb's going down. They might have to consider saving again. The first 2 picks come in favor of Ents. It could be 7-1.
Yeah, they have at least picked up the AUG. It's gone again. Yeah, I was going to say they could at least carry that over to join Kenny, who has the AWP still. But yeah, they're going to have to save this. He's going to have to just try and stay alive. And Ents is aware of the situation. They'll leave a few guys back with the bomb. The rest will fan out across the map and try and find him.
They've got so much time to hunt him. The fact he's fired a shot there has given up at least his position generally. And Ariel just spotted him there as well. He's at the van. He is done for. He's going down. No chance Kenny survives this.
You say he spotted him. Yeah. Why is Alexi being so slow about the position?
He just spotted him in that area. They want to confirm that he didn't jump the bench or anything. They've got time here. Might as well go in together, trade it out. Don't have to rush him with a knife. You know he's there.
Just surprised he doesn't rush balcony a little quicker. Kenny, the Dolly nearly took away the kills. A Voodoo Dolly absorbing the damage, but 7-1 for Ents. They'll take away the AWP. They only lose 1 in doing so, and this is a spectacular situation. They've all got around 10K.
Yeah, couldn't be better right now. Alu at the start. Nails the first kill, got the second as well. His body going down the window. 7-1 up on the T side of Mirage. It doesn't get much better than that. Kenny needs to start showing us that star potential. Heads towards window right now. This is a heavy commitment. Makes it safely towards the connector there, anticipating the Molotov. Able to see above it now. Flash comes in, doesn't affect him. Bottom stopper mid. Alu this time with the AWP, working towards B. He's up against Body. He's hoping that a jump pick comes in, he can take him down, but Body's actually passively holding the site. Common position. You see Zipex holding that spot as well. It's very safe, gets you intel, allows you to react if you're anchoring solo.
So Body goes passive to watch it, as you say. Keep that window covered. The bomb goes back over toward A in the meantime. Lucky's pushed up underneath the ladder. Hog to hold, Jax. He can get the information above if anyone walks in, but they haven't got eyes on A main as a result of that. Kenny, he'll swing quickly to the stairs if needed, but he needs to stay close as well because Shox doesn't have confirmation that no one's down below. So the setup in mid requires 2. Full A hit. Zevin waits at Horseshoe, top mid. And he just barely got into the corner. He's going to get Shox here. Flash in. Does he spot the gun barrel? No, he's going to run. He's gone. Shox is down. X7 even knew that he was there, took the shot, but on the site, it's all going the other way. It's all G2 to shut down the front take. X7 wanted to wait to try and get Catwalk when the post plant came in, but instead, it's not even going to happen. It's 20 seconds left, and he's left to clutch it back. They knew where he was because of the kill. Body still can't hit the shot.
Can't hit anything right now.
And it's going to be around at least to G2, but what
Wait.
cost? I say it is. He's got 8 seconds. Bomb's a little bit too far away to plant, and he's looked at Tetris expecting they were holding it. He's now got to chase. He's pre-firing everything, and at this point, he just needs to keep his gun and get away.
Oh my goodness, way too expensive though for G2. How Body is missing all these shots. It's getting to be at the nightmare levels as he's currently sat on 3 and 8. Easy shots and players that have knife sour is just not connecting for him. Luckily, Kenny S is starting to show us a bit of form now. He did lose the AWP at the end though, so they won't have that weapon heading into this round. They have the AK, saved by Lucky, and they should have taken a timeout here. The fact they're juggling weapons after the freeze time expires, just everything that could go wrong is happening. Body's on a deagle only. A difficult weapon to use effectively if your aim's off.
Alu, though, already in position. They had no idea. Kenny's gone already. Shox holds with the M4. 2 players, 1 high, 1 below, and they're going to Molotov him out. Just directly into Alu's clutches. That is so well played from Ents, and just a nightmare again for G2 on a reset round.
Yeah, a massive reset round. It doesn't get more destructive than this. Lucky needs both of these frags. Not going to happen. Alexi's low at least. And Jax with the AWP does nail at least one of them. And the Body's got the deagle. This is all down to Jax now as they start to rotate towards B, and there's no positional control from the CTs here. Alu's landing this shot. Oh, okay, Body finally arriving here. He might have saved the day.
Alexi wants to try and sneak it in. You're right. They've got it back to a 2-on-2, something to salvage in the round.
So I'm guessing that X7 will go towards Kitchen here, and they'll try and pincer towards B, hoping the CTs are segregated at this stage. Body, they know only has a deagle. He has not recovered that rifle.
He almost has to go on this X7. I know it's so tense to go through the vent. Body spotted. They now know where he is now. That distracts. That at least lets Alexi get in, because on 8 HP, they had to figure out where the B player was. That part is done. Alexi still doesn't have the best position, but he will now, because X7's already cleared off the second player, and he knows where Body is. He's tagged at 9 HP, 31 versus 9. Deagle is certainly still available in this round, and the AWP as well. Molotov's going to force X7 out, and he doesn't have the HP for this. He could actually get on top of it. He's got a kit. Why is he not just holding? Hold that defuse. You've done everything you need to do to keep him away. He's not going to peek you. The defuse was done at this point. And he goes back in. Body goes down. It's now 8-2. Reset firmly hits.
Oh, that's so devastating for Body. Finally, he starts arriving on the survey, gets a nice 1 dig in the B side. He brings it right down to the 1 versus 1 there. He gets the AWP. He's got a Molotov. It looks so good. If he has held the defuse, he wins the round. Didn't quite trust in it. And as soon as the Molotov is about to expire, that's when the terrorist peaks. And just when he goes to look at the bomb as well, so he has no chance of actually hitting the shot.
The one thing I will say is, if he didn't know that he was low on HP, he might have thought he's going to peek in the flames. He'll take a bit of damage to make sure he's not going to defuse. So the fact that he didn't already, maybe he thought he was going to get away with it at that. It just isn't going his way. Let's just put it that way. We can try and summarize it all we want.
The fact he gets close to winning the round really doesn't count for anything at this point. It doesn't affect the money. They're on Nico now anyway, so it's like he has to win that round for it to be significant. The only silver lining to that is Body will start feeling like he can start hitting shots now, as he managed to get very close to winning that one, but still, the fact it goes against him will still be detrimental to his overall temperament. 1 minute 15. Deagles, no armor, no nades. And Body losing HP again, down to 41. Shox is 2 and 9. Kenny has 4 and 9. Lucky 3. I think you get the point. No one's really fragging at all. There's a lot of missed shots here. And you can say, oh, it might be nerves and everything like that. These guys,
it's not,
they've been around for, like, Shoxy, especially if you're around for like a decade playing CS. Like, there shouldn't be any nerves at this stage. When you're such a veteran. I can understand it from the younger guys, but Body's been around a long time as well.
Yep. Yeah, he's certainly not the new boy anymore. Alexi, just to note, he's got another kill on Shox. He's having another spectacular game, just as he did on Dust2. That's his 16th kill. Aerial gets Body. He's the only, other than Jax, by the way, the only one in double digits until now. X7 will find his 10th. But 9-2. Dust2, 19-17 in their favor. They stole that away from G2. I shouldn't say stole, they closed it out. G2 nearly pulled that back, to be fair.
Yeah,
but at the same time, they did steal the map that was not chosen by them.
They stole away the last round for sure. The auto shotgun in lower B, like that shouldn't be going in their favor. They had no AWP, they had to just go in lower B, and there was actually Alu who gets the first kill in the auto shotgun, and all hell breaks loose. The one thing I want to say is, sure, like sometimes you got to lose to a team you expect to be. Like G2 came in this one saying they're not going to fail. All the tweets are sent out there, they're going to be performing to their maximum potential today. If you go out in this manner and you just roll over on the second map, like on especially like a map like Mirage as well. If it was like Nuke and they wouldn't necessarily practice on it, they kind of got done in the Vita, I'd say, yeah, fair enough. But the fact is Mirage, and it looks so weak right now. This would be the most crushing way to exit the major. You just didn't even turn up. You barely fragged. And they have to eco again, Matt. Their money situation is absolutely ruined. 5-man stack on A. Desperate times call for desperate measures. They've got 2 flashes. They'll attack middle eventually with those flashes, but it's not going to be enough to win a round. It'll be enough to maybe get a couple of kills. Body's setting up the flash right now. Occasionally, these sort of full ecos can work, but the T's are so defensive right now, I don't think there's much chance.
Body waiting. Not even reverse fire this time. He's got 4 inside a connector. Round 12, and things are looking rather dull if you're on the G2 side of the equation. Again, this is an elimination. Flashed out. Desperate times. They'll run out middle. Dink again. Alexi's got to back off it, but Shox is so tagged, and Alu finding a kill on the AWP. There's nowhere for them to go. It's all onto Body. And in this round, let's put it behind us as well, Henry. It's water under the bridge. Or the fridge.
Or the fridge is the more conventional way to say it, I think. But there's Body, just a PT-1000. Not really much he can do about this one, I'm afraid. Alu's just waiting for him, hits the shot, and he should be finished off here. 10-2. If they can get 10 fires, it's still possible. But the way things have gone down so far, I'm not sure that's even an option for them right now. They do have enough to buy here. Also have a Kenny S once again. Orgs are out. Shox yet to buy. He goes with the M4 instead. He seems to be focusing on that M4 a lot more than other players here. I know he's not a fan of the Org and the way the game's going, but we've talked about it already. If you're going to be stubborn and not use it, you're actually just limiting yourself. No one's giving you respect for using the gun that's not as effective.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. Shox does get X7. Nico seems to be another one in that boat. We'll see if they can pull their struggles together as well and see if maybe he's just going to use the AUG. The next matchup, they come up next, just to note, against Complexity. Aerial's got Shox down, so that M4 only yielding a single kill, and that's one of 2 they've gotten around. They're 1 down, as Jack still holds towards CT. Bombs back toward A main. They've got to go back forward. Sergey's going to do so now. They've realized that they had a chance to clear the site, but Jack's caught them out for it. Lucky's going to do the same. All onto Alu on the AWP. Might be a 3rd round finally for G2. He's gone to the AK. He knows he has to, but Jax has the angle forward of the Flames. He actually got aggressive to hold him off. And that's the right call because he knew he would be pursuing his low HP teammate.
Well, there it is. Lucky and Jax managing to win the round. It's only their 3rd, though. They can't afford to be reset here. Solid conversions need to occur. Ents picking up the pace a little there with their A approach. Alu hits 2 brilliant shots at this point. He goes down the connector, but this was a nice play from Jax, just to win out the round. They're jumping above the Flames instead of running away. It's round 14. Whatever happens, Ents have money for the final round, and this looks likely to be a play towards B. The bombs are middle, so they can definitely go towards underpass as well. Finally, a bit of confidence from G2 as they challenge towards middle here. We haven't really seen many offensive approaches from them. Body again, holding the back of B with the Orc. Ali waiting for jump picks, so neither of them getting what they want right now. So we've seen this set up a few times this tournament. Shocks watches underpass. If his teammate gets aggro top middle, he can swing around and back up. It can fall apart. A well-placed flashbang can shut this down.
They had this set up 2 rounds ago when they had guns. Problem is, they have to hit the shot stop mid. Kenny's done that, Shocks. Keep your focus. You're tasked with one specific position. Kenny's easily able to trade off that. Doesn't quite catch the player shuffling over those, so Aerial still gets the trade back. They're down a man, but it'll open up mid. And it'll give them some possibilities, some opportunity perhaps, as Jax has to watch out from. Tickets needs to make sure he's looking in the right direction. Does spot Aerial just in time, puts him on 6 HP. And that should be confirmation enough that they're still in mid. But Body also pushing up inside of the apartment, that they're not going to be hitting up the B site because they jumped off it. Jax knew that, and he's found Sergey as well. This round will go G2's way. They'll get a 4th, and 10-4 being our score.
Like we said, 10-5.
Yep.
Certainly recoverable, but Ents have all the funds available to them in the final round here. Alexi with 11K, 8,000 X7. Sergey a little bit quiet this game, but that's not a problem. They've got 10 rounds on the board here, maybe even 11. We'll see if this form shown by the likes of Jax can continue. He's got 15 kills. He's the only one who's in double digits right now. We're entering round 15. Now that's a problem.
It's a massive problem. Credit to him for 15. He's second overall in kills to only Alexi. Shocks down again. Speaking of, it's Alexi, 21st kill for him this half. As we are in round 15, Jax is able to put out Aerial. Kenny's still waiting though, we'll get Alexi back. He knows they're above, he goes up as they go down. He avoids them, he nearly gets a shot at yet another, but all it does is bait in Lucky. It's a trade back on Sergey. Bomb not yet planted on 1:22. They can swing on this. Lucky's decided to get aggressive from CT. It's going to pay off. 10-5, they'll get there. 3 rounds in a row, and finally, something going their way.
It was looking so weak for G2 there, but they've managed to have a bit of a resurgence towards the end and get 3 rounds in a row. This is Ents' map pick, and they currently have double digits on the T side. Will they close it out 2-0, or can G2 take us to nuke? We'll take a quick break and conclude this game after this.
Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
It could be the end of the line at 5 rounds only achieved by G2. CT side of Mirage already down a map. It's their choice on Dust 2. This one's not, and ENCE could be at least moving on to tomorrow.
G2 with 5, it's a lot better than 2, man. They managed to get 3 at the end, so they actually give themselves at least a chance here. If they lose this pistol, though, it could be an early finish here in this series. We'll see what happens, as it is going to be ENCE making their way towards top and middle. Lucky actually manages to take down Aerial at the very start of the round, but he's exposed right now. Alu takes a few pop shots, but his teammate's getting tagged up here. I'm sure that X7 goes down. Indeed he will.
Jax under the window, has body to play off of, trying to do exactly that, but it's still going to fall apart for them. Alu and Sergey getting the kills. This could be 11 for ENCE, but at the same time, they've escaped. They've got away. They've left it at 2-on-2, and they've still got the bomb. That's the important asset in this round, in this occasion. So they want to try and rotate it off. Split the defense up. They're going to play this in a 1-1 situation on the CT side.
These are the two young guns of G2 who need to prove themselves here. Lucky and Jax up against Alu and Sergey, two of the hardest hitting players on the end side.
Look at this pinch position, though. If they're going to go 1-1 on either side, this is a very clever way of doing it because they pinch it off entirely. The peek, he knows it. Jax, he can't get it back in time. He had 3 kills in the round. And Lucky goes down. Jax can't find another. That was I have to say, very well played. Clever from ENCE. Normally, you see them burrow themselves into the site. They played perfect crossfire, but also in a position where they could rotate quickly.
They can access both bomb sites in there. One a short, one a connector. You've got B and A covered, and you help each other out if they come towards middle. You're right, that is excellent positioning, and Alu nails the final shot there. I do feel for Lucky and Jax, they managed to get 4 kills in total. Unfortunately, didn't get a bomb plant. They have to take an eco. That's going to be 12-5. There's a small chance they can win this round as they head towards middle, but they're just crossing over. Alu doesn't even want to take the challenge just yet. He's waiting for them to fully commit and get some aggro from his teammates first. Damage being done, first kill found, and the second, it's all going in favor of ENCE right now as they deploy Incendiary. Actually lands perfectly, lovely stuff. It's a good shot from Lucky, but that's ENCE one step closer now, but here comes the buy from G2. The AKs can come fourth. Lucky has 5,300, remember he got those 3 kills, he gets extra cash. Not going to buy the orb. Lose this round. It could be all done. Need at least a plan here. Something. Just a clutch potential.
Shox, I have to say, when it gets in situations like this, he almost looks angry. And sometimes I feel like that's not the best emotion to have.
I think he's more angry than frustrated with himself at this stage. He's got a lot of pressure on him right now. He's not delivering in the fragging department. 5 and 16. Those are not Shoxy numbers. You expect it to be the other way around. 16 and 5 would sound more realistic for him, right?
Yep.
But right now, against ENCE, he is getting blown out the water. They'll go for a B split here. They've actually got him short undetected. They haven't got a great deal of firepower here, but we'll see what goes down. LXCB with the MP5. As the SMG's doing work here, but X7 surely goes down.
You'd expect that. He's got the pistol. More damage done again. Shox dinked by that. Goes on to 8 HP. The AK is trying to rush in and secure the bomb plant. They barely do so. Barely, I say, because Lucky on 4 HP as well as the damage done to Shox means that despite having the man advantage, they're vulnerable. Have to play perfectly off of each other. Kenny's already got Sergey down. That certainly benefits them. And it's going to be another one flashing through. Body takes out Alu, all onto Aerial at a 1-on-4. He's got it down to 2, but not quick enough. Lucky's able to re-peek. HP was extremely low at the end. Body fell to 12, but G2 rises to 6.
Nice work from G2 there. Up towards short very quickly. Nice mid-control. Managed to get up undetected. And they focus on the area that only has the SMGs there. So that couldn't have worked out better, but still a little bit too close for comfort there. 2 low HP players. It's Shoxy that managed to get out of the B apartments. If he got dropped, it could have been a very different round. This was a nice play from Body. Starting to build that confidence now. It's never too late to turn up, as long as they're still under 16 rounds at the very top of the screen. 12-6. G2 get their first in the second half here. We'll have a tactical timeout from G2 now as they work out the finances of ENCE, try and work out what they're up against. Alu's actually purchased the AWP. ENCE want to win this round and shut it down. They can reset the finances here completely. Knowing they did a lot of damage there, but Jax on the MAC-10 will be very effective against the unarmored heads of Aerial, Sergey, Alexei, as X7 currently doesn't have armor himself. I assume he's been dropped a weapon. This is why you take the timeouts, because there's a lot to think about here. You need to calculate how this buy is going to go down, what stack are you going for, how are you going to find this first pick. I would say most of the pressure on this round is towards Alu.
Yeah, he's going to go mid. Ooh, Okay, he is. I thought he was going to run. I'm watching the minimap right now. I thought he was going to run it to B and try and get catwalk, but he goes directly onto mid. They, on the other side, G2 are going to go directly onto A. Already a smoke down top stairs. Late to jungle, massive gap. That's horribly thrown smoke. Fortunately, there's no rifles in position on that side. It's just Sergey on a deagle. I think they might have added a second one. Yeah, they did. So there's 3 smokes down now in one position. Means there's not one at CT. They've got to fight aggressively. Lucky and Body managing to do exactly that, but the smokes are off time, off sequence, and that gives Sergey information to run in. He's already taking down the bomb. Alexi B's got Body down because he was solo at HP. He's on top of the stairs, nearly gets away. Jax with 4 will survive.
4 HP, a 1 versus 1 with the MAC-10. No celebration there. He's just relieved it actually worked out. That would have been horrible if that situation fell apart for them. The MAC-10 I said would be promising, but it was an absolute struggle there to close things out. Alexi B puts himself in position to close it. Just about gets the headshot there at the end. 4 HP, 1 more bullet and he goes down. But the headline is G2 win the round, and it's going to be eco for ENCE. A chance for them to get back into this now. USPs, just 1 PT50 to purchase. It's going to be in the hands of Aerial. A smoke and a flashbang, and they're going to stack the B site. That's where they're heading as well. They've rushed into this. No intel. And in they go.
Spotted by Sergey as well. He's going to confirm that they're going to get 1 on Cat. Smoke was a little bit late to be deployed, so the gun wasn't ever ready, and Stack's not going to even get anything. Bit fortunate.
That's fast B split. G2 have seems to be effective. Jax didn't plant the bomb there. Would have got extra $300 if he did, but he's still got 5K in reserve. Not a huge deal. Shox will have the MAC-10. He's got 7,200 residual cash. Might just want to consider upgrading that. We get into the next round. That was the eco from ENCE. They have rifles now. 4 players have our helmets, and Shoxy does throw away the MAC-10 just to note. Actually gives it the body. Still an effective weapon in this round. Just have to use it correctly. ENCE have been denied the early finish.
It's already going to be pushed aggressively again toward B by Jax.
Wow,
they're not slowing down. Hey, maybe it's going to work for them. Maybe this is how they have to set the tempo. With this round, if they can win it, no lie, X7's all over the place, completely overwhelmed. They get back to within 3, 12-9. We're not quite so grim as we were just a moment ago from the G2 side of things, and already they're going to call the save.
They're throwing caution to the wind at this point. They're just saying, you know what? We have got 5 excellent players here, can all aim. Our slow approaches aren't working out for us, getting picked off 1 by 1. Why don't we just focus on bomb sites as 5-man units? We know the money's low towards B. They're not going to have all the grenades there. You do need the incendiaries, the smokes to actually hold off a fast approach like that, but you're absolutely right. G2, with the 5 rounds they finished with in the first half on their CT side, it looks like it could be enough at this stage. They've managed to win a few rounds in a row here. Loss bonus racking up as ENCE just choose to save here. If you ever lose to a plants very early on the rounds, especially in the B bombs are on most maps, it's better just to call a save and keep the money up, especially when you're losing a few rounds in a row like this. They'll keep 4 weapons here. X7 goes down. He has 2,900. He can be dropped to FAMAS, perhaps, at the very most.
Top to the truck. And they were all over it. X7 had nowhere to go. The smoke was inside of the site, you could tell. Which way does he look? He didn't even know.
Yeah, if he had a bit more of the grenades there, could have been a different story. He'll go for the MP9 instead. Actually bought it for himself, so off we go. Execution fast again.
Yeah, it's a little too fast. Sergey this time gets the shot to body. Smoke's running in position. They wanted to try and get 1 pick before they landed. Lucky does get Alu back. Molotov down. Spam ticket. Good nade as well. All the damage stacked on top of each other. It's Kenny to get Sergey in the end. And they've got the advantage once more. And a bomb plant. You're right. This fast pace is perfect so far from G2.
Yeah, really enjoying this. Finally seeing the strength of G2 instead of them getting picked off as Shoxy goes for a huge flank here. I'm not sure anyone can even justify going for this now.
They can't, but the problem is you try and save. That's not going to be easy, does it, Shox? A little too loud. So maybe now they can get away with it. X7 still wants more. He knows they're toward Tetris as well. Oh my goodness! It's down to just Kenny. There's time enough, but I don't think that they were really committing to this. They're gonna have to rush him down. Alexi's got the kit, they're on it. ENCE is gonna pull this back on 13. Shox was pulling a backstab, and then the round just completely fell apart on that alone.
It's all on him. They weren't gonna go for it. He thought the round was over. He thought he could come into the fray and Actually managed to catch some rotating players, saving their weapons. He goes down quickly. That gives an AK over. And all of a sudden, the round turns on his head. I'm not sure how that round falls apart for them. They get so many entry kills, but X7...
Credit to him for taking that peek, because the other two still looked like they were going to save. You're right. As soon as they got the AK, he went, well, all right, well, let me just see what I can find. Gets 2.5 inside of the site. Damage on the third. Easy does it when they arrive at that point.
We talked about it a lot on Dust too. These solo plays from him are actually costing them rounds. Yeah, sure, he'll win a couple of them, but at this point of the game, he needs to be with the squad. Aerial, a lot of damage there towards middle. He does get the kill on body. Kenny is down to 9, but still a 4-on-4.
Lucky's going to try and get closer. Smoke already down. In all facets, confirmed. One on Catwalk as well, because the way in which that was thrown by Alexi, that reveals they've got position there. He'll get boosted. He wants to see inside a connector, but meanwhile, Lucky's going to disappear, dissolve, go back underneath, and just hold the station at this point in time. They are rotating back through spawn with bomb, but if he holds in the underpass, he can sneak out later to cut off the rotation, so it's a bit of a lurk sequence. It'll be quite some time before they fully hit on A as well, because Jax is also rotating back over, and they've got such low HP on Kenny. He's pretty much either going to have to hit spectacular op shot, or they're going to have to be dead on with their smokes.
Well, luckily he has got the orb. It means he can justify walking and picking spawn, where there'll certainly be an orb if there is one there.
There's 3 on that side right now. Oh, he's just going to go straight. I thought they would at least smoke jungle, stairs, maybe go mid-site and try and get Kenny on a pick, but he's gone already.
He went for it, and it doesn't work out. They'll throw some grenades and try and buy some time on the CT side, but it's a 4-on-3 in their favor. Make it 2. Lucky goes down. Jackson shocks to pick this one up. They're both at the A ramp, and Sergey's almost certainly going to get one of these. It might not matter at this point. 3 versus 1. Jax, 1 smoke remaining, 20 seconds on the clock, and has to recover the bomb still. He'll get that. Can he do anything with this? They've got another buy available. He doesn't have to win it, but it certainly isn't ideal. It goes against them. 14-9, 2 rounds in a row for Ents, as their money starts to stabilize here with 3 players surviving. Alexi B, just to note, 28 kills and 13 deaths. Top fragging by a country mile.
He is, and he was excellent on Dust 2 as well. He's been spectacular in this series. He sits, 7 kills is clear of Jax, who's in second with 21.
So they still can buy here. There'll be compromises, but Shoxy on 8k, Jax with 7. They'll have enough. Is someone have to drop for Kenny here? Gets with the AK, so he doesn't have that ult potential, but he's still a decent rifler. Don't worry about that. They can make this work. But at this point, no room for error. 2 rounds away from being knocked out of the major. And Ents, if they do win this map, they're not through to the next stage of the tournament, but they do go 2-2. And they will play again another best of 3 tomorrow to see if they can make it to the round of 8.
Distribution is something to be marveled. There's been 90 kills on the Ents side. Just around 60 or so on the opposing. Oh, body, yeah, you're absolutely right. Gets caught out. That is a bit awkward. He's got to make a decision. Hesitation is going to cost him dear. He's down to just 12 HP. Kenny still holds the bomb and still inside of mid. They've gone for a different approach. Definitely slowing the pace now and getting back to a default. Establishing mid presence. Alu's given them a gift. Body was low enough. Wouldn't take much to take him down, but he gets away with his life. He's still in it.
He has to be very sneaky now. Play headshot angles as GT rotate back towards A. They have 2 smokes, a Molotov, and they're going to start lining those up right now. Kenny S will be smoking in towards A. Looks like there'll be CT spawn as well. Is this where Ents finds map points?
He's not quite capable of hitting the second shot either. He knows they're inside, but he's worried still about connecting. Peeks out, good find that time on Lucky, but Body gets him back immediately, and Sergey has to drop down. They've heard him, and they'll swing. Kenny gets him down. Aerial's locked out by the smoke. Bomb to go default, but Aerial, he knew exactly where that was. Had it lined up. AK drops it, 26 seconds, and by the time they recover it, the utility is gone. This is a straight duel, a brawl inside of the site. Molotov at least gives them some clearance. It's going to force the angle of Aerial, and they'll get a kill as a result. It's all onto Alexi. They've turned it around again. Good timing on the flash. Shock's able to pick up the bomb. Will plant safe side triply, and that's going to be 3. He's got the headshot. Damage is theirs. Still a winnable 1-on-3. He's got a kit. He doesn't have any other utility to work with. Does read that Shox was going to go high and dry, and he's taking him out immediately. Still has to worry about Jax. He's the high roller, and they'll peek this together. They'll wait for this to go to time.
He has got the kit. Enough HP to make this work, but time is ticking away now. Trying to focus on the Abraham player. If he had a smoke, that would be ideal. But Jax, listening out for the sound cues, will find double digits for G2. A scrappy round, but they win it. They've got double digits now. And the money actually in a bit of a troubling position here for ENCE. They've got 1,400 on the circuit. They have been officially reset here. Great opportunity for them to shut it down. Body takes himself to 10 HP essentially by running that connector and staying in the Molotov for so long. But like we said, as long as he plays sneaky at that point, stay in the connector, wait for his opportunity, he can contribute. It's exactly what he did. Good to see him finding some kills in the latter stages there. They've actually forced this ENCE. Oh, wow. This is a cool double orb setup with CZs. Didn't have to make this one, Matt. They've got a buffer here, and they've gone all in with the 2 sniper rifles and the pistols as they hold a ramp.
They haven't had a forward stance of this capacity before, so there still might be something in this.
Execution coming in again. G2, very simple game plan. No fakes anymore, sticking together, and using their strengths. Trying to bait in the CT player here. He gets a double kill with the CZ, but they know he's there. He's got to try and get the hell out of here now. Flash is successful, and the smoke will buy him some time. 4 versus 3. ENCE back in contention as they have the advantage here, but plenty of time for G2 to rotate.
Kenny, that's bold. Him going in alone as well on the other side of the smoke. They'll get the bomb to get away. Jax couldn't even do anything to find Aerial, because if he walked out from Palace, he was being guarded, he was being watched. They'll confirm that he's still there on the AK. Meanwhile, X7 sees them, spots them, nearly gets a shot on the second one as well. He now knows they're going toward B, and the rotation is on. The player in Palace absolutely does not have the bomb, so they can get there. And X7, again, is the one that wants to try and shut them down. Reverse side window from the apartments, and this time he's not going to miss. Kenny gone. Jackson Shox, and Alu inside of the site's gonna find the ladder of the witch. Had the bomb. Shox to drop it down. Jax is the late lurk. He's gone. 15 rounds. ENCE go all in, and they might be going onward in this event.
They go for the double orb setup, the CZ, the Deagles. They know they have to make a play. It's a ramp. They decide to deploy it. The double kill from the CZ that somehow gets away as well. Aerial gets it all done. He finds the bomb, and X7, he was having such a great angle towards C-spawn. He spots him going to B, and they don't have any time to fall back. They're aware of it. He took a shot. They try and cross over. He nails it, denies the plant, and maybe even any chance of a comeback here. They have to buy now. 15-10 as ENCE look likely to 2-0 this. Up against P250's Deagles, a Galil. As Kenny Essa has the rifle. Fast again towards B, but looks of things. 4 players in the apartments. As Shoxy will take damage here. X7 detects the threat, drops the smoke. Can they close it here?
Oh, Alexi got the shot through the flash as well on the AWP. His clothesline body, this could be it. G2, they tried everything, but we might circle back to where we begun, because this was a poor start in the challenger stage. There were signs of life. Certainly there was in this stage as well, but today it's all come for naught. It's Kenny and Shox, the 2 that they built this team around, that have to try and keep them alive. And it's not gonna happen. It's Aerial and Sergey to 2-0 G2. They'll move on to tomorrow, and the French side goes home.
Unfortunately, it just wasn't there today, Matt. G2 didn't look their usual selves, and ENCE had problems as well. They managed to steal away that last round and Dust 2 to win it in overtime. We move on to their pick of Mirage. They get a great lead. They give us some rounds towards the end. There were some signs of life for G2, but overall, it felt like ENCE had it in their hand at all times. They were confident throughout, a couple of hiccups in the second half, but they managed to pull it together with some gambles as well. I like that. That's character building, going the double orb setup, some CZs, you win that round, then you shut it down after. There's no better feeling as they go 16-10 and knock G2 out of the tournament. They go out at the round of 16 and will not make it next week to the arena.
And the language of Shox's body is someone who's completely surrounded and crushed by stress. What now for G2? What now for ENCE? They play tomorrow in the 2-2. We're going to join the desk to talk all about this one.
Yeah, really emotional moment there for the French side. You can see it right there on the face of Shox. Veteran of the game alongside of Kenny S. And Body as well has also come a long way in terms of the timeline of the French scene. And Well, for this is the end of the road for G2 here at the Intel Extreme Masters.
Yeah, I really want to reinforce that point Henry was making, right? The fact that he was talking about the balls that were being displayed by the guys from ENCE on that 15th round to go for the double up. We all know Alu has balls, but the fact that they did it as a team, they went for a risky play late in the game, as opposed to just doing what would have been fundamentally sound. They knew they had the better individuals in the server, and that's a very big turning point, I think, for ENCE in this tournament. Now I have a bit more faith for them going into tomorrow.
It feels like they're loosening up a little bit, right? Because it looked a little bit crampy in the first game. It looked a little bit crampy in the first rounds. In general, now ENCE have, as you said, they're starting to show some balls, some precedence, and I think this game was a great win for them. G2, on the other hand, not really showing up to the level we expected them to, but that said, I'm not really sure we did expect them to be much better than they were showcasing.
And I think the real story of domination can't even really be told throughout this matchup. Obviously, there were struggles on both sides, and for what it's worth, we are going to have that opportunity to hear from the ENCE side. We do have Alexi B down there with Frankie right now, and what is most certainly a triumphant moment for ENCE as they stay alive here in Katowice.
Alexi B, congratulations on breaking the ENCE curse of Dust 2. How'd you do it?
I don't know. We just played the same and just hit our shots.
But you didn't play the same. You played way better than we've seen you play probably all of the Legends stage.
Yeah, that's true. We just told ourselves if we win the pistol, it's gonna be 15-0. But we didn't, so we got 9 rounds.
You still won, and that's what matters. So tell me about the morale of the team, because we read that interview, most of us here, I think, read that interview with Alu on HLTV. He said the confidence wasn't there at the start of Legends, but now it clearly is. So how did you get things back on track?
We just needed to one win against Big, and after that, now we're very confident, and we're just a little bit frustrated when we lose clutch rounds, but we just keep it out all the time, and we have fun.
And what's it like on comms? Because you're the IGL, Alexi B, so you've got a big weight of responsibility on your shoulders. And not only are you quite a young player, but you've got some extremely young, inexperienced players on your team. So how do you pull everything together?
I don't know. I just have a really good team. They're all they have really good games, and so you don't have to do that much, but still, yeah.
I think you can definitely give yourself some credit there. And finally, I asked you about this earlier. Have we seen the best events yet, or is there more to come tomorrow?
Well, of course, today was great, but I still think we're going to beat anyone who we play against tomorrow and then show all what we got on the championship stage.
Holding in for the playoffs. I like it, Alexi B. Just don't leave it too late to get through, all right? Let's head back to the desk to break that one down.
And for all of the conversation about what is Lappish soil, Alexi B showing up in a very, very big way. They must have been feeding him some soybeans out of that soil today, because the protein, all of the octane, everything is just in order. And that was a guy we kind of touted as needing to come up here in a big way for ENCE.
Well, it's a positive sign that he stepped up in such a big way. I still am going to have that caveat that it sucks that he has to be the one who has to go for the risky plays. You need some other members of the team to step up. He had a fantastic performance. Nobody get me wrong. You know, he did an amazing job.
Yeah.
But just for ENCE going forward, that's still one thing. That's still that last piece of the puzzle, which round 15, well, not round 15, that when they get the match point in that game is when that showed me that they're here to fight and they could actually play some more aggressive CS.
And staying alive is one thing, and that's exactly what this was. I mean, the pressure is on at this point. It's either you make it through to the playoffs or you're gone. I mean, there is no more cushion for any of these matchups, right? So I guess every round per round is going to be just that much more vital. And Jake, I'm sure you can attest to this in terms of staying alive within a tournament. That's got to weigh on them too.
It does, without a doubt. I mean, it is a constant pressure being displayed on you, and I think ENCE is one of those teams that so far have been able to control that pressure. They did start out the tournament very slow. They were playing against Big, you know, where they were close to losing that game and actually go out of the tournament. Now, they managed to turn it around. Yesterday, they were looking okay, or 2 days ago, they were looking okay, and today, a little bit better. So coming into the 2-2 matchup, I think anyone is going to be a little bit afraid of facing ENCE right now.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, we can just go over some numbers here. Right? You take a look at the highlights on your screen. Alexi B really putting the hurting on him. 63 and 39 in this series overall, and that's well over 100 ADR.
Just to stay on that point, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that he's the guy doing that job for them.
Sure.
If you look towards Clay for Astralis, for example, he's the exact same type of in-game leader. He likes to take shots. MSL as well when he was playing in North. Those are the types that like to take shots of the game and sort of like lead by example. So it can be a good thing, but I agree to the point that they need somebody else to step up to the occasion as well.
You need the rest of the core to be consistent in closing matches, and then when the clutch moments have to come in, then it's going to be okay.
Yeah, and you can't always rest on that, right? You can't depend on these clutch moments always going in your favor, which is the coolest variable about Counter-Strike. And when I did tell you the numbers of Alexi B, we're actually going to have to look at the opposing side as well. Shocks over here. Was a rougher day for the French side, obviously having lost, but if you look at the numbers and looking at the team play, it was a little disjointed, Chad?
Well, when you look at Alexi B, the in-game leader for ENCE, he was the highest rated player over the entire series, and Shocks, a star from the French scene for years, the second lowest rated player, with Kenny S being the lowest rated player.
Yeah.
So we've already spoken about the fact and the importance of those two. They didn't show up here in this series at all, and that was a big factor. But when you look at Mirage Trace and you look at the pacing, the fact is they got reset, the hard reset, on their CT side, and you never want to be in that place, especially not in your map choice.
Yeah, and you talk about hard resets, and we talk about it all the time. We talk about storylines, timelines, more importantly, with certain matchups. And I think it's time for you to break out the tool, Chad. Break the tool out. Let's see what you got.
People hear us talk about the hard reset all the time. Now, what I want to show for everybody with this round timeline is you can see the first round on the board for GT was round number 3. Okay, they've had a win, but you need another round on the board to stabilize. Unfortunately, they lose and get reset, so that's a $1,400 loss bonus. Now we've got $1,900 loss bonus. 24, 29, 34. Max loss bonus. Fantastic. What do? They win a round off that. They're able to get a round on the board. Now we're going to come into the hard reset. Look at this. Bouncing straight back. ENCE are going to grab one. Now we can actually go to this round, and you can see how close it was. So people can actually look at this situation and go, wow, this was a huge round, a huge clutch from X7, and it actually had flow-on effects. This starts really good. Alu grabs 2 really big kills, but from here, the round is actually going to spiral out of control. We can fast forward a bit because you're going to see all the chaos go down, and they're actually going to get the bomb planted over towards the B site. So right now, it's a 2-on-2 situation. Alexi B is going to get the bomb down towards B. Body's going to be on the scene. He's going to get that kill. Jax is going to fall in the fray, and now left on only 31 points of health versus Body, who's low as well, and a Molotov coming in his face. This could have been a clutch that went either way and could have allowed G2 back in the game. Molotov's going to land. X7 keeps his cool, doesn't panic, clutches the round, and from there, the hard reset just continues for G2, and those CT woes really troublesome.
Yeah, very troublesome indeed, but they did end up pulling it out, and unfortunately, that means we have to pull out of this situation. We do have another matchup on our hands, and what is on the backs of ENCE eliminating G2 here, we're looking at another elimination match that is Complexity and FaZe. They will be coming up next. It is a best of 3, and both of these teams fighting for a lifeline, and, well, one of them is a very unusual suspect. Don't go anywhere, and make sure you're here with us when we come back.
Champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
We're going to be working this one out together. FaZe versus Complexity. Star-studded roster with a new coach and indeed a new player are looking to find glory once again. They lost it for a while, of course, losing Carrigan as well, bringing in Adren as well, a major champion. Let's not forget that. We're going to be talking all about that at the desk here today. I am so loud. I can hear the inner workings of my mouth. That feels better. There we go. But this is what's coming up on today's show as well. We've got 2 more best of 3s for you. G2 and ENCE, of course, just transpired, seeing the Finns beset a rather weak-looking French roster, and they have been sent home, forced to watch from the Spodek stands. We do have FaZe, Complexity, and then HellRaisers Cloud9 to round out our day. I'm joined by Jacob Pimpfinicker and Sean Gares to talk about this one. And I think the first kind of conversation I want to start and get going is just the conversation of, let's add context to FaZe's quote-unquote underperformance.
Okay.
They have lost 2 games so far.
Yes.
But those games were to 2 of the teams that have impressed everyone at this one. A Vanguard, many even suggesting that they belong in the top 8. And then alongside the Renegades, who are already there. How badly have FaZe truly looked when they've been in 30-round and 29-round games versus the 2 dark horses so far?
It's a good question, right? Because I think you have a fair point saying that the 2 teams they have lost to have been very strong performers so far in the tournament. That said, though, I think we hold FaZe to a high expectation. So despite that, I still think they should be able to beat those. Now, Renegades is one you can exclude, I feel. They really played up to a level that nobody expected to. Whereas for Avangard, it's been a little bit of more mixed signals. The problem for me is that I don't see the red line in the way FaZe is playing right now. They brought in a new coach. They brought in Adrian as well. I thought that would give them a new identity, but I really haven't seen anything change. It's still the same way they play. They rely a lot on the individuals in terms of Nico, Guardian to step up, but right now they're just missing a lot of pieces for them to be able to elevate that even more.
See, I actually would disagree. I think we've seen a different phase, particularly when I watched them play HellRaisers on train. They do a lot of outer yard executes now, you know, with the right side, bomb side smokes, as well as one back 6 train. And their splits on the bomb side are very well coordinated. Now, they are struggling with the aim duels, and I think Olaf in particular has had a pretty poor tournament so far, and that's kind of going to hinder FaZe because he plays such pivotal roles.
Yeah, and that's weird, right? I mean, Olaf Meister is especially when we always praised him for someone that when the pressure's on, when it's a major, when it's a big game, when it's an overtime, that was when Olaf became this new creation that no one could stop him. But at the moment, he has been stopped on multiple occasions by both Vanguard and Renegades. And now FaZe, they're on their last legs. We have an opportunity, though, to hear what Nico's been thinking. He has sat down with the social media team and is going to give us a little extra insight into some of his craziest plays.
So I think this was like the most important clutch I have ever had in my life, and obviously it was in the major, and it was the match point for the Mousepors, and winning like this clutch was just like something crazy which I have never experienced before. And like the feeling I had after I won this round was just absolutely amazing, and also the support I got from my team after I had pulled this one off was just incredible. And yeah, it was just an amazing moment for me and my team that like we were so down before, like we were down a few rounds, then we came back, and then I had pulled this one clutch off, and then we have won the map after and the second one as well. So it was just an amazing moment to clutch this.
Didn't do it justice by not having the commentary there, because I'm pretty sure it's Henry G losing his mind as Nico pushes through that Molotov. But that was an incredible play, and of course, hoping to see more of it on this. This is the biggest stage. This is where you expect the biggest plays, but how likely is it? I mean, going up against Complexity, let's turn FaZe towards them for a moment. We didn't quite get to explore FaZe at their entirety, but we've got, hopefully, 2 maps, if not 3, to talk about.
Yeah, and Complexity has had a very difficult road, obviously, coming in as the number 16 seed, having to play Astralis first, then they go up against MIBR, and then they go against Energy, right? And they actually managed to defeat Energy 2-0, which is how they end up in this match against FaZe. I don't really know what we've seen out of them because they've played such difficult opponents. I mean, they went up against Astralis on Nuke, so like, what can we actually, you know, piece together about their form? I don't know. The only map you can really take anything away from, in a negative sense, is the MIBR one, and I don't know, MIBR looked pretty good.
Yeah, and then hey, let's add on to that, Jacob. Let's look at that game, that NRG game. And I'm sure it's an interesting conversation. The reason I'm treading on eggshells right now is because it's been quite a topical discussion, NRG's exit, as well as the reasons for it. But Complexity can't be underperforming, can't be looking weak when a team like NRG, in a best-of-3, in overtimes, falls to Complexity. There must be some glimmer of hope for this team to continue to make impact here.
Now, I definitely agree with that. I think Complexity is playing up to a level that we haven't seen them play at since the last major, where they so magnificently well managed to qualify for the top 8 spots. Now, that said, though, NRG were definitely not playing up to their best, and it was a big disappointment for them. I just want to alert to the fact that you said it as well. Complexity have really had a rough start to this tournament. They had to play some of the strongest team that they could potentially play and still managed to look okay at times. So they passed the first test, they passed the first exam, now they're getting the second one here. Can they do that again? I don't expect Complexity to win, but if they can put up a great fight against FaZe, I think that would be a great result for them as well.
Certainly, and actually on the topic of Complexity, why don't we take a closer look at Team Complexity, who now face FaZe in an elimination match.
Surprise legend slot earners at the previous major, Complexity brought one of Counter-Strike's oldest North American brands back to relevance in the scene.
Oh, you cannot be serious then!
Orcs do they? No, Stan! Second shot, the last bullet from the gun, he's gonna get all 4, a shutdown at the arch!
Since that finish, Cole have struggled mightily, and thus their roster has been rehauled coming into 2019. Former Rogue player Ricky and NA legend Nothing are Cole's current solutions to their performance issues of 2018. Cast very much as underdogs, Stanislaw again finds himself expected to prove his leadership and take an unproven on-paper roster to a meaningful finish. With the bolstered new format, his challenge grows ever more difficult.
And our challenge gets ever more difficult on the desk because we have to add context to Complexity, not only in their results, but in their roster. Things are a bit funny at the moment in Complexity. Yeah. And maybe, Sean, I think you, you have a Complexity jersey in the wardrobe.
Yes. Yeah.
And he did help me understand what's going on.
So, I don't know, it's such a weird situation because Stanislaw in-game leads teams very different than I do. He's a very loose in-game leader, very skill-based, and not too much structure going around. And he uses Ricky now not as the secondary operator, which is what he's used to. And we've seen Ricky tweet about that, a little bit defending himself for his poor performances so far. Jordan, Nothing, is actually being used more of like a support player, which honestly he probably should be in this team. And I think he's done an excellent job stepping into that role. Stan actually, as an in-game leader, likes to set himself up a lot, right? So he wants, you saw actually in an interview recently with HLTV, he wants to be able to have the freedom to AWP. Which is why Ricky, can't do it, because Stan wants it to do it sometimes, as well as Def.
Right.
So he kind of gives himself a lot of freedoms, and it works out really well. We saw that versus Energy. He's an incredibly skilled player and good in-game leader.
So when I hear that, and when you see that, my question now to both of you, so Jacob, please start. The fact of the matter is that how can we not call that greedy in-game leading? Or is that what it is? And is that shameless greedy in-game leading?
I don't think it's necessarily greedy in-game leading. I think it's him realizing that the potential with this team, I have to take some responsibility on myself. If I were the in-game leader of a team like Complexity, for an example, you would look towards the team, you'll assess the situation, you'll think to yourself, all right, I have these different tools to work with. If we need success, I need to put some responsibility on myself. Sort of like Nico is doing it in FaZe right now. He's taking that responsibility as an in-game leader, putting a lot of freedom on himself because he believes that he can be that guy to get the job done. And I think Stanislaw is thinking the same way.
I was actually literally thinking in my head, there's so many parallels between this Complexity team and FaZe, actually. The way that Stan in-game leads and the way he treats his players, he gives them so much freedom. But actually now FaZe is branching more towards that strategic style because of Yanko. So I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I am very intrigued to see exactly what FaZe we see today. I mean, if you did just miss the initial conversation, it is interesting. Vanguard, Renegades, now Complexity. Will this fall into the HellRaisers category, or will this fall into the other? Of course, Vanguard and Renegades both pushing them to 30 rounds and conceding FaZe are on the ropes. A reminder about that. And up against them, the stand-in who can. It is none other than Nothing. He gets sat down in front of the camera crew for a couple of minutes, and we're going to take a look at what he had to say.
A familiar face to I think everyone on the desk joins me now. It is, of course, Nothing. He's currently playing for Complexity. Thanks for joining me. What's it like rejoining the pro scene?
Oh, it's a blast. I all sorts of interviews, people keep asking me, what's the favorite part, or what do you think you're going to do? Are you going to cast again to do this, that, the other? I always have a blast being in the server, right? Whether it's just competing and trying to beat somebody or performing for the fans. You know, I always love showboating a little bit. It's just a blast being in the server overall.
But how did you even end up here?
Well, got reached out to by some of my old friends at the Complexity Management, and I think they knew that I wasn't necessarily sure about a long-term thing, and they were like, hey, we need someone for the major run. We want to bring someone in who we could plug right in and not need to do a lot of teaching with, and it worked out like that.
Well, there have been some mixed results from you guys so far in the Legends stage, so talk me through those. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we didn't play any pushovers, playing Astralis and MIBR. MIBR game, if you look a little closely, we probably outplayed them in gun rounds the first half, and then 2 big gun rounds in an economy slip-up second half just kind of snowballed against us. I don't know if there's much to say about the Astralis game. We tried to take them on their best map, and didn't quite go as planned, but at least we didn't show too much other things.
Now, we have to talk about that match against NRG, though. So many highlights, and it was a close one, even though it went 2-0. How do you guys manage to beat the boys?
Yeah, we had scrimmed against them. I think there's a sense of familiarity since they're from North America. You know, we kind of knew their shtick. They have a lot of great aimers. They try to keep it simple and get space for themselves. So we just try to keep playing confident, apply pressure, and not sit back too much and let them walk all over us. So as you could tell, Cash, half the rounds they won on their CT side were when they had pistols and stuff because we loosened up a little and let them take those duels. So it's all about us just being confident in that match and not kind of just playing too standard.
And speaking of confidence, just really quickly, are you feeling confident against FaZe?
Definitely. I know they're coming in thinking they're going to have an easy game here, so we're looking to disprove that and come in and show the good match to the fans and obviously take a W home.
I think it's definitely going to be a good match no matter what goes down. So thank you so much, Nothing, and let's head back to the desk.
I'm telling you now, I could listen to that man talk about Counter-Strike all day. He just the way it's all structured, he's very nonchalant about the world of Counter-Strike. Sure, I'm sure you're very used to it.
No, Jordan's great at preaching about Counter-Strike, and you know, he has such a good game theory in his mind individually about how to play certain situations. He's so good in the micro aspects of Counter-Strike, and he's actually added so much more to the macro aspects since he stopped playing for that brief amount of time. So I think he definitely knows what he's talking about, and he's sliding in really well.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you could tell he's chomping at the bit to get back in the server, and so are we. I'm sure you guys at home are no different. We are going to be taking a very quick break, but when we come back, vetoes and game 1 of an elimination match, FaZe versus Complexity. Will it be as easy as they say? We'll find out after this.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
stunning! They are the champions!
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
So much on the line now, a best of 3 between FaZe Clan and Complexity Gaming. One, an incredibly dark horse who's already sent North America's favorite home, NRG, of course, breezed through the minors, breezed through the challenger stages, but were met by Complexity at their weakest hour. Now Complexity face a tall task. FaZe Clan stand between them and continuing here in Katowice, and of course a lot of legacy alongside them. Complexity now face a team full of Guardian, Rain. I mean, the fact that Olofmeister is the only player now to have had legends, quote unquote, didn't always have legends, legend status from every single major. Complexity could take that away from him today. There is so much on the line, and it starts right now, Sean.
Yes, it does. And Guardian, actually, you mentioned him first. He's been having a phenomenal event. We know him to step up time and time again at the majors. And this is no exception, actually.
Yeah.
He mentioned in an interview on HLTV, this is the most prepared he feels like any iteration of FaZe has been coming into a major.
And as you can see, some of those incredible frags going down. Complexity, I believe. They did impress us. Of course, let's not forget that they have gone through quite a renovation, I suppose, since we last saw them in London, removing 2 of what were mostly their most praised individuals. I had a little look at Ye, you can see him in the kill feed there. He did a statement talking about his problems, of course, since his departure in the team, and of course, looking to return to the world of Counter-Strike. But what this Complexity has managed to do is certainly put Stan in a good position, but can they put FaZe in a bad one? Maps is where I want to take this conversation, Jacob, and I truly don't know what to expect. So a win against NRG on Nuke, does that mean it's possible going to be that cold draft?
It could go through, I think, because Renegades and FaZe, they were also having a veto process against each other, and Nuke was left out. Renegades could have chosen to play Nuke against FaZe in that matchup. They stayed away from it, so it is definitely a possibility now. FaZe decided to ban it, so it's not going to happen this time around. Cash Mirage makes sense. Third map looks to be, what is that? We're missing Dust 2? Yeah, sure. It makes sense to play Cash. I feel for FaZe Clan, it's a very open map, a map that allows for the individuals to come out and flourish. So in that regard, it's a good map for FaZe Clan, but as said, you know, we talked about the identity that FaZe Clan is trying to put on themselves. They're trying to re-innovate this lineup. They're trying to put in a new style of Counter-Strike, a way more structured style of Counter-Strike. So playing Cash, I mean, that's going to be interesting to see how they're going to approach that.
Okay, so new structured Counter-Strike, and yet the veto leaves us with probably, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Sean, 3 of the most aim-driven and pug-friendly maps in the map pool.
Yeah, probably so, probably so. But, I mean, you can get a little bit innovative on these maps.
What, Mirage? Yeah, innovate for me.
Not so much Mirage. Let's skip over Mirage.
Okay.
We can get innovative on Cash and Dust 2. I think FaZe historically has been very good on Cash, and they actually played Complexity on Cash at the E-League Invitational, and they 16-2'd them.
Yeah.
So they're probably feeling pretty confident about Cash, and I don't blame them, because that match, when I watched it, was just a complete slaughter. Nico destroyed them.
It is a scenario right now where FaZe is trying to take the best from both worlds. I think the FaZe lineup we know them to be was this very individual style-heavy lineup. You had the guys like Guardian, Olofmeister. You can keep saying the same names, Nico as well for that matter. But bringing in Ryan K as a coach, that adds an extra layer to the lineup. So if they can take the best from both worlds and sort of implement some of that structure into some of those open maps that you were describing them as, then that will make FaZe an even different beast and give them a different look. Now, whatever that's going to be able to do that already now, this early, is a good question. I mean, you said it yourself yesterday, using the word time, that's a buzzword at the analysis desk, but I think FaZe is one of those teams right now that could use a little more time with this style of Counter-Strike.
You can see Nico on your screens there, and of course the other side of things, Complexity. All smiles from the North American roster. Jordan, nothing killed, but always got that smirk on his face. And it really is globally offensive. I mean, I took a look at this. Imagine my surprise if you looked back, if you looked at this page, this match page 5 years ago, you wouldn't have believed it. We have a UK player, a Canadian, two Americans, and an Aussie on Complexity. And then you've got 5 separate nationalities all over the world. You've got Bosnia, of course, from Nico, Norway, Slovakia, Sweden, and Kazakhstan, all playing in the server today.
9 different nationalities.
Isn't that that's just testament to how this game has grown? Because not that long ago, I could sit on an analyst desk and go, the Swedes versus the French, and that would cover my bases. Not anymore.
Not even for a North American team like Complexity. You know, you mentioned that they have 4 different nationalities on their team. That's incredible.
Yeah. And of course,
are you capable? Did you see this, Jacob?
Nah, I mean, I was offered once to play on an international team, and I was like, nah, that's not gonna fly.
That's not a thing.
That's not gonna fly. It's not a thing, man. English, nah.
And now look at you, just straight up English all day, every day. I mean, this
alive all of a sudden, yeah.
Yeah, this is just, I think it's awesome because it is just proof that we are now just, it's more talent than it is just being known in your region, being known from the LAN cafe down the road. We are global.
To put some history into it, right? It was actually the first iteration of FaZe Clan that started all this. Back when they were called Kingwin, I believe, when Scream was on the lineup, Michael Lille was on the lineup. Those were the first guys to try that out. They later on became FaZe, and now we see this iteration of FaZe. So going all the way back to 2015, I believe that was the first time we saw the first big international team. Now, we talked about similarities between these two lineups, right? You brought in 8win as far as I'm concerned, as far as I understand it publicly at least, he's a stand-in for this event. He's on a trial, some sort of, whereas the same thing is going on for nothing right now. So we already established that there are a lot of similarities, obviously just working on two different levels.
Yeah, and I think that's where I want to take this conversation to just leave it, of course, when we jump into our first map. But the last point I want to converse is FaZe and respect. Now, this is a team that I've no doubt, no absence of confidence. There is no question in my mind they are confident stepping into this game. But that no-respect style of Counter-Strike, is that the kind of thing you're expecting to see, Sean, at least out of the gates, just walking into sites, popping heads until Stan forces them to respect?
So I want to say no, but at the same time, I know Yanko's mindset is he wants to, step on the other team's throat and just basically demolish them from the get-go, and that's what he wanted to do in MIBR with Fallen. He revitalized Fallen, last major. I thought Fallen looked so good. So I can see them, I can see them definitely coming out here and just being hyper-aggressive across the map.
I think they need to, if they want to get off to a good start. They need to feel that they're so much better than Complexity. Putting in some perspective to it, right? We're talking about some of the best players in the entire world all gathered up on one team, whereas you're facing a Complexity that, rightfully so, they had a good major last time around, but ever since we haven't really seen them done anything. It's a team that is going to DreamHack Opens and still bounding out of group stages, not really getting anything done. So the fact that they're able to sit here in a match against FaZe and still, they're the underdog, but we still have a little bit of faith that they can actually push FaZe to some degree. That's quite, I don't even know how to word that. That's just wild in my imagination.
I just don't see a world where FaZe or Nico or anyone, Yanko for that matter, is going to be underestimating Complexity at this point. You lose this game to a pocket strat, to Shazam going off, to Def going off, of course, UK represent. Any of those factors, I don't think you're going to be willing to play risky Counter-Strike on an elimination game at the major.
But I think we've gotten to the point, Alex, where it doesn't matter. The tiers between Counter-Strike are kind of bleeding at this point, and if you're not Astralis or Liquid, you can get upset by anyone. Absolutely. And I don't think FaZe is necessarily safe, and this is a 100% bet that FaZe is definitely going to win this game, especially given the first two maps are Cash and Mirage.
I definitely agree. Also, considering you said it yourself, Alex, confidence. That is a word that always has been surrounding the FaZe lineup, that they're so individually skilled that the confidence of the team is going to be enough to win certain games. This time around, though, like Olofmeister not having a great tournament, Rain, he's been a shadow of himself for a long time, and I actually think that he may be the most influential player on that FaZe lineup. When he's playing well, it seems to elevate all the other guys in FaZe as well. So him having a bad tournament, that's not a good sign coming into this one at all.
Another kind of thread to pull on, of course, as you look over the FaZe roster, there is Rain, of course, an influential member, as Jacob rightly outlines. It's Guardian, and the story
Rain
of trophies.
Used to be one of the best players in the world. He used to be one of the most consistent players in the world as well. We just haven't seen that the past 6 months at all.
Especially when it comes to CT side. When you used to watch Rain, I actually made a video of him on his CT Mirage. He was unstoppable at that A bomb site, and we haven't seen that form out of him lately.
We need to see the individuals find form again. FaZe on the ropes, Complexity 2, and just one will keep their head above water here in Katowice. An elimination game, FaZe, Complexity. Back to your casters to jump into the counter.
Both teams probably didn't expect to be here. One may not want it to, one will be happy to be. That's Complexity, who took down Energy in spectacular fashion. 2 overtime games, one of which went to double overtime. FaZe, on the other hand, they would have loved to have already been in the playoffs at this point.
Absolutely, and the good thing for Complexity is they've got nothing to lose, really. They've already escaped the 0 and 3. They don't have to go back to the minors. And here we go, it's a CT start for FaZe, and the analyst talked about that aggression. It's coming in right here. Stanislaw will open things up. Great performance the other day on Cash, as they have the man advantage here, but here's Nico with the USP at the back of the site. He needs some players to assist him at this stage as it keeps trading. We're going to have a 3 versus 2 in favor of Complexity for now.
Rain still holds off toward the heaven. He wants to drop down. Def's actually got him on arrival, so it is the round to Complexity to start it off on Cash. Cash being one of the 2 maps they had success on.
Absolutely.
It was Shazam's incredible 1 versus 3 in the overtime that won the mid. It was a fluff lines for Energy perhaps, but either way, here we are. FaZe, just to note, with Olaf on board, they mentioned it on the desk, the last remaining legend. I say that in terms of been a legend at every single major.
Which is quite the feat, I have to say. Goes to show you that he is an absolute star of the game, always has been. And hopefully, always will be. We've got 2 best of 3s to make it to that stage of the tournament. Full eco for FaZe right now. They're going for the 5-man B stack. This could find them a couple of kills. You can see Stanislaw outside with the UMP, just going through the procedure here. Just trying to get some information, checking all the key positions. If he walks in and goes down, they can actually commit towards A, no problem. He's found the stack. He doesn't go down at this stage. Gets 1.5 kills and nothing to clear up.
Spray back in with the MAC-10. Nothing gets 2 for his troubles. Gets dicked in the process. He'll go down. He's already got that $1,200 cash reward. And it's just Nico and Rain remaining. They'll grab the SMGs. Those will still have some validity in the next round for the CT side. The other benefit to them is that they can also go for kills themselves. So stack Nico inside of the vents. He can control his peak. He might get 1 more. 2 AKs, excuse me, 2 rifles. One's a Galil, but they don't need to get too aggressive at this point. You don't want to give those to the CTs this early. And there we go. SMGs went hunting instead. Don't get anything for it.
Well, there we have it. Actually, that's fine for Complexity. They give up 2 kills, but they detect the B stack. They safely win the round. And we go into what should be rifles here for FaZe. You're going to have Augs in the hands of Olof Meister and Rain. M4s for the other 3. No AWP yet. Nico gets the kit. We'll see if they can answer back. Cash, one of the few maps where the CTs can be aggressive, go on the offense if they fancy it. I'm sure we'll see plenty of that. Maybe not this round, considering they just want to play it safe for now. They'll smoke towards the A main entrance. And it looks like they may be flashing through it. Gonna have a couple of players up close, but might just go for the boost here. Double grenade will do a ton of damage. Rain goes down. Shazam finds him. They haven't used any of the utility yet, really. As Def with the MAC-10, trying to cause a little bit of chaos towards a forklift, and he's done more than that. HE grenade perfectly placed, and will take all of Meister. It's a 5 versus 3. Guardian holding towards checkers. He no longer has anything to hold off B. And we sat there solo with the M4, and that's why he has to play an angle like this. He desperately needs a kill if they have any chance in this round.
Guardian's gonna rotate back in. He's forced off. Let's go back to Tree. Molotov as well. That pushes him even further off the angle, so if he was holding in the corner, it would do damage. Flash, they're doing everything. So even he can't spray through the smoke. Not a chance to even catch anyone in transition as they get the bomb out of the site. He backs off further, and they're going to just call it. They have to. You're right. They had no chance unless Guardian was able to somehow be aggressive. And Def's going to hunt them down with the MAC-10. He can justify this.
He definitely can. Every kill he gets will have a knock-on effect. That one is absolutely brilliant. He really impressed us with his rifling and his general aim. And then when he picked up the AWP, sure, we're still finding the occasional frag, but we preferred it when he's staying on these rifles. Really talented player as we head into these 2 CTs trying to save what they can in spawn. They know exactly where they are now. Ricky, try and find the next frag here. He knows they're towards his position. He might be able to get both, or at least one of them, and he'll set Shazam up for the slam dunk. It's going to be 3-0 for Complexity here. Another eco for FaZe.
Yeah, keep an eye, just obviously going on to an eco, not this round, but how many times they bring out the M4 versus the AUG. They seem to be one of the most stubborn teams still in that regard. And sure, you can complain all day that Nico, quote, verbatim, roughly, noob gun, whatever. You can be like Scream and put it on your Instagram story, your Twitter, probably talk about it on your stream. Doesn't change the fact that it's in the game, teams are using it, and they're taking advantage of it. If you're not willing to adapt, you'll just get run over. So that if they fall shy, that's something to talk about.
I hear their concerns and understand what they're saying, but it doesn't do you any good not using it, you know? If it does seem to be giving a slight advantage, even if it's a few percent, that could be the edge. And we're getting to round number 4 here. Again, FaZe save nothing. As they head towards CT spawn, they'll have to go with Deagles. No armor. A couple of flashbangs. They'll probably pounce towards A main eventually. Stanislaw gets in position. He really did light up the scoreboard the other day. 45 kills. We'll see if he can replicate that. There's the push and the flashbang. But Stanislaw, with that AUG, takes him down.
45 kills and 3 in the final round of the double overtime to win it as well. It wasn't just kills here and there. He had impact after impact after impact. Shazam's going to try and do exactly that toward the Pistols. Inside of A, they flash out, both walk into the same rough position, so didn't even have to reset his aim too much to find both kills. As Ricky heads to mid, MAC-10, free fire on the white box, spots Olaf, takes him down as well, just to the left. And he will depart us now.
Now we should talk about cash in general. Complexity starting the T side. They've got a 4-0 start, but it is technically a T-sided map, but remember, they don't really have any pressure here. It's all on FaZe. They're the ones who have not performed to their potential at this event. FaZe has been very up and down the last year. They're coming into this event with Adren. They managed to win a trophy earlier in the year at E-League, but didn't expect to see them down at the 1 and 2 at this stage of the tournament. Loses best of 3, they are out. This time, though, the orb's in the hands of Nico and Guardian. So the double orb setup brought out as quickly as they can, but it is going to be an execution here. Complexity trying to use that momentum and capitalize upon it. It's going to be Nico to find the first frag, but they are out of the main entrance.
He's got to move around the site. He's got to be dynamic in this position because they've already got, as you say, inside of the site, and Rain and Olaf aren't yet in tight positions. Nico's gone. Olaf couldn't do it. Olaf does push. He won't go past the flames down the site. They'll try and get the default plant now. Smoke on top of them does, in fact, shield the plant. Keeps Olaf at bay for now. It's Guardian and Rain also with him at the truck. Def, Ricky. They want to try and swing it back out. Nothing's holding toward A main. And Adren's lost track of him, so it's bought time for Adren before he can get on the highway. It's going to be basically straight 3.
Wow.
They tried to flash it in. Blinded still. Olaf got it. This comes to nothing. He pushes the smoke. It was a bold idea. Ricky's had to keep himself alive with the smoke on top of the flames. They know exactly where he is, and a MAC-10 to hold against 3 rifles. So far, so good. Not going to happen for the second. They'll have just enough time. FaZe, I say just enough, quite comfortable actually, to find their first round.
First of many, I assume, but we'll see how they go. They do recover the double orb setup. Guardian, Adren to survive. They've got an incendiary and a smoke as well, but they have to reinvest heavily here. Remember, that wasn't technically a real gun run of Complexity. They've just been carrying that momentum. That's why they're going for these quick executions, trying to use the MAC-10, get stuck in. This is where the game really begins now. They continue to find rounds and reset FaZe. That would be amazing, but this is what they'll really be tested. Shazam, 7-1, brings out the orb for the first time as well. He is also looking very good individually right now. He could definitely give Guardian a run for his money as he heads towards B, round 6. Guardian actually in a similar position. You see him waiting towards heaven, not going to be challenging directly as he smokes in. That will slow everything right down.
Getting the first, but Def gets back onto Rain. Keep in mind, that's 1 round only for FaZe. 2 players stayed alive. They kept the double off in contention. They brought it around, but it's still be a reset. Not if Adren finds Ricky walking into the vents.
A weird play from Ricky.
Bare peak.
Yeah, you've got presence in middle. You've pushed that CT back. You've got a 4-on-4, and he just runs through and dies.
These guys had a day off yesterday. Complexity, they would have worked on things. Just want to make note, we're critical of the fact that he was not on the double op setup. He tweeted that. I feel like he was responding to us and perhaps some of the people that we invigorated in joining that debate. Basically said, look, I joined the team recently. We haven't had enough time to go through all of the structure. It made the most sense for me to get onto a rifle for how quickly we had to adapt for this tournament. So fair play, I suppose.
When he's got the bottom stats in the team, you have nothing filling in. That's the problem, right? That's when it doesn't really make sense. You want to kind of get the most out of this player. Shazam doesn't quite hit the shot, but he does take a bullet. Takes him down to 12 HP. They've got another buy in the bag here, but this isn't impossible to win. It's just very unlikely. Adren just waiting for more sound cues. Doesn't want to give up any opportunities here. Run the clock down as low as possible as they make the choice to head back towards B. There's only 1 player there right now, but Adren can quickly rotate. Guardian with the AWP, not going to miss that shot. As he will start to rotate the back of the bomb, so it looks like he's recovered, and the round is theirs. 2 in a row for FaZe. They avoid the reset with 4 players surviving. But as we said, 1 more buy available here for Complexity. They have a chance to get back into it, but the scoreline is getting closer and closer. Here's Nico. Now off Meister, finding the initial kills, but remember that trade came through. It was disappointing they gave up the frag straight after that one, but either way, round 7 coming through. Orb for Shazam once again. Try to pick towards B before. They try and boost him in middle this time.
The double op's not yielding much so far again. Second round in a row, though. That's the important aspect. Losing that reset. Just to go back to the Ricky point as well. We saw a number of peaks. Ouch. Stack. That hurts, Rain. We saw a number of times yesterday as well. I suppose 2 days ago now, their last series against Energy, when he did actually risk quite a bit, did try and go a little bit too aggressive on his own. We've noted a few teams in this tournament as well, not necessarily using utility as they should. Nico up close, AWP, flash in. He's gonna go aggressive with the off, pretty much a shotgun at that point, and it's the stand-in. Nothing to find 2 on the AK-47. Smoke down toward the highway, 1 more in the sight. Jordan's got them all, a hat trick, and he's on for this plant immediately after. Bomb's gonna join, stand in his hands.
Remember, Rain was on 25 HP, that nothing through the grenade, so he doesn't even get any sort of assist or anything. That's 3 clean kills for him. Amazing stuff from nothing. As now Guardian and Adren will have to hold on to their weaponry. A basic approach there, but you can see FaZe, they're trying to take the game towards complexity at that point. The incendiary goes in, they flash off, and there's 4 teams waiting on the other side, and nothing mows them all down. No problem at all, and the CTs need to hold on to their weaponry. Nico, $250, Guardian, $650. Rain won't be able to buy either, so with these 2 safe weapons, as long as both of them go to the next round, they'll be fine. It's a big if, though. You can see the T's triangulating around them. Not going to find them on the box of things. And Dren towards Sunroom is the only threat, but no one coming in his direction. It's 5-2 on the T side. There's nothing. Looks very calm. Great moment from him.
He does. That was fantastic. It was a pretty audacious play to try and get the AWP in position on A main without any information. Late flash in as well. That's it. That's the AWP that went down right there. Nico, gone. Sure, if no one's in there and he can get the angle toward the door, fantastic. But that is asking a lot of yourself to hit that shot.
They don't force this. Still winnable with Guardian's AWP. The complexity need to feel this out properly. Can't just challenge the choke point and assume it'll be clear. That's what they need to do. The smoke's in. Procedure is deployed. Molotov towards checkers. Just remove options for Guardian. He does play the B bomb site. He hasn't changed things up.
Flash directly in the face of Olaf. Tries to spray after with the Deagle. Transitions over to the forklift. Had an interesting conversation with the No Majors Club yesterday about this map, and one of the things that most people agreed needed to be changed perhaps is that forklift. Is that going to be in the next version of this map or not? We know that there's one being hinted at. Whether or not that's going to be implemented, that's up for debate as well, but Rain push nearly danced in the corner away from Def as well, but Def serves death as Rain goes down.
It was almost 2 kills there for Rain. Managed to get a few bullets towards Def in the process, but they still have a fighting chance here. The Org of Adren could be enough. As it will be Def now. I'm at 54 points of health, challenging towards middle. It's going to cost him his life, and they're being a little bit clumsy now. 4 versus 2. 40 seconds remain. Shazam going to smoke towards CT spawn. Guardian, though, he's getting at least one of these, isn't he? Doesn't miss many shots, this boy. That's no different. Bomb goes down.
He's trying to close back in. They gave up 1 in between. That actually means they take the advantage back. No force on this, you said it. They kept the AWP, carried it over, and now they find themselves back in the driver's seat. It's not really a reset, though, is it? Because Complexity's got enough residual. They'll bring out the AKs right away. Nothing's got 5250. He grabs an AK as well. There will not be an AWP because Shazam, he's $800 light of it.
This suggests to me with this sort of buy, they got to go for another little set piece in the MAC-10 in first, get as many smokes down as they possibly can, let Ricky get close to the bomb site and see if they can overwhelm this double AWP setup. That's the best sort of approach, especially with a team that pound for pound isn't as strong as FaZe. Get all those smokes on the side, make things uncomfortable. They'll head towards A, it's exactly that. They're going to go for the set piece here. The CTs need to be very careful. They've tried this boost, they've been sprayed down, they've been naded, they've tried aggression, it hasn't worked out, and they could get caught boosting up at this point. If they go now, this could be very problematic. Nico starts to fall back. Olofmeister in position.
He's got the first already. Olofmeister was in position, but held there, and he can sit on the sidelines for the rest of the round. Def with a double. Shazam gets Rain. Guardian already back inside of middle. They've responded. You're right. It was a fast play. Good call by you. Good spot on the nades. Guardian just wants to serve damage any way he can. Def's up to a 3rd kill in the round. Pretty consistent player for Complexity throughout this event. I wouldn't say he's been far and away quite like Stan, per se, but he's been there. He's been in the games every single time. Hasn't had a poor performance to say.
We expect him to be a decent player. He hasn't dropped the ball at all in that department. Solid as Shazam closes it. That is problematic. It seems like FaZe, it's either push A main or go for that boost. They just need to maybe just play a standard round at this point. Let's let it build up instead of taking the fight to them. As they get caught, you can see that's Nico. He has to pull back the knife out completely. Throws all off to the walls at that point. I don't think that boost was the correct play. You've got all that firepower there. You just need to play in a default manner. That already went wrong once before when you're trying to get up there. as they get into the next round. There is cash available, but maybe a timeout required here, and indeed that will be called. Yanko not going to be happy about this. They lose this series, they're out of the major. I guess, as Jan has pointed to as well, Adren is sort of on a trial period right now for this event and see how they get on, see how it feels. I would assume Yanko's in a very similar position right now, trying to kind of fill the team out, whether it's a good click for both of them.
It seems like there's some mental blocks at times. They do have 2 Augs this time. It's Olaf and Adren to pick them up. But yes, you're absolutely right. Adren's on a trial period. It's an interesting note. Remember, it's Kerrigan that came in and took the helm of this team. And then it was Alu and Kiyashima that left to make room for the superstars of Guardian and Olaf. The project never transpired the way that it should have. They, in theory, and with ambition, should be what Astralis is. That was the entire goal of this team.
We have a CT, I think, pushing towards A main. Indeed, it's Nico. We've seen this boost a lot this event, and no one's really pulled it off. But Nico isn't like every other player. He'll be waiting in position, and Guardian with the AWP holding towards the B storage right now. Vulnerable to grenades, but holding a more passive angle.
Adren wants to get aside the smoke. He's got to be careful. That goes both ways, that cap. That's not a one-way at all. Def could have spotted his ankle bone. Adren goes back, looks for the shot towards the barrels. Def's got a peek onto it. Even with the AUG, couldn't find it. Even scoped in. It's the AK instead, but Guardian stands tall. Has to be weary of the smoke in front, and he is. He goes back out to it as it fades, but he misses the shot on nothing. And are they going to explode on the B site or hold up? There's still one inside to find, but nothing's got the AWP. Don't often see him go to this weapon, but he wants to crack the site wide open.
He is low HP. That's why he's picked it up. He wants to see whether he can have some impact here. Just hold a tight angle like that. Wait for a mistake to be made, still a kill away. But for now, smoke towards highway from Stan. He'll also be deploying a Molotov towards the white box as well as they aim for mid-control here. Olaf Meister in position to shut this down, but he's holding right now. He has an incendiary, no flashes. Nothing. Will make his play towards B. Great shot from Stan. 4 versus 2 now. There's one player on the B side, and it's going to be Rain. He's got the flash, and actually the T's have flashed themselves there. This could still fall apart, but Shazam, what a shot that is. 9 seconds remaining, he pulls that one off, and you do see that from his POV. Unbelievable stuff. And Nico, no chance of winning this, man. No kip, 69 HP, and pretty far removed from the situation.
This is not looking good at all.
It's not, is it?
This is not what you expect. They're normally resounding in taking duels, aim everywhere. Adren goes down. Guardian does what he can, but still misses a second shot. Done. Jordan's hitting the shots right now.
I feel like they've come in with this mentality to say, we can't show them any respect. We need to be getting in their faces. And I can see that when Adren's play there. That is not a common angle. You do not hold with a rifle in towards B storage. You've got an AWP there. He goes down straight away. That applies all the pressure to the Guardian at that point. He goes down as well. All of a sudden, Shazam's hitting crazy shots, and it all falls apart. They just need to reel it in a little bit. I feel like they've come in thinking, oh, we're gonna bamboozle them. We're gonna get straight in their faces. We're not gonna let them do their defaults. But the fact they have the money in their favor, they're calling perfectly right now. Complexity have a great understanding of how to shut down this double AWP setup, which they seem to keep bringing out time and time again. It's not really working for them. And this is the shot I wanted to see. See you later, Rain.
Yeah, that's spectacular.
That round was almost over. They flashed themselves their Complexity, and Rain had a chance, but he didn't see that coming. That's a full reset as well. They save one M4, but they're only getting $1,400 per player. 7-3 down.
Stan already inside of A main. No one gonna peek on the A side. Back to pistols again on the side from Nico, who saved.
Like, I don't mind aggressive rounds of cash. It's one of the things I love about this map the most.
Yeah, you always talk about that.
But if they're waiting for you every time you're doing it, it's failed 3 or 4 times now, and the boosts aren't working out, let's just play the default rounds. We'll kind of change the setups up, have 3 towards middle sometimes, get the AWP or a quad, leave mid open, whatever you want. Just mix those variations up. Like, it feels that they're trying to get in their faces a little bit too much here without being financially secure. They've got 1 M4 in the hands of Nico. Olaf goes down. Shazam doesn't seem to be missing much today.
Not at all. Finds Olaf immediately. Molotov behind quad. Get ready for truck. He's already got it lined up. Doesn't want to go fully into it. That's still worked out, actually. Nico got Stanislaw. Shazam didn't need to kill his teammate. He just fired through his falling body and immediately got the kill back onto him. That allows Def to walk out from the door. And from the door into the site, he finds 2 toward the truck with the AK. Both go down. Just Guardian. Again, on 1-on-4. It's going to go 8-3 for Complexity. These guys are soon becoming, and fast becoming, the pick'em pests, taking out NRG, and now you've got FaZe against the rope so far in map 1.
Now, a lot of people would just be focusing on like the negatives of FaZe right now, but Complexity are doing a fantastic job with the mid-round calls. The approaches they're coming into with each round, it's actually impressive to watch. They're hitting their shots. Right now, they actually look like the better team from what we've seen so far. And this very small sample size, of course, but it's Guardian holding on to the M4. He didn't invest anything into this round. They saved the M4 previously. So this was the eco. Not a massive amount to take away from this round, but still, another one on the board for Complexity here. We've seen them win cash before, like we mentioned, against NRG. Into overtime, but still was a great game. Nothing's not missing much either. When he's coming online and looking sharp, that's a scary prospect. You've got 5 players hitting everything. Currently the top, Def and Shazam with 12 kills. Nothing with 9. Top fragger on the FaZe side is going to be Adren, 7 and 7. This was the kill you mentioned. Shazam almost got his teammate there, but it all works out in the end. And Def, a real big fan of his individual aim. The AK-47, get that in his hands and he will cause damage.
You can see the hesitation too. He didn't want to kill his teammate, and then he realized, well, I've got no choice.
Yes,
you're already dead at this point anyway. Take the shot. I'm surprised he hit it because he didn't even have any vision at that point. And you are right, this is a rush. Guardian down. So much damage to both Def and Nothing. And Adren knows they've gotten tagged up, tries to lob an 8 in, but they're too far away. Still manages to get Ricky, but not before he found Rain. So it leaves us with just Olaf, Adren, and Nico remaining on the FaZe side. Again, they're locked out of the B site. Smoke's already down toward Tree, and Olaf's backing off.
The calls are so good for Complexity now. They've read the money so well. Just when FaZe have another 5 rifles, chucking a B rush. Guardian doesn't have his orb. He can't counter that. He does a lot of damage, sure, but the 4 players in front of him, he gets dropped, and the rotating Rain will be taken down as well. It's going to be 9-3. FaZe are getting run over here.
Absolutely are. They can't hold anything right now.
Well, they're getting outplayed tactically, I'm afraid. They don't have a response for this. Everything Complexity are doing right now, it's the perfect call. It's working out. They're hitting their shots. They can back it up with the firepower. They're going to find double digits soon. 3 weapons survive once again, but FaZe, not really much to report. No massive clutches coming in yet. A few scrappy rounds going in their favor. Complexity look very calm. Just to reiterate, this is a team that came into this segment of the tournament as the bottom seed. They managed to avoid 0 and 3. That means they don't have to go through the minors in North America for the next major. That was pretty much the objective of this squad. They've obviously got a stand-in playing for them right now, but they've got nothing to lose, and it's showing. They're playing very relaxed Counter-Strike. Nice calm calls, making it work, hitting the shots. Yeah, and no AWP once again. FaZe needs some fortune.
Very much so. This is Complexity's map choice.
Still, FaZe play this. They've got some great results in this map.
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe not panic as of yet. The problem is the way in which they're losing is spectacular. Molotov forces Rain out. He does get the kill off, but that's more what we expect.
Yeah.
Even when they're forced to take duels, we expect that they're going to win them. They've got so much skill.
Well, those are the kind of plays they've been trying to make throughout. Like we said, that's the mindset they seem to have right now, is try and take the game to the terrorists. Finally, they'll get an opening pick and not lose anyone. But it's Ricky who's recovered the AWP, and we know how good he can be with this weapon. That's the rifle for this team, not getting the most out of him, but now a rare opportunity to see whether he can swing the round in their favor. Shazam goes down, and Ricky will try and answer back as Def is dropped as well. Nothing. I'm so impressed with his level. The fact he's coming to this tournament and still looking like a pro is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, we said it yesterday. He's such a great mercenary, such a good person to go to, so much experience. He's done all the roles. Aside from primary hopping, he can. Probably wouldn't be my first pick for it.
Probably not going to be the
He's not going to be your go-to for that. That's the one rule, maybe not. But again, we talked about mouse sports. He was in Brazil with them last year, took them all the way to the final. Not he alone, certainly, but the fact that he was standing in and able to do that was impressive in its own right. And Complexity, impressive so far. 9-3. And looking like maybe a 10th as well. Bomb is planted. They don't have the advantage this time. Stanislaw only with 10 HP to work with, and already spotted out by Rain. That's going to put Rookie under pressure. Couldn't hit the op shot up close because he was trying to watch toward Truck instead.
It's Rain with 4 kills there. That all started with a boost towards middle. He manages to win the duel against Shazam and manages to get 3 kills after that. Still comes down to a 10 situation, though. There was a world where Ricky hits that shot towards A main, and he's comfortable in that position and hold off the approaching counter-terrorist there, but didn't work out for him as we get into round 14. This was the initial boost. Rain gets it done. You can see his frag total swelling in this round. He hadn't really done much before this, but it's good to see him arrive. As long as he can get 5-6 rounds, they'll be fine. But this is the timeout now. As Jan going to chime in. He wants to make sure no mistakes are made at this point. He's noticed some of the errors that are going through. That double orb setup hasn't been too beneficial for them. It's Guardian has the orb now. He's 6-8 at this moment. Adren yet to buy. I assume he has a drop on the floor. Nico with an AK. He's the one on the secondary orb, and he is one of the best rifles on the planet. Maybe just keep him on the AK for now. That double orb is being shut down with the great utility of Complexity. They're making fantastic calls. They're stifling the orbs. There's nothing that above and beyond expectations. Can they shut down the economy for round number 15? It'd be so much pressure on the FaZe boys if they did. Is the double nade again? I think it is. Rain took a lot of damage from this before, but I don't think anyone's going to receive it this time.
Oh no.
They're okay. All right, well, no one was there to receive them anyway, and they didn't do too much damage to themselves. It's okay.
Actually, I think the only damage Stan took was probably just the nade hitting him directly in the back. 3 HP? No, that would be 2 for an HE hitting? I can't remember. It's like so situational, right? It's not a stat I really think of all the time. Nonetheless, Shazam, he's already positioned himself toward B main. Ricky's going to cross in front. Nothing's already out inside of Toxic. So B execution looking extremely likely with 1:10 on the clock. They've already gathered all 5 there now, in fact, with Stan and Def joining in. Def's going to watch the lurk, make sure no one gets around on the flank. Molotov's down. That's going to force off Guardian. He manages to stay on top of the generator, from which you can only spot the second entrance at Checker. Smoke still down on the site. Adren's going to elevate himself as well to see around the smoke, but there's a timer on this. It's going to be doubled. They've already cleared one side. Second Molotovs again. So they're making it very chaotic. Adren's doing the only thing he can, trying to get above the flames, but he still burns alive, and Ricky's got Guardian. What an execution.
So
it was
good.
a double execution. They did it once. They caused movement. Just waited it out. Smokes were gone. They might have thought it was even a fake at that point. Boom, hit them twice.
Couldn't ask for more than that. If you execute and get them in positions where they feel extremely uncomfortable, you're burning one alive, you've guaranteed a round. It couldn't have gone better for you. That is beautiful stuff from Complexity. I didn't expect this level from them, I'll be honest. I thought FaZe would come onto this particular map, which you consider quite puggy. They could just run over them. But
and this does speak to the fact, okay, yes, Energy, everyone was saying was underperforming. Didn't go well. They lost to Complexity. Oh no. Everyone was pinning that as much on Energy as Complexity.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing that Complexity is absolutely a force to be reckoned with right now. But not only that, I think this is even beyond the way they played against Energy. This is more organized. That was a battle. That was a brawl. We saw Stan get 45 kills on Nuke. It was multiple 1vx situation, clutches, close timings, diffuses that were missed by 0.03, if you remember.
That's right, yes.
That was a very different game than this. This is structured. This is team play.
It's a very good looking T side. Oh, nice shot from Ricky as well. He gets it all done. Nice to see him finding some confidence now. In that NRG game, we didn't see much from him, but he's having some high impact kills now. Getting to the swing of things. Round 15. It was a reset, but with the 2 weapons saved at least, they do get a pretty reasonable buy. And there's going to be a Famis in there for Rain, but still workable for sure.
Molotov plus nade and flash. Nico needs to be aware of the fact that Stan is inside, and Nico can't hit anything right now.
That's just not required. That's a solo little push towards A main.
4 kills for Nico. 6 for Olaf. Rain on 8. He's normally Mr. Consistent. He's died 13 times. The other guy's at least saving weapons here and there.
I think out of the 5 times they've pushed that position, they've come out on top once. You'd think maybe they're onto something here. Maybe they're aware we might push towards this position. If you do send 2 or 3, sure, you're probably going to win the fight, but just one guy going in, it's certainly not ideal. Olaf Meister makes his way around, and it's another lackluster attempt. They've got so much time here, Matt. They don't have to commit to this, but in they go. There's going to be nothing to lead the charge. There's a player towards Faulkner, though. He's been overlooked. That's Guardian. Bomb goes down, but not for long. It's absolute bloodbath here. And it's now going to be a 4 versus 1. Adren has almost got 0 chance here. Wait for it.
And he knows where one is. He knows Shazam's locked in the corner, trying to dodge the flash, gets close, gets closer still. The nade helps him out so much, but Stanislaw trumps with position again. He's got 3 in the round, and it's 11-4 Complexity at half.
Do not adjust your sets. The scores are correct. It is FaZe down 11-4 on the CT side of Cash. I'm sure they can bring it back. They're just starting to get warmed up. This is going to be a long series of Complexity, but it couldn't have started in a better fashion. 11-4 at halftime. We'll see if they can win the pistol and close this out. We'll be back after this break.
The fickle nature of the crowd seems to be something that's all too common. You can't really be blamed for being convinced now. This was the prediction at the start. 18% said Complexity would win it over FaZe. It has shifted significantly this time. And I think everyone agrees that Complexity is quite well and comfortably in the lead. The Red Tie Army sitting on 11 and 4 only for FaZe.
Shout out to Stanislaw for his calls in the first half. Absolute masterclass in how to play Cash. Really well done, carrying through the momentum. And now they'll have fun themselves 11-4 lead on the CT side of Cash. Win this pistol, it could be a quick finish here. But FaZe are tenacious and deadly. They know they've got a chance. If they can get this pistol, they can bring this right back. They've got the skill to do it. Nico challenging towards a connector. Won't do any damage, but they have got mid control. They know they've sent him packing there.
Rain already up mid. They've got the smoke at the top side of Highway as well, so he can push straight through, and that's what he intends to do. He'll go with the teammate, the form of Olafmeister, and together they want to overwhelm Def, but they need to be careful not to get caught off by Ricky. If they tunnel to the left, he'll be perfectly positioned to catch them down, and thankfully they do spot him, but it slows their pace considerably, and not to mention, there's 4 over on the B side, so if Bomb wants to go that way, this isn't a foregone conclusion. It's still in B main, but that's a long way back across the map. The fact that they win out the kills in the backlines, though, makes it very difficult. Nothing now has to hold the corner while not being spotted from heaven and still find a kill when they cross. He's done that somehow. He goes aggressive and does more than just that. He's looking for additional kills, but he's got to get them all too, and he needs 2 more as his teammates all fall. He's on 13, and they're not even going to mess with him.
Great work by Nothing, but at this point, it looks unlikely he can win this round. It would have to be something remarkable at this stage to stand a chance. FaZe do split up. Nothing will find a kit at least. He's got a decoy as well. Could bounce that around this corner, pretend it's a flashbang, but if he finds this low HP player, which he won't. Oh, okay, I thought there was a chance there. He's going to turn around and get him. It will be FaZe picking up the pistol there. Some moments of doubt as well. You were right, the B stack there from the CTs could have been the unraveling of FaZe Clan there. They get through the connector. They thought they had a chance to shut it down completely. Luckily, they hit most of their shots and didn't get too punished by the B stack. It's nothing against a couple of frags and pushes them back towards A, but if he had a bit more HP, maybe stood a chance there. Nice work from Nico to close the round out. Is there a force buy in response on the CD side? There is. They did this a lot over the course of the tournament. I'd actually say relatively successfully. It's Def with the scout. CZs are out as well. 5-7s, and Rain is committed towards middle. He'll actually take Shazam down to 22 HP. And at this point, Shazam with the armor can't really do much of this now. Just hoping he can hold an angle and get a 1D.
So many talking points around FaZe's performance. Even if they survive this series, we're still just starting the second half of game 1 of a best of 3, so let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes.
But when you think about nice shot, Def.
Hello?
Wow, 2-man advantage. He got the one at B main. It was an equally great kill toward Highway. Rain's got Def back with the AK, letting him try and get inside of the B site with a flash from main. 2 through the vents. Shazam. It's an interesting little bounce smoke. It's almost like coming through tunnels on B on Dust 2. You just hold it to the wide side, you keep your vision, you get inside, and nothing does exactly that to at least refortify the B site.
Give them a chance that they commit. He can actually do some damage, slow them down. They still have the man advantage here, but they haven't recovered any weaponry. Time ticking away. 35 seconds now. Need to work out where they can deliver this bomb. It seems like they'll commit towards the B side of the map. They need to hurry up at this stage. CTs surrounding them and damage being done.
Rain gets nothing, they force him out. Shazam has to push the smoke. He's caught off by a Dread, so it looks like the round's back into control. A few shots in through smoke themselves from Rain, and does he consider pushing it? Stan gonna try and go back around to mid. They know there was a gun down on Highway. Is it still there? It is. It's an AK-47 as well, which is a lovely thing to grab if you're on the CT side.
Now, do they want to go for this?
I think save the AK maybe, try and trap them in at this point in time. Ricky's got a good position. You know what? Inside of the vents, if they get 1 kill here, tough call to make now. Unfortunately, he was committed, but couldn't get the AK back. Olaf really wanted to try and reach up and grab it. FaZe's performance, though, MIBR looked shaky. People were saying they're back after yesterday, right? They're into the playoffs. We're starting to see them come alive, and I sincerely hope they are, too, because one of the most exciting teams in Counter-Strike, undoubtedly, when they're on form. Na'Vi, the state of things with them, Zeus's interview. Wow, Def just nailed that.
Yeah.
That's even hard to see. It's slow motion.
Those 2 kills came in very quickly. Could have been the end.
The point I want to make is top 4 I thought was a lockout in this event. Now you've got 3 teams struggling so considerably. Liquid and Astralis are fine. Who can sneak in? A team like Renegades, can they make it to a semi-final at this point?
Perhaps.
I mean, there's a lot available right now.
They look very good right now. Their kind of approach to the game is spot on. They're getting the most out of their star players. There's a serious conversation to be had. The Renegades could go all the way and maybe get to a semi-final. Who knows? Maybe a bit further. But this should be a round for FaZe. Guardian making his way out of the main entrance there with the MAC-10. He has 3 players in front of him, but he might not pull the trigger straight away. Yeah, great stuff by him. Wow. That's going to get him so much cash going forward.
Absolutely. He's 4,300. The round's not even over. He still has the MAC-10 full HP. If he gets another one, he's got an op already in the bank before the time even expires on this one.
Now they get the same sort of momentum the Complexity had in that first half. They'll have the leftover MAC-10s here. They know Complexity Forceborn the second. They won't necessarily have the Incendiaries, maybe not the AWP, but Shazam has got that. So do they want to hold on to the MAC-10s or upgrade to a sniper and keep this kind of looser gameplay up?
8150 for Guardian after that round.
He buys the AWP, just to know. So there we go. Question answered. I guess they can't really mess around with these sort of situations. If it was the first half, I'm sure they would keep the MAC-10s, but right now Guardian does need to step up against Shazam, who's got 15 kills and 7 deaths. Guardian's on 11. Going for the Highway boost step. No CT's in that position right now, so you can still stay up there for a good 20 seconds or so. Get a bit of intel what's the one going on. Doesn't have to be a kill. Once you spot CT's there, you'll get some idea of what's going on here.
He'll hold the angle, Guardian, with the truck boost. It's very situational, very uncommon. You actually get a pick from it, but doesn't cost you anything to do. It's not like they're gonna have a chance to get the shot back on you unless they have an absolutely perfect read. So FaZe starting to close the gap. Complexity, just to note, it's 5 rounds in a row. I'm trying to see back quickly, I can't find it. I think most of their halves have been won or lost on the T side, so the CT's been a little bit evasive for them. And that could have to do with some of the communications, again, of being a newer team. If Stan's calling, it's one thing to execute, it's another thing to rotate and be spot on with your teammates, play off each other correctly, get timings right, without sort of a set play with reaction calls.
This is the setup we spoke about, leaving middle open and having your all put towards quad. The problem is when that highway smoke comes in, it does make things pretty uncomfortable. Shazam will have to fall back towards the bomb site here. FaZe are going to finish up at A, but will they make the entrance clear?
They know where the op is now. On the site, Def on the forklift, finds only one. Looked like he could follow through on the second, but the flames at his feet. Nico's already deep. Stan and nothing with it all to do in a 2 versus 4, and Guardian's already holding toward the truck. Now FaZe looking more like the team we know. And nothing, I don't think, will do anything. Nothing will do nothing.
I think that's accurate. He doesn't have anything to say about this situation. He'll be holding the M4 and waiting for terrorists that are hunting for the final frag here. But the gap is being closed slowly but surely. It's going to be 11-8 after this one. Loss bonus certainly there for Complexity, but the money right now isn't. They'll presumably lose nothing in this hunt from Nico. He is going to check the connector. Now Desi hits the shot. Not going to happen. Nothing at least found. But does he get out? Going to grab the AK-47 and see if he can make it towards CT spawn. It looks like he's absolutely fine. Heads towards B. So we'll listen to have that weapon going forward, but his teammates can't really join him with the rifles. They'll be able to get Deagle, CZs, maybe a scout. There's Olofmeister. Currently sat on 10 kills, 12 deaths. So things looking a little more stable now for FaZe. Having equally the good start. Complexity found. Great execution from them. You can see all the Molotovs deployed. Flushes those CTs out. Execution is all about making the defense uncomfortable. And that's certainly very effective. The MAC-10 against those unarmored heads can cause absolute chaos upon entry. Nico trying to beat the smoke towards middle, but as you can see, that's not going to work out. They'll still go towards A main though. Rain actually dodging the flashbangs right now. That's why he's walking in backwards.
Ricky again, he loves this Zeus. He actually uses it in his gameplay. It's not a troll, it's not a meme. He's comfortable and confident, and that's why. 3rd kill he's gotten in this event on a Zeus. What's the record for Zeus kills in an event, Peter?
Oh, wow. I can't believe that looked so clinical as well. He's just like, oh, that's the sound cue I need. Here we go. Oh, there's the first frag. I've got an AK now. But Stan has gone down. It's a Dren that's removed. They now have 2 AKs on the CT side.
Guardian just checking quickly inside of A-Long. He knows that Ricky's gone up there and is potentially still holding it. Certainly is. Def's going to push out A main, so they know it's not an A. Shazam, he can't really leave middle. That's the only place they don't have information on, but he seems to be trusting of himself, and he'll go over toward Nothing and try and hold the line at B.
Nothing has 2 flashbangs here, and the AK at the back. He's in the right position. Can he time this flashbang well enough?
Can he get away without a second Molotov landing? And they haven't thrown one so far. They're in the site. They're going to wrap to him. He just needs to make sure he's aware of the fact that they're already on the platform. Goes for it. It was the right play. It baits in Ricky because he took away the angle.
No!
Guardian, he didn't have any clue. He walked out. He was dead to rights, not spotted, and the wrong gun in hand. Def's got him down. Now the round opens up. Nico has to plant the bomb. He's only got 20 HP, and they're all over him. It's going to be Complexity getting there first to the CT side.
What a round it is as well. It all starts with a Zeus. The taser comes out towards a squeaky door. Adren didn't expect it. And you did mention it. It's not a gimmick. It's Ricky happy to use that weapon at his key choke points. Seems to have a great understanding of how to use that weapon very effectively. If you can get that AK, fall back safely, and funnel them towards your other rifle, that's gone very well indeed. Nothing gets one, but it's the pistols backing him up that do most of the damage there. And they're right back in this now. The double orb setup. Remember, it's Def and Shazam. This is when things started to look a bit uncomfortable against NRG when they pulled this setup out, but maybe they've refined it. It's going to be Ricky going for the aggressive pick. Just going for a shoulder peek just to see what was there. Shots go off, and surely he doesn't go back for another one. I would say when you know the orbs there and other players, that wasn't worth the repeat, but 5 versus 4. That will slow things right down for FaZe. They know there's going to be some sort of reaction. Def hits that shot. So there is a reaction, they expect it, but he hits an amazing shot there. Well done.
Incredible. 4 rounds to go for Complexity. Reset potential, absolutely a factor, but the fact that they want an eco, they'll have some residual. Shazam has 4250 currently. Ricky's got 4250 as well. Benefit of that Zeus, if you're there with one target like that,
yeah,
you're within range of picking up a gun instantly. It's not like a pistol where sometimes you can't get to the rifle. You're gonna get them. This time, the rifle's already in hand. They're finding the kills. Guardian's down. And it's just Olaf and Adren to try and get back to A. Bomb down inside of main, and Adren's gonna wrap in the long way from the door. Does spray into one, but Stan turns his attention directly back his way, and it's all to Olaf. And he's gonna have to be perfect in this situation. So far, he is. Finds the first onto nothing, but he'll die immediately after. Held to only 11 kills, 18 for Def leads the way, and it's 13-8 Complexity, 2 in a row.
Maybe too aggressive there from Ricky. He goes down early on, and like we said, there has to be a reaction from the CTs. FaZe were happy just to sit there for 40 seconds at that point and see what's going to happen. It's Def pushing towards the B bomb site. Somehow, some way, makes that shot happen, keeps pushing them in towards A, and Stanislaw comes to life. What an amazing player. So well-rounded. The in-game leader as well, fragging out of his mind, and got FaZe down to an eco here, Matt. They've got P250s, no armor, 1 flashbang. This will be 14-8 in favor of Complexity against FaZe. Pretty remarkable scenes. The only danger is here. If the Orb misses a couple of kills and goes down with nothing, and that happens, exactly that, there could be a chance that FaZe can steal this one.
He gets 2 on the way through, though. Guardian, at least overwhelming him with the pistol, will allow them to get onto the site. And he's got an AWP. It's Adren that's actually going to hold it. They've got an AWP nonetheless. And he'll throw it over now. Put it in the hands of the man who's one of the best in the world on the weapon. Bomb planted on the single kill, and he's going to hold a tight angle. Smoke down makes it very difficult for him. Looks to highway, still finds the shot. He's been in this situation far too many times to be fooled by a single bit of utility. Tries to even use it to his advantage. Desperate to hit one. He's going to try to hide inside, but they spot him, stand above, and he knows where Adren is. He's running, panicking, trying to get back inside of it himself to stay alive longer, to bait out the time, but it's too late. It's 14 for Complexity.
As long as they win the round, they're happy with that. As we said, the only danger there was if the ult went down with nothing, he gets 1D'd at the very start. They pick that weapon up and it goes in the hands of Guardian. He could be in for a rough ride there, and still they managed to overcome it. Great retake. They get round number 14 on the board. That's all that matters. Sure, they lost a lot of manpower there, but still, it's Stanislaw. Great play from him, anticipating the push from Guardian. Manages to close it out with the USP. They get the defuse going already. 2 rounds away from success here in the first map.
Double op set up again. Dual M4. Actually electing to use it still too, but no complaints, it's working for them. The augmented discussion certainly has calmed down a little bit this week.
I think so.
I think it just shows that we're seeing more the tactical teams again, right? They're showing that they could still, first off, they got the higher skill, they could take the fights. But secondly, good execution is still going to overwhelm a single player with a gun.
And we kind of had this feeling going into this stage of the tournament, we would kind of see that myth busted almost, like, but the more tactical teams that come through, they can shut down the Orc. That's a nice shot from Olaf Meister. Def, I like the confidence from him to actually push that position. Shows he's able to frag against these guys, confident in doing so, but it does cost him the first kill, nothing. It's going to avoid the flames, but Stanislaw with the reaction. How good is this guy?
Yeah, what a performance from him. He's been around for a while. He's been in Liquid, he's been in a number of teams in North America, but man, oh man, this is a showcase from him. I didn't see this skill from him before. He's on another level currently. 3-on-3, bomb planted again for FaZe. Not really any access directly inside of the site for the CTs. Ricky's peeking it. Shazam's slowly lurking up to highway as well with the AWP. And speaking of a lurk, that's a full flank from nothing. He's got the AK in hand. All 3 of the extremities covered off, with the exception of A main. Obviously, that's going to be occupied based on the plant, but Ricky's already cleared it. He's got Guardian down. Adren dancing on the smoke. Rain's got to be aware of the fact that they can sneak in behind Red Crate. He is, but he misses the shot and nothing. He gets Adren. This is going to be 15 Complexity. They've got time in the defuse. It's map point.
Oh, this is so wild. 7 in a row for overtime. Complexity hold their nerve once again. They're looking so efficient. They're making the right calls. They're flanking with good timings there. And it's FaZe desperately trying to hold on to this, but it's not happening. They get the plant down again. They've got decent loss bonus. They can buy here. But what do they bring out? It's Guardian with the Orb. Top fragger on 15. Olaf Meister below him on 13 there, but Nico will call for the timeout. They have one remaining. I guess you might as well use it right now. It's map point for Complexity, who have played a perfect cache so far. They've been refining this the last night or so. You can see any issues they had certainly been resolved. They're not scared to take peeks. They're not worried about potentially dying here. You're seeing that in Def's gameplay towards B. He's getting information at least. And sure, he went down to the start of the round. They still win him. This is not looking too good.
And you said it as well, FaZe. It was only a 4-team event this time for E-League.
Yes.
But they still won that. Split series with Cloud9. They lost to them in the earlier stages of the event, but they won it in the final. Maybe that was cause for concern. Maybe Cloud9 and giving them trouble, but either way, they would have been confident coming into this and had an event to polish up on. It's not really shown so far in this new Legends stage.
FaZe don't allow world beaters right now. This is the bottom seed at this stage of the tournament. And they're on the ropes right now. They need 7 in a row. They do have a bye for this round. Bomb still down towards the T-spawn area. That is going for a very tentative default right now. Adren back towards Squeaky Door. Get a few rounds in a row, break down the money. This is still technically possible, of course. But it could all come crashing down here.
Waiting to see if they'll get a pick toward mid. Not even really covering off door. The problem is with that as well. Jen's going out there now. He's gone. Ooh, consider himself lucky. Good dink in return on Ricky. The fact that they were held up so much in middle and not really running a standard default, now that Olaf's over toward B, it gets a little more normal. But that could have cost them dearly. It still has forced them off of the door and off of A main. They'll try and retake it now. Adren going back in that position, expecting that with his dink, there won't be anyone there, and he's right to assume so. Go inside mid. Def doesn't want to retake it. He'll have heard the nade that was thrown toward the top of Highway from that position. He's going to get inside the vent as well. Nothing has to be careful here. 2 to face down in B main, and Stan's in the open. Stan is in the open, but he's covered it off. Ricky's got Adren. They lost nothing, but now Stan, having won his duel, can still hold the B site. Forced back by the Flames, but he can get behind the box. They threw it to force him out, and they gave him room to fight. He will. He gets 2, and it's on to just Guardian. Complexity might take map 1 right now. Unless he can absolutely pull off a miracle with 6 seconds left. There's no time to plant. 2 good shots, but it's over. He didn't get there in time. It's done. Complexity on time. Bomb almost touched the ground. It was so close, but it's done.
Complexity came into this best of 3 with nothing to lose, but now with it all to prove. That was absolutely fantastic. Their T side was perfect. They lost a few rounds in the second half as well. They were absolutely tested there. They had to take ecos, they had to refine their setups, but Stanislaw, Def, nothing. They all looked so good. Amazing performance from them and FaZe. Yet to see anything remarkable from them. They're not living up to that superstar mantle just yet. We need to see them bounce back here, man.
Unbelievable. Yes, we do need to see them bounce back. Yanko was trying to rally the troops toward the end. The last time out on map point, he's going to have to do that again now in the break. FaZe is not at all where they expect to be. 1 map left. Do they go home? Does Complexity move on to tomorrow? We'll find out. We're going to take a short break and join the desk.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
FaZe Clan crash on Cash, and it all comes down to Mirage. We have to understand how Complexity have done it and where on earth FaZe Clan are. That is the conversation, as hot favorite in this best-of-3 elimination game have fallen in deficit. Complexity looking comfortable, and it is a convincing win. 4 defensive rounds from the FaZe Clan boys. You'd think with aimers like that, you just put them in sights and hope for the best. It hasn't worked out. We do have Pimp, we do have Sean Gares. Guys, just help me comprehend this, help me process this. FaZe Clan are losing convincingly to a team not only with a stand-in, but a team that have struggled to succeed outside of this major.
Complexity gave them that same treatment they gave G2 at the Face It major. Bomb site execute after bomb site execute, just time and time again throughout the half. FaZe failed pushing A main 4 different times that half. They got caught with the B push one time, just the B rush. Another time, Adren fighting with an AUG when Guardian's opping right next to him. None of their aggressions paid off throughout the entire half other than 1 mid boost. Complexity hardly used mid at all throughout this half. And ultimately, I think that's what cost FaZe this game.
I definitely agree. I think it was a case of Complexity coming into this matchup being very well prepared. It felt like they knew every single move that FaZe was going to throw at them, and they had an idea for every single thing they wanted to do at FaZe. That said, though, there were situations, there were rounds where you felt, all right, if FaZe had that same energy, that same clutch ability that we know them to have, the individual skill that they should still have above the Cloud9 players, they could have gotten some more rounds, they could have pushed back and fought back, but they were losing the clutches as well. It felt to me like they were just being outmatched in pretty much every single aspect that Counter-Strike offers you these days.
Yeah, and I want to explore this kind of the individual aspects to FaZe's underperformance, but before we do that, we do have the man who led them to victory. You can't do perfect executes all over the map, well-prepared performances on Cash without an in-game leader like Stanislaw, and he is standing by with Frankie.
I'm here with Stanislav from Complexity. Talk me through what happened on Cash. That was a bit of a shocker.
Shocker for the fans, but not for us. We're very confident on Cash, and we just did our homework, and we just kept it really simple. And that's all it takes.
Do you think that maybe FaZe didn't do their homework?
I'm not really sure. Only they can answer that question, but I know for a fact we did, so we came prepared.
Were you a little bit intimidated going into this matchup, though? Because it is FaZe, right?
I think if you had to give us a time to play FaZe, it would be now. They're kind of struggling with their roster and their recent results, so it's the perfect time to play them.
And I'm not trying to underestimate you guys. It's just you've come into this with Jordan and with Ricky as well. So 2 new players. So how are you forming this roster? How are you making it work?
Yeah, it's been tough. Our first 2 tournaments, we came last in both. But we just didn't have the preparation for those tournaments. And now here we have a boot camp under our belts, and we just practiced really hard. And yeah, we're just showing what we can do.
What's the game plan going into Mirage? It is FaZe's map pick after all.
Yep, just same as Cash, keep it simple, good teamwork, good trades, good comms, and just stay calm and positive.
Keeping it simple. I like it, Stanislav. Thank you so much, and let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so very much. That's Frankie there and Stanislaw. And of course, keeping it simple, well, it did look all too simple at times, Jacob, because you've actually brought up a play that caught a lot of people's attention, including you.
Yeah, it's simple Counter-Strike, but it is very well executed Counter-Strike, and that's some of the things that we have to praise Complexity for doing in this matchup. It is round where they're currently leading 9-4 against FaZe Clan. If we play out the clip, we can see it's a very much default round. They're going towards the A main, they're making sure that nobody pushes. Now, if we stop the clip here, we can see Stanislaw and Deb setting up for 2 smokes in middle. They will smoke out middle, so Rain is being smoked off, so he has no idea whatever they're coming out middle. Now, as you already can see, Nico and Olaf Master is not pushing inside A main. There's no pressure towards middle, and Adrian and Guardian is just sitting still on this side. So if we play out the clip, you can see the smokes coming out, and you can see Stanislaw and Dev rotating towards this B bomb side, where they will set up for a double pump Molotov aggression towards the B bomb side. You can see the Molotovs flying in. You can see the guys being forced out of position. You can also see a nade coming in. So if we stop the clip right here, already now. So what happened right here? Sorry. We'll just quickly go back. Right. So what happens right here is they're being forced out of position. You can also see Guardian getting a nade down to 27 HP, so they're already being softened up a little bit. Now, the problem with this is that there's no reaction coming out of the FaZe players. We get the minimap turning up here on the screen in a second again as well, and you can see instantly that Nico Olofmeister still left with no information. Rain is left out of middle. He has no idea whether they're out middle or not, and they're still set up 5 guys towards this B bomb site to do the second round of Molotov. So as the clip plays out, you can see the second round of Molotov comes in. And there's literally nothing Adrian can do on the bomb side together with Guardian. If you play this reactionary, if you play this static when you're FaZe Clan and you're facing such a well-prepared team like Cloud9, you're gonna lose, no matter whatever you call Guardian, Nico, or Olofmeister. This is just simple, basic, but very well-executed Counter-Strike by Complexity.
That, I imagine, requires intuition and kind of being on the ball to react to, right, Sean? That's where comms and that's where your experience should be paying off.
Yeah, and that's where FaZe is lacking, honestly. They are playing, like Jacob said, this very static style, right? You can see them sitting in the sites. It's either that or just all-out aggression, peeking till we're dead kind of situation.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you look at their second half pistol, the pistol, they're both going through the Z. They see a guy truck. They see a guy on the left. Immediately, as an attacking team, you should know the other team is set up in a retake A setup. And how do they react? They react by going to the stacked bomb site. That's the exact opposite of what a top-level team should be doing. So they're making the wrong reactions even when they don't play that static style.
And a point we'd previously hit on, I want to make sure is covered. Are you guys saying that the individuals from FaZe Clan are not playing like the individuals from FaZe Clan? I mean, the one thing that we've always been able to count on from FaZe is that they were going to do some crazy things in the server, crosshairs and heads and all that.
I think what Stan said is completely true. They came very prepared to stop A main pushes. You can tell that is something they focused on coming into this match. The double nades right at the first gun round. They punished FaZe time and time again for pushing A main, so that's obviously a tendency that they're aware of.
There's no doubt that the FaZe players currently is not living up to the same glory they did half a year or even a year ago. They're not playing to the same level, but I think a lot of that praise comes down to the fact that Complexity, as you said, is coming in so well prepared. It's tough to be a Nico. If you can't push A main, what are you doing? That's his signature move. That's where he really makes value out of himself. But this team just completely anti-stratted him in that regard. So they're making it so much more tough for these individual stars to shine in a period where FaZe Clan right now is a little bit more vulnerable than they normally have been.
Yeah, it certainly have shown that there is weakness within this star-studded roster. And now they find themselves one map away from elimination at the major. This is the team that have won tournaments without dropping a map. This is the team that have got players who are no stranger to the major stage, no stranger to lifting trophies across the globe, and now Complexity start their fist bumps as they have one shot to take it in 2 versus FaZe Clan. Send them home and send them back to the drawing board, or FaZe looking to reverse sweep to just stabilize here in Katowice. Back to your casters though. Henry, Matt, make sense of this one.
Map 2. Absolutely right. FaZe Clan one away from going home. Complexity shocking us all on cash. It was their map choice, but no stranger to FaZe on that map either, so no excuses to be had when you just get absolutely wrecked as they did.
Complexity sat on the CT side here. And we FaZe Clan with some smokes towards the A side of the map. And the bomb currently by the ramp itself. It's Nika going to the P250. He has no armor on him. Looking for the one-taps here. Getting dangerously close towards Def's head, but he'll find the headshot first. It's going to be a 5-on-4. They have to split here and send 3 players through the connector. It's Guardian now with the bomb at A ramp. He goes down there in a lot of trouble.
Trying to get the shots in. Spawn out the headshot behind the box, but Rain will follow in from connector. Guardian does get it eventually, actually through the edge of the box. Gets Def. Nothing in the same position, but not ready for the fact that they're already on top of the stairs. And Jiren with the kill. All falls on Shazam. Check Shadow, they absolutely will. Rain makes no mistake of it. Damage done to Guardian, but only just. He goes down to 65. This is starting to become, okay, a little better. I was going to say a little bit more encouraging from FaZe because they were winning out the duels. They were checking the corners. It looks systematic, but it's still down to a 2-on-2. Stanislaw rather, on 1 HP. No kit for either players. So they've got to go a little bit quickly here. And they'll have to play one for information. This is perfect from Olaf. He's in behind them. They're not going to consider it, are they? Ricky looks dagged up, downed 1 HP on Stan. Pretty much round over at this point for FaZe. Just hit the shots, that might help, but 1-0 in their favor.
Absolutely true, Matt. It was Def that opened things up. He took down Nico there. and Guardian recovered the P250. He was the only player at the A round. He had the bomb as well, while his 3 teammates went at connector. If Guardian goes down, the round is lost. But he manages to hold his nerve. He answers back with a quick kill, and at that point, is picking them off one by one. There was a moment there where the CTs came back to life. Ricky found a nice headshot. Stanislaw chimed in as well, but he was taken down to 1 HP. There wasn't really much chance of him actually doing much of that at all, and without the kits, that was absolutely confirmed. Nice shot from Ricky, but once the bomb was down, they really struggled. As now, it will be the force buy once again. Complexity with the scouts, the CZs, and MP9 for nothing. Performed very well on the first map of Cash. Now this does go down, Matt. If Complexity do find a 2-0, you'll be witnessing history here. It'll be the first time ever Olaf Meister has not made it to the round of 8 at a major.
And he's the last player standing that has done that at every single major. He is the last living legend, shall we say.
Indeed. B-Rush, brave call for FaZe, but it's working.
Def's ready for it. Double smoke down Arch. He wants to get a shot through window, but is also fully aware of the fact that they're going to be over toward the door on his left as well. And very likely that you flash into that position. Nico, he's going to swing. Doesn't get the kill. Good damage. Doesn't need to overcommit to the fight, though. He's aware of that. Bomb plant in position, 4 alive on either side. It looks as though they're going to rotate out with the low HP from Kitchen, and it might just be the call to save it on the CTs. The fact that they forced in, they won't be able to buy in the next round. You've got armor for 4 players. You still have a scout. You still have an MP9. Make good of them in the next round instead.
Spot on. That's what they have to do. Like I said, FaZe Clan could have run into the full stack there, but they made sure they had utility down. They've got very capable players here. Stan's probably going to be dropped at this point. He gets 1, doesn't want to get out of there. Doesn't really have the time to do so. Nothing gets 2. They get all 5 at this stage. They're going to have AKs now. There's actually a chance. They might consider buying into this now.
That happened very quickly, did it not? Wow.
Yeah.
Nothing got that AK. Bomb went off, it went right toward him. He already got the kill. It was perfect.
If I'm Complexity now, I'm calling a timeout. At least discuss the option. There's nothing with those 2 kills. He actually sits on 4K now. He has an AK in hand. They took all 5 of the FaZe Clan down. They're not going to commit to it. But there was certainly an option to consider that position. But it is going to be...
Nothing's brought himself back down level money with everyone else, so at least they'll be similar. Good shot at Dread to start it off. Def's gone. That was straight through A main when he was crossing over toward connector. Just to note, Nothing sits on 24. He's gone for nades, so they have some defensive utility, but they don't have armor on Stan or Shazam, who's got the scout. AK worth saving. Again, can't buy that on the CT side for those of you who may be newer to the game. So it may be an early call from Jordan this round as well, but he is the one that's aggressive toward A, and usually that always comes to a point of contact. He'll be in a fight at some point this round. Let's see how it goes for him, because smoke down A main, he's trying to buy space to look connector, but Ricky's already been downed as well.
You can see him backing away at this point. He knows he needs to hold on to this weapon, as they should be looking to save at this stage. It's Stanislaw, just the USP. But I like this from FaZe. They're not overcommitting. They're not taking any chances. They'll hold up and see where the CTs will push. They'll have to get information eventually. Nico scrambles to get the kill towards short, but he'll find it. Shazam, nice work with the scout. Surely doesn't have anything to say, as he does get another tag there and a second frag. 3 versus 2, nothing alive with the incendiary. There could be something going on here. Goes down to the 2-on-2. Wonderful shot from Jordan, and it's a Dren now with Rain. They've got to make their way towards B. There's no chance to go back here with 30 seconds. They're going to have to commit, and nothing's there. He could actually win this round. He's got an incendiary as well. He drops that now. He'll delay them.
This is unbelievable that it's come to a 2-on-2 at all. The fact that the AK is so relevant. Shazam's rotating. He hears the Molotov down. Spotted. He went early. He still gets the kill. Sprays in, commits to it. Shazam shows up from Catwalk, and it is going to be Complexity stealing it back.
That's just phenomenal work. I'm really enjoying what Nothing's bringing to the table right now. Like you said, an absolute veteran of the game. He's playing for over a decade now, and he manages to read the push towards the B side of the map. But Shazam, he needs a mention as well. His scout play for this tournament has been fantastic. He nails the first one with a headshot, follows it up with a wallbang towards Guardian there, funnels him back towards B. Nothing is waiting. He had the incendiary, but he wanted to go with a sneaky approach there. Sits behind the bench, knowing the timer was low. He nails the first shot, and his teammate arrives just in the nick of time before it goes down to the 1v1, and they steal that round away. It is going to be 2-1 with a pretty harsh reset towards FaZe as well. Remember, the round they won before, all 5 players went down. Pressure getting to them now. They're not looking their usual selves. Nico's force bought with the Deagle armor. Same story for Raymond. He's got the CZ. They get a couple of smokes here. Guardian can't really join them in the investment because he needs to have that orb going forward. I say that he has gone for it. He's gone for the CZ armor right at the last few seconds. So, all or nothing at this stage. FaZe with one smoke, couple of flashes. They've already deployed one smoke towards middle, I believe. Goes in the window. So how do they make this work? Need a 1D at least just to kick the round off before they can even quote-unquote execute anyway. They've got one smoke and a flash. Not really like they could do much with it.
Guardian with a quick flash out in mid. Smoke already down on Cat. They'll walk out from the underpass. The one inside of the window has dissolved. Let's see if they can try and elevate themselves inside of it. They do have nothing in connector, but no one in the ladder room or the window room itself. So this could be an exploitation in which Rain takes full advantage of the map. And nothing, I don't think he's aware of the possibility. Smoke down behind him. He's not even considered looking at it yet as he walks out. Rain, he had the headshot lined up. Surely you would have expected it. Shazam's going to add to the tally by taking down Nico. Where did that dink come from? Like no like damage, by the way.
7 damage with 2 shots, one of them being a dink.
Pistols at that range through the box, I suppose. Def's inside fire. They do know he's there. He's making himself a bit of a target by firing off, but Ricky has gotten Adren and Olaf and Guardian.
You saw that round build up. It looked like Rain had made the perfect play. He gets behind them, but it's nothing without awareness. Who checks it at the last possible moment. He gets that kill. If he goes down there, Rain gets an AK. He's got players not looking at him. He maybe gets 2 or 3 from that, but nothing saves the day. As you pointed out, middle not really being covered. Nothing focusing connector, but it all works out in the end, and they've got FaZe down to a full eco. They didn't get a single kill out of that. And now that's something to talk about here. The force buy, what were you planning on doing? We have 2 smokes and Deagle armor. Unless you get a bit more than that, it's always going to be a very, very difficult round to win. Relying on the individual skill, which FaZe have in buckets and spades, absolutely, but we just haven't seen that level of play from them today. Locks across the board here. Nothing invested in round number 5. Complexity take the lead at this point. If you are just joining us, yes, Complexity took the first map against FaZe. It was Cash, their pick. A resounding victory, 16-8. And now FaZe Clan on their map, Mirage. It's not like it's a bogey pick or anything like that. Everyone plays this map. We heard from Stan himself. They've done their homework, and I was thoroughly impressed with their T-side approach on Cash. Keeping it simple, sticking to the core fundamentals of Counter-Strike, and can't really argue with that at all. That's what they have to do. They're a relatively new roster with stand-ins, essentially. Come dead last of the 2 tournaments they played out this year. But now, this could be one of the most significant victories of the tournament so far to knock out FaZe if they can pull off this second map.
Og on the balcony.
Be nice to see Ricky get a big spray down here, get him fired up.
Well, he's got these alternate approach. He's going to be very passive, efficient, backs them into his teammates who have a crossfire already spread up. You're right. It'd be great for Ricky to do that, to get his confidence, get his blood flowing, but at the same time, discipline and tactics also win, and that's a smart decision.
Absolutely. 3-2. No AWP available for Guardian. He'll have to go down to the AK once more. He actually doesn't have a helmet either, so it's going to be another very difficult round for FaZe to penetrate the defense because they only have a couple of Molotovs. They have 5 smokes, but lacking flashbangs as well. Great HE, does a ton of damage. And Stan has certainly been the MVP of this tournament so far of Complexity. Such a dangerous player. The in-game leader as well. He's done his homework and it just seems so calm under pressure as well. You don't really ever see him blink.
Stan, good hold. Rain walks straight through it. Flash wasn't anywhere nearby.
Might get him in return here.
A bit risky from Stan. He thought he could get away with spraying in. He get no damage applied to the other players, and he goes down to 34. You're right, they could have gotten him back. What it does do is exactly this. Unfortunately, the smoke hasn't dissipated fast enough for Jordan, because if he had slipped in as they were all looking on Cat and spraying at him,
yeah,
he might have got a free one.
You're right. Man advantage for Complexity. It's Rain that's gone down. Nico has connected control, confirms it with the smoke. Nothing though. If he gets flashed in here, could be a chance to swing out, but might as well maintain the advantage.
Just point out Def's position as well on this. He's got the front of A covered off quite comfortably.
Time ticking away. Only real estate they have is connector right now. They're going to rotate the bomb through T-spawn towards A-ramp. They will finish at A here. Def falls back somewhat.
Interestingly, he's not. I would have thought maybe he considers trying to get Palace as well with no information of anyone outside A main, because then he can actually control the peak and fully anchor the site. Whereas A main, you're pretty much a one and done, but he's elected to back it off, stay efficient. The problem is Nico. He's sneaking in from jungle. They have no idea. I think Def goes down here. Does spot him. I thought he was going to look and wait for flashes coming over. I thought he was going to be set and ready to take the fight in front of him, which he's going to do now. Adren's won it out. Nothing's got the shot back on Guardian, but Adren doubles down and finds Shazam as well. 12 seconds, and they have to cross. No utility in front of Nothing to do it. Low HP as well on Olaf. He's the one with the bomb, but he makes it. He just barely makes it, and Adren triples up. He's got a third, and the bomb gets planted as a result.
All to play for now. Equal situation, 2-on-2. Olaf's low, so Stan. No grenades on the CT side. They're going to have to take the straight-up duels here. Adren caught out. Olaf Meister still on the side here. Can he get one? Probably get Stan, but the trade will surely come through. Ricky trying to separate them here. Can't get the first, and it's FaZe finally showing us that individual form that had to stand up at this stage, and it's going to be Adren with 3 kills, opening up the opportunity and closing it down as well. And we'll be 3-3. Orbs coming out, though. A double orb set up on the CT side for Complexity. And a round where FaZe looked like they were done for. He pulls it right back. This man in the screen right here.
And just by getting in that battle with Nothing, he forced him to reload. And that was the exact moment that Olaf crossed. Olaf had 12 HP in the bomb, and there was about 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
That would have been the round. Great work from Adren, but that small detail itself can't go unnoticed.
Oh, an aggressive push here. It's going to be Ricky leading the charge. He's got the AUG. And they're going to go for a contact play out of the pallets. They've been spotted here. They get the first kill. Nico is always such a menace in this spot. Bomb's gone down, though. It's at the A ramp, and the CTs have smoked it off. Guardian, 16 HP, but he does pull a kill back.
They need to clear Rain, because Def's kind of trapped between them. The fact that Rain, okay, he got one, but he's gone down. Def now can play the backside of the smoke. 2-on-2. He knows the bomb's there. It's not really in a position that they can secure. It's not like they can win out of the angles. It's so tradable to try and play that aggressively. So I'm surprised to see a Def actually going back for it as a result of that. This seems somewhat predictable.
If he goes any further than this, then yes, they're waiting for him to push right now. Gets himself back in this flower pot position. Olaf Meister's got to throw in a flash at least. It's actually the smoke so they can grab the bomb and move out.
But Stan's come back in. Def's made the call he wants to stay aggressive on it, so Stan's come back around. He knows they're going to grab the bomb and disappear. They could chase this. They could actually just predict that they're going with it. Problem is, how quickly can they get on their heels, because they're going to hear them coming. They're posted, they're ready, but it's a fight in T-spawn over the round, and Stan gets both.
Unbelievable scenes here. Complexity. It looked like they'd been done with a smoke on the bomb. They steal it away, but they hear the footsteps. FaZe thought they'd made a big enough gap between the two groups to actually start knifing out, running away, and Stanislaw punishes them both. Great shot on the second as well. Guardian has dropped it as the full reset. $1,400 per player on the FaZe side. They have no cash to invest into this. Olaf, $1,400. Adren, 2,000. Rain, 2,000. They're going to have to take a full eco here. 1 deagle, make it 2. No armor, no nades. Complexity looking to extend their lead here.
Shazam with a fast reaction finds Rain midair. Oh! Finds Nico standing there. It's now 2 for him. And Ricky gets aggressive inside of the B apartments as well, with Stan back on the secondary on the balcony. Even if Stan gets information, this is a perfect setup.
Yeah, this couldn't be better for them. They're heading towards B. Stan probably hits at least one of these. Even if he doesn't, he's baited his teammate in perfectly. They're not going to guess that Ricky's waiting around the corner. Guardian goes down to 1 HP. The bomb's down. If they get 1 kill out of this, it'll be a success at this point. Full eco has found nothing. Ricky needs to be careful, though. He throws a grenade. Guardian surely swings. Sitting in the corner for now. 1 HP to his name, and Stan gets him through the wall. Nicely done.
Very nicely done. 5 players staying alive yet again for Complexity. They now sit.
They can't buy again, just to know.
On the FaZe side, absolutely. Yeah. For the Complexity side, they've got a round in hand, so they're sitting pretty at 5-3 in favor of them on the CT side. Map 2. FaZe lose this map, they're gone. That would be so far the biggest knockout. G2, sure, there's some big names on that team, but they aren't functioning in the same way that we would expect them to. FaZe, they have been. This would be huge.
I said they couldn't buy on the basis they wouldn't have any grenades. They have 2 smokes and a Molotov here. 5 players outside the A bomb site. They've got enough skill to make this work, but they have nothing to actually shut down the AUG potential. Luckily, Olaf Meister answers back with 1 kill towards the Palace. Have they got anything else left? Apparently so. They actually have the advantage now. Can the bomb get planted?
Smokes are perfectly placed and time enough to cross to get bomb in, but Molotov on the site. Guardian takes damage from it, nothing. Can't get flashed yet. Ricky doesn't have one to throw for him. Smoke's now gone. Ricky does have a smoke for the post plant. So too does Stanislaw if they try and force off the issue. It's all about Ricky at this point to get to CT. Guardian's hesitant. He does not want to plant. And if he gets there in time, if Ricky gets toward the stairs in time, he'll catch him trying to go default. Thankfully, mid-site smoke. Rain's been hit. Stan's going to follow it up. Guardian responds. That means he's still not planting. The mid-site smoke's his only chance to do so because Ricky's slowly wrapping around. If they don't go for this, they're going to be sitting targets in the site. And they'll finally get in position to do so outside a default box. But even then, oh, Ricky was in prime real estate. It's the AWP giving up his position. The nade should get Rain. Can he follow it? If he hit the close shot on top of that, that would have been amazing. Instead, though, it's Guardian to hold on for FaZe. They find number 4.
They had almost nothing to work with there. FaZe with AKs and a couple of smokes. They decide to try their luck towards the A side of the map. It gets very awkward pretty quickly. They start losing frags. It goes down to an equal situation. They have nothing to actually get that bomb down, but they were patient. They didn't panic, and they're relying on the individual skill to carry them through, and finally it delivers. Rain with fantastic shots towards Spawn, keeps him in the round. It goes down to the 2 versus 1. I feel like Ricky really had a chance there to actually get that initial kill. Couldn't quite hit it. They still have another buy here though, but compromise is being made now. MP9 for Def, for Mass for Ricky. Nothing still has the AUG. It's another A-side attack from FaZe. Going for the exact same smokes and got to fully commit on this.
Shots from nothing already on the AUG. Incendiary down, they're gonna boost Shazam. This is actually very clever. You've got stairs right beside you, so why would you need this boost? Because it puts you in between the 2 smokes. It gives you just enough vision to see inside of the site. Timer on it because the smoke below is going to dissolve, dissipate, fade away.
A saving, I think.
They may consider it. It's an interesting call, but they are about to be broken, and it's still a tie game. There's no need to give it away. Guardian, great shot. That should confirm it. I say that, Guardian, he's gonna get another. They're still giving this a chance.
I don't think it's worth it at this stage. You've got almost no time to kill 5 players and defuse the bomb.
Stan, not expected to be there. Adren thought he for sure heard them running away. There was still one, so... Oh, he wanted that AUG. Couldn't get it. He'll still get out. 3 alive. 4 survive for FaZe, though, for 2 rounds in a row, just to note. So money starts to amass within them.
Well, nothing gets the AWP. That's some good news there for Complexity. Felt like getting out of there as soon as the bomb went down was probably the correct call, but stayed a bit longer. And this Guardian, the punishes, starting to get warmed up now, perhaps, as he hits some remarkable shots there. Timeout called, this time by Complexity. They have the AWP from Mass and M4. Could have had 2 more weapons if they were a little bit more disciplined, but FaZe still have a lot of work to do here. Has not been a convincing half.
Yeah, Go trying to rally them up again. 5-5 though on T side, not the worst thing in the world. This is certainly a game that they're in, but there's been a few rounds that make me question that. Rather different emotion on the other side for Warden. He's bleeds red. I mean, all humans do, but bleeds Complexity red. Warden, he's been there for so long. I don't bleed red. It's green. I put it in my launch options.
Like Flubber comes out. Either way, MP9 for nothing. They have forced Ward into this around what they saved. Deagle for Ricky. Very difficult round for them to win, but the AWP Shazam has been powerful throughout the tournament. He's currently making his way back towards CT spawn. Checks middle at the start. This time not an execution. Moves the firepower towards the B side of the map as they boost Rain up once again.
Goes all the way around this time with an AK. It was the CZ last time. In fact, he's going to go through the vents. He's easily got a kill on Shazam. They know he's there now, but that puts a wrench in the system. Def, just to note, is in T-spawn. Problem with losing Shazam on that early is that mid's wide open and they can rotate back through connector, but Def's going to try and beat them to that. Nico's ready for this.
Yeah, and Def only has the FAMAS. There's no way he's winning this duel. If Nico times this right, he's guaranteed a frag. There it is.
Rain follows it on to nothing, so this looks much better from FaZe now. They're taking into consideration the way that Complexity has been playing, and certainly Def's been aggressive over toward A, so good hold from Nico. The fact that Shazam was also rotating out of A so quickly and got caught by Rain suggests, hang on, why is he rotating? They must have information somewhere. So wait for man that was getting it for them. Stan does get Nico back, good shot, but he's in a 1-on-5. Make it 4, 6 HP, he's going down, and FaZe back into the lead.
Looking a lot more comfortable now. It's not as rigid. They're actually finding some good picks, exploiting lack of presence towards that window area. Seems to be a bit of a problem for the CTs. The fact that Rain can get through the vent and catch Shazam rotating is a bit of a nightmare for them. But remember, Complexity came into that round with the FAMAS, the Deagle, the MP9. Certainly wasn't a full buy. The money's not awful. They'll have everything they need into the next round when they go back to that double orb setup. Currently Stanislaw 15 and 5 at the very top of the scoreboard. Top for FaZe. Here's Adren and Rain. They've both got 8 kills. Starting to look more efficient though. Starting to see some of that individual brilliance from them. Guardian's orb shots are landing. Maybe the crisis will be averted and they can take this to a third. Fully go for now. Complexity will stack the A-bomb site. Molotov there. He's pretty mad, I know that, but they don't know that.
He's mad about it. He's like, I'm just gonna shoot the wall, guys. I'll get him one way or another. Nothing going around with the pistol. Again, they want to push. This one's cheeky, but it's a... He's dead no matter what, because here comes the Palace re-entrance. And Adren gets the kill, but it's at least one down for the pistols. That's a start. And Def's going to take the invitation. Palace re-push means that he can slide up. Now he's spotted, unfortunately, by Adren, who puts the gap in time. Def, though, not making it easy. Unfortunately, the AK does. It fires through the edge of the wall.
Last bullet of the AK gets the headshot.
That's true. He gets forced into the reload there. That would have been a huge problem.
Yeah. One bullet away from another kill.
Nico going dry run to B. A few shots, takes out the window, didn't see anyone. They let him go by.
They were hoping that he commits towards the site, perhaps, but he just sneaks through and confirms that B might not be clear. I'm not sure what intel he gets from that. He went through B.
And that was really bizarre. And he's run all the way around. They're not at A either, so where are they? It's a bit of a lackluster job, but it'll work out for them. Hey, we've all fancy meeting you here. Do you see any of the other guys by chance?
It was the full ego for Complexity. They get one kill, maybe a second here. Absolutely, they can save the AK. That's not bad. Stan. Look at the assist there. It's Shazam actually found the frag. An AK. It's very valuable for the next round. See if they can get another one.
Shazam sneaking, you're right, they could try and find this. Ricky just holds him up a little bit. That gives Shazam the chance. That's not going to work at that range, Ricky.
It's ambitious, to say the least.
They'll go back out for it, but it's going to be FaZe now with 7. Again, taking the lead on Mirage. T-side looks good for them. And they break the money down, they start to get control. That's the big thing. They look in control finally in this series.
Yeah, absolutely agree. They are going to go back to that double orb setup. Nothing has handed the AK-47, saved by Stan. Haven't seen too much wild aggression on the CT side. Don't want to mix things up at all. They want to take a pause. Not as happy with the way things are right now. 7-5 down on the CT side, not ideal. They lost a pistol, remember. And nothing. Flash towards top of mid. 3 players there waiting for him. Shazam had an opportunity there before the smoke came in. Can't land the shot. Let's get information that a few players are there towards mid.
Window. Shazam's eating it. Not even be the bullets doing the damage, but the splinters themselves as they were firing into it. He waited on the other side. Smoke goes down on connector. Rain tries to fire into that too. Still clear the angle, and Nico does the same by seeing above it from Catwalk. Meanwhile, that means mid-controlled. Bomb is still down at the top of it, so they can't fully commit to anything at this point, but they're getting a ton of map control, including the ladder room now for Nico.
Yeah, still plenty of time available to them as well. Decent real estate on the map, granted, and it will be Stan, though. Holding towards B. He's got Olof. If he comes out the corner, actually shoulder baits it nicely, so Stan is forced to use the smoke and get the hell out of there. He can certainly do it. He's stuck in there. He's flashed. And he goes down. That's unfortunate.
He tripped up over the bench, or the couch, and then got flashed. That was actually very unfortunate. It didn't look like that was even going to happen, and then as soon as he lost his vision, he was just done for.
Yeah, the flashbang Molotov combo can be a brutal one.
Adren flashed in. By Guardian, just to note, so he's the second player over toward A. Def wants to go against this. Inside of the smoke, Adren just sprays in. No more glitch, no more spotting. Just hoping to get lucky on that, and they know Def's been aggressive. They know he's been very aggressive. He might get a chance to get in on the reload. He has. He's got to the corner, and Adren's not ready for it. He'll back off as well. Meanwhile, Nico again. This time, is he going to check all the corners? Doesn't matter. They're already in from balcony as well. They've got the B site.
Yeah, Complexity convinced it was going to be an A-side attack. There was no time remaining. It was at the 10-second mark that they were still getting attention towards that A ramp, and this has to be the save. You can't go for this if you're Complexity. It would cost you absolutely everything. You've got no leftover cash here. Sure, you've got 4 players alive, but there's almost zero chance you retake it at this point. You've got to get through the kitchen, which is full of flames and smoke. It's better off just to hold on to the AWP especially. Stan had one as well, but that's not recoverable. Remember, he went down in those B apartments at the start of the round. Nice angle from him. It was Olaf Meister that shoulder baited the shot. Molotov them out of position, and then unfortunately getting blind, Stanislaw was dropped. They decided to gamble stack towards A. Will be FaZe confirming the half victory at least. They've got 8 on the board here. The 4 players survive for Complexity. They have enough to get a rifle in the hands of Stan here. Nothing could drop a secondary orb. He actually has 6k cash right now. So that's the flashback that gets him. He hits the sofa. Almost made it out, but the last tick gets him. Frustrating one to concede. I'll take a timeout from it. Looks to be more technical to me, the fact the admins come over.
Yeah, it might be the case. The fact that they're going to dig in and try and resolve the issue. So Complexity for the first time trailing by a decent margin. 3 rounds first half, CT side, and they've got the money to work with. Stan, not so much, but they've got the op already out. They've got an AK, they got 2 AUGs, so he'll certainly bring something to go with that, and they can drop him. Nothing can certainly drop him.
T-side so far working out very nicely for FaZe. They've got enough rounds already. They can get double digits and find that 10-5. I'd say this one's confirmed for them. It's Def that's dropped off somewhat. He's on 4 and 6 right now after having a fantastic showing on cash. Stanislaw still on 15 kills. About 3 rounds ago he said he got there. So FaZe have worked out how to craft a victory here on Mirage. This is their map pick. Remember, we kicked things off on cash. That's where Complexity wanted to play. As we wait for this small issue to be resolved. I think it's just a sound problem. Hopefully be back underway momentarily as Ricky that was devastated by technical issues against NRG.
Yes, that is an excellent point. He was in that series, and we thought that was actually going to make things a bit controversial, perhaps problematic. It certainly was for Ricky, but they replaced an SSD, which is not something that normally has to be done, let's be honest. SSDs are pretty reliable. So a bit of bad luck in that situation, but they went on to win that series, and that's all behind them at this point.
We've got Dust 2 as the 3rd map. What an explosive affair that's going to be.
Brawl. Complexity is hitting shots. Yeah, that could be perfect for them.
It suits Shazam's playstyle down to a T. He will be electric on that map. I'm very excited if we get there, which is looking quite likely at this stage. This is a CT-sided map. As we just wait the play to resume.
You know, it's a pretty impressive tournament when even the Legend stage, the Legend stage, the stage we're actually using is nicer than most of the ones we see throughout the year. Just wait till we get into the Spodek next week. So we'll see what the issue is. I haven't had too much update for me, but that's okay. Dust 2 next. We're seeing it a lot more this week. Last week it actually wasn't really a talking point. It wasn't really seen at all. That and cash.
Well, that is a talking point in itself. It's because if you're the favored team, going into a map like Dust 2, it can be a little bit difficult to predict. It's loose map. It's based on spawns. If your opposition is having a great day and they're peaking individually, that can be enough to win it. There's nothing too technical about the map. Every team has similar executions, defaults. We all know how it's played out. And like you said, Complexity are keeping up in the fragging department. They could have a shout there. Dust 2 is excellent news for them. Still trying to work out this issue now. Piotr joining us the 2nd map of this best of 3. It's an elimination game as well. It was FaZe that just didn't get going at all on the first map. Cash was absolutely disastrous for them. A mixture of over-aggression and incorrect setups. Complexity calling the perfect game certainly didn't help out. We didn't really see much from the individuals in that respect, but now moving on to Mirage, it's looking much better for them. Dren's got an auto shotgun right now. Maybe that's part of the issue. I'm not sure why that's come through.
Yeah, good point. He's going to pull an Alu.
Yeah.
So they are going to resume the match. Let's see if they doctor it with that gun in play. The drop has happened, I can confirm. We mentioned that Stan was not going to buy, but nothing could. It's an op. They're going to go double op setup. Shazam, Stan. They've had Def on a secondary op.
Yep.
Now Stan.
Never Ricky.
Never Ricky, not really, not much. Stan did have it on this map the other day when we saw them as well. That was when we first brought it to sort of our attention and the talking point. I thought it was spawn-based. It's not. Ricky, by the way, he's hit the jump. He is known for good movement. Famous clip of him on Cobblestone.
That's right, yeah.
Getting up onto the tree from long. That's not an easy jump to do, and he did it in a clutch situation as well. He's already up to the top of Catwalk. Meanwhile, Olaf's held at bay by the flames spewed across the kitchen, and Stan holds the angle as a result.
Stan looking for the opening kill here. It's a great position to play as an AWP. You can hold it like a turret. It allows you to have just one anchor in this site. He's getting a ton of information. He can't necessarily be surprised here. He does have backup available to him, but that's going to be in the form of Ricky. Like you said, he's top and middle right now. Guardian waiting for anyone to push around the corner. And they'll make their approach towards middle now. I'm pretty sure Guardian gets this kill. We'll have to see. Will that be the cue for Ricky to swing? It actually will. He gets the first. Can he get out, though?
A tougher ask than you might consider, because from underpass, it's where Rain shows up. That holds him long enough. Watch the repeak. There's still more presence on Catwalk. Stan's there with the second AWP, and Rain's walking in between two. He did, and that gives it away. They know exactly where he is. The nade will do damage, and he'll get back around the corner, but they can't contain Rain in the same fashion. And importantly, during all of that, the smoke was down at the top of the stairs. Otherwise, Def, he absolutely would have peeked against it.
Bomb's actually in T-spawn right now. They have 25 seconds. They have to finish up towards A. Two players there. I'll make it one now. Def's been dropped by Rain. Shazam has to connect shots here. The first one misses.
This one does. Nade goes deep. Shazam didn't fire into it. He might have had a lineup to where Tetris instead he wants to sneak in. Is he going to be spotted? He's just under the box. They don't see him this far up, but he can't find the angle, and Nico eventually does track him down. Spray through by Jen. Nothing is gone. It looks like 9-5. With very little money left on the CT side, this could be a 10-5 FaZe Clan half. Stan, fair enough, gets one, but jumping across easily baited out.
Yeah.
This is the complete opposite scoreline to what we would have had on Cash. Or we did have on Cash.
You're right. There's Rain. Starting to look a lot more comfortable here. 2018, very up and down affair for him, but starting to look sharper as the rounds go by. Great awareness, take down Def there just as the smoke goes down. And remember, FaZe have got tons of money here. They can give that kill up at the end. They just want to get the AWP out of the hands of the CTs. Regardless, they'll have enough for two of them once again. Nico goes to the initial pick, takes an incendiary to the face, but doesn't do too much damage. Can get out of there in time. Guardian looking for any jump peaks in B. No one going to be doing that, but there is a Stanislaw waiting at the end. He'll be flashed in, but does he want to take the swing out?
Guardian waiting for it. Couldn't stand. He's got him down. He's gonna go aggressive with the AUG as well. Wants more. Molotov, Olaf's inside of it. Stan knows he's locked into the fight. He turns around and takes him out of the round completely. Nico and a Dren, Rain tag to 16. 3 ops. Stan switches to 1, even though Def and Shazam already have it. He gets off the AUG and elects to hold it. That's kind of an interesting call. I think he would have thrown the AUG out the window behind him at B, so he can rotate back onto it if they execute in his position, but I'm gonna hold for now with him. Try and catch the, oh, good shot. Try and catch them off. Def just removed so easily.
Well, they find double digits here. Right now, 4 versus 3. Nico and Rain, for that matter, have found great success towards this window boost. This kill comes with a stand, though. Be a good chance of closing out the round. Bomb dropped. Nico still in position. He'll flash towards Shaw here and try and answer back. Time running out, though, but Adren still fragging hard.
Absolutely he is. This comes back level. It's another situation they had to leave, but Stan, nearly caught out. 15 seconds. Just needs to buy time and space. Doesn't need to get caught at all, but he's done it. He's got it. Starts the round, then ends it himself. Brilliantly done with 4 kills. And they get to a 9-6 scoreline instead of that 10-5, which is certainly more menacing.
I absolutely agree. 6 rounds in a row for FaZe towards the end of that, but its complexity is steal away the last round. 9-6 doesn't sound that promising for them. If they win the pistol, they'll tie things up and can build up on that money. We'll see what happens here. Complexity on the comeback. We'll be back after this break.
To get my baby, and the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
Great round by Stan to close out the last one. Switching over to a triple op, having taken down Olaf Meister, but it is still FaZe in the lead, and they swap over to the CT side. The reason I mentioned that 6th round is it might be significant for Complexity as they have to claw back into this game.
It was their CT side that let them down on cash, and we could see a similar thing here. It's going to be Stanislaw making his way towards the palace here. They've actually got 4 players in this position. You do not see this sort of approach too often. I assume they'll bust out together with the armor they've got, probably one flashbang, and see if they can make it work. And there's a bit of a distraction towards B going on as well.
And it has kind of worked, because you can see Rain already fading off. Guardian is rotating. He'll get back through the vents now. And look how aggressive they go. Spot Nico. That was the goal. That had to be done. If he was sat in the corner and they went by, would have been a bloodbath. It is a bloodbath, just not the one that we might have saw otherwise. Not for FaZe. And Shazam's still rotating back around. They're locked in CT. He's completely surrounded. Adren's going down, and it will be the Complexity pistol round that you talked about. Potential to bring this to 3. It's not like it used to be. They get the extra bonus. They could elect to go for a full save right now.
I would say that's the approach from FaZe here. They have the lead right now. They don't have to win this round. They've got more chance of winning it in the 3rd. Nice spot, though, from Stan. Like we said, a pretty unusual approach towards Palace and one faking B, but it did work out. There's a 3-man stack from FaZe towards the B side of the map. Just a little bit of presence there. One flash, a decoy, just pushing in was enough to hold them at bay while his teammates did the serious work towards that A bomb site. And unfortunately for Shazam, great flank, but didn't really get a chance to show us how strong he could be. CTs will stack towards the window. They spot many players there. The bomb's down a T-spawn though, so it's up to nothing to try and take these kills down. They're not going to be able to plant anytime soon. His death might be dropped at this point, but a great shot from him. Gets the dink, and there it is. He will go down. A chance here for FaZe. They've got an AK.
Got Galil to work with as he works back out. You're right. The AK picked up, one of them's removed. Second one's still in play, and Olaf's got the kill down.
Nothing.
Minute and 17. Nothing needs to. Oh, spot Guardian. If he doesn't, he could fall, but turns around that fast. Forget reaction time and old age. Jordan's still got it.
How old is Nothing? He's like, what, 26? He's not.
Listen, man, all right, just trying to force a narrative on everyone. It's kind of what I do. He's not that old. I am old in comparison.
But still beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Olaf Meister still with a chance to win this, but the bomb planted. He has got the smoke. They've done financial damage here. They are buying up next round, remember. So if he doesn't win this, it's a relatively successful round, especially if he saves the AK. That might be the best option at this juncture. We'll see if that's the option. It is. Holding onto the smoke, an AK. They get 3 kills. Could have been a bit more, and there's nothing on that insane 180 towards the window. Surprised he managed to pull that one off. It looked like they might have been done for at that point. Mid-stack towards the window. Allowed them to make things uncomfortable for Complexity. They didn't save any AKs. I take it back. Nothing did find one at the very end of the round. So they have 1 AK, 1 UMP brought over. FaZe definitely buying now. They've got an AK. Olaf could drop another rifle if required. 8 to 9. A lot of tension on the FaZe side. As I kept mentioning in the first map, as Complexity come into this, relax. They've done their homework. They're going to play the fundamentals. No one expected them to even have a chance beating FaZe. They came in with no pressure at all. It's FaZe that are the ones that, if they drop out of this segment of the tournament, it's going to be a talking point for many, many months.
Oh, absolutely. And Adren on a trial period, Yanko as well. What does it mean within the team? Is there more to read into that? So much at stake in the majors. You build around them, you wait, you keep your rosters, the core of your rosters together so you can attend them. Everything is about the majors, and teams coming shy when there's so much expectation certainly is cause for concern. Maybe ever just switch back to an old lineup to try and retain that #1 spot. You've got Na'Vi, they're saying that if this doesn't go very well for them, they're already in the playoffs now at least, but what was going to happen there? But here we are with FaZe facing elimination on this very map. If Complexity can pull this all the way back in their favor. Just 1 round behind now, 9 to 8. And again, they've got weapons. They'll go against the same for FaZe.
It all lies on this, really. Complexity give this one away. They're certainly going to be eager after losing 3 players before. Rain, inquisitive towards the A ramp. Sit to the steps for now. Ricky, though, does suspect something. Keeping his crosshair firmly placed in that position for any potential pushes here. Rain with 12 kills. Could be flashed over to check it out, but I think he'll just hold.
The hard part is the timing on the smokes that are already down, because if, Rain, they flashed him and he went down. I didn't think that was necessary. I was gonna say, if they flashed to get Rain, Guardian could have swung and peeked. He was already retreating, and then that's when they decided to go.
It's going to be 2 kills now for Complexity. Guardian and Nico still alive on the bomb site here. It's not all done. Nico has to make this kill happen, though. It's a wallbang, but he does get it. Guardian left on the site, gives his position up. M4 in hand. Can he find another? Absolutely he can. Ricky will answer back. He's left in a 1 versus 1 against Adren. 35 seconds remain. He flashes perfectly towards the connector, but doesn't spot him.
Pretty remarkable it's come to a 1-on-1 at all. When you consider that Stan also got to CT spawn. He was spotted at Ticket when he got taken down. Ricky goes for the peek. He's lost track of Adren, and he doesn't need to move much. He can stay in mid, he can rotate. The problem is, I was going to say, I don't think he needs to go that way. He doesn't have the elevation on the catwalk to see through, but it's confirmed. Planted on A. Ricky's going to get back towards CT, so he won't be spotted by Adren. Remember, he's on low HP, 33, and AK will pick that apart, no problem. No kit for Adren. A flash only to work with, and he's made noise. He'll tap and hold. He can still get a 10-second at this point. Ricky's got to be very careful about how close he walks, but he nails the shot. It's 9-9.
Such a crucial round. Ricky is the hero this time. He will tie it up to 9-9. That was a chance for FaZe to completely dismantle the economy of Complexity. But Ricky, a little bit tentative in his approach, but he got the bomb planted, played it safe, manages to hit the all-important shot, and Guardian did everything he could to find those few frags, but Ricky will seal the deal. Timeout called. And Complexity have found an equal scoreline. They can actually take the lead here as well. We did say coming into this half, Matt, their CT side is where it started to go horribly wrong. As we entered cash, they now have no money at all. They're going to buy, though. I'm seeing some purchases. Are they going for the full investment? I just saw a scout brought into the equation. CZ, Smoke and HE for Rain. Doesn't seem to be getting armor, so I think it's a more conservative approach here.
Conservatives fine at this point. We're still at single digits, potentially down double for complexity. But it's not cause for panic yet. You've got enough experience on FaZe that they should at least be able to hold their mentality together. We're major winners in both Olaf and Adren.
Not Guardian, though, surprisingly.
No, he's always seems to be the runner-up. Twice with Na'Vi and once with FaZe in what was one of the most exciting major finals in history against Cloud9. Ricky's already found Rain. That's to start it off. That's a push through. So the pistol's getting aggressive, trying to get the information. Guardian, he still has the scout to work with. Nico's also up behind this smoke at A main, but right now it's Stanislaw. Heading down catwalk with Def, who's underneath. Nothing in the palace, and Ricky will grab the bomb and they all head that direction.
Stanislaw, the in-game leader, one of the main fraggers as well, makes his way towards connector. They already have the man advantage as he holds the connector now. 50 seconds remain. CT's trying to get any sort of information they can. Smokes out, spots one, and there's the scouted Guardian. It's all a ruse, though. They're getting ready to head in towards B, but Adren's there with a deagle. Can he find the first shot? They're starting to go in one by one. It's getting a little bit awkward for Complexity now. They need to get out and crack open this B side, but Adren's doing so much damage with the deagle. Can he find another one? Surely not. 2 bullets left.
Shazam, tagged up, couldn't find the op shot. FaZe that's got the control, absolutely. Ricky's locked in. Guardian's got it with a scout. This is turned around. This started with pistols. AK picked up. They're going to steal around back, and it's 10 for FaZe. They elect not to buy into it, and they come away with the win.
Usually when you watch FaZe play, their games are full of these sort of rounds, right? They're always winning with the deagles, the scouts. That's one of the first in memory that I can recall. This is actually going in their favor. This is more like it for them. That's a massive round to pick up, and it's actually broken the money down to Complexity as well. They're the ones on the force by this time. FaZe need to hold this one off. CZs, deagles, some Kevlar as well. They have enough for a very basic approach towards the A side, but they're going to focus towards middle for now. Shazam surely not going for the 1-dig against the AWPer. It can happen. Mirage is infamous for it. But it will take something absolutely magical at this stage. I think it's going to challenge them together. They will. Player towards short. That's Olaf Meister. He takes some damage. Didn't deal a lot out.
Olaf does get the angle, but Ricky back with a deagle.
He always was good with that. Nice headshot. Olaf Meister just holding a tight angle. It will be taken down. Luckily for the CTs, they can't recover that.
Adren waiting as well toward B. He's got the angle held this time. He's not creeping into it as his teammate in the form of Olaf was, so he should have the advantage here. But that's only if they even go toward him. They're actually going to back off, head toward the underpass. Bomb still T-spawn. Shazam's going to grab it now. Nothing. He waits inside of the palace entrance. He's not got much further, so he'll have to consider some angles on the way through. Boost to window. A passive defensive hold. Guardian and Nico will both be able to respond if they push through the vent, but likewise, Nico's back in CT spawn. It means Rain's the only one with eyes on the A site. Does mean there's no guns inside of the site directly if they get kills. It's not like they can get rifles from it quickly. It does yield potential bomb plant, and Shazam's gonna go for that now. Standstill waiting as well to hold off. Nico and Rain finding kills. One from Shazam in return, but he didn't get the bomb planted, and he has to go aggressive onto Nico. In order to do it, he didn't check far enough into the corner. Wants to go, now he will, but he's lost Stan. Guardian got Stan with the AWP pushing through the vent, and you're right, there's no time to plant, which means no money for Shazam. He's got to, at least pick up the AK. He will do that.
He's got armor already, he's got an AK. The kills he found allows him to get some utility, so it's not the worst. But if he got the bomb down there, actually had a chance to win the round. Overall, 11-9 in favor of FaZe on their CT side of Mirage. They fend off the full investment there, but Shazam, he'll have the only AK. His teammates set around $2,000. They can't really do much with this. Shazam can't even buy grenades. He needs to hold on to the cash. He is the AWPer. This is where FaZe can really extend their lead. They don't have to go aggressive here. They know it's a massive reset. Just hold up in crossfires, deny the plant.
Def goes under. Nothing's with him. FaZe could start to run away now. It's all down. Def's forced off, has to back away. FaZe playing with good intentions at this point, being very careful about things. They know what rides on the line right now for them, and nothing will get dropped. Marginal damage, if any, on Nico. In fact, no, he sits on 100, didn't even get tagged in the exchange.
Shazam, though, comes in with a deagle. Oh, he's actually got the AK, hasn't he? There we go. Could have got a bit more out of that, but Nico still happy to challenge. Looking towards underpass right now. Def sits beneath him. Maybe in more ways than one. He will find the shot, though. It's going to be a 5 versus 3, and Nico is looking active. 21 HP, but he's done his work at this stage. Stand to get the information, and hopefully Shazam can trade off it. Doesn't really fancy it. It is going to be the round confirmed for FaZe. They only lose 1. Actually, 0. It's Nico that survived. He gets 3.
Stuck around about 37 HP.
Indeed.
3-round lead now as well after Complexity. They tied up this game. And it looked like, to be fair, they were going to take the lead at 10-9. There wasn't any guns, if you remember.
Indeed. No.
FaZe won it to get to 10. It looked like that might get stolen back. It's been really back and forth despite the last 3 rounds going in FaZe's favor, but now it's guns back up for Complexity to work with. Shazam's limited to a Galil. All or nothing, let's go. Complexity, and they are trying to force Guardian out of position. He went for the classic drop. He's done that in the past. Gap in the smoke. And he managed to get away without being spotted or found. And he's ready for the fight, knowing how aggressive they want it to be.
Only 1 HE remains on the T side in terms of grenades. They've got no smokes, no Molotovs, nothing. Has to come down to raw firepower here. They can feel these rounds slipping away from them. Their point of access is so limited without being able to fend off those choke points. Waiting for mistakes right now. CT's not making any.
Good shot from Nico to catch out Shazam. Thought he was being clever with his position, but he just gets enough, and no one in position to repeak. Stan couldn't do it. Gets spotted by Rain. Now the shots are adding up because Adren's got nothing down. 13 looking very, very likely for FaZe, and without a bomb plant, this is only going to be a 4th round bonus.
Yeah, and if they don't get a plant here, with 39 scoreline with an eco coming up next as well, it feels like FaZe can do this quite comfortably. Ricky gets 1, HE towards short. That's not going to do enough damage for the kill, but maybe the bullets can. Olof realizes he doesn't have to be part of that fight. Let's not feed him any opportunities. 20 seconds remain, and Ricky looking towards T-Spawn. There is a player there. Great shot by him. That's Rain going down. Still no closer to winning, unfortunately. At this point, it's just all about self-preservation. 10 seconds on the clock. Is he just trying to save, or looks to be the case? Adren right above him, though. He could go down and get no money. He's going to check it. Yep, Ricky's... Oh!
Didn't check far enough. That gives Ricky another kill, and it's, more importantly, the AK carried over.
Means he can buy some grenades at least, but again, his teammates on $3,000. They'll take a timeout. This is getting to a real scary point for them. With $3,000, that's enough for Deagle's armor, utility. With the Ricky AK, maybe you're considering an A execution here. Try and take the snipers out. Nico, much better this round. It's actually Adren at the very top of the scoreboard. 18 and 16, Nico 16 and 17. Mirage, a bit of a staple for him. Haven't seen the most out of him yet, but he's getting that. Dust 2 up next. Stanislaw discussing the options here. So they have brought up a little bit. Would not call this a force buy, to be in the realms of a partial. They'll get 5 smokes, upgraded pistols and armor. That 1 AK, I would suggest some sort of execution comes forward from this. You want to try and get as close to the bomb site as possibly can, and it seems to be heading towards B. Is the Orb going to be there? It's actually a Dren with his Org.
Olaf's going to rotate over at me next to him. Give aid to the chase of a Dren as he wants to try and push up. Very forward to the smokes. Needs to get the shots hitting, though. Took him a while to find the first one. Nico able to get Stan, but now it's on to Olaf on top of the van. So still the man advantage on the FaZe side, looking for 14 rounds. Off for Guardian. Smoke in front, didn't know to fire into it. Hoping that he'll just be able to spot them ever so faintly on the inside of the bars, but now thinks better of his chances should he rotate toward the bench. More aggressive, further into the site. Missing the shot. Thankfully, Olaf still down below. He'll mop it up.
I thought that was their moment. He misses the shot. They trade on Olaf, and it could have fallen apart, but they hold strong here. 14-9. So close. But Complexity do have enough to actually bring out rifles here and AWP for Shazam. Last life at this stage. They can find double digits. Get a couple off the back of that. There's still a slight chance. I'd say it's more realistic for them to maybe plan for overtime at this stage, but we'll see what happens. Shazam will be flashing towards top of middle, allowing Stanislaw to make his way up towards short. There's the flash. They're going to go for the run boost here. Send Shazam across. There's a gap in the window.
Nico gets full advantage of.
It's a great play from him. So that's him dropping the incendiary at the start of the round, blocking the smoke from landing in its actual design destination. Olaf Meister goes to close this round out. Still a slight chance here in the 4 versus 3. Still a player at the bench, and that's a drag.
Ricky gets it. This gives them the entrance, the explosive entrance that they've been relying on. And it's going to be a full rotation. Guardian goes up the safe way into the vent, not even making that, but that's okay. His teammate's able to jump over and catch out Catwalk, all 3, same approach. That has trade potential. That has perhaps just enough in it to catch off Complexity, especially with Rain getting in so far. They're going to have to react very swiftly to the fact that all 3 of them will be at the corner at the arches. Molotov's revealed that they are. Ricky's down already. Good return from nothing. Spots out a second. That should secure the round. Should, but it is Guardian on an AWP, and he's walking in! Oh, Def, I thought gave him a chance. He just barely got there. 10 rounds Complexity.
With Guardian in that sort of 1v1, you just felt it, didn't you? It was all coming together. He's going to hit the quick scope, but Def closes it out just before that happens. It's nothing, though. He does most of the heavy lifting in this particular round, challenging towards Shaw. Fearless. He does damage towards Guardian and sets up Def. It is going to be 14-10. Complexity fending them off. This is the final buy for FaZe. If Complexity can find this round, they actually have a fighting chance here. They're going for the full A execution. This is where FaZe started to lean towards when things started to go wrong for them. Orbital Guardian, of course, in CT spawn. We'll have Rain towards Shadow. They fully commit. Nothing. Once again, opening things up.
Guardian still waits, though. No utility in front, but he doesn't hit the shot. That's not characteristic of Guardian at all.
It's so strange from both sides.
And he nearly went down. He's on 15. Money's getting tight on the FaZe side.
You don't have to go for this.
It might be worth it to back off. Missing that shot. Yeah, Guardian's way over toward Catwalk already. If Dren's backing out, they aren't. They're going to save. So Complexity will find 11. 14-11. Complexity back in control of the economy with this round especially, keeping 4 players alive, at least for now. Should end that way. They'll start to build up a bit of a bank. And this is far from done.
Pressure starting to be applied now. Everyone feeling on the server. Guardian with that shot towards CT, you'd think for him, that's a lock-in. Somehow the T is audacious enough to face that position and live to tell the tale against Guardian, who's ready and waiting with the right angle. Somehow it doesn't connect. But they do save 3 weapons here. 14-11. Complexity on the T side and Mirage pulling this one back round by round. This was the shot. That's where things got a little bit weird. That there, you'd think for him that's just connecting all day long. The fact they even challenged him there with no flashes or smokes towards spawn, I'm surprised with, but they pull it off. Yanko giving out the orders at this stage. They are going to build around the AWP and 2 orgs safe in the previous. They need to be very careful. Every investment is significant at this stage. Once they get the round number 15, they can certainly experiment with the 4 spies and the saved weapons. They're going to bring UMPs. in to fill the gaps. They'll be in the hands of Adren and Rain. As we enter round number 26 now. It's Def that's a little bit quieter than he was in Cash, but he still has time to turn it on. 2 rounds in a row, can they make it 3? More for Shazam. We'll head towards A once again. Are they going for the same execution? Looks to be that way.
Def already in toward A main. Smoke execution certainly going to be applied. 4 smokes already inside of middle, by the way. Stan's moving up on those. AK in hand, he finds a pick. Smokes come raining in from A main. Oh, this could be big. Guardian, he hits Def before the smokes land towards CT. In fact, I don't even think there is one at CT. I don't think they've got any left over for it. They didn't throw it early. Nico gets inside a sandwich. Cleaned the head off of nothing. And he'll nade back inside of the smoke at Palace. That's completely hindered. This is the second time we've seen this. Last time it fell apart into a one-on-one. Stan inside T-spawn.
He's just saying right now, wait, I've got a chance, but Guardian's aware of it. It got a little bit too quiet for him. He realized something wasn't quite right. It's up to Shazam now. He needs to deliver the goods. Gonna go for the quick scope. It doesn't connect, and that should be the round for FaZe. It's 15-11. They have to buy. The money's not really there at the very top of the scales.
The second time, sorry, it's the second time Stan's gone there and been found. You're right, it is a little too quiet. I think they need to do more to make sure that they are considering that. They're almost waiting for Stan, relying on it, rather than trying to give him help doing it.
I've been in this position before, though. You feel like the round's falling apart. They haven't committed to the A side yet, and you've got a chance to get behind enemy lines. But yeah, that 10 seconds when nothing's going on, Guardian's always going to consider, right, there's got to be a reason they're not challenging us.
Just want to point out Def's scoreline. Great game last time. In fact, leading the way for a lot of it on Dust 2. We mentioned he's been very consistent. Only 8 kills this game, but 7 assists. His ADR is actually higher than Shazam and nothing. If that's to be believed in that, but still. 7 assists, you just can't seem to finish it.
Well, it should be FaZe that close this one out. The first 2 kills go in their favor. Dust 2 looking very, very likely at this stage. Adren, nice position, but could be taken down. It's a little bit scrappy, but here comes the cavalry. Bombs down. Shazam with the Galil. And it's just a matter of time, I think, at this stage, as Shazam 4 versus 1, and that's going to be it. Second map goes in favor of FaZe. Still not the level we expect from them. It's still looking a little bit clumsy, but they close this one out. We move on to Dust 2. That really excites me here, Matt. Anything could happen. It's wide open to this stage. Complexity look like they're on. FaZe are warming up. It's a great map to cast when you've got so much skill on the server. It really sets the scene for the third and final map.
FaZe survive. We go essentially to a 1-map decider to see if Complexity can move on to tomorrow in the 2-2 deciders, or if FaZe will narrowly escape and maybe still make it through to the top 8. We're going to take another break. We're going to join the desk. There's lots to talk about, and there's lots left in this series.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
It's going all the way. It is FaZe Clan versus Complexity into a third map, an elimination game. No one quite understands how FaZe Clan have fallen upon times like these, especially at a tournament like this. This is, of course, IEM Katowice 2019. It's the Counter-Strike major to start the new year, and at the moment, FaZe, a team many expected as somewhat of a lock-in coming into this one, have not been able to display the Counter-Strike necessary, and now tested in what is essentially a best of one. Dust 2 coming up. First, we have to understand how they managed to stabilize on Mirage. Still got Sean Gers and Pimp with me. So guys, we talked about Cash. It was clearly Complexity's map. Stanislaw with these lovely executes that got you all smiley. Yeah. That happened. Mirage, what's the story here?
I think you have to give credit to FaZe for mid-gaming through the first half of that match. They ended the first half, I believe, with 9 rounds. Yeah. So many crucial 2-on-2s towards that A site. They grinded 9 rounds in that half. It looked like Complexity was going to rebound, but then when they lost that eco at the B bomb site in the second half, things just kind of spiraled out of control and they could never really grab their footing.
I feel that was the difference between Cash and Mirage, the fact that the FaZe were able to win these close quarter scenarios, the 2-on-2s, the 3 versus 3s. On Cash, they were all going towards Complexity, but this time around, the individual brilliance came out of the FaZe players, and we got to see the likes of Nico. We got to see Guardian having impact with AVP as well. So overall, again, I mean, kudos to FaZe for coming back, but Complexity is by no means playing bad right now. I think it's two teams that is slowly but surely starting to fire up.
And from the individual standpoint, something you told us to watch out for, right, Sean, was that, well, both of you, these individuals are some of the hardest hitters in server when they're hitting their shots. And I have to kind of draw attention to some of the stats. I'm looking at the likes of Olofmeister across the series now, 25 frags in 2 maps. Guardian not far behind him, 34, Rain 31. One of these players needs to go off coming into the third map, at least that's my assumption.
I definitely think that Olaf needs to step up. He's continued to have a little bit of an off event for him. I always consider him as such an impactful player, rotating around, picking up the secondary op a lot. But we haven't really seen much of that from him this event for some reason. I do like that I see that Nico stepped up quite a lot this game. Adren had some amazing B bomb site holds, as well as clutch in those 2-on-2 scenarios like we were mentioning on T side. So those are definitely key things to look out for.
I wonder if it's the fact that Ryan K now is a coach for this FaZe lineup, and as you were establishing as well, they're trying to play a little bit of a different style of Counter-Strike, putting in more structure to the lineup. Is that hurting Olofmeister? Is that hurting the Adrian of the lineup, like not having as much freedom as they usually have? FaZe were, back in the days, when they were really, really good, when arguably they were the best, or at least the second best team in the world, it felt like they all had space, they all had freedom to do whatever they wanted, and they could carry it on with individual skill. Nowadays, though, it seems like they're just feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Olofmeister's not playing up to his best. Again, Rain, we talked about him. I think he's the catalyst to when FaZe is playing well, when Rain is playing well, the entirety of FaZe is just doing so much better.
So I understand where you're coming from, this idea of, being forced into a structure you're uncomfortable with and being unable to thrive. I don't think a change in structure is ever going to make Guardian hold CT line on default, hold it for 20 seconds, someone walks into his crosshair and he still misses. Like those are shots Guardian,
for sure.
We don't even acknowledge, they're not even on our radar, but we were seeing them. Couldn't keep mid safe. I mean, he was smoked off, admittedly. I'm worried.
I mean, I'm going to trust what Guardian said in his interview, and he believes that the form of the team, and he's so confident in the team that I think that this has been kind of a one-off performance from what we can expect for Guardian, especially coming into the third map, Dust 2. I expect him to be very proficient with AWP.
Yeah, and we talked about YNK. In fact, you brought that conversation up. He used to be hanging out with us on the desk. Now he's hanging out over in the player area with Frankie, going to give us some insight coming into a third and most crucial map.
I'm here with a very familiar face. It's Yanko, the coach from FaZe. And first off, I do want to ask about what happened with that very slow start on Cash.
Yeah, I think they were just very well prepared for that map. The way they were playing, you could tell they did their homework. We were a bit slow to start. They had control of the economy throughout the half as well. So I think it was just very well played from them. We had a chance to come back in the second half, but again, we were a bit sloppy and they just closed it out.
And the second match nearly looked like it was going to be a close one, but you guys managed to pull it off in the end. My question is, how are you guys going to cope in the next match against the team? Because they are playing fundamental CS, really, just playing it really well.
Yes, they are, and they're doing, you know, a lot of not necessarily fakes, but they're trying to get behind you. You know, they're putting some thought into their T sides, and Dust 2 is a more brawl type of a map. There's really not much room to do that, and Dust 2 is a map on which we've been very confident lately. It's just that, you know, you have a hard time picking it because it's so economy based and things can go wrong pretty fast. But, you know, now we feel super comfortable that we managed to take it into a third, that we will be able to close it out 2-1.
But the thing is, it has been a really difficult Legend stage for FaZe, unusually so. So how is the confidence in the team at the moment?
I think the confidence is still strong. You know, some of those games that we lost previously against Renegades, we win both pistols, we lose both force buys. 15-14, we should take it into overtime. We make a silly mistake there against Avantgarde, you know, another very close game, which I agree, we need to close those games out. But, you know, it's still, we know that because of the work that we put in and the preparation, that we're much better than this, and that no matter which team we face in this stage, that we are the favorite. So it's just about, you know, remembering what we worked on and executing it well.
Well, good luck with that, and we'll see what happens very shortly indeed.
Now, call me biased, but I believe everything he's saying. I'm picking up what he's putting down. Hearing him to talk about the fact that there is hard work. This is now clearly an echo chamber. We've heard Guardians talk about the hard work he's been putting in his individual level. Yanko's talking about the hard work they put in, how they feel practiced on Dust 2. That's Jacob, I'm starting to, once again, I swear about 2 minutes ago I was all doom and gloom about FaZe. I'm convinced it's all right. They're going to breeze through.
Maybe they're thrown a little bit off guard because this is the first time they actually are putting in that hard work. Maybe this is the first time they actually are putting in a lot of hours, you know, into building a structure and into building a foundation that can be stable. FaZe is not known for doing that. It's a team that, again, have been relying on individual brilliance. So maybe that's what's throwing them off guard. Maybe they just need to get used to it. We have seen other teams start out slow. ENCE is a great example, you know, starting out the tournament, really not being that well playing, but coming into the 2-2 game, they look solid.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the same case for FaZe.
Same case for FaZe, Sean?
Yeah, I think so. I think Dust 2 will be a good barometer for where they stand. At Dust 2, you can see the long executes, you can see the cat executes, you can see how polished their mid B is. It's difficult to see those things on mid-game maps like Mirage and, you know, scrimmy maps like Cash, but Dust 2, we can see how prepared FaZe is.
Something Yanko said that I actually just want, you know, a big noob question with a nice answer. My question is, why is Dust 2 so, he used the words economically dependent? Why this map? I mean, can you theorycraft that for me? What's he thinking there?
You need a CT at least. You need a lot of utility in order to shut down for the fast pace you can apply as a terrorist. Like if you want to take long control, for example, as the CT side, you need smokes, you need molotovs, you need grenades in order to dispense towards the long. If you don't have those, it's going to be too easy just to give it up, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on your defense. Now, I'm not sure whatever it does to is the most economical map. I think Inferno still takes that title, but it is a map where you need those grenades in order to stand your ground and make sure not to get run over by a fast-pacing T-side.
Am I reading that right? Have they seriously not won a pistol over 2 maps? I know, they won one on Mirage.
No, they won the T-side Mirage.
Okay.
They won the T-side.
Sorry, I didn't mean to just throw that graphic on the bus there. I was like, that can't be right. Phew.
I do think that, you know, Dust 2 can be such a random map, especially we've seen Shazam have such good form. All it takes is just a couple picks on people crossing the mid doors, and this match could easily, you know, go to the underdog's favor.
It's one of those maps, right, that, for an example, if you lose control of the B bomb side as counter-terrorist, how are you going to retake that bomb side? You literally can't. So as you said, if Shazam is having a good game and he's good at peeking B, you can just get that one kill towards the B bomb side and just win the entire round based off that one kill. So as you said, maybe random, maybe a little bit of an unorthodox match, but it is one of those where you have to be very, very careful with which peaks you give up.
We're jumping into this one, FaZe. It's do or die, sink or swim, and we're going to head over to Henry G and Sadakis to help us understand how this one plays out.
It's do or die, sink or swim for both teams. Complexity as well, and what a tournament they've had. 0-3 in pick'ems, not so fast. Energy got knocked out by them 2-0, and this first map in this series was a convincing win as well. This first shot of the pistol goes to nothing. They're gonna try and overwhelm Rain and get it. Oh, a fantastic execution from mid as well by Def. Get the momentum in their favor. This could be stunning.
This is very good from Complexity. They've got the backstab from Stan as well. He hits every single shot. It's a Dread now trying to salvage anything he can. If he gets a couple of kills, that's fine. He'll get an extra $600 now. He might get one more, but not quite. It's the CTs pushing through the smoke and offering themselves up to Jordan at the very start. They then Molotov towards the window, and all hell breaks loose. It's Stan is waiting towards short, trying to get the backstab kills, and he absolutely nails it. Complexity 1, FaZe 0, as they are now on the T side of Dust 2. They're going to purchase up a Scouts, AKs, of course, Max 10 for Def, and there is going to be a force buy and response from FaZe here. Certainly capable of winning these sort of rounds. Always tricky on Dust 2. Shazam looking for the gap shot right now, but he's going to be challenged, but he hits Olaf Meister as he crosses. 1-0, nothing. Brave, the FaZe long. They're so confident in his own ability. He's doing a fantastic job here. 2 kills come through. Remember, they've got armor as well. Those are significant frags.
Those are very significant. Good damage done still, you have to consider. And Olaf's going to capitalize on that. He'll take down Def. That'll give them a Mac 10 to work with. Rain, he takes down Ricky. Guardian's got Shazam. We mentioned that HP. They're absolutely picking apart Complexity. And Stan's going to have to cross over. Deep smoke down towards spawn. They'll add one at the top as well. He wants to push in. Mac 10 in hand to work with.
Well, the bomb's got to make its way up. So Stan's going to hold in towards CT spawn. Molotov is short just to allow them to confirm that area is clear. There's actually going to be presence towards long though. That's going to be Guardian coming in with the Scout. Absolutely winnable here for them as Guardian hits another.
Stan with 25 is locked as well, and he's looking catwalk. He's done. He's too low to react. There's no time. Olaf for the Mac 10 at range. They're going to pull this back. And I was just about to bring up the point. Yanko in the interview said, the other maps, they put a lot of thought in. They're trying to get behind us. They're flanking us. Pistol round, after him saying, Dust, you can't do that, Stan did that. So I thought, all right, hang on. We're on for something. I don't know if they are going to be as comfortable, but that round proves otherwise, that they are back to 1-1 and they've got the advantage.
That's a 5-on-3 as well. That's going to be crushing for the morale of Complexity. Nothing gets 2 kills to kick things off. You think, all right, this is round done, no chance here. They could have played it smart. They could have just held the pit, gone round towards short and avoided the Scouts, but they try to commit. And to be fair, it's not a bad call. They've got a huge advantage here. That shouldn't be happening. But all of a sudden, Guardian starts hitting absolutely everything with the Scout. So much damage inflicted, and then Stan was stuck towards that CT spawn position. If he held towards the side, maybe got towards short, they might have stood a chance there. But he was isolated, bombed down, and it's going to be a force buy in response. They've got a couple of rifles here. The Scout for Def, who seems to be their main Scout player. Whenever there's a Scout available, he seems to use them. We've seen him hit some crazy shots so far, so fair play. As 3 go towards long on the CT side, just granting the control to their anchor player. It's going to be a Dren for now, as his teammates fall back, as he feels a little bit more comfortable now. He's right up towards the doors. Drop the incendiary to confirm that the cave at least is clear. So what's remaining for the Complexity side? 3 smokes, 1 flashbang as they go for their default here, just trying to obtain short first.
Shazam rounding the corner with Galil in hands, trying to answer the call back to FaZe. Tough ask for him as well, just given the positioning. Sure, they've got one down below that's rotating back out. Rain could be caught on the ramp, but you have to remember Nico. Only one without a kill so far on the FaZe side. That's not to fault him. Just hasn't had the chance to contribute.
So you can see Rain drops that incendiary, not to do damage, but to allow him to get up towards the bomb site and be comfortable. Nico drops a smoke on top of it, and Shazam surely gets taken down here. He will indeed. Nice work from Nico. That'll push them back towards the B side of the map. 2 players waiting there. Guardian with the Orc, joined by Olaf Meister. They have HEs and flashes here as they boost above the smoke there in the B tunnels. As long as they trade out kills here, FaZe should be fine. They've got nice angles, everything covered. Here comes the spray down.
And Olaf's there. Trading should be easy. They're not even going to get toward Guardian. He's already got the lineup for 2, and Olaf wants to get in position. I take it back, excuse me. Can't quite get there. It was a Scout, and Def drops. It's Stan that will have to suffer the fact that it's a 5-on-1. They know he's in the tunnels. What they do now, he's gone after the time, and it's far too early in the game to have any money built up. He's got 0.
Absolutely true. Well, it's the first pick that comes in. They push towards that B side of the map, and you can see how comfortable this is. The double stack at the back of the site, both working off each other, delivering the pain. And it has to be the full eco now for Complexity. 2-1 in favor of FaZe on their CT side of Dust 2, trying to avoid elimination. No one thought it would get to 3 maps, to be fair. FaZe, though, after losing the pistol, bounce back, and will find himself a 3-1 scoreline. You can see them happy to push middle, but someone's calling them back. Rain, come back here. Don't risk giving away that AK. Not worth. Sure, he probably sticks it. Incredibly talented, but if you give up that rifle to someone like Stanislaw, he can do unspeakable things with that weapon. They have a couple of smokes, a flashbang here. I assume they're waiting for the initial utility to come through, and they'll try their best to actually take long here. They push through the flames, and it's going to cost them a lot. Nothing does get a shot in return, and Adren could be in trouble here.
I thought he might get away with one. They might walk out, they get the crossfire. He does. What a spectacular sequence. Oh, he follows it with style as well. Second shot midair. Adren, come to FaZe, 4 kills, 3-1.
Really well held. You can see there's a lot going on there. I haven't seen much from him this series, but that's a lovely display of skill. Timeout called. This is going to be by Complexity. They don't really have enough cash still. No bomb plants in the last couple of rounds. Ricky, $2,400. Stanislaw, same story, I'm afraid, because he lost that last round after the time had expired. Got $0 for it, so I feel like they have to take another eco, or at least a partial buy here, after losing 3 rounds in a row. This is much more promising for FaZe. Complexity are great when they have the advantage, they have the momentum. Stanislaw knows exactly how to exploit it. But now they're in recovery mode. PC-50s, Deagles only, no armor. Very basic utility. The one smoke maybe goes to Xbox to try and flash towards the A site and see if they can get a bomb down towards short. There should be another round on the board for FaZe here. Smoke has been deployed. I assume at Xbox, indeed it has. They can either go through mid doors or rush short. They can do both as well with looks of things.
Yeah, I was going to say they're already out in one facet of that approach. Rain's cut that off. He's already got the shot back. Nico at car. He's got the shot to Shazam with the AWP, and he'll line up for more at quad. Partial vision. Complete shot. Success so far in the round, and he's got another Nico. He's been slow in this event. There's been no doubt about that. People criticizing the fact that he's still in-game leading. Personally speaking, I think since he has, he's not been on the levels that we've come to know from him, but that's more like it.
Well, you have to think as well. They lost Carrigan, and he wasn't the in-game leader for a few months before his departure. Nico has been at the reins for a while now, and that's seemingly where things started to go wrong for them. Adren was brought in, but he has got in-game leader experience. Remember, that was in a very disorganized Gambit when they were changing in-game leader every couple of weeks or so. So it is still Nico calling for now. Whether this roster will stay as this 5 is yet to be seen. That's a conversation for after the major, perhaps. As the sniper shot from Shazam won't connect. He has been very good on Dust 2 at actually doing damage as players cross. 4 players towards long, trying to make sure they can combat any long spawns there. And it's going to be Adren left alone again. Good smoke. Buys himself enough time just to turtle up and feel comfortable.
Dumpster hold for the push through.
You can see the bomb mat outside the B tunnels right now. I would suggest they're getting ready for a B split here. They're going to go through a default and make sure the CTs don't have control of short. Make sure that they actually take some damage, work the picks, no orbs. Getting full information here, so Def presumably flashed in and will peek. Molotov will go around first.
Renegades yesterday showed some very crafty T strategies. We saw the return of a drop to CT split B. Similar but different to what Stan tried to do in the pistol round by getting behind them, but came off catwalk inside of the smoke. We'll see if maybe Complexity's got something similar to work with. Stan's known for being rather ingenious at times.
Well, he's dropped the smoke towards CT.
Smokes on B are interesting though at the tunnel because Olaf's inside of the closet. Guardian. He's behind. He's on. Oh, the box. They flash through. Tight smoke. Shazam hits it. Def knew exactly where to look next. Great play from Complexity, and they own the B site. Stands out in middle, holding the wall. They can't even get out of CT safely. Not without at least being stalled. I use the word stalled. Slowed down. They don't win the fight. It buys time for the bomb at the very least.
Well, it's going to be around for Complexity, whatever happens here. Dren won't expect Ricky at the T-spawn ramp as he was looking for exit kills there, but that's a lovely strategy. So Stanislaw drops the smoke on short. That blocks vision, of course. He throws a flash over as well, just as they get ready to enter towards B. He can guarantee there'll be at least 2 players on the A side at that point, and then he drops down, manages to get the backstab kills in there, out the mid doors. Great entries from Ricky, Shazam, and Def. It's actually Ricky and T-spawn. It's Shazam and Def who managed to do most of the impact frags towards the B-bomb site. Nico's going to save the AWP. Rain will save his AK. Money's certainly not an issue for FaZe right now. 4 players alive for Complexity buys them a bit of breathing room. Shazam holds onto his AWP. 1 and 4 right now. Has had a great tournament individually. As a double AWP setup comes out for the first time, FaZe will have Nico and Guardian at the helm of the AWPs. Incredibly dangerous and potent combination as we enter round number 7 here. Complexity needs to avoid the reset. Start building up some momentum here. Stanislaw makes his way quickly towards middle. Shazam protecting him. His teammates once again leaving the bomb outside B. Seems to be a common occurrence for them. Anyone goes down, if a CT push does come in, if they kill that player, they won't see the bomb. They won't know it's outside. That's why they leave it on the ground with a player just babysitting it like nothing.
Stan jumps up. Heads over top of the Xbox and onto the Cat. Wait to see if anyone's going to push back down aggressively. Pretty unlikely that they will. So we've already pointed out the 2 in CT. 2 on A, 1 alone on B, but that one is Guardian and he has an op. The strength of 10 men at times with that AWP.
Absolutely. Very slow approach, Complexity here. Setting up the mid-split smokes. You see Olof Meister in his position we discussed before. He can look over the smokes now. We're not feeling it's going to work out for him.
This is actually a very smart way to approach it as well, because that secondary smoke, we talk about this, it's to negate vision from the window, and oftentimes you want to split CT. So if he plays on the box and they go close wall and go under him, he's actually open. Unfortunately for him,
They've
they're
double
not going
smoked
anywhere.
Just don't know. This is a fake towards A.
Guardian's already figured that out. He's got a bomb. He's got 2. Def does respawn, but Olaf's already rotated up, and he's got support from Rain, so it's not like they can push through mid and catch off his position. Def's got to wait. Molotov down. Olaf forced off the angle. That should... Oh, I say should. There we go. Second Molotov. I was going to say, allow the bomb plant, and they'll get it down now in the hands of Def. AK, he'll watch the window. They'll go for this absolutely on the FaZe side. 4-2 currently, and they're up 4-3 in the round. Adren going for the flank in tunnels. No entrance yet outside of the site. Nico even waiting back towards spawn to support it. They're going to burn one alive, force out Ricky. Def's still waiting, but again, they've got to watch for tunnels. He gets a lineup both together. Now a chance. A 1-on-2, but Nico's too quick with the AWP.
He thought he confirmed the window position at that point. 2 coming through suggests the next will be coming through the door. Nico reads it well, though. Anticipates that mindset and goes for the window. Nails the shot. Def, great attempt, but not enough to win the round. It's going to be 5-2 in favor of FaZe on their CT side here. They're looking much more convincing now. It's been a long, agonizing affair for them. Really couldn't get going on cash. But look like they're really in charge of this half on Dust 2. 5-2, and money's still there. Bomb planted. Does allow Shazam to bring out the AWP once again. Oh, he said so good at getting damage, and they crossed this time a little bit too late to even get the chance. And no bomb outside B this time. I think this will be the long take. They tried to fake it before with 2 smokes to the long corner just before they entered B. But at that point, they weren't with the teammates. They were going to go through mid doors, but everyone had been dropped. Def looking to open things up again. It's a Dren solo, but Flash is coming in from his teammates.
Ricky and Def. Entrance is resounding, and Stan times it to perfection. Goes through the Molotov that was designed by Rain to hopefully secure his position. Nifty little drop flat. Smoke that had to be perfectly placed. Even watched it to admire his work. Did Stan as he covers off CT. But that Molotov was not enough. Stan pushed through. He knew the rotation had to go back out toward long, and he perfectly timed it. So Olaf alone, 5-3. This score now for Complexity. I say alone, not in the rounds. Certainly still has Guardian up on the AWP, but he was alone in B. They'll get together and hold toward T-spawn. Not really enough money to justify chasing on the Complexity side.
Certainly not. They need all 5 to survive at this stage. There's still cash over phases. Even if you do find his last 2 kills, sure, that would be amazing, but you're going to lose a couple of kills in the process. They're too tucked in towards the B side of the map. Right there in T-spawn. Very difficult angle to take them out of, especially when you know Guardian's alive and he's got the AWP in hand. Great round though, Complexity keep it clean. Taking long this time and focusing on the fact that Adren is alone in that position. They take down his teammate first, isolate him in the pip. Nothing could be done at that stage as we enter round 9 now. Money's still there for FaZe. They go back into the double op setup. Starting to be whittled down slowly but surely, but they keep saving weapons here. Guardian will drop an AUG to Adren. They're all hovering around 2K now. In terms of rounds, lost just the one in a row. So again, second stage lost bonus to lose that. They'll have one more buy after this. As Shazam goes to the long pick. Not the best spawn. Will he actually get there in time? Absolutely.
Yep, down goes Adren. So they're left with 2 rifles, one of which is an AUG. That's Olaf. No surprise to see an M4 still in the round, but double op setup.
That's such a risk to try and throw the incendiary and dry like that. You can smoke it from the car, you can flash over from a teammate, then go for that nade, but he took a risk and he was punished for it.
Absolutely so. Def already working up on the catwalk as well. Bomb still waits out at long. Rain has the off angle. Same place we saw Adren get the phenomenal 4K. Trade out, Nico's gone. That's the op down. 1 of 2. Guardian still has his at mid. There's no smoke at mid right now either. So the flash will put him off the aim for now, but not enough. He goes back out. Def is found.
3 versus 3. Rain alone towards long. 2 players heading his direction. If he gets traded out here, this could be a nice.
Stan's onto something though. He knows they just killed 1 on Cat, so he's gone back out. Stan, he's got the first kill on Guardian. That's going to completely discourage Olaf from trying to go through. He wants to chase it. And Stan doesn't know that there's a second. This could actually change the round because he gets control of catwalk. He could actually catch the bomb in transition. They've thrown it across, expecting that Stan would rotate around. Ricky now has an op to go against Olaf. Stan had everything right, except he didn't count for 2 to be in 1 position. Nade won't make it. And Olaf will back away, rotate around through CT, AUG in hand. And this will close the distance. He's no longer walking up from the catwalk position to go against an op, which has the linear perspective. He's now going to get on top of the site. And Ricky in the AWP is going to be forced to hit a rather stellar shot. He saw him. He jumped. They both see each other. Jumps again, and Ricky will hit a stellar shot. That's why you want him on the AWP. And another round for Complexity.
He always gets excited when the AWP goes down. He picks it up, and he always delivers with it as well. He was the former AWP of Team Immunity and Rogue for that matter, but came into this team as a rifler. We haven't seen him light up the scoreboard, but he still definitely is capable with that sniper rifle. Stanislaw, you're absolutely right. The awareness to check towards middle and find Guardian rotating is absolutely massive. Now, Complexity have a bit of an advantage here. They're still 5-4 down, but the money has got to breaking point. It looks like FaZe will take just a partial buy here. It's nothing to worry about just yet. They've got around $3,500 per player. They can afford a little bit of investment here as a loss bonus racks up. Complexity, though, will bring out MAC-10s. They're perfect weapons to deal with this sort of situation. You'd have players with all helmets, some pistols, and potential stacks on the other side as well. All to play for now, the 3rd and final map. Whoever loses this one's going home. If it's FaZe, there's so many storylines there. How it would be significant, mainly because we expect so much of them. This organization's been involved in CSGO around 2 years now. Always strive for perfection. As the B rush comes in, looks like it'll be successful.
He wasn't ready. The nade stack still gets 1, so this gives Guardian a chance. He's tagged Stan, remember, round 2. Scouts did so much damage they were able. This is creative. Death over top of the wall. And then through the smoke on top of the scaffolding. Just trying to find a man hiding inside smoke. Nico's down, 5-5. Now we're seeing Complexity's T-side go to work.
Yeah, like we said, Dust 2, you don't need anything too flashy. They've got their homework done. We heard it from Stan in the interview. They've just focused on their fundamentals, keeping it simple, providing frags, covering fire, trades. And so far, so good. Stanislaw at the very top, as usual. 10 kills for him, 7 deaths. Always so impactful. Always like 2 steps ahead of his opposition. He's always in the back lines, always causing chaos, as nothing will go for the long spawn this time. So Dren that's been struggling the last couple of rounds. This time he'll just concede and give it up. Rain will find the first. That's going to be Stan dropped, and they have the advantage for now. But long control granted. They can get the Norper in that position now and go back towards shore. Still possible to win this round. They're actually sending the bomb and a rifle, hugging the wall with Shazam covering them. Oh, the timing.
Very much so, the timing. Nico's gonna have problems. They're all over him. He still manages to get 1. peeks the tight angle as they cross, and due to Rain getting a kill beforehand, they're now in a very healthy position because everyone up close is removed, and they've got the distance back on their side, with the AWP going to work in the hands of Nico. Ricky drops as well. Shazam in a 1-on-5 situation. And this is FaZe back in the lead by 1. Crafty little shot from Shazam.
Yeah, not bad. Luckily for Complexity, they do have a lot of cash built up after finding 3 rounds in a row. Convincing ones at that. Nico showing us why he's the second of the order of FaZe now. Lands absolutely everything. So confident in his ability. Yanko's pretty happy with that as well, it seems. Double up setup still alive, but the money pretty low on either side now. Whoever wins this will carry the momentum towards the end of the half. Or boost it towards short, where they actually looking towards lower B. Courtesy of Rain, they absolutely will. Nico jumps on his head. Not feeling that safe though. Stanislaw pushes them off it. And Nico holds though.
Nothing has been waiting outside the B tunnels quite often. He'll do the same again now.
So when they're going for those B splits, that's when nothing has the bomb. It's towards long this time. And the CTs are pushing in towards the tunnels. That's going to be Guardian. He's holding it with the AWP right now.
Ricky misses a scope. He may not have the op, but he's got the Krieg this time. Flash in for Nico, or excuse me, for Rain from Nico, and it's perfect, but not enough on it. He will follow it. He will follow it all the way around. But Shazam does get one shot back on the AWP. In fact, Shadow showing he was fortunate to find that kill. Secondary flash, but Nico's not close enough to do anything on it. It will just slow down the progress yet again from Complexity.
Now, those are the kind of plays FaZe wanted to happen on Cash, and didn't really find much success of it. That couldn't have gone better, really. Rain not really displaying his usual aim at that point, but still had, what, 3 seconds? Everyone's blind. Managed to get 2.5. Shazam's down to 35, so that's absolutely fine. They'll take that. 30 seconds remain. It's nothing. They has to try and make the hero play towards middle. Smokes the left-hand side to protect himself from window as he checks out CT spawn. He'll be ready to assist his teammates who make their way up short now.
Shazam looking again toward the smoke. Won't be able to spawn anyone this time. Forced off from Car. They've at least got access.
Yeah, there's no one on the side.
And that smoke gives them the ability to round a quad and get the plant down as well. Nothing knows that they've vacated the premises down towards the pit. He got there. Oh my, that was so fortunate. He was spotted from CT, flashed in. Now they may consider that because they know he was up close at CT angle, and Guardian got that information. It could have been promising, but not since they knew, and Nico knows where Shazam is on the boxes. Ricky with one on the Krieg. Forced off though, Bomb is just sitting up on the site. That changes things. Good shot on Nico, but again, Bomb is just sitting on the site, and Olaf, he needs a jump shot. He's gonna be on it. He misses to the right, he misses to the left. Round is done, he'll get the kill, but it's too little too late.
Great attempt there from Ricky. It can be such a frustrating position. If your teammates drop unexpectedly, you're left in a nightmare scenario. You have to just go over the jump kill. Sometimes it works out first time, and as demonstrated, it can be the third. He does significant damage, take him down to 10, but the defuse came in. Ricky, this shot here, remarkable scenes. Could have been enough. If you pulled that off, they could actually end up winning the half, but they still have enough to buy here. AKs, Orbs, UMP for Stan. And they'll be focusing towards lower. Could go for a booster to see if that's going to be the option for the CTs once again. Nice smoke towards the B tunnels. Good for the fact there's an orb there.
Oh my
goodness. He's loving it.
I would have thought the flash came over it and then the Molotov down toward the box, but not if that happens. Now the Molotov will. This is exactly what you would have expected sooner. It's still turning. It's still being all right for Complexity. 2 inside of the site. First kill through the smoke. But the answers are resounding and the site is open. Bomb is planted. FaZe are backing off of it as well. The money after the last round was so tight. Complexity are going to bring this back to 7-6. We're certainly in a situation where this game is wide open.
I think so.
Nico's going to have a free one. Def down, was hoping they were going to walk in from lower tunnels.
Made sure he got it right in the spine there.
Yeah.
Confirmed the kill.
Precision is key.
Not 2 players now. Both with Orbs on the T side. We discussed this earlier. Dust 2 is probably one of the only maps where you can make it work, but it's certainly not ideal. Stan will throw that away. Round is theirs. Somehow. That's the first kill, but then their Molotov usage towards the platform. Doubled down with the flashbangs as well. Gives them a couple of kills, and they run away with it. 7-6. Money actually very low on the FaZe side. Complexity might be able to steal away a half victory after all. It's Nico who saves an AWP, Adren with the AUG. And will they call the timeout here? They absolutely will. So Yanko chiming in at this stage. $1,800 for 3 players. That's Rain, Guardian, and Orfmeister. Nico and Adren cannot drop. So what's the call here? Is Yanko going to say, you should force this, Nico can carry the round? That seems to be the state of affairs. They've got 2 rifles. They wouldn't have enough next round anyways. They might as well go for it. So 3 CZs, an AUG, and an AWP. That actually sounds pretty dangerous. It is all added up in the hands of FaZe. Timeout comes to an end.
FaZe fans in our Legend stage audience. Technically a group stage. So, also the first time we've had a group stage audience.
A lot of firsts here.
I remember my first time like it was yesterday. Smoke down, they'll cross. Shazam won't see that. Def's already inside of the tunnels, but he won't be able to do anything with that information. Again, it's nothing waiting on the default. He'll hold off, but Def, that's more aggressive. Lower tunnels quickly, and Nico's gone already.
He is a beast with the AK-47. Give him an opportunity, 9 times out of 10, he's going to hit it.
Molotov bounced off. That'll clear the close angles, but they're still not going to commit to the push yet. 3 players in mid as well right now from FaZe. They know if he was that fast to find the first kill, there's a chance, especially with the Molotov thrown, that they just want to rush through, bombard the CTs. And Olaf's taking the same position that they thought was clear. Smoke went down to extinguish it. He snuck in. He could be a problem, especially if Adren's there to take away the aggression. Double smoke down. The last time they did this, they faked. They didn't actually use them.
Now they need to use his man advantage to its maximum potential. They cannot just walk through the mid doors with 1 player and hope that's called a luck and it'll work out. Just focus on the trades now. They said they're going to be looking towards the fundamentals here, and this is one of them. Now 5-on-4 against pistols especially, and that's beautiful. You've got Ricky boosted up in the long doors there, waiting for a reaction from the CTs. You never check that spot if you're pushing in the CT side. It's so rare, but this time it works out perfectly. Shots fired towards middle. Adren connects. Goes down to 41 HP, and Def trying to capitalize upon that. The B side is open, however. And then Dren does have a slight chance of getting a kill here, but more than likely Def will take him down, or the AWP will. Careful, Ricky.
Dren does a ton of damage onto nothing, and Shazam's already low, so bomb going in. Wait for the boost, perhaps. Ricky taking out Olaf is going to make things very problematic, though, because now they can't rely on tunnels to poke and prod at the site. Instead, it's Ricky that can go around and flank them in return. So Guardian's just trying to save the op. He'll find Def, but it's a tie game. 7-7. Complexity are not giving up easily. They will not roll over in this series. And this is it. This map determines who's gone, who's knocked out in the round of 16.
If they Molotov the site now, they've got him. Or they just do that. Ricky, some great shots from him on Dust 2.
4 kills that round.
Yeah, excellent, excellent work. And that should be enough to actually find in the half victory here. 8-7 is on the cards for Complexity, and the third and final map. It's going to be a mixture of scouts and CZs, but with that second round, FaZe can make this work. Need to be incredibly careful here. There's no extra cash for Complexity to throw in any spicy extra guns in the last round and go for the spam on the mid doors. It's very default manner. Shazam at the long spawn. He's going for it. Tries to jump around the corner. Molotov lands at his feet. They will have to fall back. He took 1 tick of damage, though. Molotov a bit more than that. Eats the grenade down to 35 HP.
Def with the smoke in front. Stan. Didn't quite get the option or the opportunity to get the shot back up in, but they put Shazam toward the top of the barrels instead. Nothing's rotated back over. Adren, Nico, both up above. Not only that, Rain's in a position to get flashed in. We saw this last time with an AK. He found 2 kills and massive damage onto Shazam. Can he do the same with a CZ? Not to mention, Adren's gone there. They know they've been using the catwalk position. He's got his back turned. If they go in straight and find Rain, it's going to make things hard for Adren. Dodges the flash, though. Very well done to dodge the flash. And gets put in himself. He's got 2, a third. It's Nico that got it over his shoulder. Shazam's in recovery mode, but Def, he's got the shot onto Olaf at least. And now Guardian has to pedal himself back to the opposing side of the map. He takes the option to go to PlayStation. Instead, he's actually going to bypass Xbox altogether and go out toward long. Bomb will be planted. Complexity. They now hold the site. They've got an AWP.
It's Guardian on the scouts. No grenades, 46 HP. If he wins this, he's an absolute god. Misses the first shot, and it will be Complexity closing out the half. 8 rounds to 7. One more half, and they can knock FaZe out of the tournament. Right now, they have the advantage. It's FaZe who are on the back foot. They looked so good at the beginning. Here's some highlights from Adren. But overall, Complexity take the half, and will they do the unthinkable and knock out one of the favorites of the tournament before we even get to the round of 8? You're going to have to find out after this break.
No matter what happens now, you can't deny that Complexity have impressed at this event, bringing in a short-term player in the form of Nothing, who's just there as a temporary fix. Having no expectations, they knock out Energy 2-0. They've got the lead right now in the last half of this entire series against FaZe Clan, and they might be sending one of the world's best packing.
It's an exciting prospect. Could be one of the most significant upsets in a major in a long time. We'll see Rain fend off this short push. No damage done. It's Def who has control of that position for now. Olofmeister out along with 3 players behind him. Bombs there as well in the pits. They have a smoke for Cross, and Stanislaw trying to make this work. He's in towards the car, and my God, is he doing absolute work there. 2 kills come in, and he's still alive, and he wants more.
He does. He's looking for it. He must be at that range, could certainly be prominent, but it's Nika that's gotten Ricky. He's got to be careful now because he doesn't have as much support. Shazam Def still on the site. They can start to poke, but only if they come in around the corner. So really, at this point, Stan just wants to force them to do so, force them to round off. Def gets one. They might just back it away. They might just give up on it altogether.
3 versus 2. Guardian and Dren have been tagged by Stan as well. They're both hovering around 50 HP. They have a flash and Glocks. That's about it. It will be Nothing to head towards lower. He's watching for that T-spawn flank. confirming that no one's there for now. Stan holding middle. Did he spot that player? Looks like he might have done. Oh, another shot lands. Guardian extremely low now. One more bullet will do it to him. Stan needs to be careful though. That's not the bomb site. Nothing in lower B could close this one out. Spots him. That's the kill. Bomb down. 25 seconds here. Should be around Complexity to take the scoreline 9-7. Adren caught out. 20 seconds remaining. There it is. Stanislaw with an absolutely epic round there. Holding towards Carr. Not nervous, not shaky. Just nails the shots. 3 in total. He did damage to the other 2 as well. So much impact this tournament. He continues to just show perfection as he holds the Carr and then manages to close out the round with nothing as well. Very well read. Good positioning. Never a doubt in my mind in that 3 versus 2 they would give it up.
Exactly what Complexity wanted to start off the half. They now have the momentum on their side. It was an eco response in the first half. Remember, they've won both pistols now, but they didn't convert it.
I like this from Def.
Very good. Perfect lineup too. There's a third. He needs to be careful. Away with the reload. He'll be pinched in from mid as well. He's aware of it. He's got the bomb for a moment. So just make things a little awkward, a little bit uncomfortable. They can push up on Catwalk as well and try and really lock them in. Nothing will do the same. Long. Good play from Shazam. Def, that new Guardian was pursuing. And all 5 stay alive. This time they will convert.
So now they know the AKs are coming out. Do they want to upgrade any of the weapons they currently have? They have an MP9 for Def, who just got 3 kills with the weapon. He's got lots of cash left over. Or they could go for a more aggressive approach here, send in a couple of players to push up a B, try and smoke out middle and get a player in lower. It's Guardian the scout. The rest of the FaZe clan do have AK-47s. And Complexity don't upgrade a thing. They're focusing on the bigger picture, having cash as they go forward. The analyst talked about how significant the utility is on the CT side. There's a player towards lower. Def trying to get in that position once again. Olofmeister seems to be aware of it. Does he get any backup? If Def can call on his teammates to push up a B as he challenges, that could be everything. Olofmeister not feeling it though. And where there's a potential of a CT in towards lower, so decides to fall back and hold T-spawn. FaZe, however, will take 4 players outside long. Stan surely can't get more than 1 hit.
Trying to get Stan down. Shazam does ready himself with a nade in case they were trying to rush through. Def, good response. Second time they've gotten good effect in lower tunnels. Second time with an MP9 to note, as well as Shazam flirting with it. He's playing with fire. You're right, they knew the AKs were coming this time, so the early kill on the MP9. Shazam's fallen off the site. He's actually given it up. Elevator position for the scout. It's not quite the same scout it used to be for jumping. Ricky, only for 1. Elevator spotted. Rain down. Should be the round because Shazam's got to back away. So we go 10-8, but there's still just enough money on the CT side, notably for Def, 5,800 after finding those kills on the MP9 so many times.
Not going to try and win this round, but any kills he finds will affect the game further down the line. There's going to be reset potential. This wasn't a gun round for Complexity. This is what we'd call a bonus round these days. Taking all that lesser weaponry into this round, there's a chance you can win it. If you do, fantastic. If you don't, you have a chance to respond it. Def is 7,200. I think they'll take a partial here and just buy up next round. Still at the lead for now. It will be 10-8 to Complexity on their CT side. But I think they'll just take PT50s here. Maybe 1 smoke for the mid doors. Def purchases that, so they'll be thrown towards middle. They'll probably go for a stack, maybe B or long. Complexity on the timeout. Just discuss their options here.
Yeah,
I imagine it's more about next round than this one.
Yeah, Def's already gone for just utility on the Deagle, so that indicates to me they are going to sit back and give away 1 more. They still have the lead in doing so. They'll stay at 10-9.
The fact they get 2 HEs suggests they're just going to smoke middle, double nade long. Hopefully it's a long approach from FaZe and they'll potentially steal a kill away on a rifle, but it's very little chance that they'll actually pull this one off. A few kills would be great. Be able to give this one away. Ricky gets some Kevlar and a PT50 and a kit. Yep. So a slight glimmer of hope there.
This is the better call. You can have a full buy. You don't put any risk on the line, and you get broken now. You're only on 10 rounds. CT side's harder to get back into. We know that in terms of economy. And even Yanko's saying it's quite utility-based. Good explosion through the door long. It is just pistols to go against, but effective nonetheless as Olaf and Adren each find a kill. Rotating back in, though, they'll get stand toward the top of the CT ramp. Look at Ricky. If he catches Guardian right now, it probably won't amount to the round just because they don't have the guns to convert it, but he can get the bomb. Rain spotted him. Now Guardian should know. Rain made the call. Guardian's now readying himself for it. I say that, it was awkward. Very awkward. Guardian getting it with the Glock.
Well, they were the nades long. They did damage there, but it looks like nothing will be stuck in a 1 versus 5. 10-9, pretty much guaranteed at this stage. They've got the bomb and T-spawn for now, and you can see how much this round means to FaZe. They're not making any mistakes here. Not going to take any chances. Still a minute remaining. And there's Nico, who's holding long right now. Doesn't want to fully commit to this to make sure he clears everything out. It's confirmed car is clear. And now the ace side, but nothing's waiting there. He could capture someone on the cross, and that will do it. 1 kill, it's probably more than he was worth, so we'll take it. But this is where the game really begins now. First gun round in the second half. Complexity, they are currently 10-9 up. Orbs will certainly be purchased here. Shazam gets his out first. He's only got 9 kills so far. He has been very, very good so far in the tournament. Want to see a bit more from him. Dust to CT Orping suits him perfectly. Just a single orb. 3 orbs as well. Stan staying on the M4. Smoke on the long corner. Nika could send Rain out here.
Rain's out indeed. Smoke's already down. Flash, maybe now he pushes it. He knows they're there. They've already got the opening kill as well. Adren got Shazam. Now he's at mid. Nothing's up against this though. Rain's in one smoke, nothing's in the other. If Rain thinks they're clear, nothing could foil the whole plan. He's turned around and realized it. They sneak through, he couldn't get both. If he had gone behind the door, he might have had a chance at it, but he had no idea where he was standing and what was going on. Problem is they've also lost Ricky now. So it looks like FaZe are gonna tie this game. Stan's gotta make a call, and call should be for Def to try and save the AWP if possible.
4 versus 1, Def recovers the AWP. In terms of that loss bonus, it's going to be a 3rd stage after this. Almost no chance he saves the orb. He's currently stuck in CT spawn. Olaf Meister on the hunt as the bomb comes through T-spawn to get planted. Not the best position to save a weapon, this. Olaf's going to find him. Death might be able to get the kill, but once he does, I know exactly where he is. And Olaf takes him down. Going over the knife. Lovely stuff.
Up gone, money raised. FaZe look to be in control now, despite Complexity winning and converting the pistol. There we go. There's our legend stage crowd.
The FaZe corner.
I want to go hang out with them.
There's Olaf cashing in. $1,500 for a knife kill. It's not all about humiliation. 10-10. It's all tied up. Everything on the line for FaZe here. But a full eco for Complexity. Now smoke middle and send 3 players across, but it looks like they want to actually push through. Taking vision away from Guardian now. They're going to actually try and challenge towards top of middle, but Rain just plucking them off 1 by 1 to 5 versus 3 very early into the round.
Rain thinking Guardian might have. Nico instead, though, gets nothing. Stan tagged and removed. Just Ricky left. I don't know what that song is, but I like it. Ricky back to his traditional.
Hit him.
He did, you're right, from that range. But nonetheless, it's now 11-10 in favor of FaZe. Gun's gonna come back out for Complexity. That's gonna put them in a pretty precarious position because they have to almost win this round just to stay relevant in this game. Otherwise, FaZe go to 12 and they're back to no money yet again. It starts to spiral. You can't give FaZe a lead late, not a team of this caliber.
You're absolutely right. They need clean rounds as well. One-on-one victories probably won't do it. Look at the cash build up for FaZe now. They've got tons of it. Guardian does spot one light crossing towards B. And they can go for this fast mid approach again. The incendiary thrown at the perfect time will slow them right down. Shazam, looking for anyone jumping up towards short. They'll flash over towards middle. CT is not challenging that position anymore. They hold towards B doors and CT spawn.
Shazam with the tight angle. They're working toward him. They're gonna come to the right, not the left. He's playing an angle. It's just pretty much clicking. It would have been done, but he couldn't react fast enough. Nico's got the shot back onto Ricky. It's 2 for the price of 1. Discount day. Stan needs to get aggressive to make sure he can close in on it and make this a level situation once more. He'll get Nico once more, but Olaf, he doesn't know this. He does not know that Olaf is in lower tunnel, so he's giving himself up on a platter. Nothing removed by Adren.
Great shot. FaZe showing that individual brilliance now. They really have warmed up into this third map. Every shot's landing. This is more like it from them. Like we said, plenty of cash available to them. The complexity of getting down to Anika is going to take 3 rounds in a row at least. Bombs down, 0 chance of Def winning this. Going to try and hold the Org. Maximum loss bonus after this, but that doesn't necessarily do much on the CD side. Still need a partial buy before they can invest into the next round. And Def looks like he'll almost certainly be going down.
Yeah. Back in time. Doesn't make his life easier by missing a few, but at the very least, it's getting desperate, as we say. They're all over him. They're still chasing him down. Bomb will detonate on the A site. Def looking at the window, expecting the second player, and Adren takes the opportunity to just look in and find him standing in the open.
Now they can afford to take those risks. They've got tons of money here. Usually if you've got like $2,000, you just let him live, but they've got enough now just to close this out, even with a few mistakes thrown in. So like we said, Complexity will go for a partial buy. They can feel this one slipping away now. As FaZe look unstoppable in the individual duels. Adren especially, some of the shots he's hitting with the AK are spectacular. And Adren's got the long spawn as well. You might want to keep it on him. He's going to take it and try and open things up.
Adren's going for it. Adren's on the AK. He'll slow up, probably wise. Nades were in position as well. He would have coughed a lot of damage before the pistol even was lined and ready. It would have been just body shots required at that point if he walked into the nade. Ricky takes it to him. And the gun, I think it got shot backwards. It's outside of the door. I thought it fell forward enough, but Rain's going to watch it and guard it anyway. Speaking of Guardian will stay in T-spawn to make sure the cross is covered. You know the rotation, they'll know the positioning, but still the advantage to Complexity by 1.
Rain just disposing of the AK there, making sure no CTs can grab that.
Means he can rotate off the position now too and not have to worry about it. So just getting rid of it, not only does it deny this Complexity, it gives him the freedom of mind to start to execute considering they're a man down.
Still on 5 and 4, but still a massive advantage for FaZe. See them actually challenging positions with such conviction. Nico's got no problem finding his first kill. Does he get traded out? Stanislaw doesn't even think about it.
Back around again for Nico. Work his way on a catwalk with the AK-47 in hand. Shazam, Ricky, the only 2 on the A site right now. Stan and Def already inside mid. They've got a suspicion as to the fact that it's going to go back over toward A. Nico's waiting for Stan, though, if he goes toward Xbox. And Shazam, forced out, but blinded up. Nico and Rain getting kills. His only chance was to surprise them on the drop. That won't happen. Def at least gets the information, but he's gone now, too.
Really beautiful execution there from FaZe. You can see their hard work already coming into full effect at this point. So many smokes down. Molotov on the side, flashes over. You don't even have an opportunity to face them, really, especially with no utility of your own. Double AWP setup brought out on the CT side. It's getting to a really scary scoreline for them now. FaZe 13, Complexity 10. The CT side needs to come alive now. Rain not even going to have to open things up as long as Guardian through the door that takes Stan down. They've got an early advantage once again. You don't really have to do much of this. You can just hold up, but they got a challenge towards long. Rain waiting for the flash to go through. Player in towards pit. So many terrorists towards this position, but Ricky's ready.
Ricky is certainly trying to use utility to keep himself of relevance in the pit. It's also bought him some time. Nothing to get closer. Shazam there now as well, but all the eggs in one basket. Def's the only one that's anywhere else on the map. Nothing's starting to back off, and the bomb already toward B. Def gone. Now they realize they've got a problem. Olaf as well can push Cat. He can catch them transitioning into CT. This is a round. FaZe should and absolutely, I'm going to say will convert this. Hard to call them before it's done if Jordan can get there in time, but Olaf's being a problem. He's actually encouraged Ricky and Shazam to stay at the A site.
Oh, it's back open now, though. Sure, they've got B, but it's a 3 versus 2. Complexity need this.
Okay.
That's going to help. Through the door, the bomb goes down. Guardian can't trade.
This is why I don't normally call rounds. I'm instantly wrong. I've cursed it. That's brilliant from nothing to get the 1 kill required to open it back up. I thought Olaf had done enough to just walk in and plant, but he got him. He caught him out, and Complexity get to 11.
They absolutely do. A lot more to do at this stage, though, because as we keep mentioning, FaZe have got masses of money at this stage. You got Olaf Meister with around $12,000, even after the full investment of everything they need. Everyone's knocking on the door of 10K. Guardian opened things up, but it was Complexity to send them packing in round of previous. It's going to be now the tactical timeout as we come to the closing sectors now of this third deciding map of the elimination game. FaZe have looked pretty unstoppable so far on their T side, but Complexity do find a convincing round there after losing the first pick. They've got a double orb setup, Shazam and Stanislaw. Joined by the Orgs of Ricky and Def, it's nothing. Bring out the rear with the M4. Everyone's fragging, no one's really dropped off on the server at all. No one expected much from Complexity, but here they are. Third map. 1 and 2 right now, looking to make that 2-2, knock FaZe out of the tournament. FaZe with the exact same objective in mind, but they should have really been expecting a 2-0 here. But either way, they get the result, that's all they need. Flash goes over, Guardian ready for it. 3 players towards long on the CT side. Nothing too fast coming in from FaZe just yet.
Stan just waiting it out. Smoke's vision above, but Guardian also watching the same position is creeping in, and with each and every step ready to fire the trigger. With each and every step clearing off the angle, meaning that they can't get the op back onto it. Stan doesn't want to. He's gone over toward the B site instead, as Nico climbs himself back up onto Catwalk. 2 at long. If they at least win that, they can play retake. Shazam's gonna have to be perfect. So Johnson coming already. You can hear the Molotov.
He'll have to fall back. It's a nice approach. We're seeing more teams use these days. Instead of flashing in, hoping you hit the shot, use the Molotov, they're definitely going to fall back off that corner.
They haven't committed to this either. Stan's halfway up the B tunnel with the AWP. That's so much information for him. And Olaf's going to rotate out of that and around. I think Stan may have even heard that if he was close enough. So 2 players, again, Nothing and Ricky, holding at the Longclave. Will now have Olaf join Adren to battle for that position, and an important one it will be in the post plant. Shazam still has the most amount of pressure applied. Counter Molotov and smoke. Def, he's watching through the doors to see if they drop into CT. Doors at B though, that is. He's got a long way to travel. Good corner smoke. Rain's gonna get inside it. Shazam's forced away. Olaf was waiting. They thought, great reactions, that they'd won long, that they'd done enough. A single player foils all plans, and Rain just waits. From a dark cloud will come Rain, but it's got covered off by Shazam. He's got the AWP in position. Guardian, he's got the angle. Heads. Shazam down, follow up. Ricky's gone as well. Still though a 2-on-2 and 2 HP for Guardian. Still in a good position. Wide angle misses the shot. Def's got it back. Nico all to do. Ball planted for him. Good damage on the first. Can't follow it. So close to getting the kill on Stan. He's still alive on 8. Remember, he's the AWP, so that may not matter. They're going to get on top of this immediately, and he just wants to hold it. They're on it in the smoke. Can't find it. He can't locate it, and Complexity wins it out. 13-12. We're back to within 1.
Oh, this is what it's all about. Those close, nail-biting rounds. It looked like Nico did enough damage to that player in CT spawn, but not quite. One more bullet would have secured the round. Stan manages to avoid certain death there. And shout out to Shazam as well. The shots he was hitting there are remarkable. Decided to fall back off the short approach. Guardian comes to life as well. Hits 2 show-stopping shots, but there we are, 13-12. Bomb planted, still plenty of money. This time Guardian with the long spawn. He's definitely going to take this and try and challenge the corner. Always exciting when the Orbers get stuck into this one. Doesn't quite hit him. Doesn't take any damage, so that's fine. 13-12.
This is one of the games of the tournament so far, considering the stakes, considering it would be one of the biggest upsets yet, and it would mean FaZe going home. It also means, and we touched on this earlier, the only player to be a legend in every single major to date, Olaf Meister, would lose that status. It'll be the first time you won't make the top 8.
It's Nico inspecting middle off the flashbang here. FaZe have looked so clinical, but Complexity arrived just in the nick of time here. A lot of close rounds, 2v1s. And Nico certainly could have closed them out. Same Molotov to push Yorba back, this time not present.
Rain waits down below. It's the nade that comes up, doesn't do much onto him. Sits with 93 in the corner of Cats. Guardian with the bomb, he'll toss that upward so Olaf can hold it. He and Adren are actually going to fan out. Looks like potentially even pick at B. With him going over there now, at this point, 38 seconds, bomb still in mid. I get the suspicion that this will be a drop. This might be the play in which they go down towards CT, wrap back on middle, and nothing is going to have to read this. Flash already in hand for Rain. Pops it, drops it, nothing, looks away, looks back, finds it. He's foiled the plan so far. They still haven't got out mid either, and Nico's the next in line. Bomb's down. They read it perfectly. Stan gets both. Nico, he might find Shazam, but the bomb's dropped 15 seconds, and it's dropped in a position where it's not going to be recovered or planted.
Well read by you and Complexity.
Thank you very much.
You saw it building up. I'm proud of you.
You've taught me so well.
No, that was actually very nice. A common approach, though. We see it a lot on the T side. You get that short control, set up a B split, flash someone in, try and get them down towards CT spawn. Just your teammates commit there. Rain gets caught in the grade screen, though, and nothing's waiting for it. Dodges the flashbang, takes him down. And at that point, it's Stanislaw who managed to get a flurry of frags towards middle. We're all tied up, 13-13. Money finally starting to be drained here. And that's one of the most difficult angles to face at a CT in CSGO. It's such a daunting prospect. You could have Terrace Xbox towards short, orbs top of middle. He's got the M4 in hand and just finding headshot after headshot. Really impressive stuff there. Complexity go down to just a single orb setup for now. Shazam with 12. Hasn't had the same success he's found throughout this tournament. Been down to those numbers for a while now. But the fact they've tied it up, he can still arrive here. Against Guardian, they both miss.
Shazam, worth noting, only on 12 kills. So that op hasn't really got momentum yet on this CT side. And I say yet, we're almost done it. We're to the end, 27th round. Guardian wants to go out. Again, he's the one that gets the angle. So if they re-peek this, be so careful, Shazam. Shazam lost his vision. Held his nerve. He thought they weren't going to get to him that quickly. He thought he could stay there because he didn't want to lose his footing and be pushed further back, but it costs him in the end.
Brave move from Nico. One flash. Takes the AWPer down. Fantastic pick. Still plenty of time here. 50 seconds remain. We know they've got that execution, but it's the same setup towards long from the CTs. That's going to be Nothing and Ricky playing off each other. Nothing turning away from the flashbangs.
Difference being that Shazam's gone. He had the op at long last time to hit the shot on Olaf. It's Stan on the ramp instead with just the rifle, and they're not going to play as committed. 3 on A. Def's got so much information on B, and now the confirmed hits. Nothing's one out against Adren. Again, Olaf still waits. This time they seem ready for it. They're still watching that position. Meanwhile, as they get Olaf, it's the site itself. Look at the HP. You pointed out there's 10 combined, 5 on each. In what is now a 2-on-2. Bomb planted. They want to get aggressive. They know they have to hit the shot. They do. They catch Def in the head, but it's through the edge of the stairs, and he scopes in on the AUG to make no mistake that he finds Rain. Guardian with it all on 5. Molotov down. He can't afford to get hit. Not one tick, and he does. It's going to be Complexity back in the lead at 14-13.
That's such a massive round. They've actually made it work. It's the exact same execution. You could see Nothing and Ricky recognizing it. They weren't leaving long. They know on that procedure, 2 FaZe players come out of that position. They managed to find the frags, and it buys enough time for the CT on the bomb site to actually do some damage there. So much HE damage coming through. Here's Nothing. Let's have a look at what he did. Took down Adren as well. Such confident peaks. Rain and Guardian did what they could, and now Complexity have the lead on Dust 2. Money finally at a point will be broken for FaZe. It's taken so long. They have now won 4 rounds in a row, but FaZe keep planting bombs, saving weapons.
And that's the thing with the T side and with the bomb. If you have that much money built up, by the time you're broken, it's back again. You've got the bonus. So this will be, if they lose this, the full bonus. And they've got to buy now, so they'll presumably buy in, well, they will buy in the next because it'll be 15 rounds. They'll force, but they'll have enough to do it.
The mental fortitude of Complexity.
I'm impressed. I really am.
It's crazy. FaZe looking as sharp as they were in the first 8 rounds or so of this half. Didn't look like any team could stop them. Every shot was perfect. The coordination was on point. But now, running similar strategies, Complexity are catching on. Stanislaw showing up and hitting absolutely everything. They've got back to the double orbs now. Shazam and Stan looking to close this out. 1 more round to find match point here. It's a fast approach from FaZe as they start to head towards middle. Stan has been struggling with this spot. Drops the incendiary that denies Nico any sort of presence towards the mid doors now.
Nico's taking a tick of damage, but he knows they've been playing on that corner.
He's wrecking Stan. Whoever's AWPing middle, he seems to find the shot.
Yeah, they have switched it up. That's a good point. It is worthy of note. With the primary AWP and not running a dual AWP setup. Shazam goes there at times. Stan has on the AWP as well, but this time he's down already. Nico just drops off mid. Looks like they'll try and get up toward Catwalk.
Money's super low for Complexity. You'd think after winning so many rounds, they'd be comfortable now. If FaZe win this, not only is it 14-14, Complexity might have to eco for the final round. It's all on the line now. It's not the same execution. Notice no one towards long. They're just going to commit their numbers towards short. Shazam, decent. Incendiary. Should buy him a little bit of time, but nothing has been dropped. Shazam needs to perform here.
He's blind. He's so blind. They're already on the ramp. He's aware of it. Sees the AK. Hits the hand. That's not an easy shot. And he knows they're going to be working up. He hit Adren. It was through the box. He put him down to 13. But Guardian got the kill that matters most. And it's Ricky to try and snipe along. They know where he is. Smoke's still down. He wants to fade inside of it. He wants to disappear. At this moment, he wants to disappear completely and be invisible, but it's not going to work out. Adren's got a death's got a save. It's 14-14. You mentioned it. Money gone.
Yeah. In a real horrible state now, Complexity will find themselves in one of the penultimate rounds. Well, they have to take an eco here. Def will save the AUG. But they're going to get $1,400 per player. Today is force around it. Go for it. We'll take a full eco and see if they can take us to overtime.
Overtime might be the call. It's unbelievable that they would be put in another situation on elimination in overtime. They've been there before in this tournament.
Oh, yes. So the timeout will be called. They have 3K on Shazam, 1,400 or nothing in Stan. Def could drop an SMG or a FAMAS. It's really quite tight over there. If they force by this, it could be GG's. They'll have absolutely nothing for the final round. FAMAS has come out. It looks like they're going for it. Def dropped it. Scouts, AUGs, FAMASes. It really does come down to this moment.
They've done so well to pull back into this. And yet, that's only half the battle.
They've got to dig so deep now.
They've put a lot of pressure on themselves with this buy.
Yeah.
They put so much pressure on themselves. Maybe they're reveling in it. Maybe they like being in this underdog role. Maybe they want the challenge. Stan is going to have a challenge getting across mid. Smoke down to enable him to do so. Mid picks haven't been a problem in this game. We haven't seen anyone die there yet. We've seen a few tags. That's about it. Olaf Smoke. Remember last time? Nothing got on the other side of it. And it's the same here. Ricky's behind Olaf. He's realized it. It's twice that smoke's worked in their favor for the same reasons. Nothing gets one kill, but he's removed. And the advantage firmly with FaZe. But look at Death. Oh, goodness me. This could be huge. Look, he still finds it. He still gets away with one, and he's not dropped in return. He'll smoke himself into the cave. He's locked them. He's locked them off the map. Nico's the only one not there, and Stan's going to go aggressive. He's going to put the nade into the corner, but he's got to get the spray in. So much damage flashing out. He's got to get away. Nico was trying to do battle with Stanislaw, who couldn't get the information, couldn't get the angle, and that means Death has to get back.
They've actually got it to an equal situation. Olaf Meister 3 HP. Death holds towards the T-spawn area now. It's Nico who's such a menace in this position. He gets one. Can he find the second? Oh my goodness. It's the AK-47 that gets him into a 3 versus 1. Def did such a good job to even give them a chance here. He gets all the way towards the long doors. They suspected at the last second. He gets Rain, takes Olaf Meister to 3, but that's going to be the round. They will have nothing in round 30. Maybe this AUG. That's about it. They're going to get $1,900 per player. That's enough for a Deagle and armor. That's about it. A Scouts, perhaps. Looks like FaZe might have done this.
You got to look at the timing of that as well. They took a shot at Nico through the door. They thought that was enough to hold him off, and then he pushes through at the exact moment the second player. Look towards CT. That meant he couldn't recover it in time. If they were both there, even the pistols, you'd think that's a trade, and then it's a gun. And then you rush back down Catwalk. You might get there before the bomb, and you suddenly have the round. Potential for the round. You said it, there's nothing to work with for Complexity. FaZe, they might just scrape. They might just narrowly get by.
Def can drop off a mass. That's about as good as it gets. Nothing with 2K. This was the play, though. If Nico got traded out there, it could have been enough. He's been bullying CTs in that mid-door position. Every single time he lands their headshot, he's playing out of his mind right now. 27 kills, 16 deaths. This is the Nico show. Finally, we're seeing it. There are 3 players on the FaZe side with 20+ kills right now. That's Rain, Adren, and Nico. The buy coming through, you can see it on the right-hand side of your screen. All or nothing now. FaZe need 1 to knock Complexity out of the tournament, and it's Complexity who have to somehow make this work just to take us to overtime. What is the play?
What is the play? Pull an Ents.
Go low.
Get that shot and gun out and rush lower B like Alu this morning?
I don't know. It's very unlikely they do this.
Close smoke. It's the first time they've thrown the close smoke, so they go for the quick cross rather than the backside. Maybe trying to convince them they got into lower. Does Nico consider that? He is looking toward the stairwell. Nothing has gone to B. But look at Shazam. He's the one that really matters now. He's the one that's looking for the aggressive pick. Scout to do it with. Headshot angle. So you're either going to hit it or you're not. It's as simple as that. And I think a flash from top mid might make it easy for Nico to round that corner. There it is. And he's got it. Shazam gone. Red to perfection.
What can you do? He's just hitting every shot with pixel perfect precision so far. It's a 5-on-4. Shazam connected the shot. Takes him down to 29, but they've got long control now. This is FaZe's round to lose.
Is it Def's round to win?
Potentially. He's the only one with a rifle here. They can't just sit back and let them have full control, though. Someone has to find a play.
Guardian working out for the pit. 2 players on the wall. He'll protect. He will literally live up to his name. He'll watch with the AWP. But a flash in. Flash in now behind the smoke. They've run into each other. Rain's got it. Adren follows it up, and it is Def. It is Def on the site. The rifle's gone. And I think Complexity are from this event as well. It's been an absolutely incredible performance. They've upset everyone at every turn to get this far. To take down Energy. To put FaZe against the wall. To do it with this man, nothing in a temporary stand-in position. He's not done. He's got Nico down. Bombs planted, but they're ready for him. Guardian confirms it. FaZe, they narrowly scrape by. They've got concerns for tomorrow because they're not yet in the top 8.
Very different scenes in the crowd compared to the booth of FaZe. A hollow victory at best for them. They're not looking dangerous enough right now to take the championship, but at least they have time now to work on the future. They'll have to play again tomorrow, but they avoid elimination from the tournament. They do say goodbye to Complexity, but what a storyline that's been. No one expected anything from them, and they stepped up and showed us they could compete with the very best. So much passion, so much drive. Shout out to Shazam there. He couldn't get anything done against Nico, who was just unbelievable in that second half.
And they needed that from Nico. It's been a while since we've seen that from him. Respect between the two. It was very, very close. Hats off to Complexity. We'll see FaZe tomorrow. We're going to see the desk right now.
Thank you so much, fellas, doing that game justice, and my goodness, what a close one. FaZe Clan, the fans in the stands celebrating, but I don't think that's the same case for the players taking a bit. I mean, the fact that we cut to Nico on that victory, and you can just see, you could have told me they lost. I mean, he didn't look like someone that was feeling, victorious after that victory. More a question of survival. You can see him, of course, getting ready for an interview there. Now the smile is creeping onto his face, and that is a positive sign of things to come. But is this game? That's what we're going to be talking about, fellas. Sean, Pimp, let's reflect. Another 30 rounds, tested all the way.
Yeah, you have to, first of all, give credit to Complexity. They played their hearts out today.
Yeah.
Nico, what can be said? I mean, he literally took over the game in the later parts of this game. So many times, I mean, the fast, long A-strap for FaZe worked out so well, where they had Rain and Adren going right up to that smoke. And then you have Olaf and Nico lurking lower B. They had so much success on that lower B lurk. I think it won them 3 different rounds. The most crucial, obviously, being Nico getting the kills onto Shazam and Stanislaw.
Is that double doors?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That was pretty damn
it hurt to watch.
It did. Hopefully this one doesn't, though. We do have an interview with Nico over on the stage, fresh off of their victory.
Nico, there are thousands of viewers who are breathing a sigh of relief for their pick'ems right now. And how do you feel?
Yeah, we feel even more intense than them, that's for sure. We are not playing our best game, and it's very tough to come back like this we did now. So, yeah, we're just going to keep fighting and keep grinding to find our game as well, and we're going to keep everyone's pick'ems alive.
Why did it take so long for you to find your form today?
At the first map, like my form, I had problems with PC, but then afterwards, it was a bit better, but still, it's not only about my form, just that we played very sloppy as a team on the first map as well, and we just managed to like slowly start getting into the match on the second map, and that was really important for all of us, and yeah, it's just that we are finding our game. That's the biggest problem right now.
So it wasn't that you underestimated complexity?
No, we are not underestimating anyone at this point. We are at the lowest, like, this is like the worst phase you can see on this major, that's for sure. We can only play better from this point.
Well, let's talk about tomorrow, in fact, because you've got one more series before you get to that top 8. So what kind of phase are we going to see tomorrow?
You're going to see a better phase, that's for sure. We are going to play way better. This win means a lot for us, especially winning in the close fashion against them. It just means a lot for confidence, winning it, and we're going to play better tomorrow, that's for sure, and looking forward to the match and getting into top 8.
Well, I think there's quite a few people in this crowd who are really looking forward to seeing you guys on form tomorrow. And I know that the desk can't wait to talk about it, so let's head over to them.
Yeah, we learned a lot from that one. Thank you so much, Frankie and Nico. But I think the thing that stands out there is he acknowledges that the fact that FaZe Clan are feeling, hard worked and a close one and a humbling experience of winning that one, a relief from them. It shows that not only were they respecting complexity, but they had to work for that.
They really did, and it's a problem for FaZe Clan, right? Because they're always so confident coming into games. When FaZe back in the days were one of the best teams in the world, you would never hear them like have an expression like that. You would always hear them say, "We'll come out, we'll play our game, and we're just gonna beat them." Yeah, sure. Simple as it is. But right now, these players lack a little bit of confidence. They lack belief in their own abilities, and that's a problem. I do like, and as you said, I do acknowledge the fact that Nico is self-aware that this is not a good showing of FaZe right now. That said, though, it also takes a bit of class to win when you're at your worst, so it can be turned around as well to a positive thing.
Yeah, I mean, Nico did at times, Sean. I think you said put them on his back.
I think so. I mean, I'm not taking away. I think they actually had some really good looks on their T side. They had some good executes. The fast long hit. They had good cat hits, the spawn drops, good mid Bs, and just solid B hits. So I like what I saw out of their T side. But yeah, their individual players look a little bit off other than Nico.
Maybe they just need to get accustomed to this new system where they do have a lot of different variables in terms of hitting bomb sites. Normally what you see FaZe do is run out, kill people, which actually is what Nico did the last 4 rounds to make them win the game. Now, they have a little bit more in the backpack now. They have more to choose from, and maybe what FaZe need is a little bit of time to get accustomed to those different variables and those different tools they now have in the back, which they didn't have before.
Now, let's check out that telestrator that you've locked up there, because it's talking about inexperience of complexity.
Yeah, and I feel a little bit bad about doing this now after a loss, but I think we have to do it regardless, because Complexity definitely could have won this game. This is at the score 1-0 for Complexity. FaZe Clan is force buying. As you can see, if we start playing out the clip here, nothing is getting dropped on AK, and he has a good spawn towards long, which means that he wants to go out long and get some job done, which he actually does. Now, if we skip forward a little bit, there's no need for us to see this. We can see it being played out. Nothing goes out towards long, get the first kill, and also gets the second kill. Now, well done for Complexity. Have a good idea. They're using the spawns and making sure that they give themselves a good chance of winning now. This is where I want to stop the clip for a second. Now, it feels bad to point out one player making a big mistake, but Def is definitely not doing himself a favor right here. You're up 5 versus 3, yet you still decide to go out middle with no flash, with no utility, with no trade frag potential. And what basically he does here is just giving FaZe Clan a chance of winning the round. Now, if we stop the clip here once again, this is where it gets real dicey and where Complexity is showing a lot of inexperience. For some reason, this dude thinks it's a good idea to fight alone. Now, if this goes wrong, he's gonna die. While that happens, you see the next guy come into line. Shazam thinks it's a good idea to fight alone. That's while his two teammates are hiding behind the wall because they know that it's a very bad idea to fight the anti-eco from FaZe Clan from this distance. Now, Shazam is going down, and all of a sudden you have a situation where it was a 5 versus 3 for Complexity, turning into a 3 versus 2 situation for FaZe, which they actually end up capitalizing on. This is one of those rounds that they're going to go back home, look at, and think to themselves, why did we do this? And let's be honest, this is probably the difference maker in the game.
Yeah, that is tough, but still, Complexity putting up a fantastic fight. And we'll continue to see another fight. Cloud9 HellRaisers is about to be going down on your screens. We're going to take a break. When we come back, our last best of 3, and one of the teams is going home.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all? ESL One returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
Think you can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think you can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
It was not too long
presents
ago
the pre-match
that we found ourselves at the North American Major, FaZe Cloud9 in the finals. And now, back-to-back, both battle for survival. This is Counter-Strike, ever changing, as is Cloud9's roster. However, if I told you that there are 5 major champions in the server today, 4 of them on Cloud9, some 3 times major champions, some 2 times. This should be an open and shut case, at least certainly from as if history has anything to do with it, but our analysts might tell me otherwise. Sean Gayes and Sponge hanging out with myself, Machine. Guys, when you hear that, when you remember that, Cloud9 versus HellRaisers does sound like quite a tasty morsel.
It does, but this version of Cloud9, like you mentioned, they're missing something, right? And that might be the fact that they don't have a coach behind them to, corral them in when things get a little bit hectic. But it always seems like, there's not the layers that you would expect out of a top-level team. They have all of the skill, and that's what they've been surviving on so far.
Yeah.
But we need to see more when it comes to their strategy.
Strategy, of course, key. Chad, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and look, I want to bring out some stats here. Cloud9 fans, not my biggest fan, but these statistics, lean towards the fact that C9 have a very poor T side and they can't get a lot done. During this tournament so far, the Legend stage, Cloud9 have this is in the entire tournament, the lowest win round percentage on the T side, the lowest opening kill percentage on the T side, the lowest multi-kill percentage on the T side, as well as the lowest trade percentages on the T side. That all leads to the fact that they just try and get things done individually. They're not actually working as a unit here.
So I imagine their wins and their successes in the past have come from defense. I mean, it was 1 win versus MIBR, and past that, they conceded a 16-0 versus Astralis on Train, and you can see that Train is going to be banned by Cloud9 in that second phase.
Yeah, and just to back up the point that you're making right there, on the offensive side, in the entire tournament, they actually have the highest multi-kill percentage. So when they are getting tested, when players are coming in their direction, the players on this team are multi-fragging, and they're putting a stop to the attacks.
So HellRaisers, they picked Inferno, Cloud9 responded with Cash, and we get Mirage to round things out. Sean, what's your take on the maps?
It's a very interesting pick by HellRaisers. It is their best map, but it's playing into Cloud9's strengths.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Cloud9 has a bad map now in this series, which, could make things difficult for HellRaisers.
I think the fact that they get to start on the CT side, and I just attested to the fact that their T sides are dismal and their CT sides are strong, means that they get a free start in this game, right? A free opportunity. Coming into this, sure, we can look at the pedigree on the Cloud9 team, but coming together as a roster, we haven't actually seen that happen yet. It was the same in the Challenger stage. They performed quite poorly. They were at the bottom of some of those stat lines that I previously mentioned, but HellRaisers haven't impressed either so far, and these guys have had a long lead into this year to work things out.
Yeah, just back to Cloud9 for a moment, because Rush did stand by for a very quick one with Frankie before he got into a crucial major game.
Rush joins me now ahead of this really important match against HellRaisers. And Rush, what have you learned from Legends so far?
That don't underestimate any team, basically, and just play your game versus them, and don't play scared.
So I'm guessing you're not underestimating HellRaisers then. What's the plan?
Just we got some good maps versus them, our best maps, so just play them confidently like we normally do in practice and how we have been. Maybe these past few days we had some rough games on Train, for example, but we don't normally play Train, so that was kind of like a one-off, I think. So I think now that we have maps we're confident in, it's going to be a lot better.
Which maps?
Can I say?
I don't know. I don't know if you can say.
They're our most common maps, so you'll be able to just discern that by looking at our maps. So.
Okay, so banning Train.
Sure.
I'm getting something from him. Well, Rush, good luck. Any predictions of what the score's going to be?
I think it's probably going to be 2-0, but it's going to be close games.
I like this. Confident, but not underestimating. For you, good to know, Rush. Good luck. Go join your team. They're doing some stretches over in the corner. And, well, we'll see what the result's going to be. Yep. Let's head back to the desk.
So we've seen Cloud9, we've talked about Cloud9, now a quick touch on their opponents, HellRaisers. They've picked up a major champion in Hobbit. A lot of people perhaps may forget, of course, Gambit's run and flash in the pan of brilliance from them. Now he's joined HellRaisers. They have Woxic and Issa, these up-and-comers. Sean, this is not out of the realms of possibility that Cloud9 are taken out by the Raisers of Hell.
No, they've created this perfect roster, right, as an in-game leader, an entry fragger, and then the 3 skilled players, obviously an insanely skilled AWP player in Woxic. He can literally turn a whole match in your favor. So I think they have the pieces to make a run at this major. And I like the looks they bring on T-side. They're very fast-paced and execute-based.
I think the problem is when we looked at this team before when they had Bondic, you'd only see Deadfox and Bondic step up in the later stages with impact frags, getting those multi-kills when you're getting down to the 15-15 kind of score lines. Hobbit he has a lower rating thus far than Deadfox, which is not what you want. He's your 3rd star. He's meant to be the X factor. He's meant to come in here and turn some rounds on their head. You expect Woxic, you expect Issa to come in and do what they do best, but Hobbit needs to step up in this matchup if they want to have any chance of taking the series.
I mean, a reminder for those that have not been keeping track of the 2 simultaneous streams, you may not have seen too much of HellRaisers and their journey so far, but it's worrying. I'm seeing 2 losses to Ninjas in Pajamas and FaZe Clan, where they managed to acquire 9 rounds combined. It was a slow start from HellRaisers in this tournament. And I think what scares me more, and correct me if I'm wrong here, you are the brains behind this party, but Overpass, didn't that used to be HellRaisers' pocket pick? Didn't that used to be where they thrived? Am I rolling back the years?
No, I romanticized it a lot of the time, and I carried that narrative through because it was a map where you could see that Angel had done a lot of work. Once you take control of bathrooms, okay, this is the protocol, this is the strategy, this is what we do. But other teams have definitely caught up in that regard. This hasn't been a good map for HellRaisers, or at least the top of their pool, for a decent period of time. But the potential is what it speaks of, right? The fact that this in-game leader can teach the players who are all, not native English speakers to come together and be able to react in certain situations.
Yeah.
But for them coming into this, I'm still just puzzled by that Inferno choice. Like, obviously they think for them, they want to go to their strengths, but it's just giving Cloud9 a free shot at a map they really enjoy playing.
Yeah, and I mean, let's save our words until we, of course, have the Counter-Strike to break down, because it's going to be the HellRaisers themselves as we go and learn a little bit more about a team on the ropes here in Katowice.
HellRaisers have transformed their roster over the years to suit their niche. The past year or so has been about exploring talents from a multitude of countries. That quest culminated in finding Woxic and Issa. Both have proven to be skilled individual players, capable of powering HellRaisers to numerous upsets and respectable placings, including a top 8 finish at the previous major. In-game leader Angel looks to revive the career of new recruit Hobbit, who comes off a poor year in Gambit, but prior to that had looked like a revelation of the CIS region. Katowice will showcase whether HellRaisers are a complete team or still carried by individual excellence.
Yes, HellRaisers, it is not going to be easy, but that video certainly sells me on the project. It does look, I mean, Sean, I'm actually going to return to the point you said right at the top of the show, where you said they've kind of, it's the dream in terms of roles, right? Yep. It is exactly what a team needs.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Hobbit's an excellent lurker. That's what they picked him up for. Issa's kind of like that, I wouldn't call him a support player.
Did you call him an entry fragger? Is that?
No, because Deadfox is their entry player. I would call him more of like that Cold Zero, like hybrid kind of player.
Okay.
Then obviously Woxic, he's just such an incredible AWPer. High sense player, so he can hit some ridiculous flicks.
Yeah, I'm actually sad the cameraman never shows his mouse, because I swear his mouse mat is the size of, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something that's actually in front of me.
A dime?
It's no, I'm actually trying to give you a genuine idea. It's like one of those small ones your nan uses.
It's like half a piece of A4
stuff.
paper.
Yeah, like an A5.
And for the old school gamers out there, it's like a funk pad.
Yeah, there you go. Everyone's on the same page. And on the other side of the stage, hey, Poetry, is Cloud9. And this is a roster that I mean, when you read through the names, the stats are incriminating, that's for sure, Chad. But when you look at the names, Kiyoshima, everyone's been waiting to see more from him. Now, he could be eliminated from the major here.
Yeah, sure. I think that this team is finding a difficult time coming together, mainly because of the in-game leadership woes and the lack of coach. That means the direction isn't really coming from anywhere. And when Flush has in-game led before, it's kind of just been on more of an individual basis anyway, right? It hasn't actually been about building a lot of strategy or having like a really good system in place. It's about just calling the basic strategy, getting the basic smokes down, and then making good mid-round decisions. That's kind of been the lineage of Fnatic when they're in the most dominant era. So to see him try and use a similar style with this team, it doesn't surprise me, but it's difficult to make that work unless everybody's on the same page.
Angel went on record in an interview with HLTV suggesting that he doesn't feel like he's left his mark on this game he's dedicated his life to yet, and he also added that he hopes he has enough time. It does speak of a kind of a man dedicating his life to something, of course, here, the HellRaisers project, and now one best of 3 of Counter-Strike away from potential elimination. Cloud9 standing in their way, and that's no easy feat, but someone we've yet to discuss, this Zellsis character. Not much known, not much fragged, but still arriving in this roster and has contributed.
And that's the best part of this whole Flusha system, in my opinion, is it gives Zellsis the opportunity to shine and make plays, especially on the CT side. We've seen him constantly, aggress his spot all by himself, looking for info. And he's come up big. He's had so many impactful pistol rounds and big clutches throughout this event. And E-League, when I've watched him, I've been truly impressed by him.
I think if you compare these two rosters head-to-head, you can see that there is clearly more firepower, at least more potential for firepower within the Cloud9 team, right across the board, player for player. But Issa and Woxic, if they're both on form, then they're just absolutely going to just spank you, right? They're such good players and they can take over games. That's the style of player they are. When you look at it from a tactic perspective, HellRaisers should have that covered themselves.
I mean, I'd just jump up and argue with you by saying they've got Flusher and Keo, and you could say the same thing.
I agree with Chad, but Chad, what if I told you that they're giving them the CT side and then Cash, they're going to start T side, Cash?
HellRaisers are throwing this one away in the veto, it feels like.
You guys just going to say, leave it there?
That's it.
So, yeah.
All right, they're leaving it there. We're going to jump in. It's time for HellRaisers Cloud9 with none other than Vince and Moses.
Yes, thank you, boys. They're going to leave it there, and we're going to pick it up there. Pistol round coming in, Cloud9 and HellRaisers. Angel, this could be his last opportunity to make his mark in Counter-Strike history. One series away from being eliminated here at IEM Katowice, and Zellsis going to get the early contact, and he's forced back. deadfox finds a kill onto Rush. That's over towards A Halls on the other side of the map. And a good start for HellRaisers.
Yeah, excellent damage done to B, and also weakening the A side is always going to give HellRaisers that little edge, but 3-player stack on B here, Moses.
Yeah, exactly. And that partially might be because Zellsis is so damaged, and also just because they say, oh, you got to pick at A. You assume we're going to rotate someone over to strengthen the defense there, but it's not going to be the case. So HellRaisers walking right into a trap.
A trap with 3 USPs at medium range is going to be a potential bloodbath, but let's see if they can pull it off. They've got some utility, which they're going to be throwing in first. Smoke gets tossed over, going to lock off CT. This is maybe going to stop Flusher from having any kind of impact, but it's not going to stop the crossfire that's been established. Zellsis with his pistol doing so much damage, and out comes deadfox. He's the first to fall in this encounter, and it's all going the way of Cloud9. Woxic and Hobbit remain. They're both getting whittled down and tagged up and make it just Woxic, and he is the last to fall. Flusher picks up a double.
The real battle in that round for Cloud9 was holding your nerve and holding your courage to keep that stack the way it was, not rotating someone over towards the A bomb site. That's where that round was won and lost, and Cloud9, they don't blink. That's a great start despite the odds. Up 1-0. HellRaisers going to invest, as we see so frequently in these second rounds. A couple Tech 9s are out. Angel and Issa trying to roll back the years with that weapon.
Yeah, kind of in an interesting spot with the Tech 9 as opposed to CZ. You can see that both deadfox and Hobbit have gone for it. P250 for Woxic, obviously he wants to hold fire and get an AWP as soon as he possibly can. He's at $1,100. Does still have some Kevlar behind him, but here we go. The push coming in. Automatic's going to get forced out of position. His nade doesn't do that much damage, but Molotov is going to do a whole lot more. A 1-for-1 trade actually going to be favoring HellRaisers now, although that grenade may claim the life on Hobbit. But still, they're starting to wrap around, and Flusher is the last line of defense. How long can he hold on for? The MP9's good for nearly a second as Angel gets obliterated down to just 8 health. It's going to yield a bomb plant, but surely this is where Cloud9 shut the door. No, Zellsis! He whiffs the spray, and now puts so much more pressure on Kiyashima. He's behind the smoke, so he's going to have to wait for this to clear. That's allowed Angel to now prop himself up on the graveyard side. So 2 separate angles that Kiyashima has to contend with a lonely flashbang. That's going to go over. Now Keo starts to make a move in, but he's made noise. He's being smacked up through the smoke, and he's going to go down. And you have to go back to that Zellsis play. That was the moment.
Yeah, it seemed like he just flinched right at the last second. It seemed like he had that fight dead to rights, like it was surely going to go in his favor. Flusha did everything he could, and that's the crucial one. A really tough round for Cloud9, but you can point to a couple different things. Automatic gets completely caught off guard by HellRaisers pushing through that mid-smoke. He's forced into an awkward situation. And because of all that, again, Rush is well picked off towards Pit. Cloud9 could never get in any kind of a decent crossfire or any kind of comfortable fight. It's a really, really tough turn of events, but they're going to rebuy into it. They don't want to give it up, and deep Molotov might make HellRaisers be afraid of some mid pressure. There's Keo with the Deagle a chance. Flash over, Molotov's going to clear. This is where Keo would expect them to start pushing. He's fallen back deep into the B-bomb site. Waiting for that peek around the corner. Going for a blind shot. He doesn't have to push that smoke. Two teammates inside of the site. Cloud9 again stacking B. This time HellRaisers are second guessing.
Some great news for C9 is that Flusher, currently 5-1. He's off to the races early on, even though they did concede. Still putting down the kills. In the meanwhile, Kiyoshima and Zelsis, both with pistols. We've seen some madness with Desert Eagles from Frenchman in Kiyoshima's position in the past. From Happy out gets Angel. He's been completely caught with his pants down. Somehow survives, though, on 21 health. I expected him to die.
Yeah, his teammate bailed him out. His teammate took a fight. It's just kind of weird to see HellRaisers putting pressure on two separate parts of the map when the bomb was trying to enter into B. Here we go. Crossfire set up in Pit and the site. Deadfox hasn't turned the corner just yet. Over the smoke. Rush is hiding. That's a first kill. Now Rush could be so deadly, but they clear him out. And Automatic inside the site. Flush is blocked off by the smoke, and HellRaisers are going to sustain. They're going to build themselves up a second round win. And a little bit of money. They barely take any losses despite all the different danger we saw in that round.
Yeah, exactly. The flashbangs were absolutely spot on, allowing them to make inroads onto the site. And now, with no potential buy in the next round, Cloud9 want to hold on to these guns. CZ and Deagle. Zelsis needs to be careful, because even if no one comes, and obviously we can see Hobbit will, the bomb will get him anyway at this position. But Hobbit just looking the wrong side of the wall, gets plucked out. That's a UMP also trading hands.
Yeah, he got unintentionally baited. He obviously turns that corner and sees Kiyoshima first, and I think he was going to clear that corner until he saw Kyo through the door, and that just pulled his attention away for a half second. Still not a whole lot that Cloud9 gets out of that round. As you said, can't really invest. That's a great opening kill. Rush needed to get one, but as you said, flashbangs from HellRaisers completely negated his position.
However, with the kill at the end, it does get Zelsis onto UMP. They drop the CZ to automatic, and Kiyoshima still has his Desert Eagle and Kevlar. So in terms of low investments, this isn't too shabby from the, I was going to say North American side, but you can't really call it that anymore, can you?
No, we've all fallen into that trap.
The international squad.
Yeah, exactly. The tough part for Cloud9 is you can't really buy up any, as we said, they can't invest anything. So they would have liked to have had some smokes, but I mean, that's everything. Those are smokes you wouldn't have in the next round, so they have to be careful. Gonna have to just go for the raw frags. Angels brought low. Automatic not prepared for that peek. Zelsis does get a kill. His second of the game. Keo waiting with the Deagle. Gonna be smoked off, but not giving away his position. I think there's actually a gap in that smoke, and there was a gap in a smoke that HellRaisers threw there earlier as well on the other side. They have to be a little bit careful about that smoke towards that choke point in the future. That one should be good.
Yeah, that's dead on the money on the CT side. Forces Kiyoshima out. He is the only player on B for the time being, though, and is waiting for Flush and Rush to make a move in. Gonna get caught as soon as he tries to push the smoke. And the round is over. HellRaisers will have a 3-1 lead.
It's gonna be interesting to see when the guns come out. Cloud9's been pretty resistant to rotating off these bomb sites. I mean, it's only been pistols and pretty much, you know, save rounds and eco rounds and force buys, so nothing too telling, but it'll be interesting to see if they continue that kind of trend when the guns come out. So 3-1, HellRaisers, as the desk mentioned right at the end there. Picking Inferno, Cloud9 getting the CT side. Can be tough to manage at times, starting on the more difficult half. But this is at least a pretty good start for them. And also, not taking losses. So they're going to be able to build up money.
Yeah, everything's looking pretty peachy for HellRaisers, and if you cast your mind back towards the early stages of the group stage itself, it was Cloud9 that slumped MIBR 16-3 on this very map. It was a poor MIBR, I think that has to be mentioned.
Yeah,
but still,
it wasn't the MIBR we saw yesterday, was it?
Certainly not. But we know these guys aren't exactly afraid of Inferno. This, of course, HellRaisers' choice of map. And I feel like this is a must-win map for them because going through onto Cash next, statistically, it's a shocker of a map for HellRaisers.
Which is surprising, because Cash can be a map where you can, I mean, obviously we just saw it played by Complexity with a masterful T-side. Great calling, great tactics and everything, but it is a map you can sometimes get away with just the pure skill, and when you look at this roster, it seems like there should be enough of it to at least bail you out in some capacity. But regardless, here and now, HellRaisers with a lead, with an advantage in terms of utility as well. A chance to go up 4-1 in this first buy round. 3 AUGs for Cloud9. Only 1 kid on Flusha, and he's had to drop down to a UMP. And he's taken out the chicken.
Meanwhile, though, HellRaisers is going to start to apply pressure a little bit quicker. Flash into peek on the balcony side of Apps. Not going to find anything, so just going to dip back. And it was Issa that we casted earlier, had a bit of a rough performance on Overpass. Definitely expecting to see more from him today. Still plenty of grenades on the side of HellRaisers if they want to execute on B, and there's going to be such a healthy dosage.
Keo, this timing of his smoke is going to be important. Dead Fox is brought down pretty low, 20 HP as he gains bracket control, but that smoke is going to come out late. Keo, he has a decision to make. Does he want to run through? He's spamming through the smoke. It's not connecting. Zelsis knows there's one in the pit. Hobbit, he's dinked him. There's the finish. Zelsis is the only one who can fight, and Angel is going to start wrapping behind, and he's got to be nervous about that. Where does he adjust his aim? And it's just off a little bit. Automatic now the next up. There's so much cover of smokes, though. It's just disappearing. He's going to go in towards water, in towards the grill, but this smoke is clearing now as well, and there's the peek from Automatic. Completely blind. I think that was a team flash, and he's in a scary spot.
Yeah, with Dead Fox pretty low, this could get out of control for HellRaisers. Very important. They got the first kill onto Automatic. Now Rush and Flusha gonna try and turn the tides. Flusha is nowhere near his teammate, though. He's using the UMP, pardon me, towards the CT side. So it's almost like he's checked out of this round already. Now he's gonna move in. No cohesion between the last 2 remaining CTs. Flusha looking for exit frags, gonna get 1, but should be taken down in return. And HellRaisers weather the first storm of that rifle round.
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, this Cloud9 team, they haven't been able to really, the teamwork seems just a little bit off on timings. I think that was a flashbang that Flusha might have thrown from far back that blinded, I believe that was Woxic, who's guarding Coffin for Rush's push and is just able to duck under the bullets. Automatic made the round-winning play there. Unfortunately, just the timing of it was a bit awkward, and then he's stuck. And again, with the smoke and the choke point, no one else from Cloud9 could really help him out. 4-1 in the favor of HellRaisers. A fantastic start.
They couldn't really ask for too much more on the T-half. Keeping Cloud9's economy within arm's reach. The executions haven't really had any huge amount of flair to them, but they've just been rock solid.
Yeah, just been some pretty typical B hits, right? 1 player taking bracket control. Earlier on, we saw 2 taking bracket control, and then, yeah, smokes in the right places and trade the kills properly. Swapping out the AK-47 to the player who takes the nade damage.
Yeah, same kind of mentality when you see players do this with AWPs. Allows you to have more impact on less. Also, Angel now would like to get in first, but Kiyashima finds the headshot. That's going to stall them for a little bit here. They'd like to have got Angel out there as soon as possible.
Kia's been looking for that fight for a while now, and this time he's just like, you know what, screw it, I'm coming through the smoke, I want to get involved. He does eventually fall as Woxic picks him off, and this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. How long will Cloud9 hold on the rotations? At the moment, they're staying at the A bomb site. And it looks like HellRaisers just going to head in towards B and get a free plant, a free round, essentially. All 4 players here. Flush and Automatic rotating over in time, but not really the weaponry or the utility to get any kind of advantage in this fight.
That much is being done, though. Issa gets taken down. Hobbit, Dead Fox both within a pistol away from death. The bomb's been dropped out. 15 seconds left. What the hell went wrong for HellRaisers? It just all collapsed.
No one actually attacked the site. Some of them did get spammed through the smoke. Fair play, those pistols, I mean, that might just be blind luck for Cloud9, just clicking away as fast as humanly possible. That's pretty wild that HellRaisers dropped that. It's almost anticlimactic. I mean, great shot from Flusha on the cross. He's now at 8 and 4. having a solid game so far. Now Cloud9 have their second round in a miraculous fashion. Now Automatic has the AWP. That's a bit of a turnaround. HellRaisers have to be bummed about that. A couple of their players dipping dangerously low into the wallets to make this buy work.
It's pretty nuts that Voxic has 7 kills and 4 assists. We're just in the 7th round. 174 ADR.
He's a big key to their success. And as we say his name, he just gets dropped here. So reasonable. But yeah, he's one of those players where you look at on this HellRaisers team and you say if they're going to win a series, any series, Voxic needs to be performing at a pretty solid level. At the moment, he started out that way.
Hasn't had an AWP to play with just yet in the T-half, and with the AK-47s may not end up yielding too much from this. Already going down a player. Solid positions assumed. Here comes a fourth. For Cloud9, Zelsis has joined the fray. Flusher finds Angel. It's starting to get a little bit sketchy now for HellRaisers. Issa does answer back with a Molotov kill, but the damage surely already done. Still 2 AKs and some nades. I mean, HellRaisers could make a round out of this, especially considering that Kiyoshima''s by himself on B.
He doesn't have any nades either. Normally, if you see this kind of solo play, well, that smoke's going to help him out. Kyo loves that. He's going to tell Zelsis to stay committed towards that A bomb site because he's more than comfortable to defend behind that smoke. So a bit of a mistake there from HellRaisers. They've given Kyo an advantage. They've given Cloud9 an advantage. And a crossfire in the pit. They have nothing that can really flush this out. Another smoke towards the front of the bomb site might isolate Rush, but they have nothing that can really force him out of the position. They can be patient. And there's Automatic. Around the edge of the smoke, allows Rush to peek. And he gets that final frag. 4-3, still in the favor of HellRaisers, but Cloud9 is storming back. 2 in a row.
I'm trying to figure out what the purpose of that smoke even was. If they push B, it's a horrible smoke. If they go A, it's a horrible smoke. I just...
No, it wasn't great. That's why, yeah, it's definitely a mistake because, I mean, that pretty much prevented with 35 seconds on the clock, right? It prevented them from attacking the B bomb site. It gave Kyo safety. I was about to say, Kyo didn't have any nades at that point. Normally when you see that solo B player, right, we always see him with a Molotov or a smoke so that if he sees action, he can fall back and he can delay and allow his teammates to get there in time. That smoke effectively, that's a smoke that he might have thrown himself.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly. Throw the smoke, pull back to B, you feel pretty good. Either way, Dead Fox, the rest of his team, going to be forcing up into this round. Couple of AK-47s. And the pistols alongside. It does afford them some nades, and Dead Fox going to take the initiative, playing aggressively. Someone needs to pop flash him in, though, before he goes in. There's going to be a smoke there. Meanwhile, it's the CTs that actually strike first with a flashbang. There's also 3 players here.
They got to be... Ooh, Zelsis. That's just poor timing. No fault of his own, just unlucky. Automatic gonna stand in the flames to throw a Molotov in. That might have, no, it's burning, so Dead Fox backs away. Thought it might have been extinguished. But yeah, Cloud9 have a good read on this situation. Automatic hasn't spammed the wall, and for good reason. Holds the angle against Dead Fox, finds the opening kill. And HellRaisers, they've used a lot of time and utility and a life to get this position in Banana, but they seem like they're kind of second guessing if they want to attack this.
Maybe waiting for a rotation to come in. They wait long enough, but Automatic was close enough now that the nades are coming in to just turn back around, join the rest of his brothers on B. Zelsis smoked out, but considering that Kiyoshima has eyes on the site and we'll be able to see them when they come around the corner, if they jump up, this should still be going the way of Cloud9. Now the smoke's beginning to clear. He doesn't give his position away, playing patiently. Will be rewarded with a frag on Hobbit, and the round is going to fall apart again. Issa's able to get one, but the bomb's behind him. He needs to get it right now. It's actually in the fountain, which is really messing with him. He's not able to retrieve it and plant it in time. So the round's going to go to Cloud9. Will he die after time, though? Now he's just going to try and stay alive.
Yeah, just hide. Don't peek whatsoever. Kyo's not even going to go for it. He wants that AWP. That's the important part. So smart, conservative play from players on both sides. And I think that boost was never properly cleared because they heard the AWP and CT spawn. It was spamming. And they figured because he had gotten the kill earlier, that was the second defender. Was not the case. Strong defense mounted by Cloud9. A little bit telegraphed from HellRaisers, as we've seen a couple times with the way that Cloud9 has been able to stack that B bomb site at the proper moment. And as you said, it's nothing too fancy. And I think that's why it's being telegraphed. I mean, those hits there was 4 players from HellRaisers, 5 players in Banana that whole time, and Automatic's going to get another one peeking down towards mid, aiming over towards the ramp, and Issa just conveniently pops his head up.
Yep, the player that saved the AK in the round previously, just down to $650, is the first to fall. Bullet between the eyes. And it will be a bit of an issue as well, because as I'm speaking, some confrontation going down. Of course, it's looking like it's going to heavily favor Cloud9. Couple of flash and smoke put down there. Bomb still hasn't been retrieved. Gonna take the initiative, push down themselves, find Deadbox, claim the kill. The round will follow. But HellRaisers seem to be falling into the same trap that MIBR were to an extent. Being a bit indecisive, not necessarily forcing their way in, and eating a lot of grenades for their troubles. I mean, Cloud9, their utility was so good on their CT side.
Yeah, they have, I think everyone's utility ever since Astralis has become, you know, shown everyone how to use it. I think everyone's utility is just collectively raised across the scene. Seeing a lot more HE nades purchased and a lot more utility damage coming out across the board on Inferno, across the whole professional scene. HellRaisers going to take a timeout as they have stalled. It's been 4 straight for Cloud9. None of those really even close. 3 players surviving, at least 3 players surviving in each of the 4 rounds that Cloud9 has won, so they're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable.
And precisely why the economy has completely shifted from HellRaisers' favor to Cloud9's. At 4-1, we were talking about how comfortable it was for the T's. Now it's very much the shoe on the other foot. Here's Flush's aggression down mid. And HellRaisers, after the timeout, will be trying to rummage together something special, I'm hoping. It's going to be 4 AKs in the Tech-9, instantly Molotov towards the T-steps. That's going to funnel them away for the now, and also draw out a smoke from Hobbit just to keep himself alive. Very passive, though, for HellRaisers. Not actually pushing anywhere aggressively. Some of that down to the Molotovs, of course, that Cloud9 tossed out.
I've seen a couple times they've actually like not committed to Banana, but they've still extinguished the Molotov at the base of Banana, so using a smoke, not really gaining anything from it. Now HellRaisers wants to readjust towards the A-bomb site. 3 defenders here, including Automatic with that off, who's been great at finding some opening picks. Spots a leg, reveals the position of the AWP. And this time there's no one in Banana, although Zelsis and Keo are not playing aggressively, so the fact that there's no action going on, that's not really going to signify anything to those defenders. $50 seconds left in the round, and HellRaisers lining up for an attack out halls. It'll be Rush as the primary defender. He's got a smoke as well, so if he can time this, if he sees the utility coming over and can get his smoke out, it can make it a little bit more rough for them to get out of the balcony.
Yeah, perfect timing on the Molotov as well. It's really ate away this time, 33 seconds. Gonna be smoking into pit just to allow him to relocate. There's the flashbang into kill. Issa does counteract with one of his own though. But time is really gonna become an enemy unless HellRaisers get some entries right here, right now. They've got 2, Angel and Voxic. Bring it down to a 2-on-2, but now Zels is the last player alive. Has the AUG at range, but not in a position to stop the bomb from being planted on default. And with Voxic and Issa with plenty of grenades, this is not looking good. Flashbang in his eyes, there's the peak, and well played for HellRaisers. They do make the most of the timeout.
That's a great round from Issa, coming in, getting the trade kill on Rush and taking control of the pit, and then that follow-up, as Voxic spotted out, Zelsis rotating over. Issa's the one who throws that pop flash that blinds him to allow him to secure the round, because Zelsis has been great in clutches. That's actually, I mean, a stellar round that HellRaisers is able to trade that so well. No one from Cloud9 able to get a double kill, but they had players in all the right positions. That last player underneath Porch almost caught them entirely off guard. Just a solid trade out of Boiler. All tied up at 5.
Of course, this is the map that Hobbit was playing very well on when Gambit were able to get themselves their hands on the major title.
On the hardware, the trophy.
Indeed. We'll be hoping for more of the same, but they're going to have to weather quite a few matches. Hobbit, the man in question, going to be pushing in first. The spray finally does claim the life of Zelsis, but you can see the amount of damage that's been inflicted. So much from grenades. Hobbit on 16, his teammate of Angel down, and here comes the flank. But Flusher may become the flanked himself. There is a player in second mid, that's Issa. And with that second casualty, HellRaisers now have a firm opportunity to strike on A.
It's all Rush. He's got to do everything. in the bomb site. There's Kiyoshima going down. Rush still here, looking behind him. He has to get all these kills. His teammate, actually, excuse me, HellRaisers slowly backing off, and this is allowing time for Automatic to get here. Their smoke in Small Pit is going to fade. Automatic has the AWP. If that smoke fades in time, he can have it. There's the shot. That might actually bait them in. It might make them forget to clear the bomb site. There's another kill. Rush just waiting patiently, has not given up anything. They check it. It doesn't matter. Hesitation has killed HellRaisers in this round, and Cloud9 are able to pull it out.
That is shocking for HellRaisers. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You said it. They were so slow. This is what we talked about before the timeout was placed into position. He said these guys are so indecisive. They're not making the most of their utility. They're not pushing up. They're not taking the trades.
Yeah, you see that round on a VOD if you're HellRaisers, and that is going to hurt. That one is going to be like, oh, geez, did we really let an easy one slip away? Automatic just gets there. I mean, by the way, the smoke hadn't faded yet. Automatic, part of that is a little bit of luck because Automatic just takes a shot through the smoke and is able to leg somebody. Here we go, push towards Banana. There's the Molotov fighting in the flames. You'd think the HellRaisers would be good at it. And Hobbit's at 1 HP.
There's the ace.
Yep, all 5 kills for Kiyoshima.
An eco ace, but he won't care.
Not even a smile on his face, Vince.
So focused. Plus, he's probably like, yeah, it was kind of an eco and I just held down. Whatever, they all count, don't they? But yeah, you even saw the bomb carrier start to pull back to mid while his 2 teammates were trying to go A. And it was just so strange to watch.
I'm not sure what they possibly could have been discussing when they hesitated, just because they knew Automatic was at the B bomb site. So, I mean, even if you just hit tab, you're just like, okay, we have a 3-on-1 no matter which bomb site we choose. Very, very strange round. This time it's Kiyoshima who takes the brunt of the damage. He's down to 15, but still wants to be aggressive enough to clear out logs. Somehow still alive and somehow winning a fight. Did he do damage and then an Angel jumped right into his Molotov?
I think Angel may have been there the whole time, but maybe a HE or something landed by him. He was definitely weak in that. I hope he didn't burn from 100 to 0. We didn't quite catch it in time. But considering that Kiyoshima was knocked down to like 15 right off the bat, the fact they've got 2 kills, Voxix on 12, and none from Cloud9's died is unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know how Kyo survived that battle. Normally some bullets exchanged blindly in the smoke, and you think one of them, Zelsis, is being the aggressor now. Another Molotov being placed. No reason to use that smoke. You have a 5-on-3. Kyo's low. They're going to boost him up. Or you can get one maybe sneaky kill and stay alive. HellRaisers as well, spread all across the map, so no matter what happens, they can't really take advantage of anything that they might see. It's going to fall on Woxic. Actually, excuse me, Woxic has no health to get into a battle.
They got chunked hard in that battle for Banana that HellRaisers were completely beat on.
And again, slow playing it. Kyo's now rotating as Zelsis pushes down Banana.
This should be pretty much a formality. Dead Fox has been tagged on the approach, but does actually come out with a kill. Flusher spray, he's going to drop the bomb. There's a Molotov on top of it. And although Dead Fox has retrieved the bomb, all he can really hope for here is a plant. He's actually going to come out and try and take the fight to the CTs as Flusher puts his body on the line and Cloud9 pick up another.
I love Flusher so much. He was going for a knife. He was hoping that Dead Fox was just going to start planning and he'd have a couple seconds to get in close and give him a shank. Not to be, but still the kill. It's Automatic and Kiyoshima with 13 kills. Flush is at the top of the scoreboard for Cloud9 with 14. Issa has 10. Leading the way for HellRaisers, 8-5. There's been a lot of miscues for this HellRaisers T side, so I think for them, you almost have to be so happy that they got the pistol and they were able to get up a scoreline before Cloud9 could really get any kind of money behind them. The turnaround in the second round was massive.
Yeah, getting 4 rounds in a row after the pistol, really breaking Cloud9 down instantly. But it makes you think as well, if they don't win those 4 in a row and don't wreck the economy, I mean, this could be a horror story of a half. Because since Cloud9 got their economy sorted, it's been just one way.
Yeah.
HellRaisers haven't looked in it. In this round, it's going to be a half fight. Some Desert Eagles and P250, just the one flash if they want to try and terrorize their way out of mid. Zelfs is going to try and push down to Banana, just get a bit of information for the rest of his team. They're playing this one passively. Automatic going to be called into action. in just a few moments. Throws out the Molotov, knows one player is to the right-hand side. Going to give the call that Archies is now being pushed on. And yeah, this round should be getting tied up. It's hard to see how HellRaisers can possibly do anything from this position.
HellRaisers seems to be, you know, trying to play as a team, and they usually are at the beginning of these rounds, but as soon as some action happens, they get very spread. Everyone kind of branches off. That round, obviously, Automatic is helpful in that, and the Molotov kind of cutting off 2 players from being able to do anything. 9-5. It's been 8 of the last 9 rounds going to C9's defense.
Yeah, that pretty much paints the picture of how one-sided this half has ended up being. I mean, but if HellRaisers if they could claw back this round and pick up a 6th on their T side, you say all things considered, that's not a bad result.
No, not at all. The 6 would be magnificent, especially the way that this has looked so far. We'll see if they can pull it off. It's a solid buy for this last round of the first half. Actually, a really good buy for the last round of this half. For both teams. Double up setup coming out, I believe, for the first time. Kiyoshima is going to have that. He's playing over towards that B-bomb site.
The other worrying sign for HellRaisers has been that Voxic has slowed right down. We were discussing this before. He was 7-4-3 at 170 ADR.
That was at round 7.
Yeah, so he hasn't added too much in the last 8 rounds. And early on, though, Automatic has been chipped away to 39.
That's a knife from a teammate, actually. He wasn't even anywhere near any possibility of eating a nade, eating a tag in any capacity. So, miscue, unforced error for Cloud9.
That could come back to haunt them with 2 Galils, or 1 Galil, pardon me, in play.
Especially considering how aggressive Automatic has played with that AWP.
Kiyoshima with the other AWP. Gonna be momentarily seeing a couple of terrorist pushes. Location, or perhaps not. Molotov into flashbang. They start the retreat. Zelsis needs to be very timid in this position. If he peeks too early, he's gonna go down without much of a fight. The switch weapon could not have been at a worse moment. The freest of kills for Angel. And how important could that be?
Yeah, he's delivered in a lot of big moments, but you're seeing there, elimination match at the major is a whole new level of pressure. It's no longer just a random group stage BO1. Here's the hit. Kyo can't track him, but Automatic can. Now it's all down to Flusha. Inside the site, Automatic's gonna get aggressive. He's been so convincing with his plays. Automatic willing to get involved, but he's surely never gonna expect Dead Fox. And this is where the HP on Automatic, remember, he hasn't taken damage from an opponent, it's all been a teammate. Automatic's going to be a free kill, but it'll also give things up. Rush will know exactly what's going to happen. Actually, the trigger discipline. This is amazing. He's got to be careful. Rush, not aware. Great round from Dead Fox. A little bit of trickery at the end. And there's the 6 that HellRaisers wanted. It was a dire half from them, but that's enough to make it work. We're going to go to the halftime break. When we come back, Cloud9 will be on the offense. Stay tuned.
And I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
Welcome back to IEM Katowice. Cloud9 taking on HellRaisers, and miscues from both teams marred that first half and leads us to a 9-6 lead for Cloud9, but they switch over to the harder side of Inferno. We'll see if they can overcome the odds. They've got to win, what, 7 in regulation? I can do math. If they want to drop HellRaisers in this first map of the series. Loser of this series is eliminated from the major.
That's what's on the line for both teams. If they win this, they'll have to play another best of 3 tomorrow. Angel,
I don't think he knows.
Pushing down. This is so aggressive. This is so risky. Gets away with it just about, and he re-peaks. All right.
Cheeky.
I mean, fair play to his confidence, but the rest of his team wouldn't be happy if he took a bullet to the head there.
No, not at all. He's actually very fortunate Kyo didn't peek a little bit earlier. Kyo didn't quite catch onto the noise cue in time. Back to the A bomb site we go. Automatic and Flusha with utility. There's one smoke. There's the second. A flashbang going to come out. Walk's going to have a tough job to do. They're going to molly him out of that position. He's going to be out in the open for the flashbang. He's staring into the wall. Smart play. I don't know how he got that one, but it's all he could get. Bomb site still being held on. Kyo's going to eliminate that defender. Still Dead Fox to work with, and no one is on the rotation because Flusha has cut it off, and he's going to come right through the smoke. You know he's not holding back.
In the meanwhile, now Angel has to walk over the corpses of his teammates. He's attempting to lead in order to clutch this round. We saw his aggression early on, but he's going to get peeked from multiple angles. Flashbang in his eyes, and Cloud9 will take the second pistol. And keep in mind, this is HellRaisers' choice of map, and Cache is not a good map for them. This already is looking a little bit nervy.
Oh yeah, this could be tough. Now this is both pistols going in the favor of Cloud9. In the first half, HellRaisers won that second round. I don't know if they'll be able to do it here. They are investing, which can be tough to work with if you don't win this round as HellRaisers. That economy becomes even more precarious moving forward.
Sure, and that's going to be in the back of their mind, and considering that they have so much resting on Voxic, they lose this, it's going to be quite some time before he gets an AWP in his hands. I don't think he had any AWPs on the T side, not that I can remember at least. Economy was constantly in pretty rough shape. Damage being inflicted to Automatic through the smoke. He'll be okay to walk it off for the time being. It's a 3-player stack pretty centralized on Quad and Pit.
They still have 4 smokes, Vince. So it'll be interesting. They could actually stall this out. Angel is alone at the B bomb site now. 4 players towards A as Cloud9 applies a little bit of pressure. You can see the counter flashes coming out from the defense just to clear things, just to have some information. That forces a smoke out. Cloud9's going to be happy with that one. Another smoke forced out over towards B, which is going to force that second player back, but a big kill. Zelsis gets aggressive, and because of that smoke in mid, no one's there to trade.
Angel is being hammered through the smoke. He's so lucky to survive. He actually moves in, counting those bullets, making sure the magazine was being replenished. And now Flusha, given the green light, he's going to push straight in. Gets a flashbang in his face. Excellent flash usage by HellRaisers. May just delay the inevitable, though, as Molotovs are starting to rain down. Here's Hobbit with his 5-7. There is one more player in amongst the smoke that's going to be straight out. That's Voxic, but he whips his spray with the CZ. It's not going to be able to stop the bomb from being planted. And at this stage, with AKs and a crossfire in play, HellRaisers are going to really struggle to retake. The only saving grace is 2 players are quite low on health. But even that may not come into the mix because Dead Fox is all alone.
That chicken is doing some weird... is that 2 chickens?
I think, yeah, 2 chasing each other's tails. Why not?
First thing that comes to your head when you see those 2 chickens spinning a circle like that, what do you think they're doing?
I don't think it's something I can say on stream.
All right. See where you're going? 11-6.
12 20 kills, 9 deaths for Flusher.
Yeah, and he was a big part of the reason why Cloud9 won that. The worst thing that could have happened for Cloud9, I looked, it was a real possibility, was them. Jesus, they brought us back. That's like a Siamese twin chicken, a Hydra chicken. It looked like Cloud9 was going to get stalled out on that B hit, but Flusha has just been, I mean, as we kind of have learned about Flusha throughout his career, he gives no cares whatsoever. And he was the one who led the way in with the MAC-10 to really open things up. Flusha, again, going to lead the way with the Glock. Not even investing in a weapon. He's like, I'll be the scout if need be, if we ever get into that scenario. And it's just Woxic left on alt mid.
P250, 5 players defined. You get one of them in the back, but no, Rush is going to check that. Just being super malicious in, or meticulous, I should say. I guess malicious too. I mean,
malicious works, yeah.
Pretty malicious.
5 kills on the SMGs that round for Cloud9, so the extra money you get, the bonus money from those SMGs, is going to make them very happy and very rich. There's Rush clearing things out, and obviously a bit of luck through the smoke. 12-6 now, and those SMGs are not upgraded. Flusha's gonna have the one MAC-10. Rush wanted to upgrade, and Flusha says he'll take it. Again, might be a situation where he leads the way into an attack. Doesn't look like it's gonna be too heavy a banana pressure for the offense. Woxic does have his AWP now, and that has to get started with this boost. Flusha gonna head up. He's just gonna head towards Rapside, or does he wanna come through the smoke? Of course he is, and of course he's gonna get a kill that looks so easy.
This is Flusha in some scary form right now, Moses. He's not missing much.
Also, no head armor on 4 of these HellRaisers players, so that, or excuse me, 3 of them. One of them is eliminated by the MAC-10, so it's going to be extra effective if he's able to hit that. Woxic wants to get aggressive, wants to find the equalizing kill, and he kind of has to overextend. He does have Angel working with him on Rap side. But Angel's got to be mindful of his rotations because he wants to make sure Hobbit feels secure at the B bomb site.
But in doing so, now A is even more vulnerable. It's even more sketchy for HellRaisers. Here comes Voxic's only gonna get 1. Oh no, gets a second Flusha! The MAC-10 betrays him and Vox is gonna chip in for a 3rd. Oh dearie me, if that's an AK, Voxic is 100% dead, but now Automatic can maybe retrieve and salvage this round. Voxic's the next to fall. This may not be over just yet. He's still got enough time, does loads of damage to Hobbit, but runs out of ammunition, runs out of health. So close for HellRaisers, but they get it done.
I need to see that shot from Woxic. Even he doesn't even realize what he's done fully. Shaking his head, a little bit of an exhale. That was beautiful. That's nasty.
Oh my god.
What can you do about that one? 4 health and even gets the follow-up. He knows there's no chance of him falling back. That is the exact play that Flusha wanted. And he's hyped up.
Those are the kind of plays that can inspire a team too. If he's feeling it and they know he's a player that can just take over and carry this game, that could be the confidence builder that HellRaisers were looking for.
3 kills for Cloud9 though really kind of tempers that window because HellRaisers 5 rounds down still have to be careful about the amount of money that they're able to bring in moving forward. It's only Angel and Woxic are right around 1,000. Everyone else is destitute. Rush and Zelsis have taken over A halls. They've gained that portion of the map, so they can apply pressure towards A. They can make some kind of a presence because 3 players have rotated towards the B bomb site, and Hobbit holding an off angle with the AUG. That's an easy one.
I'll definitely do something to calm their economic situation if they can continue this forward. Zelsis flashes himself. A little bit awkward. May have actually had the kill on Issa.
He's had a tough game so far, Vince. Not gonna lie.
He has.
Performed admirably throughout this event, especially for a rookie. Today seems like maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of the jitters.
Rush had the right idea, but doesn't want to give his position away on Arches. A lot of the round can feed off how he does on his endeavors. He gets tagged down to 2 and finished off by the MP9. Dead Fox having a pretty good game so far, but Voxic has been found by Zelsis. This is now starting to gather momentum for Cloud9, but it's going to have to get a lot quicker. 18 seconds remain. Issa smokes himself out. The smoke is still just in his eyes. He can't see.
They're going back to B, Vince. Angel's going to start pushing down. He's got his knife out if they get this kill. Oh, who's got the gun out first? The jump. Keel, I don't think there's time.
There's no time.
I don't think there's any time whatsoever. Flush shot, not able to get that. He almost opened up the round. Cloud9 had to move forward. I believe they started that retreat with about 18 or 19 seconds left. Even if Angel wasn't there, I'm not sure they would have been able to get that bomb planted in time.
It would have been cutting it so close. I mean, that did probably stall another 2-3 seconds maybe, but that is that's a bit of an interesting decision when you already have bodies on the A side of the map.
I think part of it is, even if you don't agree with the decision, with the time left in that round, as soon as someone makes that call, you have to commit to it as everyone, or it's definitely not going to work, right? Like, you know, even if you think in your head, there's definitely no time for us to get there, if someone's already started to back away from the A bomb site, there's really almost no point of you going forward, especially knowing that there's a player inside of the pit who can just be such a nuisance. They still do pretty good amount of damage with Flush's position. Again, only 2 players surviving for HellRaisers, so they have to drop weapons over. They did manage, I believe, to salvage that AWP, which they don't have to spend some cash on, but still going to be so low in terms of their money. I don't know, I think DeadFox might have to get an SMG unless something's on the ground that we haven't seen yet. He goes for the FAMAS.
Exquisite shot by Zellsis there, you just saw on the replay, able to perforate the head of Voxic, who was in library from quad. Only saw a pixel, but managed to make it count, but here we go, HellRaisers. Can you continue your winning ways? Cloud9 still very much breathing down their necks. Such a lack of grenades as well. I mean, they've got 4 smokes, but only 2 flashes, a Molotov.
And DeadFox is rotating over towards B very early on. I'm wondering if they want to do some kind of an aggressive play, but they're going to be out of position. Issa's in pit, walks it coming around now, and this is a timing hit, Vince.
Ooh, Voxic did land the shot, but it's only a leg shot. Issa has to move out of pit. There was a Molotov down. Now Voxic, how much can he hold on for? Nothing at all. DeadFox going to get caught with a AWP in his hand, somehow survives.
That's an ugly spray, and HellRaisers are going to be so happy that Kiyoshima really missed that opportunity, because they need everything they can get. As I mentioned a couple times, there's no money on this HellRaisers side, so that AWP is critical to keep in their hands. The fact that he's able to get away with it is huge. Can pass that over towards Woxic. He's been so impactful with it. I don't even think Cloud9 wants to hunt either. They don't have any kind of money behind this either. And the fact that the save call came out so quick from HellRaisers, they know they'll be fortified over towards the B bomb site, so no reason to go chasing. But Cloud9 still going to be happy. 13-8, they inch closer to victory in this opening map. This opening map that is HellRaisers' selection.
Yeah, and again, cash really is a weakness for HellRaisers. There is the play where Issa felt compelled that he had to push out of pit and try and take the fight to Cloud9. Gets him and Voxic picked off. 5-round lead opens up for Cloud9 now. So sure, HellRaisers will be able to rummage together a buy if they so choose behind these 3 saved guns. I think that's why they're calling the timeout. They just want to make absolute sure that first off, this is something they want to do, and secondly, how are they going to factor out who gets which weapons?
Oh, that's the big thing. It's about coming up with a strategy because you have such diminished weapons to fight with. I mean, it's still a pretty solid buy, as you're going to see. The AWP on Woxic, which is great, 2 AUGs. Issa's down to a Deagle, but utility. DeadFox has an SMG, but I mean, this is a very serviceable. You can win rounds with this, certainly. They're just making sure everyone knows how they're going to rotate, when they're dropping the smokes, where they're going to place them. And obviously the call out of CT spawn is going to be, you imagine they're going to fight for control of Banana with 3 players heading this way. Angel far back in support. No one from Cloud9 there to battle with though, so those Molotovs just kind of go to waste.
Voxic though, going to be having the first pick on Zellsis. There's some of the aggression that we haven't seen too much from HellRaisers as of yet. That's going to keep Cloud9 on their tiptoes going forward. But it is just the 1 pick, and again, HellRaisers don't have a huge amount to play with. Plus, with the position of where Zellsis died, they can't retrieve the weapon. But here comes the avenging play, trying to make the most of Zellsis' death. Cloud9 have been somewhat stalled, though. The early flashbangs go out. They don't have really much left. Smoke, Molotov, and flashbang. They haven't made moves onto the A site just yet.
Yeah, the counter nades from HellRaisers were done really well. Automatic gonna start trying to open up plan B, which is towards that B bomb site. But he has to use a smoke at Car. That's at least forced Hobbit to rotate back. Flusha might turn into a lurk at Brackets. Woxic with the AWP to contend with on Rap side, but I think he's going to let the B players take the attention, force Woxic into a rotation early on before he goes for any kind of peek. Actually, the timing is perfect. He comes around that corner, and oh my lord, he's somehow done it. I don't think it's going to pull anyone away, and he risks it. He runs the gauntlet, and now the B bomb site is open. Hobbit's down on the ground, and Angel has to do everything. He's so low, and he can't do it. Bomb should get planted, plenty of time. Kio's going to be stuck, but this is a tough retake. There should be a kid at that B bomb site somewhere if HellRaisers can pick it up.
Yeah, it's back at New Box. It's where Angel's corpse is, and Woxic knows that one player is to the left-hand side of the site, so that's one vital piece of information, one piece of the puzzle. Now they can focus their attention in Connector. There goes Issa with one. Automatic, only on 20 HP. If he takes the deagle round anywhere, he's a dead man, but he's going to move out. Kiyoshima with a triple spray from the left side of the site from the CT's perspective. That is nutty. Cloud9 pick up the round somehow.
Keo is just delivering across this major. He's been so good since he came into this roster. And yeah, this is just fortunate. Obviously the lineup there, but the ability, I mean, the knowledge to just keep spraying. And that final player walks into the bullet. 14-8, that is really tough for HellRaisers. Opening pick, they lose a 4-on-5. But again, you have to say, I don't even know if he got a kill in that round, but Flusha getting to CT spawn in such a fashion and just pulling Hobbit's attention away, the fact that Hobbit even had to worry about CT spawn just made it so tough for him to be effective when he turned back towards B. His flashbang better be godlike.
Oh, that nade though. Is it Dead Fox and Hobbit all get wrecked, but the flashbang is able to get one kill. Maybe no more. They know two players over on the right side of the Molotov. Oh, they're going to burn alive. Flames or bullets, what do you pick? They both go for the AK-47 rounds. Angel could get his hands on the AK. I think he just caught a glimpse of Kiyoshima, but no Kevlar means aim punch. And Cloud9 now have 7 map points.
I don't know how you overcome this performance from this trio from Cloud9. Kiyoshima 23-8, Automatic 25-12, Flusha is 26-13, and a lot of Flusha's work has been with a MAC-10. He has just been so good. Cloud9 with a massive lead and 7 chances to close out map 1 in this series.
And so much respect as well for Flusha. He's been through a horrible few days.
15-8, big lead for Cloud9. HellRaisers have to respond right here. And that's not a good start. Dead Fox goes down to Flusha, now 27 kills, and still jumping up as if he just doesn't care if he lives or dies, and his teammates are gonna get all the trades. Beautiful work, and this should be a round for Cloud9. No resistance mounted by HellRaisers in this round.
Should be the round and the map, moving the way to the 3 NA players, Swede and Frenchman. A mixed match coming together to deliver on Inferno. Angel and Hobbit gonna try and mount some kind of a retake. With only a smoke and a Molotov, no kits. Kiyoshima's gonna find Angel on mid, but will get second bested with that trade. Being said, still some information to get gathered across. There was a chance, there was a bit of a hope for a moment, but Cloud9 snuff it out. And they will take map number 1, HellRaisers' choice, 16-8.
Yeah, dominant performance from Cloud9, starting with that defense. Even though it was rocky at the start, they secured it in the gun rounds, and they were the better team on Inferno. HellRaisers staring elimination in the face. Angel wants to make his mark in Counter-Strike history, and he's got an uphill battle to do so. Heading to a break. When we come back, the desk will talk us through Inferno.
One more time. Are you ready? Let's get it on!
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
Cloud9 have won the first HellRaisers fall, and let's not forget there's 2 more maps locked in. Inferno drafted by HellRaisers, and it didn't work out, certainly not today, and we are struggling to work out how on earth their win will come about. Cloud9 though, strong performances, and I'm joined by Sponge and Sean Gares to talk about it as they look to secure another notch on their way to the top 8.
A big part of me, Alex, wants to, you know, just shut this down, turn the cameras off, turn the lights off, say Cloud9's won, move on to the next day, because let's look at this. Hobbit has joined this team on the 8th of November last year. He's been a part of this roster for 108 days. If your map choice after Dust 2, right, is being vetoed, is going to be Inferno, which is a strong map for Cloud9, and it's been proven that they already beat MIBR 16-3 in the tournament. That's your second choice, right? You haven't done any work at all. How deep can your map pool possibly be if you're picking into a team who has a stand-in and one of their players as an in-game leader, and you're picking into one of the maps they've proven themselves on? HellRaisers here have shown lack of depth. To me, that tells me they're not prepared for this major at all, and they're showing that. They're not playing with any decisiveness. On their T sides, they're going into bomb sites. Nobody's goal is to clear the site. Everybody's heads up waiting for smokes. They run out of time. Then when it's people's jobs to watch the smokes, they're not. They get pushed. They die. It was a terrible game of Counter-Strike.
They're getting multi-fragged left and right this game. Flush and Automatic combined for 17 multi-kill rounds. All of HellRaisers combined, only 12.
Yeah, I mean,
that just tells you everything.
The opening duel stats as well, 15 for Cloud9 and 9 for the HellRaisers. I think that's something that's interesting, Chad, because it doesn't sound right. Like, you're saying, how long was Hobbit here? Over 100 days?
The 8th of November, he officially joined.
November. I don't know, in my mind that was a very recent addition, and I was going to start throwing the word time around for development, but clearly, plenty of time ahead of the major. You have a legend spot as well.
You also expect to come in and boot camp for a major, right? So you need to have at least 5 maps. Right now, it doesn't even seem like they have one. If you look at HLTV.org and you look at the maps, win percentage of maps played, sure, they haven't been able to play a lot in the last few months because of the player break, but not a single one of their maps, other than Inferno and Dust 2, have more than a 50% win ratio.
It is strange. It is strange.
I mean, historically, HellRaisers was such a strong team. Even at the last major, they were able to play so many other maps, Train, Overpass. I didn't even think that they were that good on Inferno back then. They were able to play Dust 2. But here, yeah, this was their only option, it felt like.
So I see the Telestrator is loaded up. Are we going to be using that, Sean?
Yes, yeah. So this is actually HellRaiser's second pistol, and this is actually a strat that I was talking about a lot yesterday when I was casting Astralis play. This is exactly Astralis' strat. So Keo's going to take banana control early, and you can see him down in the bottom of your screen right here. Angel is pushing aggressively, and Keo spots him and actually causes him to push back. Now this is important because it keeps 2 people at the B bomb site. Now what's important is, and we're going to see it in a second, the way they execute onto the A bomb site. Now this is a fantastic way to execute onto the A bomb site. We're speeding through this right now because they're going to throw a smoke onto the balcony and a smoke back site. So there's going to be a smoke there as well as right there. And what's going to happen is it's going to allow the Ts to jump out of the apps and avoid a crossfire between the pit and the site. So basically they're going to get pit control, molly out, also pit down here. So that's going to force this guy in the middle of the open. Flash catches him, trading on the pit guy, trading on the site guy, and it's literally an impossible round to hold as CTs. I saw Astralis do this yesterday, and I thought it'd be really cool to break it down.
So what's the role of the balcony smoke? I'm struggling, Chad.
It makes the choke point no longer so narrow, right?
You basically can come out of anywhere.
Exactly, it gives you more options for jumping out. The Molotov to pit also displaces that player, so when the flash comes over, now he's in the open, he's going to be completely flashed on up. But the cool thing is here with Cloud9, they don't have a proper in-game leader right now, so why worry about creating strats when you can just copy the homework of the best Counter-Strike team in the world, Astralis?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are doing that. There's no doubt about it. We've seen a whole lot of nuke and some stronger looking nuke over the course of these last 2 weeks, and I'm sure Astralis a big part of that, or I should say Astralis and their demos a big part of that. There's plenty of evidence, 29 to be precise, an unbeaten record. Of course, we'll talk more about them when they are next in the Spodek. They've already locked themselves in 3-0. Comfortable for the Danes, not the same for the next 2 though. Cloud9, HellRaisers, and we have got a very comfortable lead for Cloud9. We do have an interview as well with Zelsis, a quick brief chat to catch up with Frankie in between maps.
I've got Zelsis from Cloud9 joining me now, and I think the biggest surprise about that map was that HellRaisers didn't veto it. Were you surprised?
Yeah, we actually didn't expect them to pick Inferno, and we were pretty happy to see that they did, and I think vetoes went in our favor pretty heavily.
So what was the team chat like going into that match?
Going into it, we just knew like if we played our game, just played how we wanted, we'd come out with the win, and first map came ours, so now we're just going to second map.
And talking of great maps, I mean, it's the map you play most next, it's Cash. So what's the game plan? Is it going to be business as usual?
Yeah, we were, like I said, vetoes kind of went our way, and we were pretty happy that we got Cash as well. Like, they vetoed Nuke, and we expected that. So, yeah, we're pretty happy. Next map is Cash. They don't really have a good win rate on it, so pretty happy to play that map as second.
Now, how are your nerves, Zelsis? Because if you win this one, you survive till tomorrow's crucial qualifying match. Do you feel like you guys are not going to give it up? You guys are going to do it?
Yeah, everyone, wants to win and wants to make Legend stage, and that starts with this best of 3 here. I was pretty nervous first map, but hopefully second map it'll be better, so.
Well, we can't wait to see it, Zelsis. Go join your team, and let's head back to the desk.
So nerves attributed to Zelsis in that first map, but I question whether or not nerves is even a conversation for HellRaisers, because I can't think of anything else to explain where some of these players have disappeared off.
Look, on that first map, when I'm watching them lean 3 players towards the B bomb side and still have them there until a minute 15 on the clock on their CT side and put so much pressure on Itza and Voxic over towards the A site, that just shows me this entire team is built. If those 2 players don't show up, if they don't frag, then they're not going to win a single game. They just, the whole game premise right now seems like HellRaisers are calling just to allow those 2 to do as much work as possible, and the other 3 just mop. I didn't mention this before, but Dead Fox, Hobbit, and Angel, the lowest rated player in the entire tournament, those 3 names come in the top 6 of the lowest rated players in the whole tournament, and Angel's last.
The bottom 6 of the major is features 3 members of HellRaisers.
And that includes, I mean, all these teams that have gone out already. So,
oh, geez.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so it actually only gets worse as we explore it further. But this is where, I mean, this is where analyst desks and hosts get a little lost, because you are painting a very bleak picture here, fellas, where you're almost suggesting that HellRaisers' fate is sealed coming into this next match.
No, I don't think so, because I actually think Voxic is a very good B player on Cash, and Is is actually at the A bomb site. Unless they've shuffled everything up and put them in the same site again, I think they've separated their star players, and I think they can do this.
Sean gives me a silver lining right at the nick of time. That's what I needed. I'm sure the casters did too. HellRaisers, Cloud9, map 2 Cash, Cloud9, 1 up in the series.
Keo, Flusha, and Automatic might just end this quickly. This could be a really, really rough affair for HellRaisers. They're 1 map away from elimination, obviously hoping and praying that they can deliver here on Cash to bring us to a 3rd map.
Well, they can't all be classics, Jason. Inferno certainly wasn't, but I'm hoping for more from Cash here. And sure, I think HellRaisers' stats are terrible, but let's see if it can start well for them at the very least on Cash. Ace is going to be tapping away through the smoke, but it's pretty much playing for a retake at this stage because no one's actually on the site. The closest player is Hobbit, and he's waiting for the backup to arrive through Highway. It has now, in the form of Angel, who's going to be making a move on Forklift, but a perfectly placed flashbang. Actually, maybe even from the CTs is going to destroy both of them. I thought that was from the terrorists, and now Voxic's in a 1-on-5. This has just kind of happened out of nowhere. Voxic's being pushed from every angle, and what a complete disaster of a round for HellRaisers.
That was indeed a flashbang from HellRaisers, and it was a bit scary because actually it completely blinded Kiyoshima as well. He actually didn't even spot how close they had gotten to Forklift, got blind, but thankfully for Keo, the flashbang also affected 2 of the HellRaisers players. So yeah, this crossfire ends up working perfectly for Cloud9. And even on that retake, it's a little bit confusing just because normally when you see a CT team playing that retake, the player who has a kit also has a smoke, and there was no such smoke on Angel. So even if they got into the bomb site, it was just going to be a tough battle the whole way, wasn't it? Obviously doesn't go in their favor. Flusha, as we saw in Inferno, doesn't mess around with that MAC-10.
Yeah, and he kept it for a while as well. I mean, I think he pretty much ride or die with MAC-10 in the last map. 3rd or 4th round he had it until. Zelst is talking about some jitters and nerves that he'll be hoping are gone, and he may be recalled upon with his AK-47.
We saw those on Inferno. He had a couple don't want to be too harsh, but just a couple plays that obviously didn't go the way he wanted, that looked a little bit sketchy. But I mean, that's the entire point of you know, him being on this team, incredible experience, and that's also the point of having guys like Flusha and Keo, veterans from Europe. You have Rush and Automatic, veterans from NA. All 4 of those players have won a major in the past, at least one. So you have plenty of experienced and top-level players to kind of cover up those mistakes from Zellsis. So it's a luxury that a lot of rookies just don't have.
Flusher again with a MAC-10. Going to put it to use, and Zellsis calming the nerves with 2 of his own. Flusher will be found from the Desert Eagle of Issa. But realistically, the MAC-10 is not going to be great to hold on to against full armor. But they're going to pull back anyway. It's more about the Desert Eagle and the armor that they'd like to try and keep if they can.
Yeah, the MAC-10 will stay on Issa. The Deagle will be passed over to a teammate, and they've got 2 flashes and a smoke to use to try and do something tricky just to see if they can make something happen. Could be a pop flash towards A main to kind of swing in. Maybe you get a couple lucky kills, catch Cloud9 snoozing. It's not necessarily likely, but it is a possibility. I would have to imagine that Cloud9's going to play the next round a little bit passive, looking for such plays out of HellRaisers. Automatic spots 1. Smoke is going to have to be forced out. So they'll survive with the 2 weapons, or the 3 weapons, really. And it's 2-0 for C9, up 1 map in the series.
There are the entries that yielded the B site plant into the round, and as you highlighted, the guns have been dropped across. Angel actually going to be taking the MAC-10 instead. Issa, it makes sense. I mean, Issa is a player that has phenomenal aim, so you'd want him with a Desert Eagle. Maybe the one-taps can start to come into fruition. But there is a 5-7 alongside it. A couple of nades as well for good measure. But Issa and Hobbit have been destroyed early on. Issa will live to tell the tale, Hobbit will not. So even in terms of this round, Cloud9 starting with a bang.
Yeah, well, Cloud9 forgot the bomb. It's back at the T-red box in mid. It's not going to matter too much. Keo is watching the flank at the B bomb site, so we can always go pick it up, but it will delay things in this round. Although not if Cloud9 just kills everybody, which is looking like a possibility. Automatic, no need to peek again. Let your teammates take the aggression. Don't lose the armor. And there's Rush to step up. 1 last Deagle for Dead Fox. Not going to happen. Cloud9 out to a quick 3-0, but the rifles will come out from HellRaisers, and Woxic has 6K. So we're going to see that AWP in his hands. And he had some pretty solid sequences on Inferno. It was a pretty quick match, so we didn't get to see everything he was capable of. Should have plenty of time on this cash defensive side.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think he had a single op on the T side, not that I could remember anyway. He had that one passage of play with a 3K that was kind of off the back of Flusher having the MAC-10, but that spin-around headshot was unreal, so we'll be hoping to see more of that from him.
A thing of beauty, but didn't really have a whole lot of impact in the game. He's going to get smoked off here, and Molotov, it's automatic. That's a boost on the truck way far back that catches Hobbit off guard. Don't see a kill coming from that every day. There's Woxic chiming in early, and this spray from Keo won't connect.
That's a cool Molotov he tossed down so he could peek, knowing that it would pretty much counter any other Molotovs for a good 15, 20 seconds. So he could take his shot and run away. He does take about 1/3 of his health in damage.
Now, Zellsis is in door, and he heard the footsteps in A main from Angel and Issa getting aggressive. I don't know if they made a noise when they were boosting, but certainly he's going to call out the possibility of it. So if Rush is able to make his way up highway, that is the biggest point of weakness for that boost that Issa has in the A bomb site. Keo and Automatic with the bomb waiting outside of B, throwing some nades, throwing some smokes. That's going to pull Angel out, and that's a stunning shot from Rush. Great exploitation of the attention grabbed on the other side of the map, and now that highway is open. Issa's still boosted up, but he's very vulnerable.
Yeah, the boost is such a strong position, but when highway's open, it really eradicates the power. He's got to watch 2 different angles. This is where flashbangs can become susceptible. He's been tagged down, but still alive. This is impressive play by Issa. 23 seconds left. Gonna smoke himself off the site. And now the bomb's gonna start to make a move up highway. So Cloud9 should have the plan, especially considering that HellRaisers still have 2 players on B. The fact that neither of them are rotating is quite a puzzling moment, but Issa is still holding on for dear life. Dead Fox is gonna get caught in the backside unless he's careful, because Kirishima is there, laid in wait in garage.
This is a super weird round. Automatic is all alone today. I think they know. Deadfox sounds like he might have heard a scope or a footstep, but he knows Automatic with 1 kill. That's towards A main. Still, Deadfox has not moved, and Kyo is wasting so much time, but Automatic's gone down. This is going to be a round for HellRaisers. No way for Kiyoshima to stop this, and the best he could have done is take the AUG away from Deadfox and force a rebuy, but it's not to be. So, a hectic round won by HellRaisers. Losing 3 players, not a clean victory. Cloud9 not going to be too upset about that one, but just a weird situation all around.
Well, Issa definitely deserves the plaudits from that round. Sure, Voxic came in with 2, but the fact that Issa was able to get 2 kills from the boost when Highway was lost is really about that second kill that he got partially through the smoke on A main that stalled the approach and put it into this very strange sort of 2v2 skirmish across the map. But if he goes down there, then there's going to be such a good foundation for Cloud9 on this side. It's very hard for HellRaisers to get back.
Yeah, the reason why that got so weird is because Keo had to pause with the op to watch Connector to make sure that none of the CTs could peek out and drop the bomb carrier. And also just didn't have the HP to go back to A main and try and take that fight with Issa in that position. So just a very, very strange scenario because of the HP from Kiyoshima.
Grenade a bit too high to trouble Voxic. In an identical position to where he struck from in the round prior. Lack of grenades on both him and Issa, though, could be an issue. Only the 1 kit. So HellRaisers may have got a victory, but if they can continue to apply that pressure is yet to be seen. Over a minute to find out the answer to that question. Cloud9 poising just outside of the A side of the map.
Good read, though, from HellRaisers, rotating Woxic there. Hobbit is on Highway, and they actually have 3 players inside of the site. This is going to be very difficult for Cloud9 to take, but with proper nades, they might be able to neutralize everyone with just 1 flashbang. Issa up top, he spots the head of Rush. Woxic is so low, 2 HP, spam from the door, but still this defense is holding on, and Cloud9 haven't committed just yet. Finally, the kill. Zelsis can't get the follow-up entry. Now the flashbangs come out, but still being delayed. Cloud9 have no entrance into this site.
No, and it's going to be going from bad to worse, you have to feel, with 15 seconds left. They have got the first entry in this encounter, bringing it back to a 3-on-3. 10 seconds, this is going to be pushed from the side. A 2-for-1 exchange will go in favor of the CTs. Now they just have to wait, and Deadfox will make sure Flusher cannot get that bomb planted. So HellRaisers come back, but again, they lose 3 players.
It's a sick rotation, a sick stack on the A-bomb site from HellRaisers to make that call happen. Cloud9 just not expecting that many bodies there, and especially the aggressiveness of the fight. And that's confidence born. If there's only 2 defenders there, I doubt you see those players jumping up on the boxes and taking such heads-up fights. But because they had so many players, they could afford to kind of risk that kind of a stance, and it pays off for them. Last buy for Cloud9 comes out. They have no money behind this. If they do fall in this round, likely would have to save. Or a weaker half buy.
Suppose the same could be said for HellRaisers, though. Constant injuries and casualties has burnt down their economy.
We saw it in Inferno as well. Cloud9 did a great job, even in losing rounds, of finding kills, and Woxic is trapped now. Automatic has him pinned down with an AWP, and that should be an easy kill.
May have anticipated it was an AK-wielding terrorist rather than the AWP, so he felt like he could battle his way out of the corner, as you say. I mean, just 1 Molotov and he's a dead man anyway. Would have burnt alive.
Deadfox does have a smoke, though, that he could have laid down if Woxic had been a little bit more patient and given him some cover to escape. But this is still a position that I'm not sure Cloud9 will expect.
Certainly not. We saw Deadfox doesn't mind waiting for the right moment to strike, but this time should have just bit off as much as he could chew as soon as possible. Very different circumstance to the clutch he pulled off on Inferno. Automatic flicks across the Hobbit. His impact has certainly been felt by HellRaisers in this one.
This is great from Cloud9. This couldn't have gone any better. Obviously, Automatic being able to pin players down and respond every single time, but the fact that they've had so many picks, there's plenty of time in the round for Cloud9 to get into really weird positions and hunt down these weapons and finally force a full save out of HellRaisers. Zelsis has been at the door and he's been able to get, there's so much information, even the completed final kill, the sweep of HellRaisers on the defense, and 4-2. HR looking at a pretty rough save round here. This is great from Automatic. Even, I mean, the Kiyoshima, you're right. Dead Fox, I don't necessarily fault him for trying to make that play, but obviously when you go down, it does look like you were just a little bit too greedy. Kiyoshima, that's just a really heads-up play as well, just keeping his eyes on that, because you could see Automatic wasn't even considering it as a possibility.
Yeah, it's just solid teamwork, just covering each other's backs as well, but you'd be amazed at how many times players just assume an angle is clear and it gets them both caught and killed. So good teamwork by Kiyoshima. But with all that being said and done, Moses, as he said, it puts HellRaisers in such a bad spot. Already, some investment has came up from Voxic, who's going to chip in with Kevlar and a kit. So they may be force buying. Yes, they are. They're going to pull the trigger on it.
They kind of have to. Although it is interesting to see Voxic go for the investment as well. We know he's going to want that AWP, and I think that'll keep the AWP out of his hands, at least for an extra round that Cloud9 won't have to worry about that. Boosting over mid, Cloud9 realizing the economic situation of their opponents, get aggressive, take all the liberties, knowing there won't be enough utility to kind of stop this play, and not enough powerful weapons to be able to turn it in their favor. This looks like it'll turn into a split towards that B bomb site. Keo and Automatic seem to be the default players at this B bomb site in their defaults, and still standing there as well. Zelsa's going to stay on the roof to watch the flank. Molotov going to force that player. Dead Fox stayed there as long as he possibly could to try and catch someone off guard, but he does eventually fall. Rush is traded, but a pretty easy take for Cloud9, all things considered. And Zelsa's even going to catch Hobbit out in the open.
He's going to be caught from behind. Oh, actually lands the 1D. That is going to sting for Flusher.
Hello.
He's just going to back away though and try and hold on to this Deagle. It would be something to take into round 7, but yeah, in terms of the tide of how this war on cash has been going, it's certainly starting to favor Cloud9 more and more with each passing second.
Yeah, Cloud9's really dictating pretty much everything in this game at the moment. I mean, even the rounds that HellRaisers won, remember, like that stack at the B bomb site was just a really staunch defense, but Cloud9 were the aggressors in all of it. HellRaisers really haven't been able to find themselves an advantage, which can be tough to do on cash. I think a lot of teams really struggle with that fine balance on the defensive side because you kind of have to be aggressive in different scenarios, but obviously you can get punished very easily as well. Hobbit there, a new addition to HellRaisers, a relatively new addition to HellRaisers. Major winner as well from PGL Krakow in this very country, Vince. Poland.
Indeed, but it doesn't seem like Lightning is going to strike twice, at least not from this perspective. He's not exactly had the impact that I was looking for HellRaisers, and certainly not in this best of 3. 2 players on the B side. Flush up, Mac-10 of course. What else do you expect? And the aggressive Swede will get 2 kills for his troubles. That's pretty much the round tied up as well. There's no one else here for the CTs. They're going to be backing away. Maybe trying to get an exit frag. I mean, they've only got USPs anyway, so nothing to hold on to. It's more about, do they want to take the money away from Cloud9? Stop the farming from the SMGs.
I actually really like how bloodthirsty Cloud9 is being when they have the SMGs in their hands. They're just being so ruthless, and HellRaisers have got to just feel like they're just constantly fighting. Every single decision they make is bringing them closer to a battle. Hobbit checking the flank, but I don't think he's going to have the timing. Even Zelsis with the AK-47 being cautious since he's all alone. Doesn't necessarily have to be, and there's Flusha with a follow-up. 4 kills for Flusha in the round, a 6-2 lead. And, ooh, Flusha saved by the bell.
Some confidence, just standing there, like the bomb's definitely not going to explode. I will not die.
I think he was just saying, you know, if it goes off, it goes off. I can't get far enough away to survive, so whatever.
Even if he had gone down, I think he had, what, just a Mac-10? So wants to trade out to the AK-47 anyway, which he will do. So the SMG's gone down, maybe learning from the previous map of Inferno where...
Oh, he actually got caught. I'm surprised he actually wins that follow-up fight.
Oh, and Flusha aggressive again. This time pushing outside of mid, I think.
He knows.
He knows someone's to his left, yeah. That's why he stopped. Dead Fox not long for this world anyway, but Hobbit is doing a hell of a job to hold on. He's took down 2 by his lonesome. Going to be chipped down to 53, but one of the few good passage of play that HellRaisers have really had on the CT side of Dash.
Oh.
Did he switch weapon?
He switched to a nade. I think he wanted to flash in. Flusha, of course, going to find one through the smoke. That was almost ISA giving back the advantage that they had gained, but I like that call from HellRaisers, realizing at some point you have to be able to stop the mid take from the T side. There's a peek from Flusha, not going to happen. I don't know if he spotted the second. Looks like he might have. Automatic going to have a chance to cut off the rotation back towards the A bomb site. He's got that AWP. There's the flick up, not fast enough. And Issa is going to be able to pick that up and drop it over to his teammate in Woxic. So, another round for HellRaisers. Good job from Hobbit in mid, with the on-2 players boosted up. An awkward angle for Zelsis to try and find, and that's a very good round considering Flusha was so close to just taking him out of the fight right at the start a couple times.
Yeah, definitely, and even though Hobbit did get tagged down, he's still able to have so much impact in the round. Cloud9 will concede their first in 3. The other 3, of course, coming off the back of the pistol round. The HellRaisers were able to string 2 together before disaster struck. They'll be needing to do a lot better this time around. They want to salvage this half because already Cloud9 are in great shape. Some presence being established over on B. Dead Fox going to take the grenade hard, down to below 50% of his health. Oh, and to make matters worse, Voxic just hasn't really had any impact with the AWP. He's been picked off, not for the first time by Automatic. He's done this a few times already.
Yeah, peering over the edge of the smoke. Keo, we said he was focused and on point earlier. He was checking it again, but the AWP very strong at just holding that angle. But now, Dead Fox knows he's got the AWP to contend with. You can see how cautious he's being in terms of departing, using a Molotov and a smoke to get out of there. And there's a good peek from Flusha. He's been so patient. He's been watching that this whole round. Gotta be frustrating for Angel. And some really, really aggressive plays coming from HellRaisers. Dead Fox pushing through his own smoke, but he's got so much info passed over. Automatic's gonna spot it out. Either way, players at A, even though they're stacked up, one goes down, Issa's still here, and they know it. Oh, and he's completely blinded.
Dead Fox gonna try and save the AWP from Voxic's body. But in terms of the winning streak, it was a one and done for HellRaisers, which, as I said before, that just isn't good enough.
I think part of it is this game is just kind of like snowball out of control, because if you're HellRaisers, you probably don't really feel like you've been able to put up too much of a fight. Like this, I mean, from our perspective, certainly, it just feels like Cloud9 is just running over HellRaisers. And remember, even in the rounds that HellRaisers wins, they're losing 3 players at a time. So if you're HellRaisers at the moment, you probably don't feel a whole lot of positivity coursing through the team.
Dead Fox, of course, used to AWP quite a bit for HellRaisers back in the day when they had the likes of Sticko alongside him. So we know he can use it, but is he going to be able to hold on? It's going to be very close, but he does. So at least Voxic's going to have that in his back pocket. But yeah, I mean, you hit it on the head. The rounds that Cloud9 are winning just look so easy, so comfortable, never in doubt. When HellRaisers are having to get their tooth and nail, really claw their way over the finish line.
And they've tried, I mean, that round, ooh, that's a bit of frustration. I told you he was really good at high fives. Would you rate the table pound?
Solid 3 out of 10.
3 out of 10?
Didn't seem like it had that much power behind it.
Yeah, didn't seem like he was too...
He was like half doing it. It's like, I'm frustrated, but I don't want to fully commit.
He wasn't trying to break anything.
Yeah, I think that's where you're getting up to, you know, the
right, that's like when you start trying to break things, that's an 8 of 10.
Like Crims is a solid 9 or 10.
He's always a 9 of 10, yeah.
Exactly. That was weak.
7-3. And I mean, that's before we got sidetracked on table pounding. I was going to say that HellRaisers, I mean, they even tried to bring out some kind of like the flanks. You saw Dead Fox push through his own smoke. You saw like the reverse boost trying to drop down behind A main. And Cloud9 even had eyes on both of those. Automatic catches Dead Fox, Flusha catches whoever it was that dropped off the boost. And it's just like, if you're HellRaisers and you're trying to make those kind of creative, aggressive plays work, and it's not happening, that's frustrating in itself. Oh, that is a good save from Woxic. They were both about to die. Woxic still alive. His teammate has gone down. Oh, that's a great quick shot. Quick scope on a rush, but he's trapped in again. Automatic has the angle one more time.
Opening the door back up again, trying to keep Cloud9 on the back foot. Yeah, excellent play by Voxic, but is it going to be enough? They haven't been able to retrieve any of these guns. So it's still pistols alongside the AWP. And Cloud9 now beginning to make a move in. They got themselves a smoke and a Molotov. There goes the smoke. So they're going to get rid of Voxic. They know the economy's not great. In comes Flusher, hopping his way to victory onto Hobbit.
That was hot. Flusher. That's one way to entry. I think you can only pull that off if you truly just stop caring. Angel sliding out. Flusher's going to find that as well. He's been a monster in these 2 maps. He's even going to push up even more. He wants blood. He's going to get it. A 3rd kill in the round for him, and there goes the op. Woxic never backing away from the fight.
But the money's not in a position to supplement another AWP. Voxic has the most on 4.3k. Here is the play. Very fortunate, actually, not to team kill. Issa just got out of way in the nick of time. But it seems like HellRaisers, they're going for these random sort of plays. They're going for this aggression, but the fundamentals aren't there. So you can try these gimmicky sort of pushes, but even if you do win off that, nothing's really going your way afterwards.
I mean, you mentioned it before this map even started. You talked about it on Inferno. Their record on cash is not good. And I know the desk even mentioned it in the pre-game segment before the series even began. That I think it was Chad who claimed right before it began that HellRaisers kind of beat themselves in the veto process. Obviously, picking Inferno, not necessarily anything wrong with that, except for the fact that your opponents start on the CT, the easier side, and then you have to play Cash, a map that you have not had success on. Nice shot from Zelsis in towards door. And also, I mean, remember, one thing you can notice with Flusha calling, and the players from Cloud9 have talked about it a number of times, Flusha calls a much more like slow-paced, tactical, cerebral style of T-side. And that's, I mean, that kind of a style is a perfect counter for, you know, crazy aggression, those tricky plays. You know, it really reduces the amount of times you're going to get punished by some kind of, like I said, the reverse boost or flanking towards that B bomb site.
It does also seem that Flusher is somehow playing almost with no pressure at all. He's almost unshackled. This is a Flusher that is just pushing around every corner. He's playing aggressively. He's taking fights wherever he can. And he's coming out on top.
Yeah, he's been great for this team ever since he joined it. He's been phenomenal inside this lineup, a resurgent Flusher that we didn't see in Fnatic, and he touched on that upon his departure. But obviously, he's always been one of those players that delivers in the big moments, delivers in the majors. And then on top of that, I mean, there's not a whole lot of expectations on this Cloud9 team. They've looked good at times, at A-League especially. They had a great run to start off the event and make it to the Grand Finals without too much trouble, fell in the Grand Finals to FaZe. Here at the Major, they didn't look spectacular in the opening stages, in their opening games. They really had a rough time of it, getting blown out by a couple opponents that really left you scratching your head. They're obviously much better than those games showed us. But obviously that's going to reduce the amount of expectations you have as a team and rush over the top. 1 kill onto Angel, the follow-up onto Hobbit. There still is just one player. Issa is inside the smoke, but this is all a fake. It's going to be Woxic under all the pressure at the B-bomb side. He hasn't budged, but he's got everyone's attention from Cloud9.
It's going to have to be a career highlight play from Woxic if he wants to hold the line. Does get the first, the bomb's gone in a pretty bad spot. This is where the high sensitivity can come in. Does land the second, but Kiyoshima's going to quickly avenge. Still, the bomb's not in a great position for the remainder of Flusher and Kiyoshima to get their hands on. The 2 Europeans going to have to see if they can rummage together something special. There is time on their side, though. 50 seconds left. Dead Fox, Org spray. Flusher can hear him right above him on Heaven, but doesn't have a grenade to fend off the tree room side. So this is going to have to come down to some pixel-perfect aim from the veteran. Again, doesn't have the bomb, so he can't fake towards A. He's just got to come out here and land headshots. He sees the first player, it's Issa. Here comes Dead Fox. Is he up to the task? Flusher has been an absolute beast this game. 27 kills in the first map. And could be on for more. 15 seconds, can hear the footsteps going left and right. Now got the bomb under his control, and out comes Dead Fox. Flusher with another clutch to his name.
Such a smart player. So dangerous in clutches, and he's ice cold at the moment.
Said it there, 27 kills on the first map, and he is currently absolutely ripping through HellRaisers once again.
I mean, Flush is going to obviously get the highlights and the praise for that clutch. clutch. Rush did a phenomenal job at that A-bomb site, all alone. The hectic nature of having that many smokes and flashbangs being thrown out to be able to pull the defense fully away. Woxic did everything he could, but the AWP is just such a tough weapon to deal with in that kind of a scenario. Limited vision when you're scoped in.
At this point for HellRaisers, do you just throw the towel in? Look, boys, it's not going well, is it?
Yeah, I don't think we have a mercy rule in Counter-Strike.
Well, Issa is going to at least give them some form of hope in this round. He finds a kill. He's been able to pick up the AK-47.
This is a Cloud9 that got 16-0'd by Astralis on Train just a couple days back. Looking good here, obviously, against HellRaisers, different class of opponent. Full mid control, and the bomb is safe. Back towards T-spawn, outside that mid garage. Issa drops Zelsis, able to salvage an AK-47. Ooh, that's a fine duel for Angel to take with the 5-7. That is surprising. I think Rush just didn't quite spot him properly. Automatic gonna come back with the AK and pick him off. 35 seconds left. Cloud9's gonna make the decision to go towards the B bomb site. With those 2 kills coming out, they've been denied information of where exactly the defense is, and they're running into a stack.
A 3-player stack. And to make matters worse, the vent hadn't been popped, so HellRaisers could hit this from a mile away. Dead Fox with his deagle. Gonna try and add to his 4 kills. Not far off, and finally connects and should be getting the last, but runs out of bullets. So Voxic will take it away. HellRaisers do post up a 4th round. And they're going to have 3 AK-47s to play with in the final round of the half.
Yeah, that's not bad for HellRaisers to at least recover and at least have some kind of positivity because they were getting battered. That was a 4-round win streak for Cloud9. They've won, what, 7 of the last 9 rounds heading into this final of the first half. So, here we go. Plenty of money on the Cloud9 side to have a strong investment here and a strong chance of winning this. Quick boost up. There's a gap in that smoke. Flush is going to go down to the AUG of Hobbit. Dead Fox was not spotted here. Rush peeked this direction but didn't see it. And that's going to lead to his death. He tries to gain a lot of ground. Kio's had success towards the B bomb site. This AWP, though, Automatic just missed an opportunity, and I think just because he got tagged, he took the shot. Jump peek for information, almost landed that. Dead Fox is stuck out in the open. He's going to have to push forward into Cloud9 territory to stay alive, and Automatic is watching for it.
Yeah, I can respect this play by Dead Fox. It's also going to keep one of the remaining 3 Cloud9 players busy, but the other 2 of them have found Sanctuary on the B site. They're going to be getting the bomb planted momentarily on default behind the box. And how's the retake going to look for HellRaisers? They've got a Molotov, and now only a grenade alongside it as Dead Fox is found. There goes the grenade to the back of the site, it's doing a lot of damage. And Issa, he's going to get himself too, but here comes Automatic. Is he going to be able to clutch? He does land the shot onto Angel, but it's partially through the floor, so it's down to 17 as opposed to the outright kill. But the P250 really comes in, and Cloud9 have done it again. Another clutch. They keep the souls shattered of HellRaisers.
Flush has 17 and 8. Automatic obviously feeling it. So confident in all those repeaks, and another dominant first half for Cloud9. Looks like they're about to put HellRaisers in the bin. We'll find out if they can do it after the break. to the Intel Extreme Masters, the final series of the day, perhaps the final map of the day, as Cloud9 runs up the score. 11-4 over HellRaisers in that first half. Just 5 rounds away from eliminating HellRaisers at the CSGO Major.
And the way that this game's been going alongside the first map, it's hard to see how HellRaisers can bounce back. So which I'd love a close one is going to have to start right here, right now. This pistol, pretty much everything. And Hobbit is going to find the first kill, but Automatic can't counteract. He's gone down as well. Great start for the HellRaisers here.
Yeah, and Angel has the information as well. 2 players, he's just going to kill them both. It's all down to Kiyoshima. Automatic might have jumped the gun a little bit. Obviously heard a B-rush call, and he's only 3 players, so he gets caught out entirely in mid. That could be the one thing that trips up Cloud9 in this half. With such a massive lead, I mean, the T-side, this map skews T-sided, generally. But if Cloud9 just has too much confidence, if that reaches into overconfidence and they get a little peaky, if they get a little bit too aggressive, overextend themselves, they could be in some real trouble. We're not quite at that point just yet, but it is just worth watching out for.
No, absolutely. And, if they win the second pistol, then we're quite different shape. We're thinking, okay, HellRaisers, they've got to make some plays. At this stage, it's just about playing solid, fundamental, anti-eco sort of rounds. They've just got to make sure they don't give anything away, they don't make any mistakes. Been playing aggressively on the CT side, hasn't been working for them. But now on the T side, can they rummage together some plays? Voxic, interestingly, actually doesn't have a gun. He's playing a similar idea to what Flusher did. He's only got a USP. Obviously for that early AWP.
He's got a flashbang though, and he's going to toss it towards Highway. I don't know if it'll be fast enough though. Actually, they're just going to take this fight. That MAC-10 doing some work. He is eventually going to get taken down, but they know everything they need, HellRaisers, and they are going to win this round. Rush, just a little bit of damage to Issa before he falls, and the bomb slowly working its way into this B-bomb site. Keo and Flusha can really not do a whole lot. Flusha's going to take the fight anyways, because why not? And it actually seems like Angel is almost scared to take the fight. It's just the USP waiting for Flusha to peek into his teammate. Hoblet handles it, and Angel finishes off Keo. 11-6 as HellRaisers climb back in, but no investment that round from Cloud9 means they can buy up here.
They certainly can. It's going to be without any AWPs, but of course Automatic is just fine when it comes to the rifles too. He's going to have himself an AUG. This is another map as well where you have those sort of medium to long range confrontations. The AUG can be so powerful, the likes of Train, Dust 2. You play an AUG from mid, maybe quad side of A, B you can peek with it. It can be a very good all-round weapon. But early on the nade's going to be tossed in just to stop the boost. And HellRaisers going to just hold on. They're starting to make moves through both Squeaky and A main. Bomb under control. Issa putting down some bullets through the door, but it's deadFox that's going to take the early damage. This is now being tagged up heavily from Automatic, and they're going to be very close on their approach here with 2 low members. Make it 1 now as deadFox has gone down. Make it back to 2. Voxic's been destroyed, and from upper, Flusher will land with the UMP. And it's looking pretty precarious for HellRaisers. They've only got Angel and Hobbit remaining. They don't have control of the bomb just yet. Now they've picked it up as Hobbit gets himself another one.
Oh, Rush has Angel pinned down at forklift. They don't really have a Molotov or nades to flush him out. I think that reload is going to give Angel the opportunity to swing out to a new position. Celsius has to be careful. This is a tough spot to handle on the retake. This is a pretty powerful position, especially with Rush waiting over towards quad. There's no kits. Cloud9 not yet pulling the trigger on this retake. HellRaisers must have this round, and the bomb is pretty deep into the timer. Here comes the fight. Hobbit gonna hold on. Great headshot on the Rush. There goes his teammate. Tap of the bomb. Hobbit's got a peek. He's gonna find another, and I think this seals it. I don't think there's time, even if Keo gets this kill. He does find it, but there's no way. Just gonna save an AK-47, a kit out in the open, but too far away for him to turn back. And HellRaisers, they live to fight another day.
They sure do. No players will survive the round, though, so they're going to have to dip back in and pull out some weapons and retrieve them. But Cloud9 only saving the AK-47 in the hands of Kiyoshima, also going to be in trouble. And I doubt they're going to replenish their guns. I mean, they could get a gun on Flusher, maybe Keo could drop something, but when you've got a lead, why throw it away?
No, but this can turn into a real scrappy half. due to the fact that HellRaisers have been able to win that. They're very much within striking distance after this round. If they don't, as long as this round does not somehow get turned on its head by Keo with his AK-47, which we obviously know it possibly can. 4 players going to stack up at the A-bomb site on the defensive side of things. But HellRaisers have a real chance of coming back, and oh lord. Where did Automatic get killed? Where was he?
Did he get sprayed down through the doors on forklift?
I think so.
He had a double stack. Kind of unfortunate. Rush at least is going to avenge his teammate, but going to go for seconds, and actually Angel's pretty low. This P250's doing work. Rush has picked up 3 kills. It may not be enough to claim the round, but again, you mentioned about the scrappy half that could start to fall into place.
I mean, Rush is on the flank, and the P250 is the best pistol in the game. Don't argue with me. Can't change my mind. That's unfortunate. Right through the edge of the wall in the face. Might want to back away. I think because Flusha has a kit, they're still going to move up, and I think Rush just wants to maintain his presence to give Flusha some kind of an opportunity. And now he's backing off. So he says, Flusha, if you want to go for it, it's all you, brother. But Flusha's going to stick around, not to try and win, but to try and take more weapons away. Look at the money right now of HellRaisers. It is in the dirt.
Can hear both players now making a move underneath him towards the CT spawn. This is where Flusha can really evaporate the funds. There's one, not a second, but that should be good enough, especially as Rush can save the AK that he picked up. That is going to sting for HellRaisers.
Yeah, that's the kind of win that doesn't make you feel happy. Doesn't make you feel confident moving forward. What a round from Rush. That is a great tap, and obviously the follow-up flashbang in towards A main. Keo had fallen in that fight against Angel, the duel of the AK-47s, but Rush is able to clean him up. He was just so low. So a great round from him. Player that in the past Cloud9 has leaned upon to deliver. He's been relatively quiet by his standards in this major, but they've had such great performances out of Keo, Automatic, and Flush at various times that it hasn't hurt them too much outside of fighting for their tournament life in this series.
And all those P250 kills were headshots too, so even the players that he was finishing off, excellent aim. Be a lot of confidence building for him. Kiyoshima, one of the other big pieces of the puzzle, is going to be called upon, and he can't deliver. Flashbang in his eyes. Zels is going to try and hold from the backside of the site, but there are so many terrorists forcing him down from every conceivable angle. He is going to be plucked out by Issa, and with him, the B site is going to fall. Flushes Molotov down. He can't afford to even try to go for a exchange. That's a very good way for HellRaisers to bounce back into this and keep their money afloat.
Yeah, they're really in it. I don't know if Cloud9 can go for this. I think they're hoping maybe this nade gets a kill, maybe they can force someone out. He says Burning so close to being picked off by Rush, but if they don't get a kill quickly, they might want to save these guns. Automatic can drop. Although they're, oh my god, double spam from Woxic. That is so nasty. What a great time for that to come out, because Cloud9 was going to be a threat in the next round, and now they just can't afford to do it. They're going to have to just save with those 2 players falling. Fair play, 9-11, and we have a game.
We sure do. A slight saving grace is Automatic was able to hold on to the AWP, and he has over $7,000 to play with. Cloud9 have plenty of timeouts. Maybe now is the time to dip into one of them. Here is the double spray. Just holding down.
Is that his last bullet on Rush?
I think it was. just to rub salt in the wounds.
Piece of... Well, Cloud9 does buy. I have the full losing bonus with 5 rounds lost in a row.
Yeah.
So behind that AWP and Automatic obviously dropping at least 1 weapon. Flusha drops down. Actually, they have a much stronger buy than I actually expected them to. I've done the maths wrong. Issa gonna come over, top of boost. Dead Fox made it down. That's an awkward fight for Kiyoshima, and I feel like he never really got into it. It feels like he didn't want to commit to it, forced out by the flames. Small mistake. Players usually avoid that position out mid if they don't have a smoke to extinguish the Molotov, and you can see why.
Oh, Dead Fox moves too far ahead of the rest of his team and is going to get punished, as Rush will evaporate him, looking to extend his aggression elsewhere. Again, he's somewhat encircled by Tease. To get 2 kills from that position is so huge for the rest of Cloud9. Now gives him something to build off, and the spray through the smoke from Flusher on point, leaving just Issa alive. He is gonna be able to bounce back with a kill of his own, but he's only got 8 health. A bullet anywhere on his body from Zellsis, and he's a dead man. That flashbang so good, and the one tap is gonna get HellRaisers their 10th round.
Oh, that was maybe the only way Issa could have won that. One bullet and he was going down. Rush does so much work and it's all negated. Great flashbang peek. And now he's hyped up. Finally now, HellRaisers have something to be positive about. And they can build into this now.
I thought Rush had done enough with his play.
I did too.
So huge.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I did as well. Look at that. Just not a whole lot of HP. That flashbang completely catches Zellsis in the face. Never saw it coming. Well, we might just be tied up at 11.
It's looking like it. That is now 6 rounds in a row to HellRaisers. They finished the first half 11-4 behind. Not a single CT round picked up for Cloud9.
Yeah, this will put them on notice. And it also means that with HellRaisers now getting this close to bringing us to map 3 and also this close to overtaking Cloud9, not only must that next buy really probably win the round for Cloud9, they have to win after that. If they get reset, that would just be so brutal this late in the game. Rush close up. Automatic and Flusha. Flusha has a flashbang. Not going to use it quite yet. Here's the peek. Oh my god, Rush! The 5-7 at that range. Now he's probably calling Flusha back for that flashbang, but it's not going to come in time, surely. The pistol is spotted, the arm is spotted, Rush backs away, but Angel gets aggressive, and yeah, there's the flash. Just too late to help Rush, just maybe a second late. At this level, it comes down to that.
Molotov perfectly placed. Automatic can't face the tight angle. Elsewhere though, Flusher is teeing off with his Desert Eagle. Oh no, they're not going to check the angle, but Automatic too wild with the CZ spray. It is a 2-on-2 and the health definitely favors Cloud9. Not anymore though. Kiyashima has to battle against the odds. He's going to pick up one, had the right idea with the smoke bang. Not quite on point though to deliver the fatal frag. And now Issa stands between Cloud9 and a potential 11-11 scoreline. 2 flashes to his name and a headshot to boot. And we are going to be tied at 11 apiece. It's unbelievable we've got to this position.
Issa's having a game and a half right now. That's 2 big one-on-one clutches. Hitting some stellar shots. Flusha actually got a kill from Truck through a smoke into A main with that deagle. He followed it up with one more. Again, Cloud9 just so close. But doing that monetary damage, but that's not going to be anything to be happy about for much longer. HellRaisers on the verge of taking the lead in this map, a lead they have never held on Cash. 7 straight for the offense.
It's a map that many consider to be very balanced between CT and T. Some would argue T-sided, but it's certainly not this T-sided. Dead Fox gonna get flashed, but doesn't really do anything to stall or stymie this push. All the confidence, all of the aggression that Cloud9 was showing earlier has now faded away. Alongside that Molotov that's been tossed up through the windows. Automatic's gonna pounce first. One of the first times we've seen Cloud9 get the opening pick in these rifle rounds.
This is interesting though. HellRaisers haven't used a lot of they haven't used all their utility. They've used a good amount on this B bomb site, but they haven't actually attacked it. That is the most aggressive anyone's been, trying to lure Flusha into a peek. It's not gonna happen. That pick from Automatic, he got bored, he got aggressive in the doorway and eliminated HellRaisers' presence on that side of the map. So now they have to slowly rotate back as they clear things. They can get mid control for free. It's just Automatic in the A bomb site spotting that with an AWP. Hobbit might turn into a lurker now. He's in checkers. He might wait for the rotations out of the B bomb site depending on where HellRaisers want to go. They're hoping that smoke is going to force someone. The bomb is grouping back towards the B bomb site, so they just want to force Cloud9 into a mistake that's not coming.
We're smoking off the T-room side, but with Zellsis, little ramp position. Well, at the back of the side as well. Zellsis goes in for 2, looking for a third and can't triple up, but has done damage to Voxic. Information gathered, 13 seconds left. Voxic's gonna get the first. He can hear that second player dropping down into vent. There's no real safe place for him now. Even if he gets this bomb planted, he's a goner. And he doesn't even manage to get it done. That is 7 unanswered rounds finally broken. Cloud9 regain the lead.
Yeah. This next round is so big. Both teams have to invest everything they have left in the bank to fight for it. And actually, if you look at HellRaisers' side of things, a couple players are missing, but I don't think HellRaisers can let this opportunity slip away. I think they must buy into this. Woxic can have an AK, Issa can as well, so can Dead Fox. You can even drop down to Galils or SMGs if you really want the utility on this T side. But this late in the game and you have the defense desperate, you can't let it slip. You cannot let Cloud9 get back into this and take the wind out of your sails. Timeout being called as things are being discussed. It's now over, freeze time coming to a close. Fist bumps are exchanged, and here comes the investment.
And even then, investing quite late into their buy time after the timeout. But as you say, they feel like if they're going to be able to bounce back in this, it has to come right here, right now. They can't allow Cloud9 to get a couple of rounds under their belt, build the economy again.
And this comes down to Cloud9. Remember, 2 of those half-buy rounds are, Rush with the P250 getting 3 kills, and then the 5-7 and Deagle round from Cloud9. This is what's put HellRaisers in such a desperate situation. Flusha is most definitely going to have a really aggressive fast flank. He's pushed up in mid. Retake on A. You have to think he's going to push through the smoke pretty quickly. Molotov to make sure they can't swing out wide. Give Automatic some safety. Lucky to be alive, and now he's spammed down. Nice awareness from Woxic, but Rush still has an angle with the AUG.
There's going to be some significant damage also put in. Nearly finishes Woxic off with the AUG, down to just 8. Meanwhile, confrontation in Garage will go the way of Flusha. And elsewhere it is too. Rush came in with 2 frags of his own. Dead Fox has to play aggressive. Back at the quad against 3, he's just gonna get swarmed. So he's gonna take the initiative and push forward, press, see if he can find the CTs in transition. He's found one. Rush just down to 4 HP, has to play the time, but he's gonna go for the peak. Dead Fox was otherwise engaged, and Cloud9, they will punish the force buy.
What a sick round from Rush. 3 kills on the retake, one of them through smoke. He's getting spammed down as well. That final kill with just 4 HP, had to play it perfectly, and he did. I don't think he realized he could have actually stopped this plant. You can see there, as he's getting sprayed from Angel, making Dead Fox look for his teammate before pouncing. 13-11. That was also a crucial fight for Flusha to win in mid. And that one hurts for HellRaisers. Back to Deagles. The plant is going to help. They'll have a buy in the next round, but that's their last chance.
With Cloud9 picking up the first map, HellRaisers just 3 rounds away from being eliminated here from Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. The pressure is on, backs against the wall, and Desert Eagles, almost a full-on deco, just a smoke alongside Angel to play with. Now going to be split across the map, just looking, hoping, anticipating that Cloud9 makes some mistakes. But what we can say of Cloud9's defense thus far is they haven't really made too many unforced errors. A lot of big plays from HellRaisers. Angel's been tagged down to 16. Hover catches Kirishima on the cross. Nearly finds a second onto Zelsis.
Yeah, I think Zelsis actually spent some time taking out Hobbit's teammate, which is why when we switched to his perspective, it looked like it was a really awkward fight for him, trying to manage that recoil. Yeah, you're right. I mean, maybe there's probably been some mistakes from Cloud9, but certainly those 2 clutches that Issa wins, the 2 1-on-1s are the real daggers that have allowed HellRaisers to close this gap at critical moments as well. Now stuck in a 2-on-4 and a 1-on-4. Issa close up, shot from Automatic as Issa's in the air. Nice off angle, nice win. 14-11, and one more really dangerous buy for HellRaisers coming out here that Cloud9 have to live through. And if they can, great chance we'll see them playing in a series tomorrow for a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, Woxic hasn't quite had the impact that you'd be hoping for with the AWP. Down at 14 kills. Flusha, of course, still in the lead with 24 kills, 107 ADR. You cannot argue with that, especially considering he got 27 kills in the first map. So he's went over 50. Zelsis, maybe called upon with his AWP, but smokes in his eyes, gonna blot out any light towards the sunroom side. Go in for seconds though. That flashbang's good. Narrowly off landing the shot while flash, but here comes Hobbit. 2 entries. He's had a bit of a quiet best of 3. Now would be a great time for him to show up.
I don't know if Cloud9 can go for this. We'll see. Flush is backing off. Automatic really not committed to this. Maybe gonna see if he can get one very quickly. Maybe to see if he can get lucky with the spam. He's got to be careful at how long he sticks around. Flush has joined up to make sure no one pushes upon him. What a round from Hobbit. The response onto Keo is a thing of beauty. And this round was finished very quick. A 12th round now for HellRaisers. Still able to fight. Cloud9 has plenty of money to drop weapons over to the teammates who have fallen. Zelsis is going to need one.
Positive of the round being finished so quickly, at least, is it does allow Cloud9 to maneuver their way into a save. And with 3 players and a full helping of grenades, going to be looking pretty good for the next round. They can drop again across to Zelsis. I don't necessarily want to call him out for his ult because he did get flashed right in the face and then pushed. Not too much he could have done about that, but it isn't going to be a secondary AWP. Don't think they had the finances to support one.
Oh, Angel hyped up. We've seen a number of times HellRaisers, I mean, they didn't have a whole lot to cheer on for Inferno or in this first half, so this is really, really cool to see as this team can come alive. A lot of teams expected some pretty cool stuff from HellRaisers at this major. Haven't delivered quite yet, but they have a chance here to complete this comeback. From 4 to 11 at half, now sitting at 12-14. 3-man stack towards the B-bomb site initially. Zelsis is pushed out a little bit. Automatic covering with the AWP. Keo is there to get them set up, but he's backed off.
Just bolster up the A defense for the time being on the side of Cloud9, but mid control is by and large forfeit as a result of that.
I feel like we haven't really seen HellRaisers attempt to exploit mid too often. They've had a couple fights there, and they've used it occasionally, but we haven't seen that typical battle for mid, really, from either of these teams. Cloud9 a little bit more in that first half. Here's Angel. Oh, what a late peek with the AWP. Automatic takes a big risk. He's punished for it. And Cloud9 might get punished for it. Flush has got to rotate over with an AK-47. That opens everything up for Angel. Keo hears it. The jump up. He needs that kill, and he's got it. Now the hit is underway.
Now he can wrap himself back around to help his teammate out of Rush. He's currently there with the AUG on MBK. The smoke's starting to subside. HellRaisers, they don't have time to play with anymore. They need to start pushing through, make the most of this utility. Beautiful counter flash. It forces them back into A main. A Rush with a triple spray will get Cloud9 one step closer to survival. Voxic, all he can do is sit and look over the rubble of the A site, and his teammates were unable to do anything. He's going to take down Zealous with him, but doesn't really matter, all things considered. He's also being tagged up through the wall, of course, and finished by Rush. Oh dear, HellRaisers. Some beautiful counter flashes there, though.
Yeah, there really was. But, I mean, HellRaisers did that one, like, head-scratching play that they did in Inferno that we questioned a number of times, is right when they're on the verge and they've thrown out all their smokes and it's obvious they're going to execute, they, like, hit the pause button just a little bit longer, and it just makes it so disjointed. It gave time for Flusha to come over to Carr with an AWP, which obviously didn't come into play, but it gave time as well for the counter flash to come in, and, I mean, Rush really almost needed no assistance. He's having a hell of a game, 27 and 15. Flush has been the constant for Cloud9 through these 2 maps. He's 25 and 17 right now. He was a beast on Inferno. There's just so many dangerous elements to this side with all the previous major winners. 3 chances for HellRaisers to force overtime out of this timeout. 4 of the last 5 have gone to Cloud9.
Angel has played in 7 majors. Will this be his last? Perhaps his last round at a major. We'll have to wait and see. An AK and an AWP, pretty much the only arsenal they have to work with, alongside a Deagle and Tech9. It's been a rough half for Cloud9, all things considered, but they have won 4 out of the last 5, even including some defuses, couple of big clutches in amongst it for HellRaisers too.
Yeah, but that start was just so rocky. 7 straight for HellRaisers before Cloud9 could respond on the defense. Problem was they did such a good job of at least chipping down a T-side economy that when they finally did win one, HellRaisers, you can see these buys they come out with. Fighting for your tournament life with an AWP, an AK, and 3 upgraded pistols, and Angel is hurt. Nade is gonna come in, it's gonna finish Angel off. Great damage to Woxic and Dead Fox as well. Flashbang to follow up, and Rush gets out safely, like Spider-Man.
Rush has been so sick on this A side, even with pistols. He's done so much damage, so much work. Even in that streak of rounds they ended up conceding.
That's the thing. He's definitely, Flush has had a great game, but Rush has been the MVP because even in the rounds that they lost, Rush with those pistols did so much damage, and he's the reason why HellRaisers haven't been able to get any real solid buys down the stretch. And look at this, the time is running down. Rush is going to be in a pretty good spot. If they come through the smoke, he'll be just fine.
They're expecting one of these 2 flashes to be used that HellRaisers have, but 15 seconds, and they're taking some damage now. Hobbit down to just 13. This could be it. This could be it finished off. It's looking very likely. Cloud9, 1 kill away from doing it 2-0. It's just going to be able to get 1, but no more. HellRaisers eliminated. Cloud9 will have to play 1 more best of 3.
Still a chance, still a hope for Cloud9. Rush leads the way, 29-15. He ends. He was stellar in this second map, but all the praise is going to have to go to Flusha. What a rock for Cloud9 in this series. What a leader, and you can see absolutely crushed. HellRaisers not able to meet what they wanted to do, the goals they set for themselves before this major began. Cloud9 is going to end it early for them as they shake hands and give praise. A really nice performance in the last map from Issa as well. Either way, we're going to head over to the desk. The boys are going to talk us through this Cloud9 victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was Vince and Moses casting that last game for you. And I think I've just broken my headset. So, Chad, Sean, why don't you quickly talk to me about how that fell flat for Henry?
Look, out of those 2 maps, they played 1 decent half of Counter-Strike, and that was the last half right there on Cage. So, all things considered, HellRaisers didn't really put up too much of a fight, but Cloud9, I'm really impressed with how well they did, especially in situations where they needed to be patient. Flusher with that clutch over towards the B bomb site. The clock's ticking down. If that was me, I'd be panicking, but he's just staying ice cold in those situations, and the team did it throughout. So fantastic stuff from Cloud9 to get through to day number 5.
I have to jump in as well and throw praise to the other side of the stage. You can see what it means to them. Issa, what an attempt. What a single-handed attempt to save HellRaisers on that second map.
You couldn't have said it any better. That second half was such an insane performance by Issa. You know, those 2 clutches he had, especially the one on the A-site wall where he one-tapped. I don't even remember who this is. Zelsis.
Yeah.
That was an incredible clutch by him. It really felt like they were going to bring this to a 3rd map at some point.
Yeah, it certainly did. I just wanted to get over to Rush because he's obviously ready to celebrate and start preparing for tomorrow. He's over on the stage with Frankie, MVP in Moses' words.
He is indeed taking care of HellRaisers, stopping that from going to overtime. And how do you feel about having such a strong showing where it mattered most, Rush?
Feels good to finally have a good performance. I think this tournament I've kind of been under the radar. Maybe I'm doing my job, but still I'm missing a lot of kills that I should be getting. But I think that just this is normal me, you know, CT Rock.
And I also want to talk about Flusher, actually, because I know that you love having him as your IGL, and he really, really came up clutch tonight in more ways than one. So tell me about how he's shaped the style of the team.
I mean, how he's shaping the team?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different type of gameplay than we're used to, because when Mike or Golden was calling, it was more of like in their face, be really reactive. And with Flusha, it's more slow, methodical, take your time, and be really like, be a good teammate to each other. Like, wait, and don't just like rush into things, and make sure you're calming everything. It's all about communication and trust in your teammates, really.
So when you are getting run over slightly on your CT side, who is the person that keeps the team together?
I think everyone. No one really gives up ever. I think that we lose dumb rounds, you just got to forget about them. You realize that you messed up in the moment, but if you harp on that round going forward, it's going to affect you. So just forget about the round, focus on the next one, and that's all you got to do until the game's over.
Rush, do you know who you're playing tomorrow?
NIP, I believe? No. FaZe. No. FaZe. I knew it.
You are playing FaZe. How do you feel about that?
Rematch from E-League. We're going to win, for sure.
What was the score last time?
On which map? It was 2-1 for them, but...
So you learned some valuable lessons, and this time you're going to get your revenge.
Yeah, we're going to get Rain back for that 3K on Inferno.
And also, actually, if Rush does win and go through to the top 8 with Cloud9, he's also going to do the worm for us on stage.
That's news to me, but we'll see about it.
I'm very convincing, Rush. We'll have a chat because we need to head back to the desk.
Oh, I'd pay to see that. That sounds fantastic. Gymnast Rush there offering us some smooth moves should they pick up the win. And of course, that's a conversation for another time. Still, though, to reflect upon their victory, it really was good to see that the individuals of Cloud9, bearing in mind, your stats did not look positive coming into this.
Not on a team sense, but I think you obviously have to factor in that 16-0 that God Emperor Moses actually touted during the cast as being a bit of an issue. Now, that is really going to deflate your strategies, your stats, sorry, not your strategies, but they started the tournament hot with 16-3 victory over MIBR, then they had the 16-0 loss, then they had the heartbreaker to Vitality, the 16-14 game, and now they've got it done in fashion. So going into against FaZe tomorrow, it's hard to pick a favorite.
I mean, it certainly is, especially given FaZe's underperformances, Sean. That's wide open.
Yeah, I would say the individual players on Cloud9 are performing at a way higher level than FaZe, which is shocking to say. I mean, Flush in this series, he had some really crazy entry frags, just bunny hopping around. I saw it on Inferno at the Arch side, and then again on Cash going to the A side.
And the Cloud9 players aren't afraid to embrace the org, whereas some of the guys on FaZe are not really getting into the same boat, Alex.
Yeah, and save those stats for tomorrow, because you dug up some juicy nuggets that we'll delve into when we do get to FaZe versus Cloud9. That's just one of the matchups for tomorrow. We do have the rest that we'll be delivering to you after you get to watch all of that spicy Cloud9 gameplay one more time. On the other side of things, HellRaisers departing the major here. Close but no cigar to the Legend stage, and perhaps close a strong word as we reflect upon their results. It was a 16-4 thrashing versus FaZe Clan, followed by the victory versus ENCE, and then NIP doing quite the same to them. Last blow thrown by Cloud9.
Yeah, and I think this is just kind of what comes with being such a young team. I don't want to say a young team, but their star players are kind of new to this like, tier 1 scene, and you know they took that first step forward, and it looks like they took a step back now.
I don't want to get ahead of myself here, Alex, but with names like Issa and Woxic available to go to other teams and Mouse Sports in a bit of turmoil right now, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some roster changes after the major's over, especially for these international sports.
I mean, it's unquestionable that they have certainly proven that they are capable players in this HellRaisers jersey, but the results and these, excuse me, not the results, the games are on screen for tomorrow. ENCE of Vanguard, Ninjas in Pajamas versus Team Vitality, and we get FaZe Clan Cloud9 as well. I'm actually really looking forward to ENCE of Vanguard because I'm intrigued to see how they intersect.
Yeah, from a matchup perspective, it's very interesting, right? We have ENCE who, you know, they do the fundamentals very well. Avangard, who's, you know, a little bit to the left of that. They have the fundamentals down, but they have their own CIS quirks. NIP versus Vitality. You've got Vitality who have one of the best young up-and-coming players in ZywOo going against Forest, who we keep talking about his consistent performances and being a legend of the game. And then we have the star-studded game of FaZe Clan versus Cloud9 with all those big names, all those previous major winners, and it's going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, 5 teams already knocked out of the Legend stage, Sean. Any lock-ins for tomorrow?
I don't think there's any lock-ins with those games. I really don't. I think they're all great matchups. I'm really excited about tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I am too, and I think that's where we'll go ahead and leave it. We do have so much more Counter-Strike coming for you at the IEM Katowice 2019 Major, but that draws another day to close. That's enough from myself, Sponge, Sean. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the same.
Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just want to be someone and never fall behind again. Keep on moving on, never look down, never fade out, never fade out.
Hey, John!
Don't look down, never fade out. Never want to be someone and never fall behind again. Keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.